However, the difference is that those puppets are not just simple puppets, but puppet clones. It's a puppet clone that can give you real power. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was passionate words. A good product naturally needs a detailed introduction. So Qi Lu did not omit anything, and spared no effort to introduce the function of the puppet clone. After all, the new products this time, compared to those in the past, can bring more combat power improvements. And the effect is more intuitive. A puppet clone that can store the power of law and transform it into real-time combat power, plus it can be directly controlled by consciousness, is completely fine as an incarnation outside the body. As long as you learn to fight with dual perspectives, it is not an exaggeration to say that your combat effectiveness will double on the spot. A puppet that can control itself? The more the power of the law is injected, the stronger the fighting power that the puppet will explode. In that case, wouldn't it be 2 against 1 in battle? No, you can also buy a few more puppet clones, and just let the puppet fight. Yes, safe. Manager Qi's introduction made the customers in the store excited immediately. And amidst all the discussions, a usage that even Qi Lu hadn't thought of for a while was developed. If you use puppets to fight, then you don't have to fight yourself. As long as there are enough puppet clones that can be controlled, they will definitely be able to keep up in terms of combat effectiveness. And it can guarantee your own absolute safety. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the puppet is lost, isn't it just that the power of law that can be transformed with the power of faith is missing? As long as the Supreme Throne is not damaged and there are no cracks in the law pattern, the impact will not be great. This is also the biggest advantage of using the puppet clone as an external avatar. To be honest, when Qi Lu heard this proposal, he thought that in the future, half of the battles would be fought by those gods, and the other half would build these weird puppets. But that's pretty good. Anyway, it's Qi Lu who gets rich, so let these gods do whatever they want. Boom boom boom. Hearing the voices of these customers talking, Qi Lu couldn't help knocking on the counter again. The crisp sound immediately attracted the attention of the customers. Having said so much, haven't you paid attention to the most important price issue? Qi Lu consciously guided these customers to think about why the price gap between these puppets was so large. This is also something that Qi Lu has not mentioned in the previous introduction. That is how powerful these puppets can have. Of course, this refers to the small number of puppets that are particularly expensive. The saying that you get what you pay for is still very applicable in Qi Lu shop. There must be no unpractical luxury items. The special effects for decoration in the virtual dual platform, as well as various skin exceptions. Although those gadgets can't be regarded as luxury goods, they really don't have much practicality. But being able to satisfy the heart is also an achievement. But back to the point. The customers gathered in front of the counter heard the question of the price suddenly raised by the store manager, and thought it was the store manager's conscience who found out. I plan to set the price of the puppet avatar lower, to give back to their old customers. However, when some curious folks went over to take a look at the price, they realized that they were completely wrong. The starting price of 100,000 faith stones. A maximum of 10 million faith stones are needed? There is no doubt that this price is definitely the most expensive among the products that store manager Qi has offered. And there isn't one yet. Although the price of the beast egg can be as high as 100,000 belief stones. But the problem is, no matter what kind of beast eggs, they are all priced uniformly, 100,000 faith stones. But when it comes to these puppets now, 100,000 faith stones are just our serve price. The real high price can even increase by as much as 100 times. The price of 10 million faith stones is simply the best among all the products off store manager Qi. Shop manager Qi, your price is correct, right? What kind of puppet is worth 10 million faith stones? Compared to the previous divine beast eggs, the difference is too far, it's directly doubled by 100 times. Stop talking, I just realized that I may have overestimated my financial resources. Then I'll add one. Although the gods never care about the issue of faith stones. But as one of the currencies circulating in the vault of heaven god realm, even if these gods have some reserves, it is impossible to accumulate too much. After all, the essence of the faith stone is just a tool to help calculate the price for these gods. Not much real use. And this kind of thing that is not very useful in nature, it is enough to save some. How can it be collected without limit? Woolen cloth. So seeing the glaring price tag of 10 million faith stones now, for most of the gods, it is a price that is painful enough, and there is even a feeling that their savings have bottomed out. This kind of physical pain is not a pity for his own stone of faith, but simply worrying about his own financial resources. Having said that, I have to say something. Manager Chi's shop has really made an indelible contribution to the circulation of faith stones in the vault of heaven god realm. At least let many gods, as well as those apostles, the aborigines of the sky god realm realize the value of the faith stone. Then began to subconsciously collect the faith stone. Do you think the price is high? Chila looked at the confused faces of the customers around him, and asked a question with playfulness. Store manager Chi, to tell you the truth, the price of 10 million faith stones is indeed a bit high. It's not that we can't afford it, it's just that we think it's not worth it. Just for a puppet, the price really exceeded our expectations. That's right, it would be great if the price could be lowered a little bit. The current price is indeed ridiculously high. Faced with the store manager's question, all the customers seemed to agree in advance, saying that the price was really high. The main reason is that compared with the prices set by previous products, this time it is indeed a bit outrageous. If you didn't know the character of store manager Chi, you might think he was slaughtering a fat sheep. Then let me tell you, a puppet avatar of the level of 10 million faith stones, when the power of the law is filled to the highest level, can have the fighting power of the main god level? Do you still think the price is high? The expression on Chi Li's face remained unchanged, and then he asked, slowly. The combat power of the main god level? As soon as the words came out, the customers around were suddenly shocked. A series of complex emotions such as shock, astonishment, disbelief, and extreme doubt appeared on the face. But in the end, out of the trust of store manager Chi, all these emotions turned into shock. If the fighting power of the Lord God realm can really explode, the price of 10 million faith stones does not seem to be expensive. Not only is it not expensive, it is simply cheap. That's right, the majestic Lord God, how can it be measured by faith stones? If what store manager Chi said is right, then it's not just cheap, it's a blood loss, okay? I also think that store manager Chi has lost money selling pants. Who said that selling pants? Dare to stand up. All in all, Chi Li's words made the customers in the store excited instantly. The words "the price is high" just now were left behind on the spot, as if they had never been said. Store manager Chi has also changed from a blood profit to a blood loss. He is simply the #1 conscientious businessman in the sky god realm. The hot scene burned directly from the main store to the surrounding law hall, virtual dual platform area, and other places. In fact, Chi Li's shop has been open in Tianqiong God Realm for so long, and the reason why the customers in the shop come here has begun to show a clear trend. Some customers came here to understand the law. Basically, they bought the Enlightenment incense and went to retreat in the main hall of the law. Some customers are addicted to the virtual dual platform, so they don't plento come to the main store at all. The other part of the customers, to a large extent, came to snap up the eggs off the divine beast. Speaking of which, the beast egg is really enduring. And as more and more customers came to the store, more and more gods knew about Manager Chi's store, and the sales scope of the beast eggs became wider and wider. It has spread from the kingdom of life, the kingdom of devouring spirits, and the kingdom of holy dragons, to most of the surrounding kingdoms of gods. It can be said that it is quite popular among the aborigines of the Vault of Heaven God realm. coupled with the model that the beast eggs are sold in limited quantities every day. Qilu estimated that in a few decades, or even hundreds of years, the eggs of the divine beast would not be ignored. Perhaps because of the divine beast eggs that were sold at the beginning, the hatched divine beasts were cultivated one after another, allowing many divine beasts to show their tyrannical strength and become more popular. After all, strong combat effectiveness is the most important thing no matter in which era. Moreover, the divine beast egg will not become unimportant just because the divine beast has been cultivated. The reason is simple: how can one or two such powerful beasts be enough? Definitely the more the merrier. Especially after the new product of Puppet Avatar came out, Qilu could predict that the beast egg would only become more popular. Because if you want the puppet to show its combat effectiveness, the most basic point is to inject the power of law into it. With this in mind, those apostles and the natives of the Vault of Heaven God realm can be excluded from the scope of users. Without the blessing of the power of law, these puppets are really just puppets. It can't be called a puppet clone at all. Shop manager Chi, bring me a puppet clone with 10 million faith stones. I also want. Give me one too. Wait, what do I want? Not to mention what was going on in Chi Li's mind. Anyway, after the customers were excited, they all rushed to the corner where the puppet clones were piled up, preparing to get a puppet of the highest level for self-defense, so as not to be seized by their opponents. However, when these customers rushed to the corner, they suddenly found out. What they want, a puppet clone with 10 million belief stones, is simply not available here. Some are just a price tag. Shop manager Chi, why isn't there what we want here? After some contemplation, the bewildered customer found manager Chi. That is the puppet of the realm of the Lord God, no matter what, we must find a way to get it. This level of help, even a true main god, absolutely cannot refuse. Are you talking about puppets at the level of the main god? It's sold in limited quantities, and there are purchase conditions, so let's see if you meet the conditions first. Qilu raised his eyes and glanced at these hungry customers, and spoke slowly. Qilu only found out about this after asking the system. The main god-level puppets, due to the limitation of materials, the system cannot manufacture them in unlimited quantities. In the previous battle with the puppet master, the corpses of the ancient gods collected were the main raw materials for making these top puppets, and when they were used up, they would be gone. So for this thing, it has to be limited even if it is not limited. Qilu has no idea what to do. Well, since there is a limit on the total amount sold, Qilu simply turned the main god-level puppets into real scarce objects. Condition? Go and have a look. Condition 1. The account level of the virtual duel platform exceeds 100. What did you just say? As soon as the first condition was read out, some customers were stunned. The account level of the virtual duel platform is notoriously difficult to upgrade, and there is no level protection. If you win, you will gain points; if you lose, you will lose points. Losing a level is as normal as eating and drinking. And after the level is high, there are some hidden settings. For example, when the opponent's account level differs too much from your own, the score obtained after winning will become very low. If you accidentally lose, it will be a devastating blow. The dropped score will definitely make any player's mentality explode. Therefore, many high-end players will set the minimum level to enter the room when they create the room. Under such a harsh situation, raising the account level of the virtual duel platform to level 100 is simply as difficult as going to the sky. No, it may be even easier to go to the sky. Because ascending to the sky only needs one's own strength to be strong enough. But in the virtual duel platform, you have to beware of pig teammates cheating yourself. So the threshold of level 100 is not only not low, it is simply unbelievably high. But looking back, how can it be so difficult to obtain a puppet that can't possess the combat power of the main god realm? If you can get it casually, it will seem unreal. Condition 2. consume more than 30 million faith stones in the store. Store manager Chi, have you remembered how many faith stones we consumed in the store? When they saw the second condition, many customers looked at manager Chi with complicated expressions, wanting to get an answer. There is one thing to say, how many faith stones they spent in the store, even they didn't calculate it themselves. Because there is no need to write it down at all, and it is a bit brain-intensive. That's it, it's just my own consumption. Let's expand it and think about it, how many customers come to Chi's store? What a huge workload to record all the consumption data of these customers. And there is another saying, will there be any omissions in it? These are all problems. I have my own way, you don't have to worry about remembering it wrong. Seeing a bunch of questioning eyes lined up outside the counter, Chi Lu just shrugged his shoulders. How many faith stones these customers have consumed in the store is not recorded by Chi Lu, it is entirely the work of the system. And there is no need to worry that the system will remember it wrong, because for the system, it can remember as many belief stones as it receives. Anything not received will not be recorded at all. Then sorted out by category, basically there is no problem. Yes, with Manager Chi's ability, if you want to do this kind of thing, there should be no problem. It's true to say so, but if you really want to remember everything, it's too powerful. Is it unusual for this kind of thing to happen to Manager Chi? That's right, the number of times Store Manager Chi shocked us isn't that rare. It's really rare. If you think about it carefully, you need to consume more than 30 million faith stones. I don't know how much I've spent so far. The question you are thinking is really strange. Is the account level of the virtual duel platform enough? No. It hurts. The customers did not doubt the words of Manager Chi. As a main god, it is not incredible to be able to do this. It's just that no main god has ever done such a thing before, so these customers feel astonished. Condition 3. Hey, there is no condition 3. After the astonishment passed, I continued to look back, but I didn't see the next condition. It also surprised many customers. This is a puppet avatar of the main god level, can it be possessed with only 2 conditions? Ahem, actually there is still a third hidden condition. Chi Lu, however, coughed twice amidst the astonished voices, attracting Jevrion's attention again. There are hidden conditions? That's right, the hidden condition is that the number of puppet clones of the highest level is limited, and once they are bought, they will be gone. Speaking of this, Chi Lu shrugged his shoulders in a very matching tone, and spread his hands, expressing that he didn't want to do this either. If the limited sale of divine beast eggs is just a strategy, the highest level of puppet clones is limited, there is no way. What? Limited quantity. It's gone after you buy it? It has to be said that store manager Chi is very experienced in controlling the emotions of customers. As soon as this sentence was finished, many customers who were still surrounding the counter just now scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared from their original places. As for where he went, it must be the virtual duel platform area next to him. The account level must be updated first. This is the hard condition. And the remaining condition of consumption must exceed 30 million faith stones is just a trivial matter. To put it bluntly, among the customers in the store, it is very easy for any god with certain qualifications in the Vault of Heaven God realm to gather 30 million faith stones. What's more, for a master god level puppet that can be manipulated, so what if it costs nothing? This is totally worth it, or something that makes a lot of money. The realm of the main god, for many gods, is the most powerful realm that is beyond reach. Even in the realm of the Lord God, there are strengths and weaknesses. But for any god, the main god is a crushing gesture. So in the virtual duel platform, there was an upsurge of crazy scoring. The intensity of each duel is far higher than before, and the entertainment bureau that used to be no longer exists. We all want to score, who would like to play entertainment with you? Come on strong teammates, let's score together. Guaranteed not to cheat, I urgently need strong thighs, for the strongest puppet avatar. Who wants to be a commander? As long as you have the ability, I will ostento you in everything. If you can say such a thing, are you the legendary pig teammate? Piss off. In the public screens of the world and the public screens of the mode, there are all news of seeking strong thighs. There is no way, for players who are not strong in command talent, being a Bleedo have a good teammate is the best choice. Dare to grab command? Then he must not be killed by other teammates on the spot. Especially in this period, players with high account levels are simply treasures. Even if they are only natives of the Sky God realm, as long as they are. Players with high account levels can get the command right. For those talented and capable players, it is extremely friendly. This is what Qilu wanted. Otherwise, what is the link with the account level of the virtual duel platform? And as the news of the puppet avatar spread, those kingdoms of God who were previously indifferent to the virtual duel platform area could not hold back at this moment, and asked Qilu to set up a branch in the past. In this way, the intelligence network connected in series by the branches in the virtual duel platform area can cover farther places. Of course, this is just an effect, by the way, not by Qilu deliberately. But why not do something that can kill two birds with one stone? Store manager Qi, I heard that you have a new product in your store. What is it called? Puppet clone. On this day, Qilu was having fun on the virtual duel platform when Dragon God sent a message. Qilu, who was leading a group of players eager to score higher, took a look and immediately sent back a message. Yes, is Dragon God also interested in these puppets? Qilu had thought about whether Dragon God and the others would ask about the puppet avatar. But as Qilu expected, Taliana should be the first one to come to ask about this matter. But she didn't expect it to be Dragon God. I'm really interested. By the way, store manager Qi, what kind of puppet are you? You didn't learn it from the puppet master, did you? Dragon God's intuition is really accurate, and he guessed the origin of the puppet clone in the second sentence. But it is a pity that what the true essence is, it is impossible for the Dragon God to guess. It has something to do with it. Qilu did not shy away from this topic. Because this is not something that cannot be said. Isn't it very common to learn from each other in the power of laws? Moreover, Dragon God would say such words, which meant that what he was really interested in was not the puppet clone. It is the fallen puppet master. In other words, it was Qilu's method to learn the puppet law so quickly. It seems that what I said at the beginning is correct. Manager Qi, you are indeed the leader of this era. After getting the answer, Dragon God didn't continue to ask, but just said this sentence with emotion. From ancient times, as a bystander to the present Dragon God, this is the first time he has discovered that there are people who he cannot see through. Qilu, who understood the implication of Dragon God, smiled. Dragon God is absurd. I'm just telling the truth, Manager Qi. You really surprised me. Although the Dragon God was not in front of Qilu, there was appreciation between the lines, and the tone was not difficult to imagine. Having said that, the Dragon God didn't mention the puppet avatar anymore. Because as far as the Dragon God's combat effectiveness is concerned, there is no need for this kind of thing to enhance one's overall strength. This is the confidence of the top Lord God. Similarly, the meaning of these puppets is also the same for Qilu. Although Qilu himself was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the puppet clone, it actually didn't help much. The body of law doesn't need these heresy ways to strengthen its combat effectiveness. So after a tacit greeting with Dragon God, the two ended their contact this time. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. But this time, Qilu had a new understanding of the leader that Dragon God mentioned. After the great calamity of the ancient times, it was the period when the human king came to the vault of Heaven God realm, and it was also an era when the Dragon God saw it. Then in that era, who was the leader in the eyes of the dragon god? Could it be that he really overturned the king of heaven and God? Because Qilu understood that the so-called leader may not be referring to the strongest person of that era. It is a subversive who can change the development trajectory of that era. Subversive. Store manager Qi. Qilu was thinking about something when a sound woke him up. Huh? Sirkaya, what's the matter? Looking at Sirkaya standing in front of the counter, Qilu maintained his usual expressionless face. Sirkaya scratched his head and asked with some embarrassment, Shop manager Qi, I just want to ask, is there any good way to quickly learn how to control these puppets? This was a big problem, and one that Qilu had expected. Although the puppet avatars of the main god level are the most worth fighting for, the sales of those puppets with a slightly lower price are also not low. After all, not every customer has the ability to get precious commodities that are sold in limited quantities. Therefore, the more universal low-price puppet has become the choice of most customers. Of course, this low price is only relative. In fact, a puppet clone of millions of faith stones is also not cheap. Even if it is a puppet clone with hundreds of thousands of faith stones, the unit price is several times that of the beast egg. Adhering to the value-for-money product concept, the customers in the store, except for some guys with dreams who are still working hard, the rest have begun to buy puppets that suit them. So the question that should have came after all. Combat from two perspectives is not an easy task. This kind of multi-threaded action is purer than simple dual purpose, for those who are in contact for the first time. Even if it is a god, it is very difficult to get started. If you don't practice hard in the correct way, it may take a few months to get familiar with it. So after confirming the difficulty of this matter, Sirkaya tactfully ran to Qilu. So they made you a representative and appointed you to come to me? Qilu looked at the circle of thirsty eyes not far behind Sirkaya, and his heart was clear. After all, the customers in the store are familiar with manager Qi, but they are not as familiar as Sirkaya. Then the task of finding store manager Qi is better left to Sirkaya. Actually, I really want to know myself. Sirkaya said with a smirk. This is the truth, anyway, it's just a matter of passing, so why don't you just ask for help? The customers in the store have this demand, and Sirkaya is also happy to sell this favor. Qilu shrugged his shoulders, and then said slowly, if you want to ask this question, it's actually quite simple. Just practice more and focus on two things. I'll teach you how to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other. This is the classic old way. However, it is only a foundation for the difficult task of manipulating puppets. If it weren't for the fantasy world here, then Qilu could teach them another more effective method. For example, writing essays with one hand and solving advanced math problems with the other. Magic teaching is nothing more than that. Basically, if you don't divide your brain into two, you can't do such unconventional things at all. Is it that simple? Sirkaya thought what store manager Qi was going to say, but that was it. No, what I'm talking about is just a foundation you can completely develop by yourself. Qilu reached out, patted Sirkaya's shoulder earnestly, and then said, I like you. Expression. In fact, if you want to practice dual tasking, it is nothing more than doing two completely unrelated things at the same time. The basic principle is roughly the same. When you really practice makes perfect and master it well, you will naturally understand the mystery of it. But for Qilu, it's not such a troublesome thing to do two things at once. Just ask the system to help, multi-threaded operation is simply an easy thing. This. Sirkaya turned around with a blank face, looked at the guys behind him, and asked, you guys, do you understand? Got it. Shop manager Qi said so clearly, don't you understand? Sirkaya, your comprehension ability is not good, you really have to learn from manager Qi. Don't look at it, big guys, go and try to draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other. I've tried it just now, and it's really a bit difficult. Listen to store manager, Chi, this is just a foundation, it's a bit more difficult for you guys. You haven't even learned the basics, and you still want to make it difficult? Don't pay attention to this sand sculpture. The customer who was still guarding behind Sir Kaya, saw that Sir Kaya turned around, and ran away with a ha-ha. After a while of teasing jokes, Sir Kaya was left standing there with an embarrassed face. This group of guys, what the hell am I? In this regard, Sir Kaya could only viciously raise a friendly finger. Then I felt store manager, Chi patted himself on the shoulder again. Sir Kaya, if you want to quickly learn to control the puppet, there is another way, which is to fight with your own puppet. Chi Lu propped his hands on the counter, half closed his eyes as if he hadn't taken up, and said slowly. This is the advanced version of the so-called two-handed mutual beating, two people fighting each other. If you want to master this little skill of one mind and two uses, you will definitely have a breakthrough help if you fight with the puppet. If the user's comprehension is high enough, it is no problem to advance to 3 people fighting each other, 5 people fighting each other, or even a group fight. As long as you can control so many puppet clones, you can fight as you want. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is not to get angry and beat yourself up. For this kind of guy with brain congestion, Chi Lu will definitely not take any responsibility. Is there another way? Sir Kaya didn't expect that if he was a step late, he would still have such benefits. Of course, I don't tell him the average person. Chi Lu nodded and said meaningfully. In fact, if you really want to master the essence of controlling the puppet clone, actual combat is always the best way. It's just that most of the gods in the Vault of Heaven God realm rely on the power of law, and their fighting style is incompatible with puppets. Otherwise, there would be no need for Chi Lu to teach. At least the Dragon God would not ask such questions. Although the Dragon God does not need these puppets. That's right, store manager Chi, I won't tell those guys either. Sir Kaya nodded seriously as if she understood something, then turned and left. Chi Lu was left alone, touching his chin. Hope Sir Kaya is okay. Then, Chi Lu began to think again, should he go to the Goddess of Life? According to the information Sir Kaya said before, the Goddess of Life had contacted the human king several times. That is to say, purely from a conceptual point of view, at least the Goddess of Life and the King of Man are not in conflict. Not Chi Lu went to the Goddess of Life to inquire about the human king, at least she would not be misunderstood or hostile. This is also the point that Chi Lu needs to pay attention to most when collecting information about the King of Ren. As a store manager who is indifferent to the world, it is more comfortable to maintain a neutral position. Even if Chi Lu approves of the king's ideas, it doesn't mean that Chi Lu will inherit the king's will. This time it's better to bring a meeting gift. But as a trusted ally, Chi Lu felt that it was right to help the Goddess of Life to increase her combat effectiveness a little. It would be quite embarrassing if allies wanted to help themselves, but had more than enough energy. Outside the palace of the Goddess of Life, the gods guarding here are much less than when Chi Lu came last time. It can be seen from this that the impact of the last war on the Kingdom of Life God was great. So far, the Goddess of Life has not even been able to find the gods. After all, lucky apostles are always a minority. But what makes Chi Lu find it interesting is that due to the rise of the virtual duel platform, the Goddess of Life found many talented people in the duel arena, and cultivated them into her own gods. This also made the Goddess of Life addicted to the virtual duel platform all day long, turning into a legendary house girl. All in all, Chi Li's usual image of the Goddess of Life collapsed to a certain extent. But in retrospect, it seems reasonable that such a situation would happen. Because the Goddess of Life gave up her body, she gained vitality. Even with Chi Li's help, he obtained the golden body core of the Law of Life, but it was not so easy to recover. So now if you don't live in your own palace, you have nowhere to go. In addition, the kingdom of God of life is waiting to be rebuilt, and the goddess of life is also needed to preside over the overall situation. It was convenient for Qi Lu, he knew where to find the goddess of life, without asking. The gods outside the palace did not question or embarrass themselves. Store manager Qi's name is known to everyone in the current kingdom of life. Even if you come to the palace of the goddess of life, you don't need torport, just go straight. Shop manager Qi, why are you free to come to my place today? In the main hall, the goddess of life, who was holding a virtual dual Christ doll in her hand, leaned lazily on the throne and asked aloud. It is completely different from the dignified, solemn and compassionate image at the beginning. So is this a fall? Come over and see how you're doing. Qila shook his head slightly, throwing this feeling of image collapse out of Fi's mind. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this, the Lord God also has 7 emotions and 6 desires, so it is normal for him to change. By the way, this is a small gift. I wish the kingdom of life God can recover soon. While talking, Qilu also took out a puppet clone from the temporarily open space door. The puppets refined by the system are not the same as the puppets refined by Puppet Master. The puppet of the Puppet Master will basically not change the appearance of the corpse. But the puppets refined by the system are different, they just use those materials, and they can make whatever appearance they want. So Qilu thoughtfully brought out a feminine puppet. Hey, this is... Qi Li's actions immediately attracted the attention of the goddess of life, causing her to sit up from the throne. Looking at the beautiful puppet, the goddess of life had a strange expression. Store manager Qi, although I know that there is a new product called Puppet Avatar in your store, I really didn't expect that the first time I saw it, it will be in such a situation. As an otaku who wanders around the virtual dual platform all day, the goddess of life is very clear about the interesting things that happen in the store. As for the puppet avatar, a new commodity that has been widely circulated, it is naturally impossible to hide it from the goddess of life. It's just that like the dragon god, the goddess of life is not very interested in this kind of puppet. This may be the commonality of many ancient gods, and they are not very dependent on these uncertain powers. So you know what you know, but the goddess of life didn't go to the store to actually understand these puppets. Seeing it now, it still feels very novel. I heard that among these puppet clones, the strongest can have the fighting power of the main god level. I don't know if it is true. After staring at the puppet for a while, the goddess of life couldn't help but ask. It is one thing not to rely on such powers, but quite another to use them. Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you try it. Qi Lu directly threw the puppet in his hand to the goddess of life. After infusing enough power of law, the puppet at the level of the main god has a natural coercion. This is a characteristic that other low-priced puppets do not have, and it can be regarded as one of the ways to distinguish. For the goddess of life, it is not so difficult to activate the coercion of the main god-level puppet clone, and it will be determined soon. So the goddess of life who took over the puppet did not refuse. Instead, according to Qi Li's guidance, he began to inject the power of law into the puppet to activate the coercion that came with it. Not long after, a faint coercion appeared in the hall. Although this coercion feels very thin, it can clearly perceive the strength of the realm in it. It is indeed the coercion of the realm of the Lord God. Is it the power from the puppet master? It feels like the puppet law. As soon as the coercion came out, the goddess of life expressed the same emotion as the dragon god while marveling. In the end, it still came from the main god of ancient times. Even though she didn't participate in the previous battle with the puppet master, the perception of the goddess of life is still not weak. But facing this question, Qi just smiled and didn't answer. Because it doesn't matter. The puppet master has passed away, so mentioning it at this moment is also a feeling, not a remembrance. Shop manager Qi said earlier that this is a gift, so is he going to give this puppet to me? After amazed and sighed, the goddess of life suddenly raised her head and asked aloud as if she remembered something. For the main god, there are too few things that can be called precious. But there is no doubt that the puppet in front of him can definitely be called precious. This is especially true for the goddess of life, who is not a main god who focuses on fighting. A puppet clone of the main god level can provide the goddess of life with an extremely high combat power bonus. Of course, otherwise, what should I bring here to show off? Qi Lu shrugged and asked back. These puppets are not important to Qi Lu. Rather, it is just a prop or means to expand the influence of the store. After all, there are only so many of these top-level puppets put together, and they will be gone when they are sold out. If you want to refine it again, you need Qi Lu to find new materials. Every time Qi Lu thinks about this, he feels quite pity. During the battle with the puppet lord back then, the dragon god got angry for a while, and his attack was a little heavier, smashing all the puppets guarding the puppet lord's side, leaving Qi Lu with no time to collect those precious materials. Stand up. Otherwise, the number of puppets at the level of the main gods would at least double. Then thank you Manager Qi for the gift. The goddess of life didn't hold back, knowing that her current combat power was really worrying, so she happily accepted it. Immediately, the topic changed again, and said, but Manager Qi came to my place this time, it shouldn't be just for this matter. Shopkeeper Qi didn't have such a free time when he specially went to the kingdom of life to give gifts. Of course, bringing this puppet here is just one of the things. Qi Lu smiled, and then continued, but there is another thing, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask, what does the goddess of life think of the human king? Now that we've gotten to the point, let's get straight to the point. Roundabout inquiries are unnecessary. When the goddess of life on the throne heard the word human king, the expression on her face suddenly became quiet. A pair of green eyes narrowed slightly. Shop Manager Qi, how did you know about the Renwang? If it is said that Store Manager Qi came to the vault of Heaven God realm when the human king was still alive, then why didn't Store Manager Qi show up when the king of humans stirred up the situation in the heavenly vault of God? And at this time, when mentioning Renwang, what is the purpose of Store Manager Qi? The mood of the goddess of life suddenly became a little complicated. Because the human king is a very controversial character in the sky god realm, and has a lot of notoriety. At least during the time of King Human, most of the gods and main gods in the Vault of Heaven God realm did not approve of King Human's actions. So it's really hard to judge whether Store Manager Qi is an enemy or a friend. I just learned about it by chance. The goddess of life doesn't have to worry, I don't have any opinion on the king of men. As soon as Qi Lu heard the tone of the goddess of life, he could probably guess what she was thinking, so he answered this sentence. The implication is that there is no interest relationship between himself and the king, and there is no question of whether it is an enemy or a friend. Now I would ask about the king of men, purely out of curiosity. I found out by chance? Hasn't Store Manager Qi experienced that era? The eyes of the goddess of life looked directly into Qi Li's eyes, as if she still had some doubts. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, who knows? Qi Lu spoke ambiguous words. But obviously, if he had really survived from the time when the king of humans existed, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Just like nowadays, most of the newly promoted main gods, although they have heard of the title of human king. But when it comes to likes and dislikes, it is actually not clear. It's just a natural conflict caused by the difference in concept. I see, Manager Qi. After a long while, the goddess of life finally confirmed that what Manager Qi said was not a test. Time can sometimes dilute a lot of things. After the fall of the King of Kings, such a long time has passed. The former main god, in the body of the king. In the Battle of Meteor, not many survived. Up to now, they are all silent. In the final analysis, how many main gods are still alive who have really come into contact with the king of humans? The king of men is the most ideal main god I have ever seen. The goddess of life expressed her evaluation of the king of man. He thinks very simply about the vault of heaven god realm, and he also thinks very simply about his own ideas. He wants to create an idealized world. I am willing to give all living beings the hope of becoming stronger, and I went to cut off all obstacles leading to high places. However, this is impossible. At the end, the goddess of life just sighed silently. After all, there is a gap between ideals and reality, and the spirit of Xuanhuan's willingness to sacrifice for ideals may be great. But if the goddess of life were to evaluate it, she would definitely not be willing to do this. So, has the human king really fallen? Qi Lu crossed his fingers and asked suddenly. This is a very sudden question. In fact, Qi Lu has long known the idea of the King of Kings, whether it is ideal or lofty. Compared with these questions, what Qi Lu wants to know more is what exactly does the king want to do? Sacrifice for ideals? That was just a joke. If you really want to realize your ideal, wouldn't it be more appropriate to leave a useful body behind? However, based on the information Qi Lu currently knows, in the last battle of the King of Heaven in the Vault of Heaven God Realm, it was said that he died from exhaustion, but it seemed more like he was dying. That's why Qi Lu sometimes wonders, has the human king really fallen? Or is it just an illusion? Or is it just an illusion? It's true, human king has fallen. But unlike what Qi Lu thought, the goddess of life nodded almost without hesitation, and answered. Already fallen? This was an unexpected answer. Really, it's true. Qi Lu was a little dazed again for a moment. Is it just my own overthinking? Of course it's true, Manager Qi, although I don't know why you ask this question. However, if you want, you can go to the place where the king died. The remains of the king are still there. When the goddess of life said this, she suddenly lowered her eyes, as if she was remembering something, or in silent mourning. But Qi Lu was confused and couldn't help asking. Where is the place where the king died? Central Territory, Divine Mountain. Central Domain, Divine Mountain? Qi Lu repeated the name. Has never heard of this place before. That's right, it's the place where the heavenly realm and the divine realm meet. Having said this, the goddess of life suddenly paused, because she didn't know that store manager Qi was clear about the two worlds. I know about Tianji realm and Shinji realm. Dragon God told me about it. Including the ancient catastrophe. As soon as Qi Lu heard the pause, he understood what he should say. After all, even many main gods don't know the secrets of the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm. Dragon God told you? No wonder. Did you even tell you about the great calamity of the ancient times? In that case, I don't need to explain it again. The goddess of life nodded, and then continued, the divine mountain of the Central Territory is the only place where the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm meet, and it is also the only passage connecting the two worlds. Shop Manager Qi, the reason why I say that the King of Man is the most ideal main god I have ever seen is because at the end of his life, he chose the battlefield on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, on the only passage. After the great calamity of the ancient times, the strength of the god realm has been greatly reduced, and it is becoming more and more difficult to resist the raging demon god. And the human king put the battlefield on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory, just to use the power of the great battle to seal this passage. At the cost of my own life, I guarded the entire god realm. The voice of the goddess of life was a little low, perhaps because she didn't want to mention this matter. What happened once may not be as unfortunate as imagined. It can even be said that it is even greater. But Qi Lu, who had heard the whole story of the incident, felt real surprise and admiration at this moment. Is it because of this reason that the human king did not escape the final battle? Before Qi Lu asked the goddess of life, he never thought that the reason for the king's death would be like this. He was actually sending him to death. He clearly wanted to change the vault of Heaven God realm, but in the end headed generously to protect the vault of Heaven God realm. Perhaps the vault of Heaven God realm is not the vault of Heaven God realm that the King of Man imagined. But it is a glimmer of hope above all lower planes. Even if those gods don't want their followers to become stronger, as long as the vault of Heaven God realm exists, hope will not disappear. But if the God realm is swallowed by the Heaven realm, then all the lower planes will be reduced to the battlefields of demon gods, and then in the never-ending war, they will be turned into pieces of death zones. The only sliver of hope left will disappear completely. So Human King made a choice and handed over the task of changing the divine realm to the latecomers. As for himself, he gave his life to guard this land of hope. No wonder the goddess of life said that the Human King was the most ideal main god she had ever seen. Because what the King of People did reflect his thoughts and his ideal side. Even though Qi Lu will never walk on the path of a human king, this does not prevent Qi Lu from admiring him. Just because the King of Men is worthy of this admiration. So that's how it is. Qi Lu was talking to himself, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Goddess of life, there shouldn't be many main gods who know what the King of Men has done. Very few. The goddess of life nodded slightly and said, the Human King has never mentioned this matter, nor is he willing to mention it. That's right, this is the ideal Human King. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you won't tell anyone. Including those gods who once followed the King of Man, they probably don't know what the King of Man wants to do. Until the last moment when he died generously, what the King of Humans did was to use the power of the law of reincarnation to wash away the breath of his followers. It is to prevent them from being liquidated by those gods who are hostile toward him after their own fall. No wonder Sirkaya and the others have no idea what the king's plan is. As a follower of the Human King, he has only been waiting in the vault of Heaven God realm. Well, speaking of this, Qi Lu probably also knows the relationship between the Human King and the Goddess of Life. The Human King probably learned about the Great Tribulation in the ancient times from the Goddess of Life. So there is a final choice. It's a pity that most of the Vault of God realm, the Lord God, still misunderstood the Human King. No, to say it was a misunderstanding may not be accurate. It should be said that the conflict of ideas made the hostile relationship inevitable, so the King of Men didn't bother to explain his behavior. In the end, they only used these main gods once, with the help of the power of that great battle, that is, with the help of the power of these main gods, they successfully blocked the only passage. It prevented the demon gods from the Tianji realm from invading the Shinji realm again, and also protected the peace of the Shinji realm from now on. After that battle, the name of the King of Human Beings disappeared, and the main god who knew the King of Human Beings never mentioned it again. So Qi Lu has been in the vault of Heaven God realm for so long, and he has never encountered any main gods or gods who are actually hostile to the King of Men. If you really want to mention the name of the King of People, those who know it should be more in awe. I understand everything, thank you Goddess of Life, for letting me know. Qi Lu nodded slightly to express his gratitude to the Goddess of Life. This unknown mystery, perhaps like the ancient catastrophe, is a dust-covered history. Now that it is mentioned, Qi Lu should know so many things, he should really be thankful. This is really a king who is completely different from what he imagined. You're welcome, Manager Qi, thanks to you, I can tell you about this. The Human King is a very idealized main god, and I also think that his affairs should not be buried just like that. The Goddess of Life shook her head and said with emotion. Even if the Goddess of Life was the main god in ancient times, it has gone through such a long time. But like a human king, a main god with such a great character and lofty ideals is rare in the world. Goddess of Life, since I've finished asking the questions I want to ask, then I won't bother you anymore. There are still things waiting for me to deal with in the shop. Qi Lu didn't answer the goddess of life's words, but got up to leave. This time, when he came to the divine kingdom of life and met the goddess of life, Qi Li's purpose was only to inquire about the human king. The information obtained now not only exceeded Qi Li's expectations, but even surprised him a little. Of course, it was also a surprise. What was unexpected was naturally what the King of Man did. It was a path that had never been thought of before. However, according to human king's personality, such an unprepared and generous sacrifice is definitely not something he can do. Since he can be evaluated by the goddess of life as an idealized main god, he will definitely not act hastily. In this way, what Qi Lu needs to find is instead arranged by the second hand left behind by the King of Kings. To be honest, this is really a headache. But Qi Lu felt that he should do it. Just take it for the admiration in your heart. Regarding Qi Li's bid to leave, the goddess of life, naturally, did not stay behind. It might be better to say that it seems strange to speak out to stay. Human king, what do you want to do? I really can't figure it out more and more. I can't figure out what exactly you left behind and where they were placed. With such thoughts in mind, Qi Lu left the palace of the goddess of life and returned to the shop. The noise and calm of the past, as always. But at this moment, Qi Lu suddenly realized that the peace in the vault of Heaven God realm seemed so hard-won. The entire vault of Heaven God realm as a whole, between the extreme Heaven realm and the extreme God realm, there is a state of ebb and flow, where you are weak and I am strong. Logically speaking, the battle of the demon gods invading the realm of the gods would not end so easily. The continuous flames of war should have been unable to be extinguished for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. However, the King of People managed to do it successfully, completely ending the war. The ancient catastrophe, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qi Lu suddenly had such an idea. In fact, according to the goddess of life, the human king chose to sacrifice himself in order to seal off the divine mountain in the central territory. Then it shows one thing: in the period when the king of humans was there, the catastrophe of the demon god's invasion did not end. At least it's not completely over. Shinjiu is still in dire straits. So I sorted out the timeline again, and the conclusion I got should be a little different from what I thought before. For example, after the great calamity of the ancient times, the demon gods in the Tianji domain were only temporarily repelled, and then hibernated. And it was at this time that the human king came to the realm of God. Then, in this weakened state after the war, he grew up. After starting the battle of ideas, I met the goddess of life and learned about the Tianji domain. In the end, he chose to use this last resort method to completely end the flames of war that were about to ignite. Then during this process, Qi Lu didn't know if the King of People had other plans. But I have to say that the current peace in the vault of Heaven God realm was bought with blood. If possible, Qi Lu would rather maintain such peace. At least peace is precious and worth maintaining. However, the facts show that this idea is impossible to realize. Just like the god of the nether and the master of puppets before, even if Qi Lu wanted to maintain the status quo, there would always be troublemakers. That being the case, then Qi Lu would not make extravagant demands in this regard. What should be changed is always to be changed. System, do you think there is something wrong with my thinking? Qi Lu leaned back on the chair, and suddenly asked a question in his mind. System, host, don't you think asking this system such a question is itself a very problematic thing? This, you seem to be right. Qi Lu froze for a moment, then nodded silently. Indeed, the system doesn't care what will happen to the vault of Heaven God realm. There are only two things that matter to the system. One is to collect money. The other is to ensure the safety of the host. As for other things, just follow the fate, there is nothing to force. That's why Qi Lu, the host, is so free. After all, there is such a system that doesn't care about things. In fact, When I think about it sometimes, Qi feels that he is indeed very lucky. He is obviously a lazy person, but he can get to this point. Standing on top of countless creatures, overlooking thousands of planes. Okay, let me answer this question myself. If I remember correctly, the cooling time of the fairy and demon battlefield should have passed. Let me go in and have a look. Qi shook his head, throwing the wild thoughts out of his mind. Speaking of the fairy and demon battlefield, Qi still feels that this is the most valuable purchase channel. But now, the immortal demon battlefield should no longer be regarded as a purchase channel. It has completely become Qi private treasure house. But what does it matter, anyway? Qi does not lack such faith stones. Of course, good things should be kept for themselves. Just like the soul-refining magic orb that I got before, it played a huge role. System, the passage to the fairy demon battlefield has been opened. The host, please, go ahead. As Qi's cultivation level became higher and higher, the death energy in the battlefield of immortals and demons could pose less and less threat to Qi. So the attitude of the system is becoming more and more casual. Anyway, apart from the fact that you can only pick one fairy or magic weapon at a time, there are basically no other things to pay attention to. Coming to this familiar place again, Qi was still deeply moved by the everlasting sense of desolation. Maybe the ancient catastrophe was also so tragic. But let's talk about emotion later. Having been to the fairy and demon battlefield so many times, Qi is quite familiar with it. You don't even need to look at these things at the door, they are basically broken fairy and magic weapons. If you want to find a complete fairy weapon and magic weapon, you have a chance to go inside. Last time, I was lucky. I found the soul-refining magic bead in the battlefield of immortals and demons. I don't know if I have the same luck as before this time. What kind of treasure can I find? Qi walked and watched, and after a while, he suddenly froze. Wait, in the battlefield of immortals and demons, there are so many fallen immortals, and the corpses left by them should be good materials. To talk about this matter, it was Qi who suddenly thought of the puppet clone in the store, so he came up with this idea. In the Vault of Heaven God realm, it is not easy to collect the corpses of the main gods. But in the battlefield of immortals and demons, aren't the corpses of Thesi immortals everywhere? Moreover, being eroded by such a strong death energy, they can remain immortal for such a long time, which is enough to prove the strength of these corpses, and they are definitely top-notch materials. Unexpectedly, on a whim, when he ran to the battlefield of immortals and demons, he would make such an unexpected discovery. Or maybe it was a windfall. System, are you listening? What do you think of my thoughts? Qi suddenly shouted in his mind. System, host, this system doesn't think your thoughts are very good. Facing the system's merciless words, Qi remained silent. After coming over for a while, Qi finally said, System, I need an explanation. The corpses piled up like a mountain in front of you, which can't be seen at a glance, are obviously the best material. Why not? To be honest, it's useless to pile up the corpses of these immortals and demons here, so it's better to make some contributions at the end. System, it's very simple, host, these corpses are full of death energy. If they leave the battlefield of immortals and demons, they will definitely collapse due to the dissipation of death energy, so there is no way to use them. I see. The simple and easy-to-understand explanation immediately made Qi's mood down. I finally came up with a good solution, but who knows, it still doesn't work, it's somewhat uncomfortable. But the low mood is only for a while. Qi didn't come to the fairy and demon battlefield in the first place for the corpses of these immortals and demons, so if he can't do it, he can't. It is more reliable to continue to look for immortal artifacts and magic artifacts with complete appearance. After walking all the way and looking for it for a long time, Qi finally saw a chessboard that seemed to be fairly complete in the hands of an old man who looked like a fairy. Except for the chess pieces on it, everything was fine. At least there are only a few shallow cracks on the chessboard, and there are no other redundant damages. That's all, system, send me out. Qi Lu carefully took off the chessboard, and then said in his mind. By the way, I also looked at the chessboard in my hand. Only then did I suddenly realize that this does not seem to be a Go board, Buta chessboard. Especially, the 4 big characters written in the middle of the chessboard surprised Qi Lu even more. Xuanhuan. Demon world. Feelings, is this still a god who studies chess intensively? This thought was circling in Qi Li's mind, even after returning to the store, it didn't go away. It wasn't until the system checked the chessboard and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it that Qi Li saw the detailed information in the backstage of the store manager. Heaven and Earth chessboard, chess pieces have been lost, cover the world, divided into a chessboard, and place the pieces to determine life and death. A few simple explanations. Neither the grade of this chessboard nor the function of this chessboard is indicated. The only thing that made Qi Li feel a throbbing pain in his heart was the specially marked large characters. Pieces lost? What is this stuff? What happened to the missing piece? So, is the chessboard brought back this time a defective product? It was the first time Qi Li saw such a situation, and his mind was full of thoughts. System, can you explain to me what's going on now? System, host, the main combat power of the Heaven and Earth chessboard is all concentrated on the chess pieces, but now all the chess pieces have been lost, so this system has no way of judging the quality of the Heaven and Earth chessboard. Is there such a thing? After Qi Li got a clear answer, he had to admit one thing. That is, I really fell this time. After touching so many treasures in the battlefield of immortals and demons, he still fell on a chessboard after all. The source of the combat power of the Heaven and Earth chessboard is all on those missing pieces. The function of the chessboard is to turn the space, where the chess pieces are located, into a locked space. With such an explanation, Qi Lu understood that the grade of the Heaven and Earth chessboard depends entirely on the combat effectiveness of those chess pieces. No wonder the system didn't give a rating this time. Because if there is only one chessboard for the Heaven and Earth chessboard, it's not as convenient as Qi Lu can do it himself. At least the laws of space that Qi Lu has mastered are no less powerful than this chessboard. Why is this? Regarding this, Qi Lu could only look up at the sky, speechless. Obviously, after searching around, it looked like the best fairy artifact, but it turned out to be a defective one. And what is missing is the most important piece. I have to sigh, sometimes, there is really only a thin line between good luck and bad luck. Forget it, I'm unlucky this time. Just this time, I haven't entered the battlefield of immortals and demons. Qi Lu could only comfort himself like this, or else he would only become more and more depressed. And when Qi Lu was depressed, at a certain reception point in the vault of Heaven God realm, a little Lala with horns on her head and a tail behind her was ushered in. On the shoulder of this little loli, there is also a small ice blue giant dragon. Well, dragons are talking about race, not size. Shao Lian, is this the vault of Heaven God realm that Big Brother mentioned? This little loli is of course Lan Zier, who was sent to another lower plane by Qi Lu. After walking the road to heaven, it should be this place. Xing Lian also from. Lan Zier flew up on her shoulders, looking around curiously. After talking with Qi Lu before, Lan Zier was still very curious about the existence of the vault of Heaven God realm, and always wanted to come up and take a look. Now it's finally here. It's just that the vault of Heaven God realm seems to be different from what imagined. It's so empty. Is there neither forest nor city-state here? Lan Zier looked around, looked at the boundless land, spreading to the endless distance, and said with a pout. I don't know where the Big Brother is. Now I can't find someone to ask the way. This is true. When Qi Lu gave Lan Zier and the others the coordinates of the plane, he didn't tell them how to find him in the vault of Heaven God realm. Because Qila never thought that Lan Zier and the others could come to the Sky God realm so soon. However, before Lan Zier complained a few more words, the special product belonging to the Sky God realm appeared. Hey, it's a little girl who came up this time, whose turn is it? The usher is definitely something that cannot be eradicated. This has nothing to do with the fact that the vault of Heaven God realm is not peaceful. As long as the gods at the bottom still exist, the ushers will not disappear. Everyone has come here like this, and there will be no exceptions when they meet anyone. Even Qi Lu was blocked by these guides. According to the order, it should be me. While speaking, a tall orc came out and stood in front of Lan Zier, like a hill. This little girl still has horns on her head. Could it be that she is a descendant of the dragon clan? It's not like, it should be a hybrid of dragon and human race. And the little guy next to her, it's the first time I've seen such a small dragon. Is it a pet? Is this considered buy one get one free, or is it the law of summoning that this little girl has mastered? The guides following behind looked at the horns on Lan Zier's head and started guessing. The dragon race is not a rare race in the Vault of Heaven God realm. The most famous one is the dragon god of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. Generally speaking, those who are pure dragons, these ushers, will rarely offend. After all, with the face of the dragon god, if the dragon clan who came up is related to the dragon god, wouldn't that be courting death? But the mixed blood of the dragon race and other races is different. The bloodline of the mixed race is far from that of a pure dragon, so it doesn't matter if they are offended. And Xing Lian, who flew beside Lan Zier, made the guides think that she might be this little girl's pet. Because Xing Lian's body is too small, he doesn't look like a member of the dragon clan at all. Hey, who are you? Lan Zier watched the tall orc approaching, and asked curiously. Lan Zier, who has never experienced the dangers of the world, can't guess what this orc wants to do. We, you can call them ushers, are here to welcome newcomers who have come to Vault of Heaven God realm. The orc grinned and said with a fake smile on his face. It's a pity that Lan Zier couldn't tell that it was a fake smile, but she was a little happy. Really, can I ask the way? Of course. Listening to this innocent question, the orc's smile deepened. It would be great if every newcomer to the Vault of Heaven God realm was so innocent. That's great, thank you so much. Shao Lian, it seems that there are a lot of good people in the Vault of Heaven God realm, but I ran into them as soon as I came up. Lan Zier first thanked her with a smile, then turned her head and said, "Talk Xing Lian." As for Xing Lian's experience in life, it can only be said that it is not as good as Lan Zier. For Lan Zier's words, she also nodded in agreement. Don't rush to thank me, little girl, if you want to ask me for directions, there will be a fee. The orc, with a smirk, interrupted Lan Zier's words and took a step forward. The closer the distance, the better for the orcs. Because most of the types of laws mastered by the orcs are low-level laws that focus on melee combat. So the method of pretending to talk to shorten the distance is a common method for this tall orc. It's just that many newly promoted gods in the past were very vigilant about the distance between the two. There are not many guys as innocent as this little girl in front of me. Charge? How much do you charge? Lan Zier tilted her head and asked, without noticing it. Although it is a little strange to ask for a toll for the way, it is not incomprehensible. Perhaps this is the habit of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Not much, just hand over all your believers. Seeing that they had reached a suitable distance, the orcs no longer hid their purpose, but showed their ferocious face instead. With a roar, the orc directly punched Lan Zier. Orcs still prefer talking with their fists to pointless haggling. You, what do you want to do? Although Lan Zier is not deeply involved in the world, she can still distinguish between friends and foes. Now that the orcs have blatantly started to attack, Lan Zier will naturally not show mercy. What to do? Of course, take away your followers. The orc said with a grim face. Bah! That was given to Zier by Big Brother, how could it be given to you? Lan Zier frowned her pretty eyebrows and snorted coquettishly. Xing Lian also flapped her wings and said with wide eyes, you still want to sneak attack us? Frost storm. Xing Lian, who has swallowed frozen fruits, naturally masters the law of ice. As one of the standard elemental laws, the power of the law of ice can only be said to be neither strong nor weak, quite satisfactory. It's just an ice element, do you dare to challenge me? Seeing the snow and ice floating in front of him, the orc couldn't help showing a disdainful smile. Mastering the same low-level laws, this tall orc is not afraid of the laws of ice. However, Lan Zier, who was standing aside, was different. With a wave of his hand, the dragon scales condensed. Law of force, shield counter. Before the words fell, the orc's attack had already hit Lan Zier's condensed dragon scale shield. Boom! There was a loud noise. But Lan Zier didn't take a step back. On the contrary, it was the attacking orc, who was directly sent flying by the dragon scale shield. Boom! Then without any surprise, it hit the ground hard. A puff of smoke was stirred up, and the orc got up from the ground with an expression of disbelief. Immediately afterwards, he shouted in horror, This is the power of the law of force, unexpectedly, it is the law of force. As one of the high-level laws, the law of strength mastered by the dragon god is known to almost everyone in the Vault of Heaven God realm. Now actually, it suddenly appeared on a little girl. And this little girl happens to be a hybrid of the dragon race and the human race. Could it be that? Although it's just a guess. But even if there is only a slight possibility, it is enough to make the orc attacked Lan Zier feel cold all over. If it is said that this little girl is really related to the dragon god, then what he is doing now, even if he dies 10 times is enough. No, it won't, it can't be true. Just thinking about it this way, the orc was almost too weak to stand up. The guide who was still guarding the side before even retreated to the distance in a panic, not daring to continue to surround Lan Zier. And the expression on his face almost made it clear that he had nothing to do with this orc. Just kidding, just these guys, to offend Dragon God? I'm afraid it's not enough for Dragon God to pinch with one finger. Yes, I'm sorry, I deserve to die, you ball, please forgive me. The orc scrambled to Lan Zier's face, crying bitterly and begging for mercy. As for escape? If he really offended the dragon god, where would the entire Vault of Heaven God realm be able to hide? It's better to roll over and beg for mercy, and get a little life. What the hell are you doing? What's going on now? Lan Zier looked at the orc with a puzzled face, her face was terrified, as if she was about to die. However, the orc didn't dare to answer Lan Zier's words, and just begged for mercy blindly. To put it bluntly, this is really a matter of life and death. I'm just asking for directions, what exactly do you want to do? After a while, Lan Zier, who was still annoyed by the crying sound, frowned and said impatiently. This time, the begging orc finally responded, but said cautiously, I don't know what you want to ask, where is it? Or, are you looking for someone? Could it be that what you are looking for is the dragon god? From the point of view of this orc, the little girl in front of her, who was a mixed race of dragon and human, and brought a pet of a pure dragon, was probably the only one she could find in the Vault of Heaven God realm, the dragon god. Besides, the Holy Dragon Kingdom is so famous, so it is easy to find it. If you really ask some unknown guy, it's really hard to find. After all, the Vault of Heaven God realm is vast and boundless, and there are too many unknown gods, and no one can guarantee that he knows them all. Otherwise, why do those gods always want to start their own fame? At least when someone finds him, he can call out his name. Dragon God, who is that? Shao Lian, do you know him? When Lan Zier was questioned by the orc, she immediately looked at Xing Lian suspiciously. Why did a dragon god appear out of nowhere? Is this guy famous in the Vault of Heaven God realm? I don't know it either, I haven't heard of this name. Maybe it's an ancestor of the dragon clan. Xing Lian shook his head, then thought about it, and added another sentence. Unlike Lan Zier, who is a mixed race, although Xing Lian only has a soul body left, she is indeed a pure dragon. So when it comes to dragon god, it's normal to have this kind of thinking. Because it is not uncommon for the ancestors of the dragon clan to come to the sky god realm. It's just that Xing Lian has never heard of the name dragon god, so he can only guess like this. However, these two lines of dialogue sounded different to the orc's ears. I don't know dragon god, so who are you looking for? These two little guys are probably two stronger rookies. The reason to ask for directions is just to avoid trouble, so I made up the reason on purpose. No wonder the orcs thought so. There are so many newly promoted gods who have come to the Vault of Heaven God realm. What kind of ushers have you never seen before? It's normal to meet a few powerful newcomers, and it's not uncommon to encounter things that lie to avoid trouble. Thinking of this, the orc immediately ignited a cluster of anger, and it became more and more intense. You don't even know the dragon god, and you still want to use the identity of the dragon clan to deceive you? The rookies nowadays really lack lessons. Of course, the orcs would definitely not say these words outright. The guide has been working for a long time, and he must be more cautious in character. If he really kicks the iron board, it will be fatal. The gods at the bottom are so difficult to do. Even in front of the apostles and the natives of the Vault of Heaven God realm, he could show his majesty as a god. But when facing other gods, one has to be cautious. It's just that the voice of the orc begging for mercy still stopped, and He stood up from the ground. His tone became less respectful and cautious, instead there was a hidden anger in it. If you're not looking for the dragon god, then what path do you want to ask? Not even the honorific title. But Lan Zier didn't care about these small details, because she could finally ask for directions. On the other hand, Xing Lian, who was flying beside Lan Zier, stared at the orc unhappily. Even if it is to bully the weak and fear the strong, this change in attitude is too obvious. However, the orc, who felt that he had figured it out, directly pretended not to see this look. It's just two newly promoted gods who are a little more powerful. What do I have to be afraid of? Actually, I don't know where the big brother is, but the big brother has come to the sky god realm, so he should still be opening a shop. Lan Zier scratched her head, and suddenly said in embarrassment. Because Lan Zier, who was only thinking about asking for directions, really ignored this matter. That is, I don't even know where Big Brother Chi Lu opened a shop. Even if I ask for directions, I don't seem to know the name of the place. And this vague tone immediately made the orc in front of him more confident. A guy who can't even tell his name must have no status in the Vault of Heaven God realm. And this title, Big Brother? Could it be that the person she is looking for is also a member of the dragon clan? Or is it like this little girl, a half-breed of the dragon clan? With such thoughts in mind, the orc, who was still a little cautious at first, felt that he was really thinking too much. If these newly promoted gods really had a background in the Vault of Heaven God realm, how could it be their turn to be entertained by guides like them? Then what else do you have to be afraid of? But having said that, you can't beat it or you can't beat it. This time, even if I am unlucky, let these two little guys go. Thinking of this, the orc couldn't help but waved his hand and said, You didn't know anything and why are you asking the way? Let's go quickly. It's really unlucky to encounter such a hard stubble when it's my turn. But it's a pity that the orcs want to forget about it, but Xing Lian doesn't. Wait, you're really fine, but you haven't settled for your sneak attack onus. Staring at the orc, Xing Lian said in a cold tone. Inexplicably, he shot at himself and Zier. If Zier was not strong enough, this matter might not end so easily. So Lan Zier is cute and dumb, so she doesn't need to worry about it. But Xing Lian didn't let the orc go that easily. What? You still want to settle accounts with me? That's interesting. Who do you think you are? The orc, who felt that he had completely seen through the identities of the two little guys in front of him, immediately returned in displeasure. It's just two newcomers who are bluffing and deceiving, and they still want to settle accounts with themselves? Even if your strength is relatively strong, this place is the vault of Heaven God realm. Not a place for you to run wild. Saying so, the orc's eyes still swept over the guides around him. The guides who had the same idea as the orcs had also approached one after another at this time. After all, he was intimidated by the two newly promoted gods, and it would be embarrassing to spread the word. Now, tell me again, do you still want to settle accounts with me? Probably because the guides behind him came back, the orc regained his confidence and questioned him on the spot. Xing Lian heard the words, but he was not afraid. He snorted coldly and said, "Certainly." As the little princess of the dragon clan, Xing Lian will not lose her momentum. Although staying with Lan Zier for a long time has given Xing Lian a naive and innocent character, but the arrogance in his bones will not change. Okay, I really have the guts. The orc's eyes turned cold, but he had only spoken halfway before he heard another sentence. It was Lan Zier's voice, who had been thinking hard for a long time before suddenly uttering a word. I remembered, Xiao Lian, isn't the big brother's name called Qi Lu? Qi Lu. Wait, Qi Lu? Shop manager Qi. The sudden sound stopped the orc's voice and stopped the approaching guides. In a sense, store manager Qi's name is even louder than Dragon God. And from the perspective of combat effectiveness alone, there is no doubt that store manager Qi can also stand shoulder to shoulder with Dragon God. To put it bluntly, in the entire vault of Heaven God realm, when it comes to mine gods who cannot be offended, store manager Qi is definitely the top 3. The level of threat is comparable to that of Dragon God, or even higher than that of Dragon God. Because store manager Qi is very vengeful. Maybe it's because after store manager Qi's shop became famous, no one dared to make trouble on store manager Qi's site. That's why everyone aligns with the store manager's impression, and stays on the current easygoing to a little lazy image. But before that, all the guys who made trouble in manager Qi's store, without exception, all disappeared. This is quite a scary thing. Without any warning, without any reminder, it just disappeared without a trace. So, manager Qi's shop can become so peaceful now. In fact, it is inseparable from manager Qi's methods. So, now, the two people in front of them are looking for the store manager Qi. This is even scarier than looking for the Dragon God. Boom. The orc, who didn't dare to finish his sentence, knelt down on the spot without hesitation. Sure enough, you have the guts. If that's the case, no matter how you want to settle the score, I will be willing to do it without complaint or regret. It's my fault for daring to attack the two of you. I deserve to die, and I'd serve to be punished. And it wasn't just this orc, this time even the guides around him knelt down together. They also don't know what they did wrong. But they feel that if they don't kneel now, they may not have a chance in the future. If you offend the Dragon God, it's a big deal to just detour when you see the Holy Dragon Kingdom in the future. But if store manager Qi is offended, the vault of Heaven God realm probably won't be able to stay any longer. The scene in front of them immediately made Xing Lian and Lan Zier look at each other in dismay. What is the situation now? I just mentioned the name of my big brother, why did it become like this? There are gods of all races in this large area kneeling on the ground, which is too shocking. Xing Lian, who was still a little angry, didn't know what to say. Zier, otherwise, let them show us the way. Xing Lian thought for a while before speaking to Lan Zier. It looks like they all know where Big Brother is. That's right, we need to find the Big Brother first. Lan Zier hammered her palm, then pointed at the orc, and said, "Get up quickly and lead us the way, and I will forgive you." Yes, thank you, thank you for your willingness to forgive me, great kindness, I will never forget it. The orc said humbly with a smile on his face, but he still didn't dare to get up from the ground. Because he knew that it was not enough for this little mixed-race girl to forgive. It can be seen from the previous few conversations that the purebred small dragon also has a lot of right to speak. Let's see how you behave. Xing Lian just glanced at the orc and said something coldly. Yes, of course, the villain dare not ask for your forgiveness, as long as I can save my life. It was all said and done, and the orc had no other ideas. As for revenge? Non-existent. Just the name of store manager, Qi, can overwhelm these guides and want to take revenge? I'm afraid that ordinary main gods would not dare to take revenge on store manager Qi lightly. It would be nice if they could save their lives. Didn't you see those ancient gods, one by one, all died in the hands of store manager Qi? On this side, Qi Lu is still depressed in the shop. It's not easy for me to go to the battlefield of immortals and demons, so why did I get such a defective product? Heaven and Earth chessboard, I feel very powerful when I hear the name, but why are there no chess pieces? Sure enough, my recent good luck has been used up. Just as he was thinking wildly, a familiar breath suddenly entered Qi Lu's range of perception. Immediately, Qi Lu raised his head, and looked outside the shop in surprise. So fast? Not long after, Lan Zier and Xing Lian, who were taken to the chaotic area respectfully by a group of nodding and bowing guides, appeared outside the main shop. Looking at the surrounding law hall and mirrored space hut, they couldn't help being amazed. Is this the Big Brother's shop? It feels completely different from the previous shop. Where is that hall? That hall, called the Hall of Laws, is a place to help comprehend the laws. The orc followed behind and hurriedly introduced. Along the way, Lan Zier and Xing Lian gave full play to the curious nature of the little girl. If you come across something interesting, you should ask about it, and if you see something interesting in the kingdom of God, you should go and have a look. Opposite. In the sky god realm, many things are new and interesting to Lan Zier and Xing Lian. There are also forests here, and there are also city-states here. But there is no kingdom of ordinary people, there is only the kingdom of the Lord God. The aborigines in the sky god realm are struggling to survive, and the gods also have their own struggles. Lan Zier, who has just arrived, of course has many questions. At this time, the orcs following behind will come in handy. Although these guides are at the bottom of the list of gods, they are still top snakes in the vault of Heaven God realm and know a lot. Faced with the questions of Lan Zier and Xing Lian, they answered every question and said everything. I just hope that my good performance will save my life. Then after escaping this catastrophe, give up the job of being the guide, so as not to kick the iron plate again. Just as he was thinking about it, the orc saw the door of the main shop open, and immediately after that, store manager Qi came out from inside. It's really store manager Qi. The proven cruel truth made the orc feel a little dizzy. Zier, Shao Lian, why did you come up so quickly? Qi Lu smiled and greeted Lan Zier and Xing Lian. Then, I saw the excited Lan Zier leaping towards her. You, be careful. Qi Lu could only shake his head helplessly, then opened his arms, and hugged Lan Zier who had rushed over into his arms. Big brother, Zier misses you so much. Lan Zier lay on Qi Li's body and said happily. Xing Lian also circled around Qi Lu cheerfully, and landed on Qi Lu's shoulder. It's just because of the orc who led the way. Seeing the cheerful appearance of store manager Qi and these two, he almost fainted. I have offended these two, the better their relationship with store manager Kai's, now, the more dangerous my life will be. Now that he can still stand firmly, it shows that this orc has a strong psychological quality. Okay, Zier, let me ask you, are you and Shao Lian the only ones coming to Sky God Realm this time? Qi Lu rubbed Lan Zier's head and asked softly. The members of the Lanya team were divided into 3 teams and went to 3 lower planes. It would not be possible for Lan Zier and Xing Lian to be assigned to a team alone. So, what about the others? Yeah, Sister Fei Shui is still a little behind, so let Xiao Lian and I come over first to explore the way. Lan Zier nodded and answered Qi Li's question. Although they are assigned to the same team, there must be some strengths and weaknesses in terms of talent. Then it is only natural that Lan Zier and Xing Lian will be the first to achieve the king-level realm. After all, with the existence of the Twin Soul contract, Lan Zier and Xing Lian share the talent and potential, and with the blessing of the rank of Yulongshi, no matter how you think about it, they should be the one with the fastest progress. Well, then who are they? When asked here, Qi Li's gaze also fell on the group of guides. The first one was the orc who hadn't dared to straighten up all the time, smiling all over his face, very respectful. To be honest, Qi Li can roughly guess what's going on just by seeing this scene. The Guider is a traditional project of the Sky God realm. When Bai Yuyan and Ziyun came to Tianqiong God realm before, they met each other, so there is nothing to say. Everyone is just trying to become stronger, but the methods are a little despicable, and it's not about who is right and who is wrong, it's just that the positions are different. So how to deal with these guys still depends on what Lan Zier and Xing Lian mean. No matter what you choose, Qi Li will always support it. It doesn't matter whether you let it go or cut it, it's all the same. At a time like this, of course it's time to turn to one's own people. They? Probably a group of tour guides with a bad attitude. Xing Lian looked at these ushers, and defined them with a slight dissatisfaction on his face. But after saying this, it means that Xing Lian didn't intend to do anything to them. Regardless of the evaluation, at least he can survive. Yes, our attitude is indeed bad, it's all our fault, if there is any punishment, we are willing to accept it. Knowing that he probably survived, the orc breathed a sigh of relief, and began to admit his mistakes on the spot. Hearing the sound, Qi Li couldn't help squinting his eyes. Just that cold light made the orc feel like his blood was going cold. Forget it, since Xiao Lian and Zier didn't care about it, it's your luck. I hope you won't fall into my hands again. Now that Xing Lian has said so, Qi Li will naturally respect the wishes of the 2 little girls. This means that Xing Lian and Lan Zier are pure in character. If he met Ziyun, the orc would probably be cold by now. And another point is also because Xing Lian and Lan Zier didn't see any injuries on their bodies. Otherwise, even if Xing Lian and Lan Zier were willing to ignore this matter, Qi Li would not let these guys go. Having said that, a group of guides left the shop with gratitude. Aligning the content of the conversation between the store manager and the 2 little girls in my heart, I also paid more attention to it. It seems that there will be other people coming to Tianqiong God Realm to look for store manager Qi in the future, so don't run into them again without being blind. If something happened, it would be fatal. You guys, you didn't know to notify me in advance when you came to the Vault of Heaven God Realm. As soon as he returned to the store, Qi Li couldn't help but tapped Lan Zier's forehead, and said angrily, in case something happens, tell me, what should I do? Hee, I know that Big Brother cares about us the most. Not next time. Lan Zier hid in Qi Li's arms, and said with a smile on her face. Xing Lian also lay on Qi Li's shoulder, flicking her tail lazily. This wonderful scene made the customers in the store stunned. They never expected that store manager Qi had such a side. Who is that little girl? She has such a good relationship with store manager Qi. Yeah, and that, dragon? It should be a dragon. Being able to lie on manager Qi's shoulders, the relationship must not be bad. It must be. When I was outside the store, I saw a group of guides sending them over. It seems that they should have just arrived in the Sky God realm from the lower realm. So that's the case, this news must be spread quickly. That's right, lest some short-sighted guys offend these 2 little ancestors, that would be terrible. Some astute customers released the news immediately. The new little ancestors in the store, Lan Zier and Xing Lian. But don't get offended by accident. It doesn't matter whether someone is strong or not, the key is that there is manager Qi behind him. Perhaps even Lan Zier and Xing Lian didn't expect that they had just arrived in the vault of Heaven God realm, so they would have such a great reputation. Yuyan, come here and introduce you to two little helpers. Qi Lu ignored these customers. Instead, they brought Lan Zier and Xing Lian to the virtual dual platform area next door. Bu Yuyan is a stranger to these two little girls, so she needs to introduce them first. But the three are all little girls, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get along with them. Qi Lu, hey, these two are. Bu Yuyan came over and looked at the two little girls curiously. This is Lan Zier, you can call her Zier, her father is from the dragon family, and her mother is from the elf family. Qi Lu touched Lan Zier's head, introduced to Bai Yuyan, and pointed to her horns when talking about the little girl's parents. Although mixed races are very common in the Vault of Heaven God realm, there are not many mixed races of powerful races. Because mixed blood will cause dilution of blood vessels. So those powerful races generally don't do this kind of thing. This also caused Lan Zier's mixed blood method, which is quite rare even in the Vault of Heaven God realm. What a cute little girl, Zier, hello, my name is Bu Yuyan, you can call me Yuyan, or Sister Yuyan. Bu Yuyan immediately squatted down and greeted Lan Zier. Even the little loli with horns doesn't affect the cuteness at all. Sister Yuyan, hello. Lan Zier said hello obediently. There is also this one, Xing Lian, a purebred dragon girl, you can call her Shao Lian. Qi Lu pointed to Xing Lian, who had been lying on his shoulder, and introduced it aloud. Shao Lian, hello. Sister Yuyan, hello. Xing Lian immediately flew up from Qi Li's shoulder, and just like Lan Zier, she said hello obediently. This is a meeting out of etiquette, as a little princess, Xing Lian can't make mistakes. After a brief introduction, the three little girls officially met. After introducing each other, Qi Lu gave way to Bu Yuyan to take the two little girls around the store to familiarize themselves with the environment of the store. Because if there is no accident, Lan Zier and Xing Lian probably won't leave the shop in a short time. Besides, there's no need to leave, it's fine to stay in the shop and help. Qi Li's store is currently short of staff. Even if Lan Zier and Xing Lian can't help, it's good to be a mascot. As for those who practice or not, the necessity is actually not high, at least the necessity of going out to practice is really not high. Is there anything left in the store? To talk about the law of comprehension, there is the Palace of Laws. If you want to hone your fighting skills, there is also a mirrored space cabin. Even if you are looking for your own command ability, there is also a virtual dual platform that you can use. So, if you really want to improve your overall strength, staying in the store is much faster than going out to practice. Besides, Bu Yuyan has been in the store for a long time, and asking her to lead the way and introduce her will also help to strengthen the relationship. Then, the three little girls began to move around in various stores. And the speculation about the identities of Lan Zier and Xing Lian gradually increased. The main reason is that after Lan Zier came to the store, her relationship with store manager Qi was too intimate. Such a situation has never happened before. Even when Bai Yuyan and Ziyun came to the store, they only acted relatively close to manager Qi. Except for Bu Yuyan and Ziyun who came before, there is basically no one who can be as close as them to the store manager Qi, let alone rushing directly to the store like Lan Zier now. It's long. In addition, these two new little ancestors are called by the manager of the store Big Brother. Could it be that these two are the younger sisters of store manager Qi? It doesn't feel like either. Manager Qi is a genuine human race, but these two have the blood of the dragon race. No matter how you say it, it wouldn't be blood related to store manager Qi, otherwise it would be too weird. At most, that is the little loli of the mixed race. Maybe she has something to do with store manager Chi. It's no wonder those customers think so. Because the blood of the dragon clan is too prominent, when customers in the store look at Lan Zier, they can only see that they have the blood of the dragon clan. As for the other half of the mixed blood, there is really no way to tell at a glance. After all, what Lan Zier showed was only the characteristics of the dragon clan. That's why it was guessed whether the other half of the blood was from the human race. In this way, the relationship with store manager Chi is easier to explain. Half-sister? Otherwise, she might as well be the foster sister. In short, there are a lot of guesses, but unfortunately no one dares to go to store manager Chi to verify. Anyway, just avoid these two, and even if you want to make contact, don't offend them and let it be over. It's just a small problem. You know, the atmosphere in the store is quite peaceful. So, do these two also live in the shop? Miss Stepp is leading the two of you to visit the shop. I guess she is really going to live here. No way, the relationship between the two little ancestors and store manager Chi is so good, we can't afford to mess with it, so we should stay away. By the way, have you heard what they are called? It seems that the mixed race is called Lan Zier, and the one from the dragon race is called Xing Lian. Dragon clan, a hybrid of the dragon clan? It's better for you not to worry about such small problems. Have you been assigned? Has the account level been raised? Yeah, I'll almost forget if you don't mention it. Hurry up, don't delay. Okay, just spread the news, hurry up and enter the room, the duel is about to begin. With the first batch of customers, after the wave of curiosity passed, the atmosphere in the store once again returned to the way it used to be. Here, it was a rare and peaceful Pure Land in the vault of Heaven God realm. Disputes and battles do not exist here. Of course, those in the virtual duel platform don't count. So this is the virtual duel platform. And Lan Zier, who was wandering around the shop with Bu Yuyan, suddenly slammed her palm when she saw the wonderful duel broadcast on the virtual duel platform, and said something loudly with an expression as if she had just woken up from a dream. Bu Yuyan turned to look at Lan Zier with a dazed face, not understanding why she showed such an expression. That's what Xing Lian knew, so the miracle that Big Brother mentioned was referring to this. If you remember the hidden mode of the campaign strategy mode, you should be able to remember it. What does the so-called miracle refer to? It is Chi Li's branch store in the lower plane, the virtual duel platform area. And one of the modes that is especially open to Lan Zier and the others is this hidden mode. However, in fact, the so-called hidden mode in the campaign strategy mode on the virtual duel platform is open to all branches that have been built in the lower planes. However, in the battle strategy mode, the leader of the neutral camp does not appear in every duel. Except for Lan Zier, Chi Li's old. In addition to being able to directly activate consciousness, creatures off of their races must show sufficient talent if they want to activate this mode. You'll also get a special reminder when stealth mode can be activated. This is also the reason why Lan Zier looks so awakened from a dream. The miracle of emotion is still passed down from the vault of Heaven God realm, no wonder it is called a miracle. If you think about it carefully, it's really not that simple. Fortunately, Bu Yuyan guessed something, and didn't ask any more questions on this question. Lan Zier didn't continue talking, but just sighed with emotion, and then there was no more. Xing Lian was left lying on top of Lan Zier's head, wagging his tail silently. The three little girls continued to walk forward tacitly. Chi Lu on the other side slapped his forehead in surprise, and said, "Why did I forget to tell Zier not to tell about those miracles?" But fortunately they didn't continue talking. I have to talk to Zier later gone. For now, it's better not to mention the branches on the lower planes. It's not a matter of bad influence, the main reason is that it's not necessary. To prevent those boring players from getting to the bottom of it, it will be troublesome at that time. But Lan Zier's interest is obviously not here. After all, where does a little Lolita have commanding skills? On the contrary, the law hall next door is more attractive to Lan Zier. After turning around, Bu Yuyan returned to the main shop with the bouncing Lan Zier. Lan Zier, with Xinglian on her head, quickly climbed onto the counter, sat in front of Qi Lu, dangling her short legs, and asked curiously, "Big brother, is there no meat to eat here?" Qi Lu never expected that this would be the first question that Lan Zier would ask after returning from a tour of the store. However, Qi Lu just didn't expect it, but he wasn't surprised. Lan Zier is a standard carnivore, and Yufei, a snack foodie, is also a good girlfriend who shares the same goals. This is also due to the opening of the world server of the New World model, which brought these two together. Only then can we start to study the profound meaning of food. But in the Vault of Heaven God realm, things like food are unnecessary for gods. That's why I hurried around the store and found that Lan Zier didn't have any delicious food, so I came to ask Qi Lu. When I was in Donghuang, there were a lot of delicacies in the snack vending machines in the store. Here, Zier, you. Wait, let me help you contact another foodie. Qi Lu stared at Lan Zier for a long time before logging into the virtual duel platform helplessly. Then I found Taliana's account and sent a message. When it comes to eating, in the Vault of God realm, Taliana must not Baynard. Although the law of devouring can't taste much, it doesn't hinder Taliana's character that likes to eat. You know, when she was fighting the god of war puppet before, all Taliana thought about was, can this thing be eaten? So, there must be no problem calling Taliana to deal with Lan Zier. It's really rare that store manager Qi would take the initiative to contact him. Fortunately, Taliana was online and responded to the message immediately. No, I was also forced to do so. Qi Lu replied silently. Then he glanced at Lan Zier, and said to Bu Yuyan, "Yuyan, help Zier bring a virtual dual crystal here. In the future, let the two foodies, one big and one small, contact each other by themselves." Speaking of which, Qi Lu hasn't eaten for a long time since he came to the Vault of Heaven God realm. I really don't know if I lost my sense of taste when reshaping the body of law or what happened. Anyway, Qi Lu really doesn't have much thought about food now. Otherwise, Qi Lu would also bring up the snack vending machine in the name of selfishness. With the ability of the system, it is not a problem at all to create another one, but it is just a waste of time. Okay. Bu Yuyan responded. Taliana on the other end also texted back. There are still people who can force store manager Qi to do things. Tell me quickly and let me look up. It can be seen from the lines that it is full of schadenfreude. After all, store manager Qi's ability is well known. Ever since he emerged in the Vault of Heaven God realm, he has always been in a state of invincibility. Compared with the Dragon God, it is not much better. It is definitely very rare to meet someone who makes store manager Qi feel embarrassed now. Don't be joking, come over here and take a look, and bring some meat by the way. The divine beast you bred should be mature. Qi Lu replied blankly. The current soul-devouring god kingdom is a professional animal breeder, and it is rich in edible animal beasts. Although Qi Lu didn't know what kind of divine beast could be classified as edible divine beast. But this does not prevent devouring god kingdom from going further and further in the emerging industry of animal breeding. There are even quite a few divine kingdoms that specially send personnel engaged in this industry to go to the devouring divine kingdom to learn advanced breeding experience. For this reason, it also gave a lot of benefits to the soul-devouring kingdom. To be honest, seeing this scene, Qi Lu felt his head hurt. Are you gods finally going to develop from the farming age to the industrial age? But the problem is, you are not ordinary people. Why did you choose such a path? However, no one can help Qi Li's troubles, and the development of the situation will always move in a strange direction. After watching a lot, Qi Li will get used to it, so let's just let nature take its course. It's edible, Manager Qi, why did you suddenly think of this? Taliana was quite surprised. Store manager Chi hadn't thought about the issue of diet before. You'll know when you come here. Chi Lu rubbed his eyebrows. Okay, I'll come right over. After the curious Taliana answered this sentence, she went offline from the virtual duel platform. At the speed of the Lord God, he rushed over from the kingdom of the devouring god in a short time. The customers in the store have long been familiar with Taliana's arrival. This God-Eater King and Lady Mian basically has to run here every now and then, just pretend that you haven't seen it. Store manager Chi. Hey, is this little girl the Lanzier mentioned on the public screen in the world? And Xing Lian, the little girl of the Dragon Clan. As soon as Taliana entered the store, her eyes fixed on Lanzier sitting on the counter and Xing Lian above her head. This is also thanks to the customers in the store and the speed of news spread in the virtual duel platform. It saved Chi Lu the trouble of introducing it again. That's right. Zier, Shao Lian, this one is the Queen of Devouring God who is in charge of the Kingdom of Devouring God. Taliana, you call her aunt. Chi Lu nodded, then looked at Lanzier and Xing Lian, pointed at Taliana and introduced them. Stop, what's your name, auntie, sister? When Taliana heard Chi Lu say the word auntie, her eyebrows were cold on the spot. Sure enough, regardless of race, age is a taboo for women. This. Bu Yuyan, who was standing aside, was a little confused. What's going on? If Zier and Shao Lian call Taliana also sister, then what are you? In all fairness, Bu Yuyan doesn't think she is qualified to stand on the same level as Taliana now. Okay, let's talk about each other, don't think so much. Chi Lu glanced at Bai Yuyan, and said something intentionally or unintentionally. Then he looked at Lanzier and Xing Lian, and said, you can also call me sister. Anyway, these two little girls called themselves elder brothers. As far as strength is concerned, Chi Lu thinks he can stand in the same generation as Taliana. The premise is that Taliana doesn't talk about you Xuanhuan. Sister Taliana, hello. Lanzier and Xing Lian greeted Taliana with one voice after hearing the words. Good boy, tell me, what can you do with your sister? Taliana said quite usefully. Just now, I heard from store manager Chi that there is actually someone in the store that he feels helpless. Now come and take a look, it is these two little girls who we're talking about. Well, Zier asked the elder brother why there is no meat here, and the elder brother called the elder sister over. Lanzier scratched her head, and told the whole story honestly. Then it was Taliana's turn to wonder. That's it? That's it. Chi Lu nodded in affirmation. TSK. Taliana looked at Chi Lu with a strange expression, and said in her heart, you have so many beast eggs in your shop, why are you looking for me for this? Don't look at me like that, you are professionals in this kind of thing. Chi Lu obviously guessed what Taliana's gaze represented, and couldn't help turning his head away. On the other hand, they all have a very good relationship with your daughter. Hey, what else is there? Taliana was taken aback, always feeling that something was wrong. Chi Lu said teasingly, that's true, that's why I said, calling you auntie is the right thing to do. To shut up. Taliana bared her teeth at Chi Lu, then went to pull Lanzier up. Zier, let's go, my sister will take you to eat meat. Really? Lanzier's eyes lit up when she said this, but she quickly turned her head to look at Chi Lu, big brother. Go, this sister will take care of you, don't worry. Chi Li's accent on the word sister was heavy, and Taliana's face was almost black with anger. But in terms of diet, Taliana did have more research than Chi Lu. After all, the snack vending machine was created by the system, not by Chi Lu. The system is the behind-the-scenes boss in charge of food, Chi Lu is not. Oh, Zier got it, big brother goodbye. After getting the answer, Lanzier followed Taliana with confidence. It was the first time in my life that I went to eat meat happily, and I still ate the meat of the beast. It was only after this that Qi Le figured out what the so-called edible beasts were referring to. In fact, it refers to those divine beasts whose blood concentration is too low. Because the upper limit of the strength of the divine beast hatched from the divine beast egg depends on the concentration of blood. When the blood concentration is too low, the cultivation value of this divine beast will be infinitely weakened. Therefore, it is a helpless destination to be used to breed edible beasts. Fortunately, the meat quality of the beast seems to have nothing to do with the blood concentration. This is also the answer Taliana got after many experiments. Then there is the benefit of eating the beast. There is one thing to say, even if the beast eggs are mass-produced commodities by the system, they are genuine beasts at a fair price. Apart from not having the intelligence it should have, there is not much difference from normal beasts in other respects. If you really want to compare, it is probably the difference between natural meat and artificial meat. Therefore, these raised beasts are also the highest grade ingredients. After eating, you can temper your body, hone your soul, and even strengthen your understanding of the law. In short, there are many benefits, and it is also of great help to cultivation. It's not just because it tastes good. This is also the biggest reason why the animal breeding industry is so prosperous. If it was just to satisfy the appetite, it would not have become so prosperous in such a short period of time. After all, in the vault of heaven God realm, those gods and main gods don't need food and drink. That is to say, the apostles below and the aborigines of the vault of heaven God realm have not yet been able to break away from the shackles of diet. Therefore, under these various reasons, it contributed to the rise of the animal breeding industry, and its rapid prosperity afterwards, and began to develop towards more kingdoms of God. However, the largest divine beast breeding kingdom is still the kingdom of devouring gods. One of the main reasons is that when the divine beast eggs were snapped up, the soul-devouring kingdom did seize the opportunity. Afterwards, when store manager Qi's shop is completely on fire, it would be much more difficult for other divine kingdoms to snap up the eggs of divine beasts. That's why the soul-devouring God kingdom has always occupied the first place. Whether it is experience or the supply of divine beast meat, there are too many more. So much so that in the kingdom of devouring God, the industrial chain of divine animal meat is becoming more and more perfect. All kinds of eating and drinking shops, such as beast meat restaurants, barbecue stalls, etc., have also opened up. Even though the price is expensive, there is an endless stream of customers who come to taste it. Qi Le didn't hear about this until after Lan Zier came back. I really never thought before that the kingdom of devouring God can develop the animal breeding industry so well. It also radiated to other industries and prospered together. Simply unscientific. But it's fantastic. Let Taliana help take care of Zier and Shao Lian, it should be fine. Qi Le leaned on the chair, thinking silently in his heart. Although this guy threw Yu Shuangxue to a lower plane, he is quite reliably as a human, as a cat. Lan Zier also likes to eat meat, so if she has nothing to do, let her go to the kingdom of devouring God by herself. Just this time, let Taliana take it there, so that the gods of the devouring God kingdom can get acquainted, so as not to accidentally cause accidents. It's really hard to imagine how long I've been in the vault of heaven God realm, and yet such a big change has happened. Thinking about it, Qi Le couldn't help sighing in his heart. Branches of the virtual dual platform area have been established in various divine kingdoms, and virtual dual crystals have been popularized throughout the vault of heaven God realm. The animal breeding industry has become more and more developed, and the whereabouts of the power of faith has gradually shifted to those powerful beasts. The longer the Hall of Laws is open, the more insights you will get from the laws. All of this is on the positive side. Before I knew it, I had experienced so much. System, host, this system has detected that you are about to break through Toth realm of the Lord God. Are you ready to participate in the trial? While Qi Le was feeling silently, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Breakthrough? Trial? This is really a word I haven't heard in a long time. Wait, trial? There is still a trial for me to advance to the realm of the main god. After reacting for a while, Qi Lu finally figured out the meaning of this sentence, and almost jumped up from his chair. Promotion trial has never been an unfamiliar word to Qi Lu. Instead, it was a lingering nightmare. Originally, I thought that once I came to the vault of Heaven God realm, I would never experience this kind of nightmare again. It's a pity that the cruel reality told Qi Lu that what should come will always come, and there is no way to avoid it. I'm ready. Qi Lu had a bitter face, lowered eyebrows, and happy was written on his face that was about to cry. While answering the system's question, he waved his hand and blocked his location. Then in the next second, Qi Lu appeared in that white space. In that familiar white space. Sure enough, this is where this nightmare started again. Qi Lu clutched his forehead, only feeling a headache. Okay, system, come on, if you have any moves, just use them, I will follow them. They come, the security. Qi Lu felt that since they couldn't avoid it anyway, it might as well be more open-minded. You can't die in the trial space, at worst, you will be tortured again, well, I don't know how long. Then go out again. As long as Qi Lu goes out, he will be another hero. The tester has confirmed that he is ready, and the trial is about to begin. The familiar electronic synthesized sound has already begun to let Qi Lu relive the nightmare of the past. Come on, let me see what the trial of being promoted to the realm of the Lord God really looks like. Even though he recalled the previous nightmare, Qi Lu, who was already prepared, would not back down. No matter what kind of trial you encounter, you must grit your teeth and get through it. 3, 2, 1. The trial begins. As a white light flashed in front of him, when Qi Lu could see the situation clearly, his eyes widened on the spot. Because in front of Qi Lu, a person who looks exactly like him suddenly appeared. Of course, it's hard to say whether they are human or not, but they do look exactly the same. Is it a mirror image? No way, is this trial just for me to defeat myself? Qi Lu guessed in his heart. But if you really want to do this kind of trial, will it be better in the mirror space hut? Is it different over there? It is also an excellent place to surpass yourself, and you can freely adjust the number of enemies. If you want to challenge 3 times the number of yourself, or even 5 times the number of yourself, it's okay. If you can't, you can get dozens or hundreds of them. Why do you have to come to the trial space? Just to let myself relive the nightmare of the past, to make myself sick. Thinking of this, Qi Lu's eyebrows furrowed immediately, and his face became a little weird. Is this the bad taste of the system? Whatever, bad taste is bad taste, as long as it allows me to pass the trial smoothly. But Qi Lu didn't care about these things, he just took it as the system's conscience discovered and let him get a simple trial. Qi Lu was no stranger to fighting with himself. Not to mention before, I also honed in the mirror space for a long time, and I have a lot of experience in this kind of thing. However, when Qi Lu was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong. My strength, why has it become so weak? Damn it, the power of the law I have mastered has been sealed. Only at this time did Qi Lu understand why he was fighting himself in this trial. In the mirror space hut, when fighting your own mirror image, you will not be sealed. But in the trial space it will. But at this moment, before Qi Lu could react, the mirror image on the opposite side had already attacked. There was no intention of a sneak attack, it was just that the pure speed reached the limit that Qi Lu could not react. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was a punch with no skill at all, which slammed into Qi Lu's abdomen fiercely. It made Qi Lu feel once again that his mirror image was so powerful, and his punches were so powerful. Immediately, Qi Lu flew upside down without any power to fight back. Cough cough cough. I was beaten by myself again. Qi Lu, who managed to get up from the ground, coughed up a little blood, looked at the mirror image in front of him, and at the same time sighed with emotion, but also greeted this damned system in his heart. Sealed his own power, but did not seal the power of the mirror image. If not, how could Qi Lu have no power to fight back? I finally know where the difficulty of this trial is. It turns out to be like this. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qi Lu stared at his own mirror image for a long while before suddenly realizing something to himself. The mirror image in front of him stopped after the hand was released just now. Probably because Qi Lu didn't fight back. And Qi Lu could also see that the mirror image in front of him didn't possess the power of his heyday. It's like the level of combat power you have when you only master a certain kind of law power. In this way, the content of the trial is easy to understand. At least Qi Lu already understood the content of the current trial. That is to use the remaining power after being sealed now to fight against the mirror image with only one law power. It can be regarded as an advanced version that surpasses itself. No wonder the system didn't dare to put itself in the mirror space cabin. Although I have the same level of cultivation as the mirror image, there is a gap in the power of the law. If you want to defeat the mirror image, you must overcome the gap. It really is a nightmare-level trial. Qi Lu, who understands the key to the problem, still has a headache even if he wants to understand the content of the trial. The importance of the power of the law is self-evident. You must know that in the battle between gods, even if there is a difference in the rank of the law, the combat power can vary by several grades. Let alone Qi Lu now even the most basic. There is no way to use the power of law. In this case, it is really more difficult than reaching the sky to win. It's really worthy of the nightmare once again revived. However, no matter how difficult the trial was, Qi Lu definitely had no chance of giving up. The big deal is to resurrect a few more times, always find the flaws in the mirror image, and then use them. Although Qi Lu felt that the difficulty of this kind of thing might be beyond imagination. After all, what Qi Lu was about to face was his own mirror image. Perhaps it is not difficult to find out the shortcomings of one's own combat, but it is not easy to grasp those flaws. What's more, there is a gap between Qi Lu and mirror image in terms of hard power, which makes it more difficult to find flaws. But some things always have to be done. Don't give up, fear, or hesitate because of difficulties. So, let's fight. Qi Lu took a deep breath. This time, Qi Lu chose to attack the mirror image first. There is already a gap between his own strength and the mirror image. If he doesn't grab the upper hand, the chances of winning will be even smaller. However, the strength of the mirror image was not a joke. Almost as soon as Qi Lu started to move, he started to move. In the trial space, two black shadows flashed past, and Qi Lu and the mirror image collided together. The extremely familiar fighting style erupted like a violent storm. Whether it's Qi Lu or the mirror image on the opposite side, the rhythm of the attack is like a wave, continuous, without giving the opponent a chance to breathe. Once he makes a move, it will be the ultimate suppression. This terrifying fighting style also originated from Qi Li's own fighting skills. Focus on killing, there are no extra moves. Once retracted and released, the enemy will be hurt. It is this fighting style with killing as the core that can create super high suppression. And under this kind of extreme suppression, even if there are flaws in the offensive moves, they will be covered up to be inconspicuous. Even if the opponent finds a flaw, it is impossible to find a chance to resist when they are completely suppressed. In the end, he could only drink his hatred and despair under the stormy attack. Therefore, when Qi Lu faced the mirror image, the most basic point was that he must not be suppressed by the mirror image. Because once you are suppressed, even if you find an opportunity later, it is impossible to grasp it. The oppressive side always takes the upper hand. But under the gap of hard power, it is quite difficult not to be suppressed. Just to do this, Qi Lu already felt overwhelmed. Not to mention catching the flaw of the mirror image in this situation and using it. Qi Lu felt that if he could remain undefeated, he was already pretty good. In fact, that's exactly what happened. None of the trials given by the system are simple. Whenever Qi Lu felt that the system was discovered by conscience, the answer must be an illusion. The battle with the mirror image this time really made Qi Lu deeply feel whether he has returned to the past. When entering the trial space for the first time, killed by the mirror image again and again, then resurrected, and continued to fight. It was like a machine, repeating the previous scene over and over again. But Qi Lu knew that he was different from a machine, because every time headied in battle, he would gain a little more understanding. When facing the attack of the mirror image, there will be a little more calmness and become more comfortable. This shows that one's own death is valuable. As long as it is not a needless sacrifice, it is a good thing. Anyway, after so many trials before, Qi Lu became used to this kind of death. It is indeed a very good feeling to be able to clearly feel that I am getting stronger little by little. Even if it's a nightmare now, it's a rewarding nightmare. I caught this flaw. Finally, in a battle where he died countless times, Qi Lu saw that fleeting opportunity, once again bet his life, and finally took down the mirror image in front of him. It was the first time in Qi Li's life that he surpassed the gap in the power of the law. The joy of success made Qi Lu almost cry. Finally won, it's finally over. Qi Lu watched the mirror image turn into a sky full of stars, and then he also fell straight on the ground. This battle, the pain during the process, is really indescribable. But it's good to win. Qi Lu couldn't remember how many times he had been resurrected. Anyway, he was numb and didn't care anymore. It means resurrection after death, and fight until you win. Now, this joy is finally coming to an end. Wait, why hasn't the starlight all over the sky dissipated? However, Qi Lu, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, looked at spreading starlight, and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. No way, system, don't play with me. Just as Qi Li's face gradually changed, these starlights suddenly turned into 3 strands. One of them got into Qi Li's body. It made Qi Lu feel that there was an extra force in his body. It is the power of law possessed by the previous mirror image. But the remaining 2 strands of starlight followed closely and turned into 2 mirror images that looked exactly like Qi Lu. Qi Lu was so shocked that he jumped up from the ground on the spot, pointed at 2 mirror images, and his lips began to tremble with anger. Are you really playing with me? The scene in front of me should be correct. Qi Lu knew that this trial was definitely not that simple. Now that his conjecture has come true, Qi Lu is not happy at all. There is no doubt that the 2 mirror images in front of him are the opponents she will face next. Moreover, it is not just as simple as increasing the number of mirrors to 2. The power of the law that these 2 mirror images respectively master has also increased to 2 types. However, the power of law that Qi Lu can use is the one he got from the mirror image just now. Now Qi Lu understood. It turned out that the theme of this trial was not to surpass oneself. It is to seize the power of the law. That's right, it is to seize different powers of laws from one's own mirror image. Because every time I face an enemy, the type of law power I have will exceed what I currently have. And the power of the law that appears every time is not the same. This trial is not complete until all the power of the law is captured. It is a promotion trial that belongs exclusively to the body of law. So that's the case. It seems that the previous me should have made a mistake. The real trial is only now beginning, right? Qi Lu once again felt the deep malice of the system. However, to be able to discover the theme of this trial is to have a goal. At least it was much better than the previous confused state. Then go ahead, start early, and end early. Qi Lu is still being tortured here. Lan Zier started eating, drinking, and having fun. Even though the kingdoms of the gods were established by the main gods, the people who built the kingdoms of the gods are actually the residents inside. Therefore, in any kingdom of God, places to eat, drink and have fun are indispensable. This is especially true for the spirit-devouring god kingdom, which is at the forefront of the animal breeding industry. Especially the eating part, under the exemplary role played by Taliana, it has developed exceptionally well. This is a unique advantage that cannot be found in other kingdoms of God. After all, the main god who has mastered the law of devouring is Taliana. Therefore, in the kingdom of the devouring god, there are all kinds of food stalls in the streets and alleys of various city-states. That is the joy of ordinary people. For the aborigines of the sky god realm, cultivation is not everything in their limited lifespan. When one's own talent and potential have been fixed, it is better to have Funan time. Diet is an integral part of daily life. So it developed into what it is today. Wow, Sister Taliana, there are a lot of delicious food here. There is a barbecue over there, let's go over and have a look. What kind of meat is this? It tastes delicious, and it's super chewy. By the way, and this one, the color of the meat is actually blue. Is it really delicious? The scent here is also very good. When she came to the food street, Lan Zier started to check around as if she had returned home. Look here, look there, and when you find something you want to eat, Lan Zier will go back to Taliana. After all, it was Taliana who paid the bill. But Lan Zier didn't even think about it. In the kingdom of devouring God, who would dare to let the queen and daughter of devouring God pay the bill? Not to mention paying the bill, even if you put up the faith stone and invite the devouring god queen to come over, it is 10,000 willing. Not to mention advertising or not, it is a great honor just to let the queen of devourer eat in his shop. So after Lan Zier ran back a few times, Taliana waved her hand and told her tote here, and she could eat whatever she wanted. As long as it is within the territory of the devouring god kingdom, you can eat whatever you want. Taliana is a foodie anyway. Although the purpose of eating may be different from that of Lan Zier, the process is still the same. So Taliana can quite understand Lan Zier's mood, and bluntly let her open herbally to eat and it's over. As a kingdom of God with a well-developed animal breeding industry, it can lack everything, except food. As long as you want to eat, you must be able to enjoy it. Shao Lian, aren't you with Zier? Taliana watched Lan Zier rushing back and forth between various shops, and then glanced at Xing Lian. Thank you, Sister Taliana, for your concern. It's okay for Shao Lian not toss these foods. Xing Lian replied politely. The dragon soul state itself has no need for food, not to mention that Xing Lian is not a character who loves to eat. So even if he stayed with Lan Zier, Xing Lian would not pursue these things. Just watching Lan Zier eat, Xing Lian was very happy. In your state, you really don't need those foods. Taliana gave Xing Lian a meaningful look, then said with a smile. They are really two interesting little guys, all with dragon blood. I don't know if Lord Long will be interested. By the way, let's introduce them to Mr. Long next time, maybe there will be some new discoveries. Speaking of it, Xinglong Xinghua is indeed more suitable for Xinglian's life. It is the ideal of the dragon god to establish a kingdom of gods, composed of various mythical beasts and exotic beasts. A pure dragon clan like Xinglian, and a dragon clan of high blood, is still very rare. It must be able to attract the attention of the dragon god. Hey, Shao Lian, Sister Taliana, don't you come over to eat together? On the other end, Lan Zier, who was holding a big bone in one hand, waved to two of them. Good things must be eaten together to be delicious. In the trial space, Qi Lu had already forgotten which batch of enemies he was facing. In short, each batch of enemies will be more numerous and stronger than the previous batch. And Qi Li's own strength was sealed in this trial space. The power that can be used is all captured. So every battle is extremely difficult. But after countless battles, Qi Lu became more and more proficient in controlling the power of law in his hands. Because if you can't fully control the power of the law you have already captured, you won't be able to defeat the next opponent at all. So if you want to pass the trial, mastering the law is only one of the basic conditions. And on this basis, being able to integrate the power of various laws is the most important thing. The cooperation between various laws is a very important and crucial issue for the application of the laws. Tens of thousands of law powers, and the relationship between mutual generation and mutual restraint is countless. The wonderful reaction that will happen when they collide together is also a part that needs to be studied. In short, Qi Lu needs to master too many things if he wants to pass this trial. If there is so much, it can only be used in the trial space, using this kind-of water-grinding kung fu, and using actual combat methods, to deepen the memory of this knowledge bit by bit in practice, so that it can be used flexibly. After all, dead knowledge is useless, and knowledge that cannot be used is equivalent to no knowledge. So now Qi Lu is just facing these enemies numbly. Then in the battle, let the body and subconscious instinctively remember these things. As for the main consciousness, to be honest, it is already a little fuzzy. Qi Lu couldn't remember how long he had been in the trial space, maybe 10 years, or 100 years. It may even be thousands of years, 10,000 years. But it doesn't matter anymore, anyway, the time in the trial space is locked. No matter how long Qi Lu stayed in the trial space, after going out, it would not be too long from the time when he came in. So now Qi Lu only has one goal, and that is to pass this damn trial. Otherwise, I have been tortured for so long, wouldn't it be in vain? Find a flaw, die for me. With a roar full of resentment, Qi Lu once again killed the last mirror image in front of him. Then he took a deep breath, looked at the starlight all over the sky, his eyes were a little dull. Because Qi Lu knew that this burst of starlight might be the source of the next batch of mirror images. I just hope that the mirror image that appears this time will not double again. However, this time, Qi Lu waited for a long time, but did not find any signs of these starlights consolidating. The numb expression on his face suddenly changed slightly. Could it be? Could it be? Qi Lu didn't dare to speak up. Because the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It is more practical to prepare for battle. Only this time, Qi Lu seemed to be right. The starlight in the sky did not condense again, but slowly faded away, gradually disappearing into nothingness. The surprise scene made Qi Li's eyes brighten, and then became brighter and brighter. It's great, I finally passed. I really did it. At this moment, Qi Lu let out a roar that he had held back for an unknown amount of time. It's really not easy to suffer for so long. Fortunately, Qi Lu is not strong in anything, but has a strong mentality. It may be that those previous trials have tempered Qi Li's mind to be extremely tenacious. Anyway, his numb expression and dull eyes did not mean that Qi Lu had lost hope, it just meant that he was tired. But the battle is still going on, no matter how tired you are, you can't escape. That's why Qi Lu persevered, and never thought of giving up. Now, it's finally time to see the sun behind the clouds. System, congratulations to the host, you have passed the promotion test, and the body of law has been tempered. It is as expected. Qi Lu, who came out of the trial space, lay down directly on the armchair, not even wanting to move a finger. And the purpose of this trial was similar to what Qi Lu had guessed. It is said that it is a trial to advance to the realm of the main god, but it is actually for the body of law. Every battle that Qi Lu experienced in the trial space was a tempering of the body of law. And when Qi Lu successfully defeated the mirror image and won the power of law, it was also equivalent to the law pattern that condensed this kind of power of law. Only when the perfection of the body of law reaches a small success, can it be regarded as being truly promoted to the realm of the main god. That's what trials are for. However, the result is good though. But Qi Lu still didn't want to recall the process. It was really a painful past. Qi Lu didn't even know how long he stayed in the trial space. All I know is that I have experienced countless battles, one after another, without even a break in the middle. Now it can be regarded as relief, and finally I can continue to eat and wait or die. Actually, Qi Lu felt that he usually lived so lazy, maybe it was inseparable from the tempering in the trial space. After experiencing this ensuing torture, who would push himself so much on weekdays? Rest is what you should do. Qi Lu leaned lazily on the armchair, looking at the soft sofa in front of him, not wanting to move. If it weren't for the unsightly appearance of sleeping on the ground, Qi Lu even wanted to lie on the ground directly. Fortunately, there was nothing bothering Qi Lu to worry about in the store. It was still as calm as before. This kind of ordinary life is the life that should be pursued. However, Qi Lu was indeed lazy at the counter. The customers in the store were quite uneasy. What's going on here? Why is there such a terrible breath suddenly? Moreover, this breath seems to have appeared in the store abruptly through the barrier of some kind of enchantment. How come? Is there a master god who wants to challenge store manager Qi? It's a taboo to test directly with breath. It's unimaginable that there is still a main god who dares to challenge store manager Qi. You know, store manager Qi's fighting power is comparable to that of the dragon god. I don't know how store manager Qi will deal with this challenger. Customers who have never felt such a terrifying coercion in the store will of course be frightened by the sudden terrifying aura. Because, this is something that Qi Lu didn't even notice. Qi Lu, who had just come out of the trial space, not only forgot to remove the shielding barrier that had been set up before, but even forgot to restrain his aura, and it turned out like this. The breath of the realm of the main god appeared in the shop through the shielding barrier. Then it caused restlessness among many customers in the store. After all, this is the aura emanating from Qi Li's promotion to the Lord God just now, and no one has ever sensed it before. Moreover, after passing through the shielding barrier, the diluted coercion naturally cannot be recognized by anyone. However, the restlessness did not disturb the interest of the customers. Because all customers have sufficient confidence in the store manager, being able to match the powerful combat power of the dragon god is the greatest guarantee. It's just that I don't know which main god this bold challenger will be. Maybe I can witness the strength of store manager Qi with my own eyes. Ah. I almost forgot. It's just a pity that the ideas of customers are doomed to fail. Under the anticipation of many customers in the store, Qi Lu, who was half asleep and half awake, suddenly remembered this matter. It's the first time I really have the power of the main god's realm, and I almost forgot to restrain my breath. With sleepy eyes, Qi Lu pulled himself together and sat up from the armchair. To be so tired, to forget such important things. It is also enough to see how much Qi Lu has suffered and how tired he has been in the trial space. How else to put it, although Qi Lu has a system to help him unlock, but the power he has is by no means obtained out of thin air. Because every trial, Qi Lu suffers to a degree that ordinary people can't even imagine. Don't look at saying it, it seems to be an understatement. But that's just Qi Lu didn't want to mention it. Facing challenges that are almost impossible to complete, in the midst of infinite dangers, he tries his best to seize that ray of life that is almost non-existent. Even so, even every rebirth is trying its best. But the number of times Qi Lu failed was still too many to count. Every failure is a despair. It is the collapse of the belief that the ending cannot be saved after all the efforts. And Qi Lu was able to support himself under such circumstances with his extremely tenacious willpower. So all this now is not pure good luck. At least it's a miracle that Qi Lu can still act so easygoing, and his spirit hasn't collapsed yet. By the way, there is also the shielding barrier, which should be lifted together. Qi Lu, who restrained his breath, remembered this incident again. And as the sudden breath of the main god's realm disappeared instantly, the customers in the store immediately looked at the position of store manager Qi. Then I saw Manager Qi's sleepy face, as if he had just woken up. At that time I couldn't help but feel emotional. Such an understatement can force back a challenger. Lord God. It should have been the collision of breath and coercion just now, but unfortunately we didn't feel it. Then you should be lucky. The duel between the main gods does not necessarily have to compete in the power of laws. The test of coercion alone is very dangerous. Even if you perceive it, it will only make your soul damaged. It turns out that there is such a thing, I have been taught. Although I already knew that store manager Qi would not care about this kind-off challenger, but this is a little too fast. Okay, what's so surprising about this kind of thing? What kind of strength is Manager Qi? I think it's surprising that there is still a main god to challenge the store manager now. It can't be the powerful main god from ancient times. Maybe that's the only possibility I can think of now. Whatever, it has nothing to do with us anyway, let store manager Qi worry about it. Worried? Manager Qi doesn't look like he's worried at all. After completing the trial, it was the sleepy Qi Lu who never expected that the breath that escaped accidentally just because he was too tired could trigger such imaginations in the customers in the store. Then, without knowing it, he coated himself with a mysterious, tall back. To be honest, if Qi Lu really found out, he would probably want to laugh. That's right, and it will be a helpless wry smile. This group of customers who have nothing to do can't do anything, and they are the first to make up their minds. With this time, don't you know how to go to the virtual duel platform to have 2 more duels and upgrade your account level? What, the more advanced the duel field, the lower the level? That's fine. Anyway, it's not the first time this kind of brain supplement has been done, and Qi Lu has long since stopped caring about such things. Who made the image of store manager Qi, in the eyes of all customers, already a powerful main god? So who would have imagined that the sudden aura of the Lord God this time was erupted by store manager Qi himself? It can only be said that everything is caused by the brain, and store manager Qi is not to blame. A small incident in the store did not affect Qi Li's rest. In fact, no one would dare to disturb the resting store manager Qi unless there was any major incident. If not, go to Baiyuyan anyway, this little girl is quite famous in the store. Customers all know that this is the appointed clerk of store manager Qi. You can even give feedback and suggestions to store manager Qi. Thus, time passed slowly in Qi Li's deep sleep. It wasn't until Lan Zier carried a whole piece of barbecue and brought Xinglian back to the shop that Qi Lu was woken up. This time, Taliana did not follow. Because all the gods along the way knew these 2 little ancestors, no one would open their eyes to trouble them. So there is no need for protection or anything, just let them come back by themselves. Big brother, where are you? I brought you back something delicious. As soon as Lan Zier entered the store, she shouted. All the customers in the store looked at each other in shock, thinking, Manager Qi is still sleeping, why are you so bold? It's not that no customers have tried it before, to wake up the sleeping Manager Qi. However, the fate of it, don't mention it. In short, it will not be too comfortable. So since then, when store manager Qi was resting, no one bothered him anymore. But this time, someone dared to challenge the majesty of store manager Qi. It's Zier, why did you come back so soon? Qi Lu, who was woken up, rubbed his eyes and lazily put his chin on the counter. Although the soft-spoken appearance was due to not waking up, it still surprised the customers. It seems that the relationship between these 2 little ancestors and store manager Qi is really good. Brother, look, this is the barbecue I brought you. Lan Zier skillfully climbed up to the counter, and then handed the big bony in her hand to Qi Lu. Judging from the shape of this big stick bone, it seems to be the thigh of some kind of animal, and it is quite a complete hind leg. Okay, then thank you Zier. Qi Lu didn't refuse, and stretched out his hand to take the big stick. After being promoted to the king-level realm, although there is no need for food. But if you want to simply satisfy your appetite, it's okay. After all, enjoying food is also a great pleasure. Especially now that Qi Lu had just come out of the trial space, it was time to find something to relieve his mental fatigue. Good food should be a good means. Let me also try the craftsmanship of the Vault of Heaven God Realm. Speaking of which, this should be Qi Li's first time eating since he came to Sky God Realm. It can also be regarded as a specialty of the Vault of Heaven God Realm, or a specialty of the Devouring God Kingdom. After one bite, the rich meaty and oily aroma immediately poured into the mouth and nasal cavity, as well as the seasoning that had never been tasted before, also mixed in this rich aroma, entered the mouth, and danced on the tip of the tongue together. It's a wonderful feeling, with the novelty and surprise of tasting fresh food. The most important thing is that in the Vault of Heaven God Realm, there are indeed some seasoning plants that do not exist in lower planes. Not bad, very good. Qi Lu felt the joy brought by the delicious food, and at the same time wondered what kind of meat it was. Xing Lian, who was lying on top of Lan Zier's head, seemed to hear Qi Lu's heartfelt voice, and said aloud, "Big brother, the barbecue that Zier brought back is said to be roasted from the hind legs of a divine beast called Dongkong. Woolen cloth. Dang Kong." Hearing this, Qi Lu couldn't help but take another look at the big stick bony in his hand. Although it is said that Dang Kong does look a bit like a pig, but it is really roasted, it seems a bit. It's so fragrant. There is one thing to say, in Qi Li's opinion, among the divine beast eggs currently on sale, the one that is particularly suitable for eating is probably Dang Kong. As for other vicious things, they should not be suitable for eating. However, the creativity of the Aborigines in the Vault of Heaven God Realm is always endless. Food is a thing that mainly focuses on development and creation. After all, at the very beginning, there were not so many dishes, and they were not all researched and developed. Maybe when I'm free, I can go around those streets and alleys. While eating, Qi Lu was thinking in his heart. Then I realized that this idea is worth practicing. Of course, this is a later story. The roasted thighs that Lan Zier brought back were still a bit heavy, and they were also half-blooded dragons, so they naturally had a lot of food. But there was one point that Lan Zier ignored. That is, Qi Lu is not a half-blood of a giant dragon. "Zier, Shao Lian, are you staying in the store for the time being?" "Together?" Lu asked while eating the meat. If he agrees, Qi Lu has to ask the system to help him build 2 more rooms. You can't let Lan Zier and Xing Lian sleep in their own room. But when it came to this matter, Qi Lu didn't know whether Lan Zier and Xing Lian had the habit of sleeping. Because after reaching the realm of the king level, sleep is already a dispensable thing. You know, hibernation and sleep are completely different states. Sleep is just one form of rest. And dormancy is to completely restrain the strength and aura, and hide it completely, similar to self-sealing. Well, Zier and I are going to bother Big Brother during this time. Xing Lian nodded and answered politely. What are you talking about? It's nothing to bother you. Just stay at ease. Qi Lu smiled, then asked the system to help in his mind, and made 2 other rooms come out. Folding through space is a very simple matter. So Lan Zier and Xing Lian arranged it like this. Currently living in the store. As for when to stay, probably at least until the Lanya team is assembled. I just don't know when Lanyi and the others will be able to come to the Sky God realm. Because things like collecting the power of faith have always been unpredictable, and no one can predict the next development. The same is true for condensing the Supreme Throne, and the amount of power of faith required is not fixed. The stronger the law, the more power of faith is needed. But when it comes to this, what Lan Zier possesses is the high-level law of force. Why did he come to the Vault of Heaven God realm first? Is Meng really justice? Will the power of faith favor the cute little lowly? Forget it, I don't bother to think about this kind of problem, because it doesn't matter at all. It's fine if you can come to the vault of heaven God realm, why bother to get to the bottom of it, it's pointless to get entangled in such details. Time also passed slowly in this peaceful time. Whenever Lan Zier has time, she takes Xing Lian to the kingdom of devouring God. The store owner, who was familiar with these two little girls, who knew the identities of these two girls early in the morning, is naturally very welcome. And those shop owners who are not familiar with Lan Zier and Xing Lian also know about it from the rumors in the surrounding shops. All of a sudden, Lan Zier, a snack foodie, became very famous. As for Xing Lian, she lay on Lan Zier's head every time, probably being treated as a pet. But it doesn't matter, you know, these two came here for the first time, but they were brought here by the God-Eater Queen. What is that concept? If I want to make a living in the kingdom of devouring God, I have to serve these two well. At least let this little dragon mixed-race girl be full. So, Lan Zier's life is quite moist. And as time went by, the news of two young ancestors appeared in Manager Chi's shop spread more and more widely. Finally on this day, the Dragon God was attracted. Hey, Dragon God, why did you come to my shop? Chi sat behind the counter as usual, staring at the Dragon God at the door of the shop, and asked in surprise. Such a scene is usually rare to see. If nothing happened, Dragon God would not run this way. Tariana came to see me, so I came here to see. The Dragon God spread his hands and said, so, the little girl of the dragon race and another girl of the pure dragon race are in the store now? So you came here for Zier and Shao Lian. Qilu also guessed so. If Dragon God came here for him, then Qilu would find it strange. It seems reasonable to come here for Lan Zier and Xing Lian. Because these two little girls have the blood of the dragon clan. Although the blood of the giant dragon and the blood of the real dragon of the dragon god are not the same thing. But it also belongs to the dragon clan. It is impossible to say that the dragon god has nothing to do with the giant dragon. Therefore, with the idea of caring for the younger generation, it is actually quite reasonable to let the dragon god make such a trip. And in terms of dragon god's own personality, he seems to be the type who would do such a thing. However, it would be a bit problematic to come after being found by Taliana. Yes, in fact, I knew the news before. However, store manager Chi, you didn't say that the little girl of the dragon race has mastered the law of strength. Having said this, Dragon God sighed helplessly. This sigh made Qilu a little confused. In this way, Lan Zier mastered the law of force. Did she offend you? No, not right. Qilu was keenly aware that Dragon God's tone seemed to express something else. Could it be? Taliana suspected him? This. When Qilu felt that he might have figured it out, his face suddenly became a little weird. Indeed, if you don't think about the law of strengthening the dragon bloodline, think about it subconsciously. The first person that comes to mind must be Dragon God. This is already iconic stuff. But with that being said, Lan Qi and Shauna have disagreements. If Lan Zier is the illegitimate daughter of the Dragon God, then these two must be the first to disagree. No wonder the relationship between Dragon God and Taliana is a bit weird, and it seems that there are many reasons for it. Dragon God, don't worry, I believe in you. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't help but patted Dragon God on the shoulder, and said, I've seen Zier's parents. If necessary, I can testify for you. It's great that store manager Qi can help to testify. Dragon God expressed his heartfelt thanks. Fine. Qilu once again said that the relationship between you two is really weird, and it is completely inferior to the model couple Lan Qi and Shauna. But that can't be said for sure. Of course, the purpose of my coming to the store is not limited to that. The dragon blood in the vault of Heaven God realm is quite rare, and Zier's appearance still surprised me. If possible, I still want to see them. After Dragon God solved the first trouble, he said the second thing. Rather than saying that the dragon blood in the vault of heaven god realm is scarce, it is better to say that the new dragon gods are scarce. Okay, since that's the case, let's see each other. Qi Lu heard the implication of Dragon God's words, stroked his chin, and nodded. Fortunately, Lan Zier hadn't run out today, and was called out by Qi Lu, and brought Xing Lian out. Big brother, are you looking for us? Actually, this uncle is looking for you. Qi Lu picked up Lan Zier, pointed at Dragon God, and said. Hey, Mr. Qi. Don't go too far. There are black lines beating on the forehead of Dragon God, but he knows that these two little girls are called Taliana, but they are called sisters. Okay, we are all talking about our own things, and we care so much about what I do. Qi Lu waved his hands indifferently. To be honest, with the age gap between Dragon God and Taliana, it is understandable to call him uncle. One is the main god of ancient times, and the other is the new main god of nearly 10,000 years. It is normal for this combination to have a generation gap. Yes, the generation gap. Thinking of this word, Qi Li's eyes suddenly became clear when he looked at Dragon God. Your eyes are very rude, Manager Qi. Dragon God felt a little helpless. After the relationship is familiar, it seems that it is not all good things. Okay, then I won't watch it. Zier and Shao Lian are both here, so you can't say whatever you want. Qi Lu shrugged and looked away. Let them solve the matters between husband and wife by themselves. The same goes for these two, they even have children, and they are still sorestless. Uncle, what can you do with us? Lan Zier naturally called the Dragon God according to what Qi Lu said. Every uncle that was called out was a critical blow, almost bloody. Actually, I just came to see you. Has your sister Taliana told you? What the Dragon God wants to know, there is no need to ask Lan Zier and Xing Lian. With the ability of the Dragon God, as long as you see two of them, you can tell. That's a blood problem. What did you tell us? Is it about uncle? Lan Zier stared at the Dragon God, and said in a cute way. Sister Taliana told us that there is an annoying uncle who lives in the kingdom of God next door. Dragon God was silent. This time it was a critical strike plus a real injury, which was extremely painful. Children's words are innocent. Qi Lu patted Dragon God on the shoulder to express his comfort. Dragon God, it's okay, Taliana is just talking, don't take it seriously. Qi Lu said a word of comfort seriously. In fact, even for Lan Qi and Shauna, a model couple, those little girls call them a combination of uncle and sister. But what does it matter, people are loving. After all, for long-lived species, age is fun. For the main god, this is even more so, age is basically meaningless. I know. Dragon God quickly cheered up. Dragon God didn't know Taliana's character today, and she was used to it long ago. It's just childish words that hurt people the most. Then Dragon God, you also saw Zier and Shao Lian, do you have any questions? Or, the question you want to ask has already been seen. Qi Lu didn't continue to tease Dragon God, but took the initiative to return to the topic and asked aloud. Dragon God came to the store on purpose, not to chat. If there is something fun, let's talk about it after the business is done. It's true that you can't hide anything from Manager Qi. Hearing this, the Dragon God couldn't help smiling, and said, the question I went to ask has already been seen, and there is no need to ask it again. It might sound a bit vague, but Lan Zier didn't care about it at all. Because she and Xing Lian had planned to go out, and now it was just a delay. Seeing that the uncle in front of him was fine, Lan Zier tugged on Qi Lu's collar and asked, can I go out to play? Be careful on the road and remember to come back early. Qi Lu is like a competent big brother, carefully admonishing him. Then watched Lan Zier take Xing Lian, ran towards the distance, and quickly disappeared in front of her eyes. You're not working hard. Standing beside Qi Lu, Dragon God suddenly said something. How should I put it? It should be that Zier doesn't need to worry too much. Qi Lu shrugged, then turned around and said seriously, Okay, Dragon God, let's talk about the business. What did you see from Zier? To be honest, Qi Lu is quite familiar with Lan Zier's life experience. After all, the relationship with Lan Qi and Shana is so good, it's impossible to lie about this kind of thing. After leaving their biological parents, Lan Zier and Lan Qing'er were quickly found by Lan Yi and joined Lan Ye's team. So in general, Lan Zier's life experience and past experience are really not surprising. If there was anything surprising, it would be after coming to Qi Li's shop. This is what Qi Lu doesn't understand. What can Dragon God see from Lan Zier? Or is it that Xing Lian is actually referred to in Dragon God's words? If it was Xing Lian, then Qi Lu really didn't fully understand it. A bone dragon born from the dragon soul formation of the dragon clan, a dragon soul protected by its own soul fire. Just talking about his background, Xing Lian is much more miraculous than Lan Zier. So what can Dragon God see? Hope, or rather, the breath of a leader who has passed away. Dragon God replied softly. Human King? Qi Lu couldn't help but say the name. This was completely a subconscious behavior, because Qi Lu felt that the King Gofren could afford to lead the way. As soon as these words came out, Dragon God frowned slightly, looked at Qi Lu, and said slowly, Store Manager Qi, do you know King Ren? I've heard the goddess of life mention it, at least I'm no stranger. Qi Lu replied calmly. As an observer, Dragon God, it is impossible to be unaware of the relationship between the goddess of life and the human king. So answering like this will definitely not make Dragon God suspicious. I see, but that's not what I'm curious about. Dragon God nodded, and then continued slowly, Human King is indeed one of the leaders I admit, but I am not referring to him now. It's another leader of the Dragon Clan. The Great Dragon King. Giant Dragon, the Holy King? Qi Li's eyes couldn't help but narrowed, covering up a ray of surprise. At a point of time that was completely unexpected, the Dragon God actually mentioned the Great Dragon Sacred King, which really surprised Qi Lu a little. There has been speculation before, whether the Dragon God, as an observer, will know about the Dragon Sage King. Logically speaking, he must know. Even though there is very little information about the Dragon Sage King staying in the vault of Heaven God realm, as long as it has appeared, it shall not be forgotten. But what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the Great Dragon Sacred King was also regarded by the Dragon God as the leader of an era. This is a bit unbelievable. Because Qi Lu knew that what the Dragon God said about the leader was referring to a subversive of an era. Just like a human king, judging from what Qi Lu learned from the goddess of life, as a subversive of an era, the behavior of a human king is absolutely more than enough. And it's not just as simple as subverting an era, even now, the influence of the king of people still exists. This is what it means to lead the way. Then there was Qi Lu himself, who was also called the leader of this era by Dragon God. It is because in Dragon God's view, these shops opened by Qi Lu can completely subvert the current Sky God realm. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it is not just a simple situation in the eyes of the Dragon God. On the contrary, it has become an established fact. For example, the impact of those divine beast eggs in the vault of Heaven God realm, and the impact it brought to the aborigines of the vault of Heaven God realm. One point that the Dragon God may not have mentioned is the impact of the hatched beasts on the divine power. For another example, there are now almost all branches in the virtual dual platform area of Vault of Gods. Look at the hands of those gods, or those apostles, those natives of the Sky God realm. What are they holding? Virtual dual crystal. Isn't this a big change? What store manager Qi has done so far has not subverted much of the usual trajectory of the Sky God realm. That's why Dragon God said that Qi Lu is the leader of this era. Because of the growth of many mythical beasts and the popularity of virtual duel platforms, the comprehensive strength of the Vault of Heaven God realm is slowly improving, and it is still improving in all aspects, including the emergence of the main Hall of Law and the appearance of the Mirror Space Cabin, all of which have greatly helped those gods. If one more era was pushed back, store manager Qi also disappeared from the Vault of Heaven God realm. Among the great powers who are famous in history, there must be a place for store manager Qi. At least in the view of Dragon God, it is true. But, having said this, I have to say it again. The Dragon Sacred King hardly left traces in the Vault of Heaven God realm, so can he be called the leader of the way by the Dragon God? Judging from the store manager's tone, it seems that he knows about the Dragon King. Hearing Qi Li's voice, Dragon God seemed to recognize something. But this kind of thing, even if you don't listen to it from the tone, you can't think it out if you just think about it. After all, judging from the relationship between store manager Qi, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian, they must have known each other a long time ago. And Lan Zier and Xing Lian came to the Sky God realm only recently. Then there is no doubt that store manager Qi, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian must have met in a lower plane. In this way, it is impossible for store manager Qi to be ignorant of the matter of the great Dragon Sacred King. Could it be from the hometown of the Dragon King? That little girl from the Dragon Clan, a girl who is mixed with the Dragon Clan, has a lot of talent and potential. Maybe it was the handwriting of the Dragon King. I don't know much. The great Dragon Sacred King left traces in the Dragon Clan, but he didn't leave much information. Qi Lu spoke with half-truth and half-lie, but did not completely deny it. Because this time, unlike the human king, Qi Lu, who was directly related to Lan Zier and Xing Lian, could not deny that he knew about the great Dragon Sacred King. Otherwise, I am the main god in vain. Is it a blessing for future generations? This approach seems to be something that the Dragon King would do. Dragon God did not doubt Qi Li's statement, but nodded, and said something to himself, with some approval. It is very common for the gods who came to the Vault of Heaven God realm to leave some power for their descendants as inheritance. In some lower planes, a considerable part of the ruins actually come from this. It is understandable that the Dragon King would do this. However, what Qi Lu wanted to know more was how much the Dragon God knew about the great Dragon King. After all, what the Dragon King did in the Sky God realm is like a mystery. The human king left a hell-level opening for the Dragon King, sacrificed himself, and protected the Sky God realm. Then it should be impossible to cheat one's own people again. So Qi Lu guessed that the Dragon Sacred King didn't make any big disturbance in the Vault of Heaven God realm. It must have another purpose. Dragon God, as far as I know, the great Dragon Sacred King doesn't seem to have left a name in the Vault of Heaven God realm. What did he do to make you recognize him as the leader of an era? Since he had doubts, Qi Lu didn't hide them anymore. Just as the Dragon God was right in front of him, he might as well just ask. Anyway, Dragon God wouldn't hide it. It seems that manager Qi came to the Sky God realm really late. Dragon God heard the words, but gave Qi Lu a meaningful look. The ancient times, then the era of human kings, then the era of giant Dragon's Age kings, and finally, the present era. Speaking of which, in the eyes of the Dragon God, the era seems to be divided by major events. But in the era of the Dragon King, are there any major events? Qi Lu remained silent about this. However, after being silent for a while, Dragon God continued, no, maybe store manager Qi just doesn't care about worldly affairs. It is true that the Dragon Sacred King did not leave a name in the Vault of Heaven God realm, but this is not a regret, but his own choice. The gods of the Vault of Heaven God realm didn't see him, but I did. Qi Lu. To be honest, at this moment, Qi really had the idea of urging Dragon God to speak clearly. But Qi held back after all, because he felt that the dragon god seemed about to tell the story of the great dragon's sacred king. Fortunately, Qi didn't feel wrong this time. Because after Dragon God finished sighing, he finally got to the point. Shop manager Qi, I told you before that the real vault of Heaven God realm is divided into two worlds, the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm, right? The first sentence is a question. Qi didn't answer, but nodded silently, to show that he was listening. Dragon God also nodded and continued. However, there is another thing that I didn't tell you. That is what carries the vault of Heaven God realm, not the heavenly extreme realm or the divine extreme realm, but another force. Having said that, Dragon God stopped and looked at Qi. As the Dragon God wished, Qi did have a look of surprise on his face. It is another force that carries the vault of Heaven God realm? Qi's eyebrows furrowed immediately. Is the configuration of higher planes so complicated? According to the principle of the formation of lower planes, it should be this world itself that carries the entire plane. So when the whole world collapses, this lower plane will also collapse together, and then cease to exist. But according to what the Dragon God said, the carrier of the vault of Heaven God realm is another force. In other words, even if the Shinji realm and the Tianji realm collapse, the vault of Heaven God realm will not be destroyed. Instead, it will slowly recover under the support of this force. It's just that, after the Shinji realm and the Tianji realm completely collapsed, whether the creatures living in it can survive is another matter. Whether or not the vault of Heaven God realm can continue to exist has nothing to do with it. That's right, under the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm, it carries the power of the vault of Heaven God realm. We call it the origin of chaos. Dragon God nodded solemnly, then followed Qi's question and continued. The origin of chaos is the root of the God realm of the vault of heaven. Similarly, it is also the source of the birth of the lower planes. Shop manager Qi, do you know that these endless lower planes are actually all born from the origin of chaos? That's why the number of low-level planes has been increasing. Speaking of this, Qi suddenly realized that he seemed to know another big secret. Yes, this time it might really be a big secret. The source of chaos, the source of the birth of lower planes. Before this, Qi had never thought about this problem. The appearance of those lower planes turned out to be another source. No wonder the vault of Heaven God realm is called a high-level plane, while everything below it is a low-level plane. Is it because of the existence of the origin of chaos? It's no wonder that there are not a few low-level planes destroyed by gods. And the lower planes that were destroyed because of disputes among believers also abound. But no matter how much it is destroyed, the number of low-level planes will always be endless, and new low-level planes will always appear, and there will never be an end in sight. Is it all due to the origin of chaos? Those destroyed lower planes will once again turn into the creative power of the origin of chaos and be absorbed by the origin of chaos. Then wait to become the new lower plane. New lower planes are constantly born. But the vault of Heaven God realm has always been so high above. Similarly, the vault of Heaven God realm, which is divided into the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm, is probably also due to the power of the original chaos, which keeps the overall power constant, making the two heavens and the earth show a state of ebb and flow. Qi thought it was strange before that the worlds of those lower planes could grow. Why did he degenerate even here in the vault of Heaven God realm? This is the result? Dragon God, is it really okay for you to tell me about the origin of chaos? Qi couldn't help asking. But as soon as he said the words, Qi felt that he might be stupid. Not to mention the location of the origin of chaos, is there any main god Ordman god who can find it? Even if we really found the place where the origin of chaos is, what can we do with the origin of chaos? It is an extremely cohesive existence of supreme power that carries the vault off heaven God realm and can infinitely create lower planes. If you want to attack the origin of chaos, I am afraid that you will be swallowed by the origin of chaos before you start. System, are you interested in the origin of chaos? Thinking of this, Qi Lu tentatively asked a question in his mind. I just want to see how big the appetite of this Irby system is. System, host, are you stupid? Why is this system interested in the origin of chaos? However, what Qi Lu didn't expect was that the system's answer was quite unexpected. What about the money-greedy system in the past? You have changed, the system, you have really changed. System, host, this system has never changed. The origin of chaos is the agglomeration of creative power. In essence, it is the most original collection of forces. For this system, it has no research value. System, so, host, think about it, what is the use of this system holding the source of chaos? System, replacing the function of the origin of chaos, to create a lower plane? Qi Lu was refuted by the system's well-founded remarks. By the way, I also learned about the origin of chaos. The most original collection of power. To put it simply, the function of the origin of chaos is only creation. And the subsequent evolution is the task of those created things themselves. The most terrifying creative power carries the vault of heaven God realm. But what does this have to do with the Dragon King? Store manager Qi, you should be able to think of this when you talk about it. The choice of the Dragon King. Dragon God raised his head and looked at Qi Lu. Could it be? Being mentioned by Dragon God, Qi Lu really thought of a possibility. Looking at the store manager's expression, it should be thought of. The function of the origin of chaos is only to create lower planes, not higher planes. How to evolve is entirely a problem of the lower plane itself. Therefore, the existence of the vault of heaven God realm is not entirely duetto being carried by the origin of chaos, but also because of its own evolution. The Dragon Sage King knew about this, so he chose to protect the lower plane, and wanted to give birth to another higher plane. Having said so far, Dragon God didn't say any more. Because basically all that needs to be said has been said. The reason why the Dragon King can be called the leader of the era is also clear. It's too crazy to want to protect and create a high-level plane by yourself. It can even be said that the idea of the Dragon Sage King is even more incredible than that of the human king. What the King of Man thinks about is how to change the vault of heaven God realm. As a result, when it comes to the Dragon Sage King, it is better to simply create another world of the same level. Hearing this, Qi Lu just wanted to say one thing in his heart: these ancient powers are all lunatics. In a small foursquare world, not only will there be those heavenly geniuses, but there will also be some lunatics who can't understand to implement those crazy ideas. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't want to get involved anymore. No wonder there was no news of the great Dragon King in the vault of heaven God realm. It turned out that he ran away on the spot after seeing the opening off the difficulty of hell. The human king has ruined the game, so the Dragon King can only play another game. Otherwise, I really can't continue playing. However, based on the information Qi Lu has received so far, combined, it should be a failure. Although there are legends of the great Dragon King in many lower planes, it is a pity that none of them have the opportunity to evolve into a higher plane. Just kidding, is it so easy to form a place where gods live? Didn't the vault of heaven God realm flood already? There is no need for Tianjiu and Shinjiu to fight to death like this. Wait, heaven's extreme realm and God's extreme realm. It has to be said that after combining the deeds of the human king and the great Dragon King, Qi Lu suddenly discovered something. That is, not only the Dragon Sage King was cheated by the human king, but the human king seemed to be cheated by the goddess of life. Because from the heroic sacrifice of the human king, it can be seen that the human king does not seem to know the origin of chaos. If he knew the existence of the origin of chaos, the human king could think of another way. After the human king, the giant dragon sacred king who came to the heavenly vault of God realm, and because the human king sealed off the sacred mountain in the central region, he was not aware of the dispute between the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm at all. Only then will I think about recreating a higher plane. However, if the dragon sage king knew about the disputes between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm, he would probably be able to think of it. If it is really possible to evolve another high-level plane. That day, the demon god of Jiu and the main god of Shinji, do they still need to fight like this? It is true that the demon gods are bloodthirsty and war-thirsty, but those main gods are not like that. Is it so difficult to live in another plane? Then it became what it is now. Does this mean that the Dragon King has failed the expectations of the human king? Qi Lu couldn't help but think so. But the words must not come out. At least the Dragon God doesn't know the connection between the human king and the Dragon Sage King yet. Moreover, from Qi Li's experience after coming into contact with the remnant soul of the great Dragon King, he also feels that the Dragon God's statement is not entirely correct. The Dragon Sage King should have another purpose, not just what he did in the Vault of Heaven God realm. It is possible that the human king has already noticed the existence of the Dragon God, so he tried to warn the Dragon King. That's why the Dragon King chose to leave the Vault of Heaven God realm in order to avoid the Dragon God. This possibility is not impossible. Dragon God is indeed an observer who has existed in the Vault of Heaven God realm since ancient times. However, it is only limited to the Vault of Heaven God realm. Dragon God doesn't know what happened in the four directions. Dragon God may not be clear about what happened in the lower planes. In this way, combined with the news that the Dragon God said, Qi Lu had more information and made a more accurate judgment. It's just that Qi Lu will not reveal this information. Before knowing the whole story of all the incidents, the Dragon God's position cannot be judged. If everything is revealed, it will only increase trouble. Therefore, Qi Lu would rather choose to wait quietly and wait until the right time to make plans, rather than act recklessly. However, the matter of the Dragon King is finished, but what does it have to do with Lan Zier and the others? Dragon God, you mentioned that the choice of the great dragon sacred king is also for the sake of the Vault of Heaven God realm and the Extreme God realm. But what does that have to do with your hope? Qi Lu returned to the original question. What the Dragon God said, the breath of the leader who has passed away, has already been explained. But what about the remaining hope? Shop manager Qi, we don't care about the little girl of the dragon race, but the pure-blooded dragon who stays beside her has the aura of the Dragon King, and it is quite strong. If this is the inheritance of the great Dragon Sage King, I would rather see her as the hope that ignited. Dragon God explained with a smile. As for whether it is true or not, how much it comes from the heart is another matter. But from Qi Li's point of view, as far as the behavior in the Vault of Heaven God realm is concerned, the actions of the great Dragon Saint King may have similarities with the human king. They are all idealized behaviors, trying to create an imaginary world. What you do, in the eyes of other gods, or the main god, is whimsical. But that's why Dragon God is willing to call them the leaders of the times. With their subversive actions, they will change the Vault of Heaven God realm. Maybe that's what hope means. Only after experiencing the great calamity of the ancient times, can one understand the contradictory relationship between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm. Although the King of People sealed off the sacred mountain in the central region, this is a method to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. One day, the seal of the central divine mountain will be broken. At that time, the power that erupts from the Tianji realm may be even more terrifying than the ancient catastrophe. No, it shouldn't say likely. Rather, it is correct to say certainly. Because as I said before, the power of the heavenly extreme realm and the divine extreme realm ebbs and flows. Then, if the current comprehensive power of Shinjiu is not as good as that of ancient times, the power of Jiu that day will definitely be more terrifying than that of ancient times. This is an unavoidable fact, and it is also an ending that Dragon God does not want to see. So no matter what the human king did or the choice of the dragon sage king, the Dragon God did not stop it. And the appearance of Xing Lian made Dragon God see hope in another sense. I understand, maybe Shao Lian can really inherit the will of the great dragon sacred king. Qi Lu followed the words of Dragon God and said something meaningful. No wonder the Dragon God seemed to have some impulsiveness that didn't fit his calm image when he was dealing with the god of Nether, the god of destruction, and the lord of puppets. Is it because of this? Whether it is the god of the netherworld, the god of destruction, or the master of puppet, their actions, without exception, are all destroying the overall power of the Vault of Heaven God realm, and strengthening their own power. In this way, it will only make the experience of the extreme God realm worse when the demon gods from the extreme heaven realm invade. At that time it may really be a place of eternal doom. After all, in ancient times, the fighting power of some powerful main gods was far greater than that of these newly promoted main gods. Even if it is the main god who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon God in terms of combat power, there are several of them. But even with such a strong lineup, when facing the demon god of the Tianjia domain, it still ended in a miserable victory. And after repelling those demon gods, the remaining main gods were also forced to enter a dormant state. So look now. If the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is broken, then the extreme god territory can basically be declared destroyed. Relying on the Dragon God alone, no matter how strong it is impossible to stop so many demon gods. In fact, looking at the history after the ancient catastrophe, how much life was consumed by the human king's choice to seal off the god mountain in the central region. There were even many ancient gods who woke up from dormancy and lost their lives because of this. But did the Dragon God stop the human king's actions? Not at all. Why? It is because the choice of the human king is correct, and he can buy enough time for the development of the god realm with a limited loss. Let Xing Jiu strengthen its own power as much as possible before the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is broken. Therefore, the Dragon God will not let the king's sacrifice be in vain, nor will the sacrifices of so many main gods be in vain. On the surface, it seems that the Dragon God seems to be lost in the world. But in fact, the Dragon God should be silently guarding the divine realm. It's just a pity that the current gods, the current main gods, are far worse than those in ancient times. This can only be seen when the god of Netherworld and the goddess of life declare war. In that battle, facing the ravages of the god of destruction, none of the main gods stood up. Then after the gods of the Netherworld cast the underworld, those main gods manifested. It has to be said that Dragon God is indeed a little disappointed. If it weren't for store manager Qi, it is estimated that the expansion of the Netherland created by the god of the Nether would be unstoppable. Afterwards, the performance of the puppet lords and those newly promoted lord gods disappointed the Dragon God and took the initiative to take action. This is what Qi Lu suddenly wants to understand now. No wonder the Dragon God, who has been staying in the Holy Dragon God Kingdom, took the initiative to come to the store and talk about the puppet master. The feeling is that those newly promoted master gods have no choice but to take the puppet master, and they have never thought of joining forces. There is one thing to say, just such a group of newly promoted main gods, faced with the invasion of the demon gods in the Tianjia realm, the Dragon God can't even imagine what kind of picture it will be. Anyway, it definitely won't be the picture that Dragon God wants to see. It's better to put hope on the leader who is recognized by oneself. At least the store manager Qi's behavior of opening the store and the products sold in the store, Dragon God is quite optimistic. Perhaps with your presence, one day, when the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory is broken, and the extreme god realm faces the invasion of the extreme realm of the heavens again, it won't be so difficult to fight. Thinking of this, Dragon God couldn't help saying something in his heart. It may be emotion, or it may be a sigh of hatred for other main gods. Fortunately, Chila didn't hear what Dragon God was saying, or else he didn't know what the expression on his face would be. Our existence? It is estimated that after Chila knew this sentence, he would also be moved with emotion. Perhaps the degree of emotion is deeper. After all, the human king, the dragon sage king, and Chila himself all came from the four directions. If you really want to say that they are in the same line, maybe they all have some meaning. This matter is really a coincidence. Whether it should be said that it is a beautiful person in the four directions, or an outstanding person, Chila does not know. Anyway, it's such a coincidence. By the way, I also have to admire the eyesight of the dragon god, the leaders who have been recognized all the way. Why did they choose them? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that they are the ones who want to make trouble when they have nothing to do. So is the human king, and so is the dragon sage king. Even Chila himself opened a shop, but the impact on the vault of heaven god realm is so huge. So, in the future, let's take a step at a time. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Okay, I've confirmed what I want to know, Manager Chi, then I won't bother you anymore. Dragon God glanced around the store, looked at the customers in the store, and bid farewell. There weren't many things to do, so naturally, there was no need to stay. Don't bother, Dragon God can come whenever he wants. Chila nodded, then watched Dragon God leave. I don't know what to think. By the way, on Taliana's side, if necessary, you should help me out. However, the Dragon God who had just walked to the door of the store, before he had time to push the door, turned around suddenly and said to Chi Lu. Well, speaking of it, this should be the right thing to do. However, Chi Lu wanted to say something. This is where Taliana didn't know about it, so she began to doubt the Dragon God. This is basically Taliana trying to find a way to play with the Dragon God and make trouble. When Taliana took Lan Zier and Xing Lian to hang out in the Kingdom of Devouring God before, Chila couldn't believe that Taliana didn't ask about this aspect, such as who are Lan Zier's parents. If she knew who Lan Zier's parents were and went to find the Dragon God, then it was intentional. Dragon God is really upright. Do you really think Taliana cares about this issue? If you run over and say a few nice words, it's over. But the slander is the slander, and Chila nodded seriously when facing Dragon God's words. I know, don't worry. However, although he said so in his mouth, how to do it is another matter. Let's not intervene in the affairs between you and your husband. The story goes on the other side. The reception point of the Vault of Heaven God Realm is indeed lively recently. Maybe it's time for the power of faith to erupt. Not long after Lan Zier and Xing Lian came to the Sky God Realm, Lan Qing'er passed the road to the sky and came to the Sky God Realm. But this time, there was only Lan Qing'er alone. The distribution of the power of faith is not balanced after all, and it is difficult to predict the degree of cohesion of the Supreme Throne. Lan Qing'er activated, after all, the blood power of the ancestors of the elves, which has a bonus in terms of talent. Maybe it's still the line of the goddess of life. So it seems not unusual to follow Lan Zier to the Sky God Realm. Is this the Vault of Heaven God Realm? It seems that every newcomer who comes to the Vault of Heaven God Realm will have such a sigh after passing the road to the sky. In the face of the vast and boundless sky and God Realm, it is also appropriate to express some emotion. Although the pickup point is close to the chaotic area, the scenery is not desolate. It's just that the guides who came after him were really a bit of a spoiler. Who are you? After Lan Qing'er sighed, she suddenly frowned and looked at the approaching guide. These guys' intentions and joking expressions were all written on their faces, making Lan Qing'er feel very uncomfortable. That look was like looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. The newcomer this time won't be an elf. Elves? Are you talking about those races with pointy ears? I heard that the qualifications of the elves are very good, but I don't know if it is true. Why do I hear that the people of the elves are very handsome? Now it seems that it is really interesting. So, have you taken a fancy to this newcomer? How is it possible? Doing things is doing things. It's not good to say these words. Several guides leaned over, looked at Lan Qing'er's appearance, and discussed it unscrupulously. It wasn't until they got close to a certain distance that a tall rock giant walked out of it. This rock giant was at least 10 meters high, standing in front of Lan Qing'er, like a hill. The cast shadow directly covered Lan Qing'er completely. Okay, you don't need to say anything, according to the order, this newcomer is my prey. The rock giant waved his hand, interrupted the discussion of the remaining guides, and said in a low voice. A tall figure can indeed bring a certain amount of pressure. Lan Qing'er couldn't help but took 2 steps back. What do you mean by prey? While the rock. What the giant said made Lan Qing'er a little puzzled. What happened to the vault of Heaven God realm? Why was he surrounded by these guys as soon as he came up? The prey is of course you, rookie. The rock giant said bluntly. There is no need to hide, and there is no need to say something nice. For the rock giants with a relatively simple mind and a rougher behavior pattern, honest actions and words are the most authentic, and they can't say anything in a roundabout way. Now that you have become a guide, there is no need to put gold on your face. Might as well finish your work quickly. The prey is me? It's really strange, I just came to the vault of Heaven God realm, why did I become a prey? Lan Qing'er frowned even tighter, but while speaking, she was also ready to fight. Now that the other party has said so, it is impossible to continue the friendly conversation. As for what happens next, who knows? Rookie, your question is very strange. Do you think that when a beast is preying, it will give its prey a reason? With a mocking expression on the rock giant's face, he said with a sneer. In words, he also compared himself to a predator. Is that so? It seems that the vault of Heaven God realm is not as beautiful as imagined. Lan Qing'er understood what the rock giant said, and the power of law in her hands had already begun to gather quietly. Obviously, weakness is the original sin. This is true no matter in the lower planes or in the vault of Heaven God realm. It's just that Lan Qing'er didn't expect that the welcome ceremony of the vault of Heaven God realm would come so early. Do you want to resist the power of law condensed in your hand? The rock giant said a little funny. In the eyes of these guides, the newcomers are really getting more and more overwhelmed. Why do everyone want to resist? If you honestly hand over your followers and leave, at least you can get a chance to survive, right? Why do you have to resist, and then end up in a dead end? If you don't resist, will you let me slaughter you? Lan Qing'er is not as innocent as Lan Zier, so far, the battle is inevitable. That being the case, don't let yourself be at a disadvantage. Storm whirling, cutting. While speaking, Lan Qing'er let out a loud shout. The power of the law suddenly surged out, forming countless wind blades, and slashed towards the rock giant. The law of the wind. What Lan Qing'er mastered was the law of wind among the laws of elements. Speaking of which, the popularity of elemental laws among the gods is really quite extensive. At least compared to other weird laws, elemental laws are more acceptable. And it's also easier to master. But it is because it is easy to control that the power of elemental laws isn't so powerful. But for these guides, the power of the law of wind is actually not weak. You really dare to resist, good. Well done. Seeing this, the rock giant's expression darkened immediately, and he said in a cold voice. Newcomers who dare to resist are always troublesome, and it will make them, the ushers, very embarrassing. Since you are disobedient, don't blame me for being rude. Newcomers, you're believers, I will accept them all with great mercy. Having said that, a circle of law power began to spread from the rock giant, and then suddenly condensed into armor. Rock armor. Chi. Laugh. The wind blades all over the sky came almost instantly, and slashed on the rock giant's body fiercely. It's a pity that the armor condensed by the power of law is also not slow, and it protects the body of the rock giant before the wind blade. Several sharp cutting sounds sounded, and the sharp wind blades slashed on the rock armor. The imagined shattering did not appear. The law of rock mastered by the rock giant is also one of the laws of elements, and may be classified as a subordinate of the law of earth. But when it is really eaten, it is not weaker than the law of wind. Even in terms of attributes, it still restrains the law of wind. It actually blocked it. Lan Qing'er frowned, looking a little surprised. The speed of the law of wind is naturally unquestionable, but even so, it has been reflected. It has to be said that although the usher is a god at the bottom of the ranks, he is not weak in combat experience. Especially some aggressive newcomers, these ushers have encountered countless times. A very sudden attack. But, rookie, if it's just like this, your fate will not change. Now it's my turn to attack. The rock giant glanced at the armor on his body and the cracks on it, and sneered. Immediately, he raised his hands and slapped them hard on the ground. Law of the rock, the earth cracks. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise under the ground. A crack was like a feathered arrow flying out, striking towards Lan Qing'er. Wherever it passed, the earth collapsed and flying stones splashed in all directions. The terrifying power buzzed endlessly. The flying rocks all over the sky seemed to have turned into sharp daggers, and followed the crack to attack and kill. The terrifying momentum is no less than the previous wind blade. Hurricane barrier. Lan Qing'er waved her hands, and the hurricane roared. A shield formed by a violent storm immediately gathered in front of him, making a buzzing sound. In the next second, flying rocks struck like raindrops, hitting the hurricane barrier layer by layer. With a terrifying impact, it hit the hurricane barrier, trying to tear this layer of defense. However, the hurricane barrier is like an indestructible shield, firmly blocking the front. The flying rocks all over the sky hit the hurricane barrier, and were crushed by the power of the hurricane barrier, turning into flying powder. Hoo! The hurricane barrier roared. But the rock giant's attack was more than that. The power of the earth's cracking is more concentrated on the shock wave under the earth. With the help of the power of the earth, the attack condensed by the law of rocks is like an invincible fist, bombarding fiercely. Boom! At this moment, a circle of cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground. An extremely fierce impact shot up from the depths of the ground and enveloped Lan Qing'er. It seems that with the power to crush everything, he wants to kill Lan Qing'er in one move. Newcomer, I hope you can repent before you die. The vault of Heaven God realm is not a place where you can run wild. Cried the rock giant arrogantly. The restraint of the law of rock over the law of wind is quite obvious, especially when facing this kind of newcomer. Lan Qing'er's law of wind Dao pattern is not as perfect as this rock giant's law of rock Dao pattern. Now that he has been restrained in terms of attributes, it seems inevitable that he can't beat him. Don't forget, though. The development of things will always have an unexpected follow-up. Damn it. The law of wind, storm feathercoat. Lan Qing'er clasped her hands together, ready to unleash the strongest law power to defend against this attack. But at this moment, a large group of hurried figures suddenly appeared not far away. I see, it should be right. Look at that appearance, it is indeed somewhat similar to Miss Lan's ear. Don't talk so much, even if it's not, it's a matter of later, let's save it now, and then talk about it. That's right, we don't have to hold back, let's go together, let's kill that guy first. He actually went straight to the killer, I can't bear it. Then, when Lan Qing'er was at a loss, the group of figures burst out all kinds of law power on the spot, weaving into a big net, which not only blocked the power of law attacking Lan Qing'er, but also enveloped the rock giant. With so many gods working together, the rock giant, who was just a usher, really didn't have much room to resist. The large net woven by the power of law caught the rock giant on the spot. Then, under the expressions of a group of guides looking at each other, they dragged the rock giant away. Immediately afterwards, a more tyrannical power of law erupted, and it enveloped the rock giant without any restraint. Boom! Boom! Such uniform actions, fast speed, and firm attitude did not have time for the rock giant to react. But in an instant, the rock giant who was talking nonsense just now, even the supreme throne was shattered. Before even leaving a last word, she disappeared completely. The sudden scene made Lan Qing'er dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was going on now. What's going on here? What happened just now? What's the situation with these guys? Could it be that they have enmity with this rock giant? Lan Qing'er, who was in a daze, was at a loss for a moment, and felt that standing in this place was a bit redundant. Maybe I should leave this place of right and wrong silently, and should not stay here any longer. What if these guys get excited and target themselves? Lan Qing'er was somewhat self-aware, knowing that it was impossible for her to deal with so many enemies. Also in a daze, there were those guides who surrounded Lan Qing'er not far away, with the same confused expressions on their faces. How is this going? Why did it become like this? Did we come to the wrong place? The classic three questions made the minds of these guides buzzing, and they almost forgot who they were. I also couldn't help but think in my heart, has this rock giant made a feud with someone? Otherwise, how could this kind of thing happen, and I didn't know what happened, so I was beaten to pieces. This is a bit too ruthless, there is no time to react at all, and it is a deadly attack. However, the thoughts of these guides are limited to this. Revenge or something, that doesn't exist. After such a situation happened, who knows the rock giant? They are all guides, and they are all lower-level gods. To survive in the vault of Heaven God realm, one has to face reality. Since it was the rock giant himself who offended a powerful enemy, he deserved it, how could he involve them? It's better to be wise and comfortable to protect yourself, lest you accidentally lose yourself, that's not worth it. Among these messy thoughts, Lan Qing'er was the first to wake up. Although the picture in front of her still confused her, it didn't matter. Anyway, the trouble I encountered has been solved, so let's find a way to escape first. After leaving this land of right and wrong, think about other things. However, just when Lan Qing'er was about to put her thoughts into action, the group of gods who killed the rock giant suddenly turned around and looked in his direction. Please wait. Lan Qing'er could feel a resounding shout, even if she didn't name her name. This voice is probably calling myself. Are you going to escape? This was the first thought that came to Lan Qing'er's mind. It's not a joke, if Lan Qing'er is really targeted by this group of vicious guys, there is absolutely no chance of winning for Lan Qing'er. However, if he runs away directly now, will he be able to escape the pursuit of these guys? To be honest, Lan Qing'er was not at all sure about this matter. Who knows if the people here are all the gods, and if there are still some guarding outside. Then the behavior of running away directly is meaningless, and it will definitely be stopped. So under the whirlwind of thoughts, Lan Qing'er forced herself to calm down. Then he turned and looked at the group of gods who had just dealt with the rock giants. The leader seemed to be an orc, tall, with a faint sense of oppression, just staring at Lan Qing'er steadfastly. What's wrong? What's the matter? Lan Qing'er was a little hairy from being stared at, and couldn't help asking. The guides around who were still somewhat dazed saw this scene and consciously moved out of the way. No way, it would be nice if the guide could deal with the newcomers who just came to the vault of Heaven God realm. Their strength is already at the bottom among the gods. And there is no solidarity. When encountering this kind of collective action, God, even if the opponent's strength is similar to his own, he dare not provoke him. Because once a war starts, the situation will be that they will be surrounded by a group of gods, and they will be maimed even if they don't die. And don't expect other guides to come back to save you. That was a non-existent situation, and they estimated that they would be oblito run away immediately. Anyway, if you are a dead fellow Taoist, you don't die as a poor Taoist, so we bother to burn yourself. It's very comfortable waiting to eat some leftovers. Therefore, a group of gods headed by the tall orc came to Lan Qing'er almost without encountering any obstacles. Then he looked at Lan Qing'er steadily. What the hell are they here for? Isn't it for this elf newcomer? But there are no elves among them, and the leader is an orc. That's right, so what's their purpose? It doesn't look like he's here to seek revenge. The guides who got out of the way did not leave, but gathered together in twos and threes, discussing in a low voice. Because such a situation is indeed rare, I always feel that the rock giant died unjustly. Before, they thought that they might be the enemy of the rock giant. Now it seems that it should not be. If it is the enemy of the rock giant, then now that the revenge is over, when it leave? Judging by the posture of this group of gods, it seems that they came to find this newcomer of the elves. Getting rid of the rock giant is just a matter of incident. Thinking about it this way, these guides suddenly felt lucky. Fortunately, it was not their turn to meet this newcomer of the elves, otherwise the end of the rock giant might have fallen on them. However, I think so, but there is such a thing as curiosity. These ushers don't care about the life and death of the rock giant, they are just curious about what will happen next. You guys, what exactly do you want to do? On this side, Lan Qing'er was still annoyed by being stared at after all, and couldn't help questioning loudly. Going on like this, the pressure is still too great, it is better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Hearing the words, the orc in the head seemed to wake up from a dream, took a step back, and asked aloud, "Excuse me, do you know Miss Lan Zier?" Lan Zier? Lan Qing'er was a little surprised when she heard this name. No way, listen to the meaning of this question. Could it be that Lan Zier came to the vault of heaven god realm one step ahead of her, and also met these guys? So why are these guys asking this question? Or was Lan Zier caught by them? At this moment, countless questions appeared in Lan Qing'er's mind, and she was also guessing about the relationship between these guys and Lan Zier. Is it the enemy? Is it a friend? But in the end, it all became one sentence. You guys, what happened to Zier? When she said these words, Lan Qing'er was ready to take action at any time. For Lan Zier, my own sister, even if she loses, she must do her best. No, I think you misunderstood. Miss Lan Zier is fine now, we dare not do anything to her. The tall orc watched the elf's aura suddenly rise, and immediately waved his hands to stop her. They came here this time, not for fighting. The rock giant was killed just now, because he threatened the elves. So this unfriendly atmosphere needs to be reversed quickly. Looking at your attitude, you should know Miss Lan Zier. I don't know who you are. I'm her sister. Lan Qing'er had just finished speaking, and the power of law in her hand had already condensed into shape. It is estimated that in the next second, he will attack directly. Fortunately, the orc reacted quickly. He backed away quickly, waved his hands again, and said, Stop, we are not enemies. Miss Lan Zier is doing well now. We are here this time to take you to Miss Lan Zier. You should know Manager Qi. Shop Manager Qi? You mean Qi Lu? Lan Qing'er did know Qi Li's name, but it was just store manager Qi whom she always called. At this moment, the orc in front of him suddenly mentioned the name of store manager Qi, which immediately calmed down Lan Qing'er. If they know store manager Qi, could it be that they belong to store manager Qi? It's good that you know it, The orc patted his chest, let out a long sigh of relief, and said, Miss Lan Zier is currently living in Manager Qi's shop. We came here specially to take you there, to find Manager Qi. This. Lan Qing'er really didn't expect that the result of the matter would be like this. It turned out to be Manager Qi. After finally coming to the vault of Heaven God Realm, I almost forgot about it. I really didn't expect that store manager Qi has such a high status in the vault of Heaven God Realm, and he can directly find someone to pick her up. Obviously, without this group of gods, the rock giants alone would have been enough for Lan Qing'er to suffer. It is even a question of whether he can escape from this place. I was still guessing what these gods were here for. Feelings are here to find me. However, Lan Qing'er's ability to be so calm does not mean that the guides around her can also calm down. When they heard the words store manager Qi, they almost didn't kneel down on the spot. Shop manager Qi? This elf newcomer belongs to store manager Qi. No way, we almost offended store manager Qi before. Hiss. There was a sound of sucking in cold air, which almost made the surrounding temperature rise. The guides who just feel weak all over are rejoicing from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. Fortunately, they didn't do it by themselves. The job of being a guide is too difficult to do, so you can offend one of the most terrifying main gods in the vault of Heaven God Realm. Don't worry, Manager Qi won't argue with you. After hearing the panicked voices, the orc in the head still couldn't hold back and said something. The rock giant who troubled Lan Qing'er is gone, and store manager Qi has no time to trouble you. However, the orc didn't say the last half of the sentence. He had been terrified for a long time before, and now it's time for these guys to enjoy it. If it's Manager Qi, then let's go. Lan Qing'er still had a lot of trust in Qi Lu. After all, the coordinates of the lower planes were given to him by Qi Lu. Okay, I don't know what your name is. Lan Qing'er. Then, Miss Lan Qing'er, please come with us. After a few simple conversations, the orcs and a group of gods surrounded Lan Qing'er and left. Only a group of guides were left, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. After a long while, someone spoke. I said, big guy, I suddenly want to change careers, and this job is too dangerous. Me too, I feel that just finding a corner to stay is safer than now. That is, who knows that the next person I will offend will be an incredible newcomer, who will die at every turn, alas. I heard that you can earn faith stones in the virtual duel platform. I think it can be done, at least it's better than safety. Then let's go together. Qi Li's shop. Lan Zier just got up and took Xing Lian to make a routine inspection of the shop. This is a habit left over from when I was with Bu Yuyan, and it can be regarded as a proof of the friendship in place. Although the main reason is that Lan Zier has nothing to do. But today, when Lan Zier walked to the door of the store, Xing Lian suddenly broke off the horns on her head. What's the matter, little pitty? Lan Zier shook her head and asked, puzzledly. Zier, look over there, is it the group of guys who stopped us before? Xing Lian stretched out her little paw and pointed to the outside of the store. There was indeed a shadowy figure in the distance. This made Lan Zier narrow her eyes and look into the distance. Really? What are they doing in the store, and there are so many people together? After Xing Lian got an affirmative answer, she murmured to herself with some doubts. Maybe it's for fun. It's not surprising that there are so many interesting things in Big Brother's store. Lan Zier shook her head and said. While Lan Zier and Xing Lian were discussing, Qi Lu also came to the door of the store. Looking down, he said in surprise, are you also there? Big Brother, why are you here? Are those guys here to make trouble? Lan Zier saw that Qi Lu, who basically never left the counter, had also come over, so she asked guessily. Xing Lian also nodded in agreement. Hey, who do you take me for? Qi Lu smiled wryly and shook his head, then raised his head and said, I'm here to pick up people. Those guys are probably trying to redeem themselves, but they actually picked up another one. This time, Qi Le still clearly sensed Lan Qing'er's breath, that's why he came over. Then take a closer look, good guy, it was sent by the group of guys who blocked Lan Zier and Xing Lian before. Did they catch up so coincidentally, they met Lan Zier before, and now they can still meet Lan Qing'er. I just don't know if their luck is as good as last time. Lan Qing'er's temper is not as good as Lan Zier's. Store manager Qi, Zier, Shao Lian, you are all here, great. From a distance, I saw Lan Qing'er waving with surprise on her face, and then trotted to the door of the store. Hugged Lan Zier, patted Xing Lian's head, and said hello to Qi Lu. Sister Qing'er, it's great that you've finally come to the Sky God realm. Lan Zier gave Lan Qing'er a hug. After all, they are still sisters. Xing Lian also happily danced around Lan Qing'er. Just come here. Qi Le didn't say much, but glanced at the orc. Why this time? It feels like this orc has become a small boss, or is it an organized gang committing crimes? That's great. Oh, by the way, store manager Qi, I almost forgot to thank you. As soon as I arrived in the vault of Heaven God realm, I ran into a rock giant. He couldn't help but make trouble for me. I was forced to attack. Fortunately, your people came in time, otherwise I might not have come to the store so soon. But Qi Le hadn't spoken yet, but Lan Qing'er spoke first. After learning the details of what happened, Qi Le took a deep look at these gods headed by the orcs, but did not speak. So they ran over to save people on purpose? Strange, how did they know about the relationship between Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier? The orc seemed to understand Qi Li's doubts, so he said, Shop manager Qi, it's actually my people who happened to be near the pickup point, and saw that Miss Lan Qing'er's appearance was somewhat similar to Miss Lan Zier's, so. How similar in appearance? Qi Le didn't pay attention to the following words, but he listened carefully to the middle sentence. Then I can only say one thing, what are you kidding? One is an elf race, the other is a dragon race hybrid, what is the similarity between them? Is your beastman race's skill at seeing faces so superb? But Qi Le didn't have the nerve to ask this sentence. I see, thank you for your hard work. Qi Le just followed Lan Qing'er's words and thanked these gods for their hard work. After all, in Lan Qing'er's view, these gods belonged to him, otherwise how could they come so timely? So Qi Le didn't bother to explain such a small problem. Anyway, all the gods in the vault of Heaven God realm know that store manager Qi has never existed without gods and apostles. It is also impossible for these gods to use the name of store manager Qi to pretend to be powerful and do something to tarnish store manager Qi's reputation. So it's enough to say hard work. Because when they did this, Qi Lu was completely unaware. But as long as there is this sentence, these gods can become energetic on the spot. This is the affirmation from the Lord God. No hard work. Shop manager Qi, this is what we should do. Yes, it can be regarded as some compensation for the wrong things we did before. The orc immediately acted as a representative, patted his chest and assured Qi Lu. Seeing that the corners of Qi Li's eyes were twitching, he thought, I guessed right again. Sure enough, it is a redemption. In other words, it is more vivid to make up for mistakes. It's okay, since they are willing to do it, let them do it, Qi Lu has nothing to lose anyway. Fortunately, these gods are also sensible. After patting their chests to ensure that it was over, they left without saying anything. This is also in line with their current settings. Now that the task has been completed, of course I have to leave, and what to do here? Lan Qing'er had no doubts at all, and neither did Lan Zier and Xing Lian bother to mention this matter deliberately. Others have started to make up for their mistakes with the Heart of Atonement, so what else? Why bother to mention such a trivial matter? It's better to introduce Lan Qing'er to the situation in the store earlier. With Lan Zier and Xing Lian taking care of this matter, Qi Le can relax a bit, and doesn't even need to help introduce Bu Yuyan. Just let them get to know themselves. How long has it been? Here comes another one. Qi went back behind the counter, counting the days in his mind. It feels like it hasn't been long since Lan Zier came to the Sky God realm, so Lan Qing'er has come. Then do you want to take Lan Qing'er to meet the goddess of life? After all, they are also elves, maybe the goddess of life can see something from Lan Qing'er. Of course, this is just Qi Li's idea, because in the Xifeng realm, there is no such thing as a great power of the elves that goes down in history. It's not like the human king and the dragon holy king at all. One thing to say, as far as Qi Li knows so far, among the elves, the most likely to leave a name is the goddess of life. So the thought of taking Lan Qing'er to see the goddess of life just passed away in a flash. Just think of something else. For example, when will the remaining old friends come up? Lan Zier and Xing Lian can't help much in the store, but Lan Qing'er who came over this time can help look at a store or something, or organize some activities. Wait, activity. Thinking of this word, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Qi Li's mind. As soon as the word activity was mentioned, Qi Li thought of it. Since the opening of the virtual duel platform, it seems that there has been no. What activities have you had? Although, as a battle game, and it is also a real-time battle game, it is not convenient to engage in activities. However, Qi Li never said that there must be activities. If there is no activity, you can organize a competition. Based on the current popularity of the virtual duel platform and its popularity in the Vault of Heaven God realm. Just hold an event, no problem at all. I think it's doable. Holding an event or something just happens to spread the virtual duel platform to every corner of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Qi Li pondered in his heart, although it was his first time to hold a competition, he had enough experience in his mind. I haven't done it myself, so it's just a matter of taking pictures of cats and tigers. And the first competition does not need to be so grand, it is mainly to form a concept for players and customers who are concerned about the virtual duel platform, a concept about the competition. When everyone starts to care about the competition, it will naturally become grand. System, what do you think? Qi Li consulted the system again in his mind. System, host, do whatever you want, this system supports you unconditionally. Yo, so kind? Qi Li frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. System, host, don't doubt the motives of this system. This system just thinks that hosting events can bring benefits, so this system will support you for what you want to do. I can't see that you still have a day when your brain is enlightened. Qi Li pretended to be suddenly enlightened, slammed his palm hard, and spoke. Of course, hosting events can bring benefits, and the broadcast on the virtual duel crystal alone requires a considerable fee. Of course, what is meant here is naturally not the viewing fee. Instead, the broadcast window is in the virtual duel platform, and the virtual duel crystal is used to log in, but the signal fee needs to be consumed in real time. That's a lot of income. After this income is the more important role of publicity. However, the role of publicity here does not refer to expanding the popularity of the virtual duel platform. To be honest, in terms of the current popularity of the virtual duel platform and the Vault of Heaven God realm. Basically, it can be said that no one knows. The branches in the virtual duel platform area are spread all over most of the kingdoms of the Sky God realm, and they are almost reaching the level where they are all there, so there is no need to worry about popularity. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is no regional branch of the virtual duel platform in the Kingdom of God, it is definitely a symbol of backwardness. After all, store manager Qi's reputation is so great, even if he wants to make friends, it should be done. Anyway, it's just giving up the right to use a small piece of land, and it's not a big loss. So Qi Li held the competition. And of course what he wanted to promote was not the popularity of the virtual duel platform. It is the importance of the virtual duel platform in the minds of all players and even all customers. Or it could be the degree of importance. As long as the virtual dual platform is integrated into the lives of these customers, let them develop a habit. Then it will be much easier to change their ideas from this aspect. Subtle effects are always the scariest. To be able to change something that should be unshakable without knowing it. Of course, this is just Qi Li's idea and what Qi Lu wants to see. As for the system, what it wants to see should be the benefits of holding the competition, nothing more. It's just a pity that there are no advertisers in the Sky God realm, and there are no such things as naming rights. From this point of view, Qi Li's side has lost a large amount of income, so it's a pity. Wait a minute, I don't think it's right to think so. No one advertised before, so it's not that they haven't thought about it. Now that I have this condition, it is enough to directly cultivate their awareness of advertising. Qi Lu, who was thinking about where to generate income in his mind, slammed his palm hard, and muttered to himself with a face of sudden realization. The faith stone is a good thing, not only for the system, but also for Qi Lu. After being promoted to the realm of the main god, Qi Li's need for the power of faith is even higher. This is also impossible. Who made Qi Lu not have much background, it would be inconvenient for him to take shortcuts. You must know, let alone those powerful main gods from the ancient times, how much power of faith they have collected so far. Even if it is the new main god who has been promoted for nearly 10,000 years, how many lower planes are in his hands, and how much power of faith does he have? That is definitely an unimaginable amount. It's definitely not a level that Qi Lu can catch up to in a while. So Qi Lu is always talking about generating income, talking about collecting more faith stones, isn't it just to strengthen his foundation? The precipitation brought about by time is always one of the most terrifying things. If you want to catch up with this precipitation in a short time, you can only rely on quantity to win. Then, even the competition is ready to be held, so naturally they have to find a way to generate a wave of income. Although the Vault of Heaven God realm is known as the place where gods live. But one thing must be clear. That is, among the creatures living in the Vault of Heaven God realm, the largest number will always be the Aborigines at the 5th level. Then there is the 4th level, the direct descendants of those apostles. Even though the number of gods is quite a lot, compared with the number of the 4th and 5th levels, it is really not worth mentioning. And one of the reasons why the virtual duel platform is so popular is also because the players are group-oriented, including the largest number of Aborigines, apostles, and apostles' descendants. So in summary, it can be found that there are actually not many commercial activities in the Vault of Heaven God realm. It's just a business type aimed at the gods, not too much. Then there is no need to mention the Lord God. That's why Qi Lu didn't find many shops dedicated to the consumption of gods. But if you look down a bit, you can find that the number of faith stones accumulated in the hands of the Aborigines of the Vault of Heaven God realm is actually no less than that accumulated by the gods, or even more. So, wouldn't it be better to target advertisers on these Aborigines? After all, it is not easy for these lowly Aborigines to do business in the Sky God realm. Even if a large chamber of commerce is established, it must be under the protection of the gods. It's just that for the main gods, or even those powerful gods, these chambers of commerce and the like are nothing worth mentioning, and they don't pose any threat at all. That's why they are allowed to exist. When necessary, it can also be used as a source of faith stones. It is precisely because of these reasons that these so-called chambers of commerce have no voice at all in the Vault of Heaven God realm. Because, without the strength to protect oneself, everything is empty talk. As far as Qi Lu knows, the sky. For a large chamber of commerce in the God realm, to cover half of the kingdom of God, that is quite remarkable. For example, in the Devouring God Kingdom, there is a chamber of commerce that has sprung up recently, specializing in the sale of divine animal meat. This is what Qi Lu heard from Lan's ear. As a divine kingdom that stands at the top of the animal breeding industry, the devouring kingdom of God is capable of selling the meat of divine beasts. However, it is obviously impossible for those gods to sell the beast meat by themselves. So the task naturally fell to the apostles below, or the aborigines. In this way, isn't there a reason and opportunity to establish a chamber of commerce? Besides divine animal meat, there are various chambers of commerce in many other industries, which exist in various divine kingdoms. Moreover, the main god in charge of the kingdom of God simply couldn't care about such things. Anyway, as long as these guys hand over the power of faith honestly, everything else is up to them. As long as it is within the tolerable range, it is a trivial matter. So this time, Qi Lu thought of these chambers of commerce, and naturally set his mind on them. How can you do business without advertising? There is one thing to say, Qi Li's shop is indeed indispensable for promoting the accelerated flow of faith stones in the vault of heaven God realm, and it can even be said to be the #1 contributor. After all, before this, the god's demand for faith stones was very low. The role of general currency is more aimed at the natives of the vault of heaven God realm. But after Qi Lu came, especially after Manager Qi's shop became popular, the role of the faith stone came out. Why? Because in Manager Qi's shop, the faith stone is the only settlement currency. In turn, it also drove the flow speed of the faith stone in the vault of heaven God realm, thus promoting the prosperity of business. Why did the Chamber of Commerce, which had never made a sound before, suddenly appear on the bright side? That's probably the butterfly effect. The initial trigger point should be the rise of the beast breeding industry. This was also the beginning of the commercial activities of the spirit-devouring God Kingdom, which opened the way for the current way of raging money. The specific process is to snap up the eggs of the divine beast from Qi Lu's shop, then start to hatch and select the divine beast. The divine beasts whose blood concentration passed the test were bred to boost in battle. Divine beasts whose blood density is not good enough are naturally sent to the breeding farm. After that, when the beasts are bred, it will be a commercial issue, sales. By the way, because of the breeding of divine beasts, it also drove the prosperity of the Tiankatibo planting industry. At the very least, Dangkong, the divine beast that Qi Lu had never been optimistic about before, in the planting industry, can be regarded as a real cash cow in the eyes of those big growers, and they are looking forward to a bumper harvest of those natural resources and earthly treasures planted. The rise of one industry will naturally lead to the prosperity of other subsidiary industries. These are all chain reactions, things that affect the whole body. However, these high-ranking gods don't care about these things that are not beneficial to improving strength. Judging from the lifespan of the gods, there is more time to enjoy it, so naturally improving the strength is the top priority. So Qi Lu didn't ask much about these things before. But it's different now. The virtual duel platform has swept the entire Tianqiong God realm, and the customers it faces are no longer just gods. Then, the value of advertising is reflected. After all, Qi Lu never bought or sold by force. Even if you want to find some advertisers for the competition and generate some income, it should be a win-win situation. And now is a good time. If nothing else, just say that Qi Lu is going to have a competition, and one can imagine how big a stir it will cause. It should be conceivable to get an advertising space on this level of competition, and to advertise well, and how terrifying the reputation can be gained. It was the right time, place, people, and everything. How could Qi Lu let go of such a good opportunity? Therefore, Qi Lu, who had made a decision, sent out the news that day. What? Manager Qi wants to hold a competition based on the virtual duel platform? Where did you hear such important news? Is it from Manager Qi's shop? What else have you heard? Store Manager Qi is planning to release a few advertising spaces during the competition, and is he looking for an advertiser now? What is an advertisement? There is no doubt about the speed at which news spread from Store Manager Qi's shop. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the major kingdoms of God. With the existence of the virtual duel crystal, the speed of this information dissemination should not be too fast. And after hearing the news, the biggest reaction was undoubtedly those large and small chambers of commerce, besides the loyal players of the virtual duel platform. And these reactions, after understanding the meaning of the advertisement, are maximized. As I said just now, the Chamber of Commerce, which is not valued by the gods at all, has no voice in the vault of heaven god realm. That is to say, it is somewhat famous among the aborigines of the vault of heaven god realm. Moreover, it is only limited to the aborigines of the kingdom of God. If you want to do business across the kingdom of God, then it is a taboo. Because there was an agreement between the main gods, the kingdoms of gods would not interfere with each other. Therefore, between different kingdoms of God, it is okay for chambers of commerce in this kingdom of God to do business with chambers of commerce in other kingdoms of God. But if the chamber of commerce of the other party wants to intervene, then it won't work. This is equivalent to using the chamber of commerce as a medium for your kingdom of God to mix things with my kingdom of God. This is not allowed. Therefore, after hearing about the meaning of the advertisement, the leaders of these chambers of commerce were almost overwhelmed on the spot. This is definitely the best way to gain popularity. None of them. And after advertising with store manager Chi, it is equivalent to leaving an impression on store manager Chi. Although store manager Chi may not care about the life and death of us small chambers of commerce, other guys who are interested in the chamber of commerce must care about the attitude of store manager Chi. This is a huge profit for any chamber of commerce. So, on the day they heard the news, the heads of those chambers of commerce made a decision. Bid with all your might. Be sure to grab an ad slot. No matter how many faith stones, it is worth it. Because the faith stone is gone, you can earn more money, but such a good opportunity does not come every day. Well, the level of enthusiasm of those chambers of commerce was beyond Chi Lu's expectation at first. Although Chi Lu has thought about it, these things are not recognized by the gods. Merchants who value it may have a hard time. But they really didn't expect that their life would be so difficult. In order to grab an advertising space, I simply broke my head. I haven't even fully figured out the competition process yet, and the bidding chamber of commerce has already crossed the threshold. I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Sitting behind the counter, Chi Lu saw Lan Qinger's weird expression, and couldn't help thinking about it. Because of the bidding for the advertising space, Chi Lu has already handed over to Lan Qinger the responsibility of the first round of qualification review. It is to select relatively powerful chambers of commerce among them. Then came the second round of bidding. That's why Lan Qinger felt so surprised and stunned. Store manager, Chi, I just came to the store, and you entrust such an important matter to me, is it really okay? Although Lan Qinger didn't know what Chi Lu was talking about the competition. But it is also clear that the qualification review is definitely not something that a random person is qualified to do. It's okay, I believe in you, so you don't have to be so restrained, just do what you want. Chi Lu answered Lan Qinger's question with an attitude of not being suspicious of a person who is employed and not being used when he is suspicious. Anyway, it's all about generating income, and it's the same for any chamber of commerce that gets the advertising space. As for things like selling fakes, that's impossible. Because advertising with store manager, Chi, is equivalent to using store manager Chi's face and giving store manager, Chi, a guarantee. If you dare to sell fake products, isn't that a slap in the face of the store manager? There is no chamber of commerce in the vault of heaven god realm who is not afraid of death, and would do such a life-threatening thing. So, Lan Qinger's job is still very simple. The purpose is nothing more than to raise the bidding threshold for the second round. It is also convenient for Chi Lu to earn more faith stones on the advertising fee. But Lan Qinger didn't know what Chi Lu was thinking. When Chi Lu said this, Lan Qinger's eyes immediately showed a touch of light. She patted her chest on the spot, and said, "Don't worry, Manager Chi, I will definitely not let down your trust." Well, Qi Dian was a little surprised by Lan Qing'er's tone. "Why are you talking like this all of a sudden?" His eyes became so hot. But the advertiser's matter is resolved, so Qi Lu should have figured out the competition process earlier. Then the news of the competition and the opening time for registration can be announced. Considering the popularity of the virtual duel platform, there is no shortage of registered contestants. In addition, this is the first competition, so the qualifications of the contestants will naturally be lowered accordingly. After all, a professional process has not yet been formed, and their requirements are too strict, and it will not be possible to do it in a while. The competition process should be divided into two categories. Qi Lu thought for a long time before making this decision. Based on the classic mode and the virtual duel platform and the campaign strategy mode, two types of competitions are open. As for the reinforcement mode, forget it, just count it in the classic mode. Then there is the process of the game. The first is to sign up. Contestants need to form a team of 50 people and sign up collectively before they can be included in the registered team. In the subsequent competitions, until the final elimination or winning the championship, the members of the team cannot be changed. Then, it's the official game. In the first round, 64 teams will be selected from among all the teams that signed up for the competition. In the second round, the 64 teams were divided into 8 arenas. 8 teams in each arena will compete in points system. 8 arenas, each with 10 duels. Each team will accumulate points based on the number of eliminated opponents and the final ranking of each duel. Until all the duels are over, the team with the most points in each field wins and enters the finals. Come and compete for the final championship. Among them, because two types of competitions are open, 2 champions will be determined in the end. A champion of classic mode, a champion of campaign strategy mode. Finally, there is the reward for the champion. In addition to the honor, Qi Lu also prepared another reward. It can also be regarded as a gift, specially prepared to encourage more players to sign up for the competition. A total of 100 copies, the Law Comprehension Gift Pack. Whether it is a god, an apostle, or an aborigine in the Vault of Heaven God realm, they can all use it. The gods can use the law to comprehend the spree, to go one step further. And those apostles, or the aborigines of the Vault of Heaven God realm, can use the law to understand the power of the big gift package, and achieve the coveted position of God. I believe this gift will attract many players. While thinking about it, Qi Lu asked the system to announce the news on the virtual duel platform, including the registration time and registration method, as well as the audition time and the subsequent competition process. Virtual duel platform, the first virtual duel competition? Registration time, registration method. Contest? The reward for the champion is the Law Comprehension Gift Pack. The competition manager Qi said is true, and the reward for the champion is too generous. Even if you don't have talent, you can use the law to understand the big gift package and achieve the position of God. No way. Store manager Qi, when did you say something big? It's absolutely true. Participate, must win the championship. Once this announcement was made, after a short surprise, it immediately drove all the players into a frenzy. Especially those aborigines in the Vault of Heaven God realm were beyond surprised. Accomplishing the position of God is something that you can't even dream of. It can be realized in store manager Qi. It's unbelievable. However, no matter how unbelievable it is, no customer doubts the ability of store manager Qi. Because the gods under the command of the main god are basically cultivated by the main god himself. So, with store manager Qi's unfathomable strength, is it difficult to cultivate a few gods? Obviously, no. Even this time, the quota given by store manager Qi is a full 100. So after this news came out, within a short period of time, the entire Vault of Heaven God realm became lively. There are countless teams signing up for the competition, and all players want to try their luck. Especially those customers who are not at the level of the king, they are counting on the law of winning the championship to comprehend the big gift package to become a god. The speed is as fast as if you are afraid that you will not be able to sign up if you arrive late. However, they didn't even look at the registration qualifications set by Qi Lu. Among the registered teams, all members, the account level of the virtual duel platform must be over level 30. This is a hard and fast rule. It's a good game, no matter what, it can't make a scene where the chickens spec each other. Then, in the team, if you apply for the main commander, that is, the member of the captain, the account level should not be lower than level 50. Finally, on the day of the game, you must go to the store in the virtual duel platform area. It doesn't matter whether it's the main store or a branch store, it doesn't matter. After that, there is the recruitment of game commentators. Along with the champion of the competition, the best commentator of the competition can also get a gift package for understanding the rules. All of a sudden, players who felt that they had a good understanding of the changes in the battle situation signed up for the post of event commentator one after another. In addition to the players and commentators, there are some staff on the scene. These are not very important. Because Qi Lu is confident, it is impossible for these contestants to have the possibility of cheating. This is why on the day of the game, you must go to the store to participate. The booth where the contestants are located will be completely closed after the game starts until the end of the game. Therefore, it is impossible for the contestants to cheat through the broadcast of the event. Okay, all the competition procedures have been released, just wait for the registration to end. Qi Lu nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, as far as the competition itself is concerned, Qi Lu really doesn't care who will win the championship. Because the main reason for Qi Lu to hold the competition is to generate income and sell advertising space, and the other is to publicize and strengthen the importance of the virtual duel platform in the minds of customers. After that, it is to improve the overall strength of the Vault of Heaven God realm by the way. So it doesn't matter who wins the championship. The important thing is whether Qi Li's own goal can be achieved. Because after learning about the human king and the great dragon sacred king, Qi Li suddenly realized that his future enemy might not be in the god realm, but in the heaven realm. After all, the current god realm is not like in the ancient times before, when there was a big fight when there was a disagreement. In the current Shinjiu, those main gods and gods can still reason. Well, rather than igniting the flames of war to promote one's ideas and thus change the entire god realm, Qi Lu would rather choose a more peaceful method, not to mention that there is indeed such a condition now. But on the side of Tianji territory, according to Dragon God, those guys are a group of bloodthirsty lunatics. It is unreasonable. So you can only subdue them with a strong wrist. For this reason, Qi Lu chose the current method after thinking about it. First increase the overall strength of the god realm, and then deal with the enemies from the heaven realm that may appear in the future. And this time the competition, the final champion reward, the 100 law comprehension gift pack, is Qi Li's test of the water. Don't look at the fact that ordinary gods don't have much fighting power in front of those terrifying demon gods. But in the special situation of the Vault of Heaven God realm, as long as the overall strength of the extreme God realm increases, it is equivalent to quickening the overall strength of the extreme Heaven realm in a disguised form, and naturally limits the combat effectiveness of those demon gods. But when it came time to really fight those demon gods, only the main god could be called the main force. This is also impossible. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't think that in the Tianji territory, every demon god's fighting power was comparable to that of the main god. It's just that when invading the realm of the gods, only the demon god who can rival the main god came over. So this illusion is created. But to be honest, if all the demon gods in the Tianji realm are the fighting power of the main god realm, then did the divine extreme domain really have the ability to resist? Or is it that those demon gods are almost dead because of bloodthirsty and warlike, and there are not many of them at all? Anyway, Qi Lu believed it was the former. It is impossible for all demon gods to be so powerful. But, even if you think about it, it's useless. Unless Qi Lu is going to lead the gods and main gods of the extreme god realm to counterattack the extreme heaven realm. So then again, let's do the immediate things well first, and then look at the future things later. But if we really want to talk about the way to cultivate the main god, there is one thing to say: Qi Lu is not without it. In the Hall of Law, every golden body of law, and the core of the golden body possessed by it, has the potential to cultivate a main god. But this is just a possibility, not absolute. And it also depends on the object who accepts the core of the golden body of law, and the degree of fit between the core of the golden body of law. In short, it was a very troublesome matter. That's why Qi Lu never mentioned it. As for why, do you want to send out the core of the golden body of law casually? What are you kidding? Why did Qi Lu do this? Before, the golden body core of the law of life was given to the goddess of life, but that was also to help the goddess of life to reshape her physical body earlier. It could be regarded as a little special assistance for allies. Since then, Qi Leke has placed the other golden body cores in the law hall. After all, if you want to advance to the realm of the main god, it is far from enough to rely on the core of the golden body of the law. The role of the core of the golden body of law is just an extra push on the road of gods being promoted to the realm of the main god. But if the god itself is a piece of rotten wood, then even if the core of the golden body of the law is given, it is powerless. So Qi Lu is looking forward to this competition, whether he can discover a few gods with great potential. If you can be sure that you are one of your own, it doesn't matter if you take out a few golden body cores. However, Qi Lu would never show such an important and precious thing on the surface. In fact, even the goddess of life, who obtained the golden body core of the law of life, did not know that the golden body core still had this function. So there is no need to worry about who will target the core of the golden body. Of course, even if he was targeted, Qi Lu would not be afraid. Finally, all the pre-match preparations have been done. I hope this time the game will be interesting. After confirming that the process of the game was correct, Qi Lu stretched vigorously, then lay down on the counter. In Qi Li's opinion, the atmosphere in the vault of Heaven God realm is still too peaceful. This is not to say that peace is bad. What Qi Lu is referring to is the lack of crisis awareness, which is very bad. Although this matter does not belong to Qi Luguan. But after knowing so many things, the demon god of the extreme sky territorius, a thorn in Qi Li's heart that cannot be eliminated. Don't talk about planning for a rainy day, but the principle of born in sorrow, died in peace is still very simple and easy to understand. So Qi Lu also hoped that the competition on the virtual duel platform would make these gods a little more nervous. At least it's good to be mentally nervous. However, Qi Lu has no way of predicting what kind of impact this competition will have on the Sky God realm. I can only say that I will do my best, and the subsequent development will just go with the flow. Qinger, I'll take you to meet someone later. When the game officially starts, the game over there will be. You are in charge. The day after the announcement of the competition procedure was sent out, Qi Lu leaned on the armchair behind the counter, looked at the registered team data in his mind, and shouted. Lan Qinger, who was reviewing the qualifications of those bidding for the Chamber of Commerce in the lobby of the store, heard the sound and responded without looking back. Understood. It has to be said that after getting the news, there are really many chambers of commerce that rushed over to bid. Like sharks that smelled blood, they swarmed here just to grab a chance. There is no way, as an ordinary person in the vault of Heaven God realm, if placed on a lower plane, he can still be regarded as a strong person. But if he was born in the vault of Heaven God realm, his luck was really bad. In front of the gods, such a little strength is really nothing. So to use one word to describe these chambers of commerce, it is, to survive in the cracks. Under the watchful eyes of many gods and the eyes of many competitors, he survived with difficulty. Because even an ordinary person has to live and has dreams. So now such a good opportunity is in front of you, how can you not grab it? So Lan Qing'er could only work hard. You must know that the number of chambers of commerce in each kingdom of God, large and small, can be as many as dozens or hundreds. These are still relatively large chambers of commerce. If everything is counted regardless of size, the number of chambers of commerce will only increase. In addition to the branch stores and the virtual dual platform area, how many kingdoms of God are distributed? How huge will the number be when the two are added together? Then, it became what it is now. In front of Lan Qing'er, there was a mountain of Chamber of Commerce review materials. Just by looking at it, you will feel dizzy. Not to mention reading and reviewing one by one. Anyway, Qi Lu didn't want to do such a boring thing, so he chose to let Lan Qing'er do it. Think of it as rent. Qing'er, let me review it for you. Probably because there is nothing to do in the virtual dual platform area next door, and Bu Yuyan came to the main store at some point. Seeing that Lan Qing'er's figure was about to be buried in the review materials of the Chamber of Commerce, she couldn't help but speak. It's Yuyan, you came just in time, hurry up and help me read it together, I'm overwhelmed by reading these materials. Lan Qing'er raised her head this time. If he hadn't complained to Qi Lu before, now he has found someone to confide. There is one thing to say, Lan Qing'er was just a mercenary before, and it is no wonder that it is not painful to do this kind of mental work all of a sudden. It's just that in order to repay Qi Li's trust, he kept silent. But Bu Yuyan is different. Through the introduction of Lan Zi'er and Xing Lian, Lan Qing'er got acquainted with Bu Yuyan very quickly. Up to now, we are all good sisters of the same age, so what can't be said? Since Bu Yuyan was willing to help, Lan Qing'er certainly wanted to, if not, she even wanted to give up on the spot. The Chamber of Commerce reviews the materials. Bu Yuyan nodded, stepped forward, picked up a document, and quickly flipped through it. That speed is many times faster than Lan Qing'er flipping through page by page. Lan Qing'er was so startled that her eyes widened, and she said in astonishment, Yuyan, have you really seen clearly? As far as the speed of flipping through, Lan Qing'er can confidently say that she won't say anything. I can't even see anything. But why? Bu Yuyan seemed to have finished watching all of them. Wait, just for a while, you just finished reading an audit document? Are you starting to get a second copy? Don't worry, Qing'er, I used to run a chamber of commerce. I have written a lot of these materials, so I can't read them wrong. Bai Yuyan smiled and answered naturally. The expression on his face, as if thinking of something happy, showed a bright brilliance. In the past, before coming to the vault of Heaven God realm, before meeting Qi Lu. At that time, did I ever think that I would have such a day? These chambers of commerce audit materials brought back memories deep in Bu Yuyan's mind. Before meeting Qi Lu, Bu Yuyan once thought that her whole life might be spent in the intrigues of the Chamber of Commerce just like her father. Or, like the eldest daughters of other families, they are used as bargaining chips for the family to marry. Marry someone you don't like at all, and live your life depressed. That is definitely not a life worth looking forward to. Until that day, the person who changed his life suddenly appeared in front of him. Bu Yuyan never thought that there would be a day when she could completely ignore the plots of those families. You don't care about anyone's opinion, you can do what you want, without any scruples. For example, go to the vault of Heaven God realm to find someone you like. Hey, Yuyan, are you listening? When Bu Yuyan recalled the past, suddenly, she seemed to see someone waving in front of her eyes. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly saw that it was Qi Lu standing in front of him, shaking his hand in front of his eyes. Ah. I'm listening. Bu Yuyan's cheeks were blushed suddenly, and she couldn't help but took a step back. So close, so close. This interesting scene made Lan Qing'er, who had been looking at this side, widen her eyes again. That look was even more astonishing than when Bu Yuyan looked through the review materials of the Chamber of Commerce. No way, Sheer is the main palace store manager, Qi. Hey, what was I thinking? Lan Qing'er thought half of it, and couldn't help but spit in her heart. Then he pretended to clear his throat, trying to attract the attention of Qi Lu and Bu Yuyan. Fortunately, this move was very effective, at least it allowed Bu Yuyan's facito return to normal. Well, Qi Lu, what's the matter? Bu Yuyan closed the Chamber of Commerce review materials in her hand calmly, and asked aloud. Actually, it's not a big deal, but I'm going to take Qing'er to the Kingdom of Life, so I want you to help take over Qing'er's work and review these materials. Qi Lu said it before, but Bu Yuyan probably didn't hear it, and said it again. Speaking of which, Qi Lu just remembered that before Bu Yuyan came to Tianqiong God Realm, she opened a Chamber of Commerce. Wouldn't it be better for Bu Yuyan to review the materials of these chambers of commerce? No matter how bad it is, at least it should be faster. No problem. Bu Yuyan immediately nodded in response. As long as it can help Qi Lu, it's nothing to work hard. Then it's hard work for you. Not hard. The Kingdom of Life, the gate of the palace of the Goddess of Life. Although Lan Qing'er came here for the first time, with store manager killing her, no one would dare to stop the newly cultivated Goddess of Life. All the way into the palace, Lan Qing'er looked back curiously. Are those guards just decorations? Stop joking, this is the main god's palace, how could those guards be decorations? Qi Lu smiled helplessly, and then couldn't help but add, it's fine when I bring you here. Don't rush around when you're alone, the majesty of the Lord God is not a display. Breaking into the palace of the Lord God is no fun. If it is blocked from the palace by the gods, then it is still a good situation. If he really broke through the guard circle outside and came to the palace, what he had to bear was the wrath of the main god. Qi Lu, this is a special case. Store manager, Qi is so famous, who would dare not give face? And with the relationship between Qi Lu and the Goddess of Life, those who belong to the gods are not qualified to intervene. I know, Manager Qi, do you really think I'm the same as Zier? Lan Qing'er curled her lips. Even if Lan Qing'er didn't know about this kind of common sense, she could still think about it. What I said just now was just a joke. Of course Qi Lu knew it was a joke, but there were some things that should be said. In case you accidentally take the joke too far, something will happen. The majesty of the main god may not be considered a big deal in front of Qi Lu, but that is only limited to Qi Lu. By the way, let me just say one more thing, Zier's situation is better than yours. As soon as Lan Zier was mentioned, Qi Lu added another sentence. Among other things, at least Lan Zier's reputation in the Sky God realm is much greater than that of Lan Qing'er. Aside from Qi Li's relationship, even if Taliana took Lan Zier and Xing Lian for a stroll, it would be enough to shock many young people. What's more, there is still the dragon god secretly watching over it. What? Lan Qing'er gave Qi Lu a puzzled look. But he didn't get an answer, because Qi Lu didn't continue this topic. Instead, it returned to the main topic of this time coming to the Kingdom of Life. Currently, in the Vault of Heaven God Realm, the largest branches of the virtual dual platform area are the Holy Dragon God Kingdom, the Devouring God Kingdom, and the three in the Life God Kingdom. As for the one inside the chaotic area, it is the main store. So for this competition, the focus of the audition is naturally these three branches, plus the main store in the chaotic area. On the other side of Xinglong Kingdom, there is Ziyun watching the store, so don't worry. Then on the side of the Kingdom of Life, Qi Lu will naturally send people over. Lan Qing'er is the best candidate. Because the Goddess of Life is also an elf, it would be nice to let them get to know each other later. As for the rest of the soul-devouring God Kingdom, Lan Zier and Xing Lian can actually go to the branch there together. Of course, the main pleaser is Xing Lian. Lan Zier is in charge of being cute and eating. And Taliana, Lan Zier and Xing Lian are also quite familiar, so there is none to worry too much. So the rest is the matter of the kingdom of life. After all, Dragon God and the others don't have time to visit the store. How could they do such a thing if they are the Lord God? Shop manager Qi, why are you here again? The goddess of life, who was lazily leaning on the throne, looked up at Qi Lu, and couldn't help but speak. I came here not long ago, why are you here again now? Why, don't you welcome me? Qi Lu shrugged and asked back. It's not welcome anyway. Who is this one? Suddenly discovering that store manager Qi was accompanied by another goddess of life, he immediately sat up straight. The goddess of life showed such a casual gesture and used such a casual tone because she was too familiar with Qi Lu. So there is no need to put on such a tired posture like in front of outsiders. But not in front of outsiders. Zier's older sister, Lan Qing'er, also just arrived in the sky god realm. Qi Lu gave a brief introduction. The goddess of life still knew about Lan Zier, and had met her a few times. Of course, it was mainly when Taliana brought the two little girls to the palace of the goddess of life. The goddess of life, Lan Zier, and Xing Lian met each other, so she didn't go to see it on purpose. The goddess of life still likes the little lowly, who is a dragon mixed race. However, Lan Zier is a dragon hybrid. Why is her sister an elf? Elves? The goddess of life asked. Yes, Lan Qing'er and Lan Zier's mother is an elf family, and their father is a dragon family. Qi Lu nodded and answered the goddess of life's doubts. To be honest, before meeting Lan Qi and Shauna, Qi Lu also had this doubt. Why is it that one is a dragon hybrid and the other is an elf, but they are sisters? As a result, Lan Zier is a dragon mixed blood elf, but when she doesn't show the characteristics of the dragon, she is more like a human. Not to mention the elves, they are very similar to the human race, except for the pair of pointed ears. Dragon and elves. The goddess of life looked a little surprised. It may be surprising that the blood of the two races can be divided so evenly between the two daughters. After all, beside the goddess of life, there is a couple of the dragon clan and the civet-eating cat clan. So the issue of race is not surprising at all. Okay, let's not talk about this question. You brought her to me today, just to talk about this? The expression of the goddess of life quickly restrained, and then asked aloud. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, and store manager Qi is not in a hurry. So how could you make a special trip for this kind of thing? Of course it's more than that. I'm here for the first virtual duel competition. Qi Lu continued the conversation and returned to the topic. The first virtual duel competition does not need any overwhelming publicity to build momentum. As long as you are a player on the virtual duel platform, it is impossible not to know about it. The goddess of life naturally knew it too. What does store manager Qi mean? The first virtual duel competition is just a test of the water. If it is successful, I think it can be expanded. Introducing Lan Qing'er to the goddess of life was just the first thing. Qi Lu came to the kingdom of life, of course there was a second thing. That's the thing about division. Based on the 3 largest branches and 1 main store, the participating teams in the virtual duel competition are divided into 4. There are different competition areas to compete separately to determine the final participating team. Of course, the implementation of this plan is naturally not the first virtual duel competition. Qi Lu has already released the game process. Moreover, the popularity of the first virtual duel competition was not high enough, so the rules should be simpler. Do you want to expand the scale? Isn't such a grand audition enough? The goddess of life asked a little puzzled. Store manager Qi specially released a big gift bag for understanding the release as a reward for the champion to attract players to participate. It's not just those gods who are greedy, the apostles under the command of the gods, and the aborigines of the vault of heaven god realm are even more greedy. That is to say, those main gods don't care much about this so-called law comprehension gift package. Therefore, the attraction of the virtual duel competition is absolutely huge. Except for the main gods, almost all the other players wanted to compete. Fortunately, Qi Lu specially set a higher limit for the teams that sign up, otherwise, they would have been selected for a few months, just for the audition. You might not even be able to choose. At this scale, isn't it big enough? If you want to increase the scale of the virtual duel competition, how else can you increase it? Of course, I'm not talking about the audition. Because the meaning of expanding the scale is naturally to discard the auditions and directly select those teams that are good enough to participate. Qi Lu spread his hands and said calmly, "The goddess of life, the vault of heaven god realm, and the absolute god territory all need gods with outstanding talents to take on the heavy responsibilities of the future, don't they?" While saying this question, Qi Li's eyes were also looking directly into the eyes of the goddess of life. I see. When God's realm was mentioned, the goddess of life understood Qi Lu's meaning. Don't look at the virtual duel contest on the surface as a competition for players, but in fact, it is still a screening. Although the sacred mountain in the central region was sealed off by the king. But who knows, when in the future, this seal will suddenly be broken. The seal will not be eternal, there will always be such a day in the future. So now is the time to plan for a rainy day. Not only Qi Lu knew this, but the goddess of life also knew this. Moreover, because it is something that has been experienced personally, it will have a deeper feeling. The best way to prevent the past disaster from happening again is to make yourself stronger. However, the battle between the divine realm and the heavenly realm is definitely not something that one or two powerful main gods can stop. Even if they are as strong as dragon gods and human kings, they are far from this ability. Therefore, it becomes a very necessary thing to screen out gods who are truly talented, have great potential, and are strong enough to take on heavy responsibilities to form a combat force to deal with disasters. The virtual duel contest is the first round of screening. Because a real big matchup is a real big battle, which is a double test of ability and psychological quality. Only after passing this first round of tests can it be determined whether the winner is really worthy of being cultivated. What's more, for Qi Lu, who has the core of the golden body of laws, the limitation of talent and aptitude has become the least relevant item. What is more important is the heart, will, and philosophy. Even if Qi Lu is for the divine realm, it is impossible to cultivate his own enemies. Perhaps in this regard, Qi Lu is not as good as the king of men. But this is also what Qi Lu admires the king of Ren. As an idealized main god, the human king can always put the overall situation first, which is indeed worthy of respect. But now is not the time to talk about that. The goddess of life understood Qi Li's thoughts, but she still didn't know how Qi Lu would do it. So after a short pause, he asked aloud, "What do you want to do, Manager Qi?" There is no specific plan for the time being. However, apart from the decision to divide the competition area, it will not be too late to make a decision after this competition is over. Qi Li's answer was straightforward, and there was nothing he couldn't say. You know, the championship team of the virtual duel competition, the two together, only have 100 people. In the great battle against the Tianji territory, such a little combat power is just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the virtual duel competition will definitely be held for many sessions. Most of the rules are the same when they are perfected later, so don't rush to figure it out all at once. But one thing can be said, that is, after the first virtual duel competition, the audition will still be removed. Because after the heat of the competition is up, there is no need for any audition mechanism. It would be good to directly announce the conditions of the participating teams and the number of participating places. For the rest, let the players compete on their own. It is enough to select the teams capable of winning the championship with the simplest method of survival of the fittest. As for the division of competition areas, I just want to make the competition more intense, and leave a few more places for the competition by the way. Could it be that Qi Lu would say clearly that he wanted to prolong the competition process and charge an extra advertising fee? After all, there are no players paying attention to the audition. Everyone is pecking at each other, who wants to watch the audition duel. At the very least, it will take until the first round of the official match to increase the number of viewers on the broadcast. Following Qi Li's brief introduction, the goddess of life also nodded slowly. It's a good idea to use the divisional system to make the competition more intense. This is probably the so-called sense of honor. Qi Li took the initiative to divide all participating teams into 4 different camps on the basis of the 4 stores in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, the Life Kingdom, the Soul Devourer Kingdom, and the Chaotic Area. And when the team reports, which competition area it belongs to will be fixed. It can be regarded as taking the initiative to increase their competitiveness. For example, for the glory of the Holy Dragon Kingdom division. Shop Manager Qi, your idea is really interesting. However, I still want to know why you brought Lan Qing'er here. The goddess of life nodded her head, agreeing with Qi Li's idea, then changed the topic and returned to the previous question. Qi Li smiled slightly, and said, I'm planning to let her come over to be the person in charge of this competition area. However, if Goddess of Life has this idea, I can take her back. Since it has been decided that the future virtual duel competition will be divided into competition areas, there must be their own responsible persons. We can't let Qi Li take full responsibility, he doesn't have so much free time. So this time, it was indeed Lan Qing'er who came to understand the business. Although, Qi Lu also knew that entrusting this task to Lan Qing'er was really not professional. But isn't this helpless? There are only so many people in Qi Li's hands who can be used, even if it is to drive ducks to the shelves, he has to do it. When there is a suitable candidate in the future, just replace Lan Qing'er. But Qi Lu also said that if the goddess of life is willing to accept, it couldn't be better to hold the position of the person in charge. For the goddess of life, Qi Lu can still trust her. No need, store manager Qi, I appreciate your kindness. Let your people his matter. However, the reaction of the goddess of life was still within Qi Lu's expectation, and she shook her head readily. As the main god of the same era as the dragon god, the goddess of life is obviously the same as the dragon god. He has his own ideas and is reluctant to intervene in these things. Even if he expressed support for Qi Li's approach, it would not be enough to go into battle in person. Okay, then I won't say more. Qi Li didn't force it. This time, the main purpose of coming here is actually to communicate with the goddess of life. After that, I have to go to the Holy Dragon Kingdom to discuss my thoughts with the dragon god. Things to prepare for a rainy day should be early, lest things come to an end, but there will be no chance. So when it comes to this, there is nothing wrong. After taking Lan Qing'er to bid farewell to the goddess of life, Qi Li turned around and dragged Lan Qing'er to the shop. The branch on the side of the god of life has been guarded by the goddess of life before, so it can be regarded as a temporary clerk. And what is a temporary clerk? It is a clerk who is not recognized by the system, called a temporary clerk. Because this thing has to be reported by Qi Lu and the system before it can be counted as an official shop assistant. But who is Qi Lu? How could he undercut the goddess of life? If the goddess of life becomes an official clerk in the store, then she will become Qi Li's person. How can it work? So in the end, of course, it was nothing. But this time, Qi Li will personally bring Lan Qing'er here, in order to help Lan Qing'er hand over the task of looking after the shop. Then it was to help Lan Qing'er get familiar with her face. With store manager Qi's face, Lan Qing'er's identity can be proved. After that, I became the person in charge of the competition area, and what I said could have weight, not just empty air. Afterwards, Qi Lu went to the Holy Dragon Kingdom alone to meet the dragon god. Of course, it was also for the purpose of appointing Zi Yun as the person in charge of the Holy Dragon Kingdom Division. Although the identity of the person in charge, at least it will be able to show its effect in the next virtual duel competition. But this kind of trivial matter has no effect, and it is not a problem to hang the identity here first. Finally, there is the soul-devouring kingdom, and the person in charge is temporarily vacant. But Qi Lu felt that if it really didn't work, it would be fine to let Xing Lian take responsibility. As for Bu Yuyan, they are all familiar with the chaotic area, so don't move your position, just stay here for now. Let's discuss later when Yu Shi'er comes to the Sky God realm. When all the preparations were almost done, Qi Lu ran back to the shop in the chaotic area. Then I saw that Bu Yuyan was still reviewing the materials of those chambers of commerce. Even if there is a specialization in the art industry, the amount of information on these chambers of commerce cannot be supported, it is too much. To be honest, just this scene is enough for Lan Qing'er to come here to thank Bai Yuyan 10 times. If it were really on Lan Qing'er, these chamber of commerce materials would be enough for her to read for half a month. Yuyan, you have really worked hard this time. If you are tired, take a rest. Don't be so anxious. Qi Lu couldn't help but say a word. Anyway, if Qi Lu were to do such a boring thing, he would definitely not be able to do it patiently. Who let this kind of thing be done by the system in the past? It's a pity to review the information of the Chamber of Commerce. The system is not professional, so it can only be reviewed manually. I'm not tired yet. It's much easier than when I was in the Chamber of Commerce. Bu Yuyan raised her head and answered with a smile. You can still laugh, it seems that the problem is really not big. Qi Lu scratched his head, admiring him silently in his heart. By the way, I picked up a few chambers of commerce materials that had already been reviewed, and took a casual look. There is really no problem. All that is left are relatively powerful chambers of commerce. These advertising spaces should be able to sell for a good price. After all, holding competitions and earning faith stones cannot be delayed. One is to enhance the overall strength of the Vault of Heaven God realm, and the other is to enhance Qi Li's personal strength. It is best to work on both. Otherwise, what would Qi Li spend so much time thinking about for this matter? It must be done well, and there will be a lot of benefits, so I will do it. Then work harder on you. Qi Li said this to Bu Yuyan. This time is the hardest time to review the Chamber of Commerce information. After this virtual duel competition is over, when those chambers of commerce submit their information to the top, those who have no skills will be Ashimeto take the lead. The workload at that time was much easier. Qi Lu, I also want to ask, what is the psychological price of the advertising space you mentioned? Bu Yuyan asked aloud while flipping through the Chamber of Commerce information. After all, it is a Chamber of Commerce, and it is sensitive to price issues. It's not like Qi Lu at all, who obviously runs a shop, but lives like this. This, 1 million? Qi Lu reported a number tentatively. When I thought of selling advertising space before, it was all a flash of inspiration, and I didn't think about the follow-up at all. Now when it comes to the price, there is really nothing to refer to at this moment. After all, Qi Lu has pioneered advertising. One time? Or a game? Bu Yuyan asked without raising her head. Qi Lu suddenly felt that Bu Yuyan was much more professional than him in the way of asking questions. But then again, is this advertising space so valuable? Qi Lu, you don't seem to understand the value of the advertising space in this kind of competition at all. After not hearing Qi Li's reply for a while, Bu Yuyan raised her head. Then he saw the astonishment on Qi Li's face. It was a bit of a surprise. Qi Lu touched his nose, but he didn't feel embarrassed either. Everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones. Who hasn't done it for the first time? What's the embarrassment? Okay, I'd better explain. Bu Yuyan put down the Chamber of Commerce information in her hand, her face didn't look impatient, but rather happy. Happy? Qi couldn't quite understand Bu Yuyan's mood. But for the explanations of professionals, you still have to listen to them. In fact, it is also very simple. Although the virtual duel competition was Qi's impromptu idea, it was the first session that started. However, due to the current popularity of the virtual duel platform, the influence caused by it, that almost affected the entire Vault of Heaven God realm. Therefore, it is naturally impossible for one company to dominate in advertising at this level of competition. The advertising spaces that are sold one by one. You must know that the coverage of these chambers of commerce, even the largest, does not exceed half of the kingdom of God. This is the normal state of the Vault of Heaven God realm, and it is also the limit of what ordinary people can do under the watchful eyes of the gods. Buy an advertising space now, and you can directly advertise in countless kingdoms of God. 1 million faith stones in one game, is it a loss? Makes sense. With a slap in the palm of his hand, Qi decided on the spot to hand over the bidding to Bu Yuyan. Since there are professionals present, Qi is also happy to relax. According to Bai Yuyan's estimate, 1 million faith stones in one game. The number of additions is not counted for the time being, because there are too many. Moreover, the number of viewers is still very limited, and it is a bit deceptive to sell advertising space. However, for chambers of commerce with this intention, it is also possible to sell this type of advertising space at a lower price. So for the time being, only the advertising slots for the official competition will be counted. That is, the 64 teams that passed the audition were divided into 8 venues for competitions. 8 arenas, each with 10 games, add up to 80 games. Then there are 10 games in the championship game. By the way, including the 2 modes of competition, the process is the same. Then the number of official games, all added up, is 180 games. Based on the price of 1 million faith stones, all the advertising spaces were sold. The total income is 180 million faith stones. Nearly 200 million. Qi hasn't calculated it before, but now that he calculates it, the final number is really a bit scary. And that's just the base price. Because the sale of advertising space adopts a bidding model, rather than a direct price sale. So the actual selling price in the end is definitely much higher than the figure calculated now. After all, these 180 advertising spaces are not bought by own Chamber of Commerce, but dozens, even hundreds, or even thousands of chambers of commerce that have passed the audit are competing. This is the standard wolves with more meat and less meat. The bidding process is absolutely fierce. Advertising revenue for a game is hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion. This stone of faith is really lucrative. Thinking of this, Qi couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. And starting from the next virtual duel competition, before the final competition begins, there will be competitions in the competition area. The whole process is much longer than it is now, and the number of games will be much more than now. Calculated in this way, selling advertising space will make a lot of money. Not to mention the signal fee for the virtual duel crystal earned during the broadcast. But the signal fee, no matter whether there is a game or not, Qi can earn it, so it's not considered extra money. Therefore, it is not calculated into the income during the competition period. It's still advertising money. By the way, Yu Yan, after the audition, remember to tell the participating teams about the sponsors. Qi had just finished thinking about the wonderful advertising fee when he thought of another thing. When it comes to participating teams, how can there be no sponsors? While participating in the competition, you are also advertising. Especially in the highlight moments after winning the championship, the sponsors have a lot of face. How worthwhile is this ad? But, sponsors sponsoring a certain team is more like betting. Who knows when this team will be eliminated? Or what about his performance in the duel? But Qi can't control these things. The matter of sponsors will be mentioned, and it is only for the sake of those participating teams. Because Qile didn't stipulate that among the participating teams, all the players must be gods. Apostles, descendants of apostles, or natives of the vault of heaven god realm can form a team to participate. After all, what Qile wants to see is not how strong the contestants themselves are in combat. Because the battle between Tianjiu and Xinjiu is not a one-on-one fight. The duel in the virtual duel platform is never a single fight. So what Qile wants to see more is the ability of these players to face large-scale battles and their strong psychological quality. So in this case, the participating teams composed of the aborigines of the Sky God realm still need the support of sponsors to participate in the competition. They all have to eat and live. And the subsequent cultivation also requires a lot of resources. Sponsor, I see. Bu Yuyan understood the meaning of sponsor just after thinking for a while. Bu Yuyan was always surprised by the fresh words she heard from Qile's mouth every time. Also, the sponsor of each participating team needs to report to the competition team in advance, and then pay a part of the sponsorship amount as a handling fee, otherwise it will not be approved. Qile continued. In this case, the sudden mention of sponsors is of course not just for the participating teams. How can sponsors who have not reported before be allowed to advertise indiscriminately? Isn't this taking advantage of Qile's loopholes and grabbing Qile's wool? How can he bear it? Just kidding, Qile has always been the only one picking up other people's wool. When will it be someone else's turn to pick up Qile's wool? Okay, I see. Bu Yuyan remembered this in her heart. Advertisement bidding, and then sponsor registration. Sure enough, as long as he became famous, he could easily earn faith stones. Moreover, the law comprehension gift pack that Qile brought out can guarantee that the popularity of the virtual duel competition will never drop. This is not just a matter of honor, but more importantly, the real benefits. So far, that's all there is to it. Just try to finish it before the audition begins. Qile gave a final warning. From the start of the registration, to the end of the registration, to the start of the audition, there was still a period of time in between. It may take more than half a month. It's completely enough for Bu Yuyan to finish handling these things. If Lan Qing'er was to do this, by the time the audition started, at most he would have read the materials of the Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention the subsequent auction of advertising space and the registration of sponsors. I have to say that Bu Yuyan did save Qile a lot of heart. Following the review of the Chamber of Commerce's materials, Bu Yuyan sent out notices in an orderly manner. The Chamber of Commerce that did not qualify for the auction was devastated, while the Chamber of Commerce that qualified for the auction was overjoyed. This is a good opportunity to soar into the sky. According to the arrangement and adjustments made by Bu Yuyan, the bidding for the advertising space will start soon. But after Qile asked, he realized that this was only the first round of auction. The auction was only for the advertising space that appeared during the audition. It is also an advertising space per game, but the price is much lower, only 50,000 faith stones are the base price for a game. By the way, there is also a guarantee that if the audience does not exceed 3 divine kingdoms during the entire game, the advertising fee will be halved. Yes, it is the scope of the audience. In other words, after a whole game, as long as there are more than 3 audiences from the kingdom of God watching the game, the full advertising fee will be charged, otherwise half of it will be refunded. And what is mentioned here, the audience of the 3 kingdoms of God, does not refer to the number, but the difference in the kingdom of God where they live. To put it simply, it is this game, even if there are only 3 spectators watching. But as long as these 3 viewers come from 3 different kingdoms of God, then the requirements are met. This is not a word game, but a detailed explanation. Whether the Chamber of Commerce that comes to bid is willing to accept it is their business. Anyway, Bu Yuyan made it clear. In fact, the chambers of commerce that are willing to accept account for the vast majority. First of all, the price of 50,000 faith stones for a game is not expensive at all, and it is completely within the acceptable range. It doesn't matter if it's in vain. Secondly, even if it is an audition, is there really no audience? The answer is of course no. As long as it is a wonderful duel, even if it is an audition, there will still be spectators, and there are quite a few of them. Although for this virtual duel competition, Qilu itself will not focus on broadcasting the audition duel. This is also the biggest reason why Qilu wants to directly cut off the audition round from the next virtual duel competition. Because most of the duels in the audition are held at the same time, it is really not easy to broadcast. However, the absence of centralized rebroadcasting does not mean that it will not be rebroadcasted. The audition showdown will also be broadcast. It's just that players need to look through it by themselves. To put it simply, the difference between the official competition and the audition in the way of broadcasting lies in the number of broadcasting rooms. Because only one duel will start at a time in an official game, there is only one room for the broadcast, so the audience will be very concentrated. During the audition, there may be a dozen or even dozens of duels crowded together at the same time. Then the flow of the audience will be greatly dispersed. And because of the confrontation during the audition, the viewing level was not that high, and there was no commentary. So there is no need to expect how many viewers can be attracted to watch. At least most of the players on the virtual duel platform don't pay much attention to auditions. There is one thing to say, everyone's level is about the same. Why do you have to watch your duel? With this time, wouldn't it be good to go to the duel field to play 2 more games? But when it comes to the official game, it's different. Looking at the entire Sky God realm, the number of players on the virtual duel platform is simply an astronomical figure. And how many teams can really be selected for the official competition? The answer is one type of competition, 64 teams. That adds up to 128 teams. According to regulations, the number of players in a team is 50. Then even if there are 128 teams added up, only 6,400 players can be selected. This number, compared to the number of players on the virtual duel platform today, is really a drop in the bucket. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 1 in a million. With such a strict screening method, the remaining participating teams must be very exciting to start the official competition. That is the real high-end duel, the top competition in the entire virtual duel platform. How could there be players not paying attention to such a grand event? Therefore, in terms of advertising costs, the price of audition games and official games is also very different in price. Bu Yuyan will auction off the advertising space in the audition, and it is also to warm up the bidding in the future. The reason is very simple. Even the advertising space for the audition is so expensive, how about the advertising space for the official competition? Do you have the nerve to offer a lower price? And after the audition is over, there is still a sponsor's handling fee that can be collected, which is also a large amount of faith stone income. At that time, after all the duels in the 8 arenas are completed, before the start of the championship match, there will be another sponsorship event. There is no rule that a participating team can only be sponsored by one sponsor. The exclusive sponsorship fee must be higher. In other words, Bu Yuyan is a professional when it comes to doing business. Pseudo-professionals like Qi Le can only bully the system. After a set of routines, it will be clear to those chambers of commerce. At this time, if Yuyan gave in to make a financial statement, the books would probably look good. It is a high income from beginning to end, and there is no expenditure. Basically, it is not much different from an empty glove white wolf. But after Qi Le handed over this matter to Bu Yuyan, he didn't care much about income. Anyway, it was the system that ate these faith stones in the end, and it would not stay in Qi Li's hands. Of course, there is one thing to say, the faith stone is of little use in Qi Li's hands. So a long time ago, Qi Li didn't care much about his share. If you need anything, just ask the system directly. It fully explains what is meant. Money is something outside of the body. If you don't bring it with you when you are born, or if you don't take it with you when you die, it's better to be cautious. But this point of view is only aimed at Qi Lu himself. The system still can't do that. Because the faith stone is indeed very useful in the hands of the system. Therefore, Qi Lu will not be soft on the faith stone that should be earned, and he has to find a way to earn more. After Bu Yuyan convened the Chamber of Commerce and held the first auction, the audition began. Qi Lu took advantage of this time to take a look at the income from this auction. I really didn't expect that it was just audition that I ignored, and the advertising space auctioned out could be worth hundreds of millions. Is the advertising space for the audition so precious? Qi Lu held the record list of the auction for a long while and looked at it before scratching the back of his head and muttering to himself. This total price was indeed a bit unexpected, and I almost missed such a large sum of income. Just as Qi Lu was touching his head and sighing, the sound of the system also came out. System, host, this system suddenly discovered that your business acumen doesn't seem to be as good as expected. Qi Lu never imagined that this Erbi system could use this kind of thing to make up money. But is Qi Lu someone who simply admits defeat? Facing the words of the system, Qi Lu sneered, and immediately threw the record sheet in his hand on the table, saying, "So what, anyway, Yu Yan is the talent I discovered, what does it have to do with you? I just need to prove that I am stronger than you. Do you still want to leave me and find another one?" System. This time it was the system's turn to be speechless. The IQ gap is still there. When Qi Lu was not caught by the system, bickering still rarely lost. But this is just a small episode. After all, bickering is a daily behavior. With the start of the audition, Qi Lu, who had nothing to do, also paid attention to the duels of the participating teams. Although the audition did not receive much attention, it was only a relative term. There will definitely be audiences, but not so many. The first reason is that there is no commentary for the duel in the audition. Because there are too many duels in the audition, even if the current commentators are all competing for posts, the number is not enough. Therefore, the duels during the audition are uniformly not equipped with the position of commentator. Of course, if there are enthusiastic viewers who are willing to act as commentators, that is also possible. It's just that the level of enthusiastic audience is really uneven. It's okay if you say it well, but if you don't say it well, it will affect the experience of watching the game. It's not like this kind of thing happened before. The only difference is that there really wasn't a game of this scale before. The second reason is the number of broadcast rooms mentioned earlier. Click on the live broadcast room during the audition, and there are dozens or hundreds of them. At first glance, there is a feeling of dazzling, and most of the duels are not very high level, not exciting at all. These 2 points alone can dissuade many viewers. In this case, it is not easy to find high-quality matchups. However, when the audition progresses to the later stage, the quality of the duel will gradually increase. Because those participating teams who want to make up for their numbers will be eliminated one by one. By the way, the audition adopted a single elimination system, not a points system. In each duel, the teams ranked in the bottom half will be eliminated directly. This is also the rule set to speed up the audition. Otherwise, there are so many participating teams, and they still adopt the point system, and they don't know when the audition will be held. Therefore, under this single-game elimination system that does not allow mistakes, if you want to stay, you must show your true skills. The level of the participating teams is clear at a glance. The more advanced the audition is, the stronger the remaining participating teams will be. The viewership of the duel is higher, and the number of broadcast rooms is less, so the number of viewers will naturally increase. Qi Lu also followed along the way, and found many powerful participating teams. When there was no competition before, the duels in the virtual duel platform were basically randomly matched. Without a fixed team, naturally, there is no way to evaluate the overall strength of a team. But now that there is a competition, there is also a fixed team. It is much simpler to evaluate the strength of a certain team. After all, it is a participating team composed of 50 players, which fully interprets the meaning of a team. To win the game, the entire team, not to mention every player, must have the ability to control the game. But at least you can't hold back. Therefore, in a participating team, the more players who are holding back, the weaker the team will be. Those teams without obvious shortcomings are really very few. One of the main reasons for this situation is that when you signed up, time was tight, so when selecting members to form a team, you must give priority to acquaintances. But acquaintances only represent relationships, not strength. As a result, there have been many teams with extremely uneven distribution of strength and weakness. After being discovered by the audience who followed the auditions, they all sighed, "The power of the pig teammate is really powerful." There have always been a lot of geniuses in the vault of heaven god realm, but there are more people who are holding back. So the audition, amidst these complicated emotions, went to the last day. The final round of audition is over, and the remaining 64 teams are all qualified to participate in the official competition. Of course, the 64 teams here refer to only one of the models. There are 128 participating teams in the two modes. And when Qilu was surprised, he saw those who stayed in the last team. Sirkaya's team is on the list. "Hey, is this guy also participating?" Qilu was slightly surprised. Sirkaya was definitely an ordinary player with little reputation in the virtual duel platform before. Maybe the account level is higher than the average player, but it's not famous at all. I really didn't expect that the team he organized could stand out in this audition. Moreover, he participated in the game of campaign strategy mode. This surprised Qilu even more. I didn't expect Sirkaya to have such a skill. You should know that the difficulty of the game in the campaign strategy mode is higher than that in the classic mode. Of these two modes, one requires tactical thinking and the other requires strategic thinking. Although there are similarities between the two modes, there are too many differences in details when compared in real terms. It is indeed not easy for Sirkaya to lead the team and win the place in the campaign strategy mode. In addition to Sirkaya's team, the two modes, and the remaining 128 participating teams, Qilu also saw a lot of acquaintances. For example, the godly team of the goddess of life. For another example, the team composed of gods of Valkyrie. Yes, among the remaining 128 participating teams, many of them are gods or apostles under the command of the main god. The team formed is handy and seamless. It is true that many temporary teams have been eliminated. From Qilu's point of view, this is simply cheating. Because these genus gods belong to the same main god, and they usually cooperate for a long time and frequently, so they will naturally get used to it. Even in the virtual duel platform, this kind of cooperation can be brought into play very well. Don't feel too comfortable targeting those impromptu teams. In addition to these teams composed of gods, the teams that can be left behind, those temporary teams formed by idle gods, are really powerful. After all, under such heavy pressure, they can survive to the official competition. At least in the team, the individual strength of the players is absolutely beyond doubt. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against those highly cooperative teams in this way of fighting each other. Affection. This kind of team confrontation does not have a unified dispatch, and the combat effectiveness will drop by at least 1 or 2 grades. It can be seen that there are indeed many talented people. After all, it is the vault of heaven god realm. But after reading the entry list for the official competition, when Qilu saw Sirkaya coming to the store, he still couldn't help asking. "Store manager Qi, who do you think is in my team?" Not all of them are old friends, they are all old friends who survived with him. Sirkaya answered Qilu's question very readily. Although the answer was vague, Qi still understood. It turns out that the members of the participating team with Sir Kaya are all followers of the King of Kings. No wonder he was able to stand out among so many registered teams and come 10th official competition. This is true, even though Sir Kaya doesn't know how to command, but all the followers of the King of Kings are geniuses. The main reason is that after living for a long time, those who don't understand some things should understand. And there is another saying, when the human king fought in the vault of heaven god realm, did there not enough large-scale battles started? Even if these guys haven't personally commanded, they probably have personally participated in it. With this kind of experience, can you still command? You must know that the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and it is useless for a commander to just talk about it on paper, and more depends on experience. To control the changes in the battlefield situation, what is needed is a strong heart that does not change its face in the face of danger. And for this, there is absolutely no shortage of followers of the human king. After all, I have experienced such a magnificent battle back then, and now, what is there to panic about? So, do you also lack the understanding of these laws? Qi thought for a while, then asked another question. In terms of fame or glory, being a follower of the King of Men is definitely not lacking. Or it doesn't matter if you don't need it. They worked so hard to hide their identities, when did they pass with great fanfare? Then this time the virtual duel competition, what can attract them is probably the final gift package for comprehension of laws. If you say you don't have it, you don't have it. If you say you don't have it, you don't have it. After listening to Qi Li's words, Sir Kaya touched her nose and gave an ambiguous answer. After a short pause, he continued, actually, we just want to fight side by side again. Perhaps, the latter sentence is the truth. After hearing this, Qi fell silent. For the followers of the human king, the fall of the human king also symbolized the end of their era. As the survivors left over from the past, the memories of Sir Kaya and the others may only be memories. Fighting side by side should be just a luxury for them. But today, the emergence of the virtual duel competition has allowed them to realize this dream, which is considered a good thing. To be honest, in Qi Li's opinion, the human king sacrificed for the sake of the vault of heaven god realm and the extreme god realm, so his followers should need to be so cautious. But the fact is that the matter of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory has not been spread. But in the same way, the hatred of those main gods did not seem to be handed down. The good and bad reputation of King Ren seemed to have disappeared with that battle. Only a few clues were left to prove his existence. Then I wish you the best of luck in the championship. Qi didn't have much to say, so he could only say so. After all, Sir Kaya's old friend has nothing to do with Qi. Knowing belongs to knowing, but that is only because of the reason of thinking, and I am not very familiar with it. Sir Kaya also nodded, and then changed the subject. Daily chat, there are always many topics. There are also many new things happening in the Vault of Heaven God realm. But among the customers in the store, the latest novelty is the virtual duel competition. And those advertisements that appear during the duel. Speaking of which, the advertising costs of these chambers of commerce are definitely worth it. Because the audience of the virtual duel competition still finds the appearance of advertisements very fresh, even after the competition, they will discuss the products in those advertisements with their friends around them. This has also become the second hot spot besides the participating teams that are shortlisted for the official competition. Bu Yuyan found a business opportunity here, so taking advantage of the heat, she started the second auction. The auction price of the advertising space has naturally become higher. But what does it matter? For those chambers, it's totally worth it. After the advertisement was published, the business of the Chamber of Commerce has obviously improved, and there is a trend of getting bigger and bigger. In addition, there is the name of store manager Qi, even if store manager Qi himself didn't say it clearly. But the troubles of my own chamber of commerce have indeed been reduced a lot. Perhaps in the words of store manager Chi, the faith stones paid by these chambers of commerce are called advertising fees. But in the eyes of many people, this is more like a protection fee or something. If Chi Lu heard this, he would definitely refute it. We are serious businessmen, so we can't speak so harshly. Doing business is doing business, advertising is advertising, that is a serious transaction. What is protection fee? But Chi Lu can't care about such things as brainstorming. As long as those chambers of commerce are doing serious business, Chi Lu doesn't bother to take care of these things. There is no way. Chi Lu wants to earn more faith stones, so business must be developed. Those gods have no intention of developing business, so they can only entrust such important tasks to the aborigines of the Vault of Heaven God realm. Just like the advertisement that was put out this time, maybe it can also lead to the emergence of several trans-God kingdom chambers of commerce. It's just that based on the agreement between the main gods, even the trans-God kingdom chamber of commerce is probably a joint multi-chamber alliance. Each of them is responsible for the business in the kingdom of God they are in, and then they can collect the accounts and deal with them. This can be regarded as taking advantage of the loopholes of those main gods. Of course, having said that, those main gods don't pay attention to these details. The union between chambers of commerce will not affect the relationship between the kingdom of God, but can improve the quality of life of the residents of the kingdom of God. Faith in this kind of thing always has to give some benefits, so that believers can be more determined. Of course the Lord God knows this kind of thing, so it is impossible to press blindly. Especially in the Vault of Heaven God realm, a higher plane where such gods can be seen everywhere. As long as the basic order of the kingdom of God is not chaotic, in fact, many things, these main gods will let nature take its course. But these are things for later. What should be said now is the second auction held by Bu Yuyan. The liveliness of the official competition is far from what the audition can match. The number of viewers alone is not of the same level, let alone other aspects. So Bu Yuyan thought, Chi Li's 1 million faith stones for a game's advertising space is obviously too low. You know, in the previous auditions, the average price of the advertising space for each competition was around 100,000 faith stones. The degree of attention of the official competition is more than 10 times that of the audition. It's okay to say it's 100 times. But in terms of price, it is true that a rising tide rises all boats, but it does not necessarily have to be equal in multiples. Then Bu Yuyan thought about it, and finally came up with a reasonable reserve price. 3 million faith stones, an advertising space for a competition, start bidding. Bu Yuyan propped her hands on the auction stage, and the small hammer used to set the tone was placed in front of her. For this price, Bu Yuyan is not afraid that no chamber of commerce will bid. Because the total number of official games is only 180 games. It was completely different from the number of games during the audition, where there were hundreds or even thousands of games. As for the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce sitting at the auction site, at a glance, there were hundreds of them at least. The advertising space for these 180 games is allocated to each Chamber of Commerce, and there is no way for everyone to have a share. So when Bu Yuyan shouted out the reserve price, there was almost no time for silence, and a representative of the Chamber of Commerce shouted out, "I will give out 4 million faith stones." "It's only 4 million, petty, I will give out 6 million faith stones." 7 million faith stones. "Wow, it's only the first advertising space now, is that what you guys bid?" "If that's the case, then I will give you 8 million faith stones." "It's a joke, look at how many peers are sitting at the auction. If you don't fight now, can you grab it later?" "Then be direct, 9 million faith stones." 10 million. 10 million faith stones. "Everyone, give me face, this is only the first advertising space, so don't fight so fiercely." "I gave out 13 million faith stones, can everyone stop here?" Indeed, this is only the first advertising space, there is no need to spend so much money. Then it's better for you all to stop asking the price and give it to me. I guarantee that as long as there is this one advertising space, the subsequent ones will never participate in the auction. Just kidding, so many of us are sitting here, do you still want 2 advertising spaces? Stop talking so much, I will give you 15 million faith stones. In the auction venue, after Bu Yuyan called out the reserve price, there was amos immediately. There are representatives of the Chamber of Commerce bidding everywhere, and no one is willing to give in, so they can only continue to increase the price. It's not that they are willing to raise the price to a sky-high figure, mainly because they have no choice. Because there are only so many advertising slots, the number of chambers of commerce present far exceeds the number of advertising slots. So if you don't start bidding from the first ad space, the subsequent prices will only get higher and higher. Don't think that there will be a failed auction later, that is impossible. Even if a chamber of commerce only takes 1 advertising space, that is not enough points, how could it fail the auction? It is nothing more than increasing the price to a limit level that most chambers of commerce can bear, and then everyone stops. Moreover, the price range of this stop is not something that everyone tacitly declares. Not to mention the numbers negotiated before the auction started. Rather, it is determined by the game between the representatives of these chambers of commerce when they bid at the auction site. It wasn't until the last person who yelled the price that he yelled the pricito a level that was just right, making other representatives hesitate. Then the auction price of the advertising space is almost determined. Bu Yuyan is very familiar with this situation. Before coming to the Sky God realm, Bu Yuyan also served as an auctioneer in her own chamber of commerce, so she still has some experience in grasping the rhythm of the auction. Now is the time for confusion, just let them bid for themselves. As long as they don't fight at the auction, Bu Yuyan doesn't care how they bid. Because in this situation where there are more wolves and less meat, no one is willing to give up their quota. Then it is impossible to have a pre-negotiated situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't know if he was backstabbed by his teammates. The representatives of these chambers of commerce are all very shrewd, how could they trust these unbelievable guys? So Bu Yuyan stood on the auction stage of the auction, happily watching their performance. The small hammer in front of him was always there. Hammer drop? If it doesn't exist, let's talk about it after they finish shouting the price. Under such fierce bidding, there was no need for Bu Yuyan to adjust the atmosphere. Okay, since everyone is unwilling to give in, then I will not be polite. In one breath, 24 million faith stones. If there is a higher bid, then I will give up this ad space. In the midst of this din, a representative of the Chamber of Commerce suddenly raised the price. 24 million faith stones are already close to the psychological limit price of many peers. Although an advertising space can make one's Chamber of Commerce skyrocket. But there is a premise, that is, all the funds in the Chamber of Commerce cannot be exhausted just because of bidding for this advertising space. So when the price reaches this level, it is almost the limit. All of a sudden, the scene of the auction was quieted down. Bu Yuyan, who was standing on the auction stage, also recovered from the silence, and then reached out to pick up the small gavel in front of her. 24 million faith stones for the first time. Anyone else want to bid? Bai Yuyan yelled as usual. The price of an advertising space can reach this level. To be honest, Bu Yuyani's already very satisfied. You know, at the very beginning, the psychological price Chila gave was only one advertising space for 1 million faith stones. The current 24 million faith stones has more than 20 times more. And this is just the first slot. In the subsequent auctions, even if there are some fluctuations in the transaction price, it is estimated that there will not be too much. Even if there is only an average transaction price of 20 million faith stones, that is enough. The reserve price of more than 1 million faith stones is a lot. 24 million faith stones for the second time. 24 million faith stones. Bu Yuyan shouted here, paused for a while, and looked around the Chamber of Commerce representatives below. This is also the habit that Bai Yuyan left behind when she was the auctioneer of the auction. The pause is just to wait for those who hesitate. Let him. Let's think about it at the end, whether to bid or not. But it doesn't take long to pause. Otherwise it seems too contrived. 24 million faith stones for the third time, deal. No accident happened, this price has indeed reached the limit of these chambers of commerce. If the bid is higher, it may affect the normal operation of the Chamber of Commerce. I really can't tell, the wealth of these chambers of commerce is indeed somewhat unexpected. You must know that Bu Yuyan personally reviewed the materials submitted by the Chamber of Commerce. She knew that most of the chambers of commerce only covered a small area of the kingdom of God. And it's not the business of the gods, but the business of the apostles, their descendants, and the aborigines of the vault of heaven God realm. Under such difficult conditions, such a huge amount of wealth can be accumulated. I really don't know what will happen after this advertising campaign. It is foreseeable that many small chambers of commerce without strength should be annexed by some powerful large chambers of commerce after this advertisement, and then integrated into a larger chamber of commerce alliance. Even if it is difficult to cross the scope of the kingdom of God, it should not be difficult to cover the entire kingdom of God with the Chamber of Commerce. At that time, the commercial field of the entire sky god realm will change. Although the impact on those gods is not great, it is definitely not without impact. After all, the idea of enjoying life is contagious. It's not that the gods don't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. How can they be indifferent to the world and don't care about the world? Let's just talk about the simplest point, which is also a change that Chi Lek knows about. That is the business of breeding divine beasts and their meat. In many divine kingdoms, gods are involved. And from the point of view of animal breeding industry, it can also affect the development and changes of many other industries. I will not talk about the planting industry of Tyne Kadibo mentioned before. In addition, there is the most classic catering industry, as well as the material supply chain related to artifact forging. Because the fur, scales, bones, minions, etc. on those divine beasts, many parts that cannot be used by the catering industry, can be used as materials for forging divine weapons. Including weapons, armor, and some special items. You know, most of the products sold in Chi Li's store are high-end products. Generally speaking, they are all used by those gods. But among the creatures in the vault of heaven god realm, in reality, the number of gods only occupies a very small part. So in this respect, all kinds of industries have value and significance. It cannot be said that only the gods and the main god will live. Could it be that the aborigines of the vault of heaven god realm are no longer alive? Impossible. If this is the case, then what is the difference between the god realm and the heaven realm? Of course, let's not talk so much now. At this auction, after the first advertising space was auctioned out, the subsequent transaction process became much simpler. The transaction price of 24 million faith stones seems to have become a baseline, which is in front of us. Representatives of various chambers of commerce will slowly quote according to his baseline. It is almost whoever's quotation is close to the baseline first, and basically the advertising space belongs to whom. Anyway, the final transaction price did not fluctuate much, that is, around this benchmark number, about 1 million faith stones. In short, Bai Yuyan is still very satisfied with the price, and it can be regarded as a perfect completion of the task assigned by Qi Lu. However, that being said, but in the second round of auction, only 160 advertising spaces were auctioned out. For Bu Yuyan, who is truly business-minded, the prices of the advertising spots for the last 20 championship games are not at the same level as the advertising spots that are being auctioned off now. It can be used to start the third round of auctions. By the way, I can also talk about the sponsorship event at the third round of the auction. The matter of recruiting sponsors can also start now. But that is the matter of each participating team, and Bu Yuyan is just mentioning one thing here. All in all, this second round of bidding can be regarded as a happy situation for everyone. Both parties got what they wanted. Nearly 4 billion? Is this the total turnover of the second round of auctions? Qi Li's hand holding the auction record sheet trembled again, both from surprise and excitement. This price is much higher than previously imagined. To be honest, Qi Li hadn't thought about it at all, but it was just some advertising space, and he could sell such a high price. Another point is that I didn't expect that these chambers of commerce still have such a huge amount of faith stones in their hands. You must know that after the auction, if you want to get the advertising space, you need to pay cash. In other words, the total transaction price of nearly 4 billion faith stones has been eaten up by the system. And according to the auction records submitted by Yuyan, only 160 advertising spaces were auctioned. Doesn't that mean that after the first round of the official competition, there will be a third round of bidding? At that time, it will be another huge income. It's incredible, it's really amazing. Qi Li couldn't help clapping his hands, applauding repeatedly. Sure enough, professional things should be left to professionals. If Qi Li was left to do this, it is estimated that the final income would not be more than half of what it is now. Maybe half of them didn't. System, yes, host, this system is very clear about your abilities, and it really can't be so good. Can you stop popping up at a time like this? Qi Li was feeling emotional in his heart, when suddenly a system voice came out of his mind. And there was nothing serious about it, he just ran out to mock himself. Put this on Qi Li, can you bear it? So Qi Li didn't say a word, and sneered back on the spot, could it be that you have this ability? System, no. System, but this does not prevent the system from laughing at you. Qi Li was silent, and was confused by the system's righteousness, and didn't know what to say. No, this Irby system is not justified at all, but not justified. Okay, what you said is right, who told you to be shameless, I can't say no to you. In desperation, Qi Li could only shrug his shoulders, and speak out expressionlessly. System, tisk. However, Qi Li didn't intend to continue to pay attention to this Irby system. I have nothing to do every day, what happened to me? He ran out to mock his host for a while. Is this something that a normal system does? It is better to ignore it. But, right, Qi Li just had this idea, and suddenly realized that ignoring this gone by system doesn't seem to work. Because all the advertising spaces here have been sold, the subsequent game arrangements must keep up with the pace. So after scratching his head vigorously, Qi Li still shouted in his mind. System, is it there? System, here, host, what's the matter? What? It's great to have a heartless system by my side. Help make an announcement. The day before the official competition, all participating teams selected for the official competition list must follow the requirements on the list and go to the corresponding regional branch of the virtual duel platform. If the contestant has not arrived at the corresponding branch before the start of the competition, it will be regarded as a waiver. Qi Li organized his words, and then spoke in his mind. The first round of official competition, 2 modes, 128 teams. With 8 teams as a group, they were divided into 16 groups, and they faced each other in 16 arenas. And these 16 arenas are respectively located in the branch stores built in the virtual duel platform areas of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, the Devouring God Kingdom, and the Life God Kingdom. Among them, there are 6 arenas on the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The Soul Devouring God Kingdom and the Life God Kingdom were each divided into 5 arenas. And in the chaotic area, that is, in the main store where Qi Li is located, is the arena for the championship match. Participants in the virtual duel competition must go to the corresponding scene before they can participate in the official competition. This is also a rule that did not exist during the audition. Because in Qi Li's eyes, the audition is not a competition at all, and it doesn't matter if the rules are casual, as long as no participating teams cheat. But when it's time for the game, some rules cannot be ignored. Moreover, at the scene of the official match, there will be a commentary to tonalize the situation on the duel field in real time. At the same time as the broadcast, the analysis of the commentary will also be played out together, so that viewers who don't understand will not be blinded. System, the announcement has been released. Okay, I get it. Qi Li nodded, then pondered in his heart to see if there was anything he missed. Time flies. A few days passed quickly, and soon it was time for the official competition to start. Although the 16 arenas are distributed in 3 branches, the duels are not held at the same time. Instead, according to the type of game, 2 duels will start at the same time. One is a game in classic mode, and the other is a game in campaign strategy mode. Viewers can watch the mode they want to watch according to their own preferences. At the same time, the 10 games on each arena will be divided into 2 rounds, and each round will consist of 5 duels. When the round is replaced, the game will be played according to the round-robin system. To put it simply, after the 8 teams on the first arena have played 5 duels, there will be a temporary truce, and then it will be the turn of the 8 teams on the second arena to start the game. The second round will not start until all 8 arenas in the same mode have completed the first round. This is also to save time for each participating team to discuss tactics or adjust your own state. Otherwise, he would have been stunned in the first round, and he would have been swept out of the game. Therefore, even if there is only 1 arena in the final championship match, it will be divided into 2 rounds to complete 10 duels. There will be a 1-week truce in between. But now is not the time to talk about the championship game. In the first round of the official competition, on the announced schedule, the first 2 venues to open are all in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The spectators rushing to the scene to watch the match were packed with crowds of people, and they couldn't see the end at a glance. Qi Li, who only discovered this scene on the day of the competition, suddenly slapped his forehead with annoyance. How did I forget that tickets can still be sold? Qi Li murmured regretfully to himself. Maybe it's because Qi Li has never been to a live game before. When thinking about the game process, he didn't think about this aspect at all, and naturally ignored this source of income. Tickets, with so many spectators, how much can you charge for tickets? Apart from regretting, Qi Li still made some calculations in his heart. The scale of the branch of Xinglong Shenghua can accommodate more than 300,000 viewers. Even if a ticket only sells 100 faith stones, there will be at least 30 million faith stones in ticket sales. And this is just the ticket revenue for a game. According to the flow of the competition, even if the 2 arenas opened each time are in the same branch, there will be a total of 16 games before and after, and tickets can be sold for 16 times. Calculated in this way, the lost tickets alone are almost 500 million. Thinking of this, Qi Li almost couldn't sleep. But before the official game started, there was no talk about tickets. So at this time, Qi Li is naturally too embarrassed to mention this matter again. Tickets or something, it's free. As for the loss, of course it is your own. Qi Li finally felt what it means to feel pain in the flesh. This is a total of 500 million. Qi Li, there seems to be something wrong with your face. Bu Yuyan, who noticed the change in Qi Li's expression, suddenly said. No, nothing, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Hearing this, Qi Li could only force a smile. Forget it, it's okay, it's all lost anyway, so what else can I do? At least Bu Yuyan did a good job, and made up for the loss by earning a lot of money from the advertising fee. However, the fact that the tickets for the first round of the official competition were not sold successfully did not mean that there was no chance. Isn't there a championship after that? Of course, that's something to come later. Let's watch the game first. After finally calming down, Qi Lu finally turned his attention to the live broadcast of the match. I have to say that the participating teams that can be selected for the official competition are really strong. Whether it is tactical cooperation or strategic decision-making, they are all quite outstanding. The chain-to-chain strategy suppressed the rhythm of the entire match very tightly. Want to get close to your enemy in the shortest possible time. This is probably the idea of all participating teams. After all, change comes later. According to the scoring rules of the virtual duel competition, the final points are divided into elimination points and ranking points. So in many cases, it doesn't have to be the first goal. It is also feasible to aim to eliminate more enemies. Because in each arena, there are no contestants missing. In the case of seats, there will be 8 complete teams, with a total of 400 contestants. According to the rule of 1 point for eliminating an enemy, it only takes 30 points to get a first place. As long as you have enough strength, to eliminate 30 enemies is actually the same as getting the first place points. So under this rule, more tactical choices and strategic decisions are derived. Some participating teams know that it is difficult for them to get the first place, so the goal from the beginning is to eliminate enough enemies in each duel to guarantee their own points. As for ranking points, that's just a matter of fate. Except for the 8th place, that is, the team that was eliminated first without ranking points, the top 7 all have ranking points, but the number is different. In this case, the accumulation of elimination points is particularly important. If you want to sit quietly and watch the tigers fight, then it is very likely that there will be a situation where the first place will be won in the field duel, but the final points will not be able to win the first place. So if you want to win successfully and enter the final championship game, you must find a way to eliminate your opponent. This is also one of the reasons why Qi Lu will set this rule. In the duel field, you have to fight. What kind of words does a sneaky dog stand aside? The virtual duel contest is definitely not a luck game, but a game that depends on strength to determine the final champion. So, if you want to win the championship, do it. Let's go to war. But that's all I've said, so let me say one more thing by the way. In the game of the campaign strategy mode, the calculation of the elimination points will not include the units of the neutral camp. When calculating the elimination points, only the contestants are counted. So the option to brush points does not exist. In such a large-scale event, it is not impossible to take advantage of loopholes. But Qi Lu can guarantee that the speed at which he discovers those cheating behaviors will never be too slow. And after discovering any cheating behavior, the cheaters will be directly deprived of their qualifications. There is no sympathy or reason to speak of. Because this is absolutely prohibited. If even the most basic fairness and justice cannot be guaranteed, then what is the competition? As for other detailed problems, almost all found one and corrected one. After all, it is quite difficult to take the initiative to find out some trivial things before they are exposed. So Qi Lu is also paying attention to the ongoing duel. Not just to watch the game, but also to look for loopholes in the rules. However, if you only look at the situation in the duel field, you really can't find any loopholes. I have to say that the system does a really good job in this regard. Looking at it now, the only possible mistakes and omissions are the points rules formulated by Qi Lu himself. It's mainly a question of balance. A simple explanation is the question of which is more important, ranking points or elimination points. Then the contestants need to make a trade-off between their team's ranking and the elimination points they have obtained. Because in the duel field, there is no crushing of strength. Then, if you want to obtain high elimination points, the danger you will encounter will definitely increase exponentially. You want to eliminate your opponent, why doesn't your opponent want to eliminate you? This relationship is opposed to each other, rather than a one-way existence. Therefore, while the contestants get elimination points, the probability of being eliminated increases accordingly. This is a typical trade-off between elimination points and ranking points. There must be no weak teams that can pass the audition and come to the official competition. When the competition started, the competition was to see whose mind was clearer. After all, a point-based game is not a duel. Even if there were only 5 duels in the first round. But when it comes to the duel field and the start of the match, the stamina required is definitely far beyond imagination. This is a huge test of willpower, mental strength, and brain power. On the contrary, in terms of physical strength, these contestants can basically hold on. It's normal to say that the virtual duel platform has never had any requirements for physical strength. The main thing is whether it can be sustained mentally. As for the physical fitness of these contestants, we don't need to go into details. Not to mention how the combat effectiveness is. Anyway, if you don't sleep for a few days, there is still no problem at all. For these 5 duels, with such a tight rhythm, it should be over in a few days. And the facts also prove Qi Li's idea. Let's not talk about the game in the campaign strategy mode. What they are fighting over there is the speed of the development of the territory and the ability of the commander to make overall plans. Therefore, compared with the classic mode of direct confrontation, the early stage of the duel is still a bit boring. Anyway, Qi Li doesn't like to watch those guys run and develop, it's just too boring. Otherwise, Qi Li is only suitable to be a store manager, not a lord. This has been decided from the beginning of the character. However, Qi Li didn't like it just because of his personal feelings. In fact, the number of spectators in the game room in the classic mode and the game room in the campaign strategy mode is almost the same. In other words, among the players on the virtual duel platform, half of them actually like the campaign strategy mode. This really puzzled Qi Li. What is so good about the early stage of operation and development? Isn't the rhythm of fighting at the beginning of the classic mode and fighting in the ground, isn't it exciting? When the battle in the classic mode is almost done, the battle strategy mode will almost enter the stage of war. Wouldn't it be nice to change it again at that time? But Qi Li couldn't control what the audience thought. As long as the game is going on normally, there is no hard and fast rule as to how long a duel can last. When it ends, it will be the next time. Until all 5 duels are completed. Then rest for a day, and then proceed to the next group of participating teams. This cycle continues until all the games in the first round of official competitions are completed. 80 games, that's something to watch. Qi Li, who was watching the game, couldn't help but mutter to himself. Because the 2 modes of competition are played at the same time, the time required for the 160 duels in the first round will be much shorter. It depends on who finishes the 80 duels of these 2 modes. Based on Qi Li's current experience watching the game, this option is basically no surprise. It is to see when the game in the campaign strategy mode is over. Calculating the time, it takes an average of 12 hours for a battle in the campaign strategy mode. This is still at the extreme. It is possible to do things only when the rhythm is compressed. Otherwise, it would take at least 18 small things. Then there are 5 duels in one round, even if it is really counted as 12 hours, it will take 2.5 days. Calculated in this way, a round of duels will last for 3 days. Plus a day off. It will take 4 full days for a group of participating teams to complete a round of competition. And such a participating team has a total of 8 groups, and there are still 2 complete rounds of competition required. Rough calculation, it is about 2 months. And it's only a theoretical 2 months. The actual time required should be longer than the theoretical one. It can be said that Qi Li will definitely not be bored in these 2 months. Basically, there are games to watch every day, and they are all peak matchups. literally living the dream. Find something to do every day. And those who had the same idea as Qi Lu were the viewers who were obsessed with the virtual duel platform in the room where the match was broadcast. Watching this peak duel, what they can learn is much better than they usually think about it by themselves. Almost every audience is eagerly absorbing this knowledge. At this time, the commentator responsible for explaining the game needs to temporarily act as a teacher. However, while watching the match, Qi Lu also paid attention to the advertisements that were placed during the duel. To be honest, on the premise of not disturbing the audience's interest in watching, it is necessary to make the effect of the advertisement. This is indeed a bit difficult. But then again, although the rhythm of the game is quite tight, it is not from beginning to end. After all, during the duel, there will always be some garbage time. It's about the boring situation where the contestants delay each other's development and look for opportunities for each other. And at these times, it is the best time to advertise. Anyway, it's garbage time, why don't you just look at the advertisement in the corner? By the way, let the narrator also read the advertisement words to attract the attention of the audience. Speaking of this, I have to mention one more thing. The commentary in the official game is paid. So it is also my duty to help with advertising, otherwise how can I be worthy of this salary? Of course, these are off topic, not what Qi Lu is concerned about. Because of the advertising space, I left it all to Bu Yuyan. Then, Qi Lu naturally didn't bother to worry about how to advertise. The so-called employing people is not suspicious, but doubting people is not necessary. Since it was all done by Bu Yuyan, there was nothing to doubt or worry about. Even if the final advertising effect is not good, Qi Lu can't blame Bu Yuyan. At worst, the advertising fee will be reduced in the future. Qi Lu has always been very tolerant towards his own people. But now it seems that the effect of these ads is quite good. There was also heated discussion in Qi Li's store. This can be seen from the content of the barrage on the public screen in the room used to broadcast the game. That's right, on the day when the match broadcast started, Qi Lu let the system get the barrage function out. Watching the live broadcast, how can you not watch the barrage? A live broadcast without barrage is a live broadcast without a soul. It's just a pity that for these guys in the Sky God realm, this is the first time they have come into contact with the fancy function of barrage. Although every audience watching the game can honestly abide by the barrage etiquette. But the problem is, they don't know what to post. Until these ads appear. Good guy, Qi Lu is really a good guy. It's okay to copy the advertisements back and forth, and start to change those advertisements without a teacher. In short, the ability to ridicule seems to be innate. Spicy grilled beast meat, have you ever eaten it? There are delicious beast meat here, so you can eat real benefits. Sold the cubs of the beast. 130,000 faith stones, 100,000 faith stones. It's really good, the artifact here is really good. Is there anyone selling mouse tail juice here? Before, what kind of tail juice are you talking about? Is it delicious? It's not a question of whether it tastes good or not, it's the kind that is very delicious. You are enough, can you still watch the game seriously? That's right, looking at what you said, I really feel sorry for these beasts. Those beasts are so cute, why do you have the heart to hurt them? That's right, it caused my tears to flow from the corners of my mouth unsatisfactorily. Brother, the place where your tears appear is a bit strange. All kinds of strange barrages almost overwhelmed the wonderful game. Qi Lu had to sigh, all the roads seemed to lead to the same goal, including the stem. But looking back, the advertisements of these chambers of commerce are not all about mythical beasts, there are also many other industries. It's just that the frequency of the appearance of the stock of the beast mayat is always in a state of being the best. Maybe it's because it's more high-end. In fact, these chambers of commerce that have grabbed advertising space cover all industries. Not to mention food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there are other daily necessities, as well as combat commodities. There are also various special props, which can improve the quality of life, enhance combat effectiveness, or solve some unspeakable secrets. In short, there are only things you can't think of, and nothing you can't see. Instead, Qilu was severely surprised. Why didn't I realize that life in the vault of heaven God realm is so colorful? However, after much deliberation, Qilu finally came to a conclusion. That is, the life of a god is really boring. Perhaps the desire has become less, or the obsession has become heavier. The life of the gods has indeed become quite simple, and it almost feels like they are indifferent to the world. But Qilu also knew that these were just appearances. The main reason was that the disputes between the gods left them no extra time for entertainment. It can last tens of hundreds of years if you keep it closed, and some even last for thousands of years. What entertainment do you need? For ordinary people in the vault of heaven God realm, the time for the gods to retreat for a while has passed their entire lives. So how can the lifestyle of ordinary people be applied to gods? That's why a situation like Qilu appeared. Before coming to the Sky God realm, I always thought that the Sky God realm was just a place where gods lived. Then after coming to the vault of heaven God realm, they subconsciously ignored those ordinary people. For Qilu, this is something that should not be done. But turn the topic back to the store book. The body, that is, the matter of opening a store. Qilu also knew that the main customers in the store should be those gods, even the main gods. And not the aborigines of the vault of heaven God realm, nor those apostles, or the descendants of the apostles. Because the store's customer capacity is only so large. Even if you expand the area of the store, it is impossible to include so many customers. Otherwise, why did Qilu give up the idea of continuing to expand the regional branches of the virtual duel platform, and started selling virtual duel crystals instead? It is because there are not so big shops, and there are not so many people. And another point is the issue of supply. If you really want to calculate the customer base, if the supply is not enough, isn't it also useless? Besides, Qilu never thought that he would have to bear such a large supply. To supply the entire vault of heaven God realm? It was like a dream. Why do you have to make yourself so tired? Therefore, if you want to earn faith stones, you have to think of other ways. The act of selling the advertising space this time is Qilu's test of the water, and it can be regarded as an incidental act. Even if you fail, there is actually nothing to lose. After all, Qilu's purpose of hosting the event was not to sell advertising space. But who would have thought that such a big success could be achieved all of a sudden by unintentionally inserting willows into shades? Then Qilu has the idea of implementing the next plan. Since life in the Sky God realm is so exciting, let's find a way to make it even more exciting. The rise of the advertising industry has brought about the development and prosperity of chambers of commerce. And as the residents of various kingdoms of God know the existence of these products, what about the sales problem? And there is another question: how to place an order? Because it is impossible for those ordinary people to go across several kingdoms of God just to buy a bite of food or a piece of artifact, so let's go to buy it. Isn't that full of food? Another point is that you can't buy things according to the advertisements. Therefore, under the prosperity and development of the Chamber of Commerce, another problem was revealed. That is, how to sell the goods of the Chamber of Commerce under the influence of advertisements. Fortunately, Qilu had thought of this a long time ago, and he was also thankful in his heart that he distributed the virtual duel crystals in advance. Now the best advertising channels and the best sales channels are in the hands of Qilu. Then the virtual shopping platform is time to put it on the agenda. This is the fantasy version of online shopping. To be honest, when Qilu first thought of this matter, he thought it would not succeed. But who would have imagined that the situation would automatically develop in his direction after how long it had passed? After completing this virtual shopping platform, it is all about earning faith stones lying down. This thing is more popular than the virtual dual platform. But the premise is that the Chamber of Commerce must develop. Otherwise, this virtual dual platform is just an empty shell. Just put it there and have a look. System, if I'm not wrong, you should be looking at my thoughts now. Qi Lu, who was thinking about the problem, suddenly had such an idea. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. System, host, don't think about it. When did this system sneak a peek at your thoughts? Qi Lu remained silent. There is one thing to say, it is the first time I have seen such a blatant one. I thought about it myself, and your damn Irby system came out to refute it. You didn't peek at this host's thoughts, can others see it? System, okay, host, why don't you tell me what you are looking for in this system? Seeing that Qi Lu kept silent, the system finally couldn't help but speak again. You've seen my thoughts, don't you know what I want to say? Qi Lu replied blankly. If you want to pretend, you should pretend from the beginning. If you start pretending halfway, what is the matter? System, System, no problem, the host's request is very simple, and the virtual shopping platform can make it quickly. And you said you didn't peek at my thoughts? These words suddenly popped up in Qi Li's mind. System, host, you are sick, can you stop talking about it? Qi Li said. It is rare to see a system that becomes angry from embarrassment, which is really wonderful. Okay, then I'll change the topic. You must have read the operation of the virtual shopping platform. Let me talk about a few other points. One is the commission. 2% I snuff for this thing. It's good to add up a little, as long as the transaction volume is large enough. In this matter, the system is still very experienced. After all, before coming to Sky God Realm, the system had opened the trading system in the New World mode in the past. That thing can be regarded as the predecessor of the virtual shopping platform, but it is the most streamlined version. When it comes to the Sky God Realm, the virtual shopping platform still has to catch up with the express delivery industry to develop together. However, if the buyer is willing to add money, the system can directly send the product through the virtual shopping platform. The number of belief stones added depends on the distance of transmission and the volume of the product. Anyway, for the system, using the law of space is a matter of consuming some power of the law. As for the power of law, in terms of the ability of the system, it is a not to directly transform it with the faith stone. So in the final analysis, it is still a matter of faith stone. Anyway, the virtual shopping platform designed by Qi Lu provides two delivery methods for shoppers to choose. One is ordinary logistics, that is, express delivery. And the other is to add a certain amount of faith stones, and then send them directly. Qi Lu can provide these two delivery methods, only the latter. As for the former, the logistics industry in the Sky God Realm. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to fall on Qi Lu. After all, it is well known that Qi Lu is short of manpower. Therefore, it depends on the strength of those chambers of commerce alliances. Anyway, it is also a new industry. Then there is another point, to ensure that the registered information of merchants on the virtual shopping platform is true and valid. Anyway, there are fakes, defective products, and heavy warehouse goods. It has nothing to do with us. We just provide a platform, and even the logistics have nothing to do with us. Qi Lu went on to emphasize another point. The reputation problem still needs to be guaranteed. The virtual shopping platform only provides a platform and does not provide commodities. This must be clearly distinguished. So if you find such a dishonest business, just remember to seal it up. System, understood. For things that he doesn't understand, the system still knows what to do. Qi Lu will do whatever he says. Anyway, let the host do the things that use the brain. Let's do the system and our own things well. In the end, it's the user's information. Well, there is no need to register again, just log in with the account of the virtual dual platform. Qile thought for a while, then continued. Registration is a troublesome thing. If the account can be used universally, it is best to use universally. In this way, it not only avoids troubles, but also increases the value of the account, making the account owner even more reluctant to give up. Speaking of which, in the Virtual Duel Crystal, the account of the Virtual Duel platform is also their only account. This could be regarded as Qi Li's original intention. Anyway, they are all bound with their identities, so they are not afraid of someone else using their account. Then what are you doing with so many meaningless accounts? Maybe in the future, the account of the Virtual Duel platform can still be used as an identity proof. I really look forward to that day. It must be the day when the Vault of Heaven God realm will be completely changed. System, understood. That's it for now. Remember to take the time to post the updated notice. I'll also talk to Yu Yan about this matter, and then discuss the launch time off the virtual shopping platform. Qile nodded, then strolled to the next door, ready to find Bai Yuyan. It's not to discuss the improvement of the virtual shopping platform, but to let Bu Yuyan inform those chambers of commerce. After all, Bai Yuyan is more familiar with those chambers of commerce. When the virtual shopping platform goes online, remember to ask those chambers of commerce to register their store information and product information in time. If the information is not registered in time, maybe some customers came to the door, and they couldn't find the online stores of those chambers of commerce, let alone buy goods. Virtual shopping platform, the idea is awesome. Qi Lu, how did you come up with it? After learning about Qi Li's new idea, Bu Yuyan's expression of surprise and appreciation was beyond words. This is really an advanced idea. You can buy anything you want without leaving home, and it can also be delivered to your door. Perfectly solving the barrier of distance will definitely help those chambers of commerce develop at the fastest speed. How did you come up with it? Just a flash of inspiration, and then I figured it out. Qile spread out his hands. He couldn't say that he came up with the idea after borrowing from the memories of his previous life. However, this virtual shopping platform can only be regarded as a convenient function. Even if it is changed to a fantasy version, it will not have a great impact on the gods. At most, it will make life more convenient. But in essence, how much influence a virtual shopping platform can have depends on the products inside. The more chambers of commerce registered, the greater the scope of influence. After all, supply and demand is there. With such a huge consumer demand in the entire Sky God realm, it is impossible for Qi Lu to be the supplier alone. It's just a flash of inspiration to come up with such an epic-making idea. You are still as good as you were before. Bu Yuyan looked at Qi Lu with a look of admiration. But in Bu Yuyan's eyes, under that adoring emotion, there should be more love. But after coming to the Sky God realm, Bu Yuyan clearly saw the gap between herself and Qi Lu. That's why I chose to hide my love. Qi Lu is the Lord God aloft. Even though he himself never showed any arrogant behavior because of this incident. Nor did he show any dislike or dissatisfaction with himself. But Bai Yuyan understands that this gap is definitely not something that can be made up by attitude. That is the difference in status, the difference in level between ordinary gods and main gods. Just like the dragon god and Taliana, it is possible to be together only if they are both the main god. So like now, standing behind Qi Lu is also a choice. It's just that it's impossible for Bu Yuyan to think of it now. Before her, someone else made the same choice as her. Whether it's serious or not, let's talk. I'll trouble you to deal with the matters of the Chamber of Commerce. Qi Lu touched his nose and assigned the task. This kind of thing that relies on memory to eat does not have much sense of accomplishment at all. Moreover, the appearance of the virtual shopping platform is far from having such a huge effect in changing the entire Sky God realm. After all, the Tianji domain has always been a threat to the Shinji domain, and Qi Lu didn't think of any good solution to this point. At present, it can only increase the comprehensive strength of the entire God realm step by step. When you find a suitable candidate, you can also find an opportunity to send out the corresponding golden core of the law. Cultivate a few more main gods, always be prepared. It's just Qi Li's thoughts and won't let anyone know. It's not that there is no one you can trust, but that this kind of behavior is really shocking to say the least. What is the concept of cultivating the main god? Qi Li was afraid that if he revealed the news, he would be surrounded by a group of gods that day. As for what exactly will happen, Qi Li has no way of predicting. Who knows what those main gods will think? But one thing more is worse than one thing less, so don't say it if you can't say it. Bu Yuyan, who received the task, didn't ask any more questions, but turned around and went out, preparing to notify those chambers of commerce. The launch of the virtual shopping platform may not be helpful to enhance the overall strength of Xinjiu, but it has greatly improved the speed at which Qi Li collects faith stones. Today's Qi Li has been promoted to the realm of the main god, and the demand for faith stones is simply incalculable. The speed at which the body of law devours the power of faith is really too fast. Otherwise, Qi Li wouldn't be in such a hurry to make plans with those chambers of commerce. You must know that faith stones exist as a common currency in the vault of Heaven God realm. For the gods, their significance is not as great as imagined. They are mostly collected and stored for future safety. Although it is true that a large number of faith stones have been accumulated, it is nothing in the scope of the entire Sky God realm. Before that, Qi Li's cultivation level was not as high as it is now. So the demand for faith stone is not as strong as it is now. Doing business with those gods can almost meet the requirements, so I haven't made any big moves. But it's not going to work now. If you don't expand the scope of your business, if you want to become stronger quickly, you don't know when you will go. And this is also one of the reasons why Qi Li held a virtual duel competition. Because there is a reason for a whim. Store manager Qi created another virtual shopping platform. What is it used for? Although I don't know what the role of the virtual shopping platform is, I believe that store manager Qi will not let us down. What are you expressing here? If you have this time, can't you find out about the function of the virtual shopping platform? That's right, Miss Step has come to inform us in person. Can you pay attention? Some well-informed chambers of commerce soon learned about the upcoming launch of the virtual shopping platform, and some chambers of commerce even learned of the news before Bu Yuyan's notification. Because of the speed at which the system works, it has always been so vigorous. With the convenience of a virtual duel platform, the announcement that the virtual shopping platform will be launched was announced on the spot. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of a large group of followers. And the word shopping has greatly increased the interest of each chamber of commerce. It wasn't until Bu Yuyan notified these chambers of commerce in the past that they remembered when the virtual shopping platform went online and registered store information and product information in time, that they woke up like a dream. This virtual shopping platform is really designed for our chamber of commerce. Shop manager Qi is willing to work so hard for us, how can we afford it? Great kindness and virtue, there is nothing to repay. That's right, before store manager Qi, was there any god who paid attention to us? Let alone the main god. Even if it is for the reputation of store manager Qi, we must do our best to put the best products on the shelves. That's right, there's only so much we can do. However, while being moved, some merchants noticed another problem. And it's a question not weaker than supply. That is, delivery. By the way, Sister Step also told us about the delivery, saying that we should solve the logistics problem by ourselves. The matter of delivery, it really needs to be resolved. The virtual shopping platform is aimed at the customers of the entire Sky God realm, and it is inevitable to supply goods across the Kingdom of God. Even with store manager Qi here, we still have to abide by the rules between the Kingdom of God. After all, store manager Qi has already done enough. How can he trouble store manager Qi on this kind of matter? That's just right. Take this opportunity, find a way to integrate the chambers of commerce in various kingdoms of God, and form a chamber of commerce alliance. Alright, if you want to do this, yes, if you want to do this logistics, it is impossible for any of our chambers of commerce to handle it alone. We must cooperate. In this case, let's discuss this matter while the virtual shopping platform is not yet online. First, call the heads of the chambers of commerce in the neighboring kingdom of God to come over and have a talk. The location is near the branch in the virtual dual platform area, and the time is 3 days later. This is also the default thing of the major chambers of commerce. Not to mention the chaotic area, after all, it is a bit dangerous. But at the very least, the kingdom of the Holy Dragon, the kingdom of the Devouring God, and the kingdom of the Life God can be regarded as the most favorite meeting places for these chambers of commerce, because the 3 largest branches of Manager Chi are built here. So, the matter about the virtual shopping platform was settled like this. The reaction of those chambers of commerce was more positive than Chi Li expected, and the purpose of the action was more clear. The first big move was to gather the power of the largest chambers of commerce among the various kingdoms of the gods, and jointly form a logistics network, which was so large that it directly spread throughout the entire sky god realm. Of course the main gods of the various kingdoms knew about this, but they didn't respond. 1. Because of store manager Chi's face. Another is to know that these chambers of commerce will not cause any disturbances, and will not affect the relationship between the kingdom of God. On the contrary, if believers can live and work in peace and happiness, they will be more willing to dedicate their faith. If this is the case, what is the need to stop it? After that, these chambers of commerce were divided into 3 regions based on their respective positions in the kingdom of God and the vault of heaven God realm as a whole, and jointly established 3 alliances of chambers of commerce for the purpose of mutual restraint. And the headquarters of these 3 major chambers of commerce happen to be located in the kingdom of life, the kingdom of devouring God, and the kingdom of Holy Dragon. In the end, each chamber of commerce also issued a statement within the scope of their own coverage. It is determined that the Chamber of Commerce will definitely join the virtual shopping platform. And also promised that the products provided by the Chamber of Commerce will never have any quality problems. False 1 penalty 10, refund and replacement. Well, when Chi Lu saw these statements, he was indeed taken aback for a moment. The meaning of the same goal by different routes is reflected again at this moment. Do these businesses like to say that? Couldn't it be Bu Yuyan who taught them? Thinking of this, Chi Lu couldn't help but glance at Bu Yuyan not far away. Chi Lu, what's the matter? As if she had noticed something, Bu Yuyan tilted her head to look at Chi Lu and asked. No, it's nothing, I just want to see you suddenly. Chi Lu shook his head, then turned his gaze back. Unbeknownst to Bu Yuyan, when Bu Yuyan heard these words, a nice blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Seductiveness is always invisible, she really is a master. It would be a good thing if the vault of heaven God realm was always so peaceful. However, some things are always out of control. In the vault of heaven God realm, on the edge of the extreme God realm, there is an endless mountain range that towers into the sky. The black-red light that shrouded it was like the rich blood energy in the abyss, exuding an extremely depressing atmosphere. Here is the farthest point of the divine realm, and it also has a quite famous name. Central Divine Mountain. That's right, the location of the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory isn't at the center of the Extreme God Territory, but at the very edge. It will be called the Central Territory, Divine Mountain, because it separates the Divine Realm and the Heavenly Realm. It is the dividing line between the 2 heavens and the earth in the vault of Heaven God Realm. That strong blood energy is the proof that the King of Man fought his final battle here. On this sacred mountain in the Central Territory, the demon god of the Extreme Heaven Realm and the Lord God of the Extreme God Realm have fought countless battles. If we say that in the vault of Heaven God Realm, the place with the most fallen main gods and demon gods, it must be this mountain in the Central Territory. None of them. The black-red light is an inseparable fierce force and extreme resentment. Whether it is the main god or the demon god. Both of these are existences standing at the top of the vault of heaven god realm. But in this place, there may be more main gods and demon gods who have fallen than there are alive now. The fierce power accumulated and the terrible resentment condensed can even make a person. Some new master gods feel uncomfortable. So such a vicious place, within a radius of 10,000 li, is a deserted place. In other words, it's not just people, it might not even have anything alive. Such a fierce and evil place is simply not a place that ordinary creatures can approach. However, it was in this middle-level sacred mountain that the black-red light shrouded in the periphery suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, a somewhat pale hand broke free from the burial ofarth and rocks from the mountain, and stretched out. Then, the arm was also pale, like a dead person. Clatter! The next moment, cracks appeared around this pale arm. Countless clods of gravel and soil splashed in all directions, revealing what was buried under the ground. It was a person who was pale and covered with terrifying scars. Or rather, corpses. As the earth and rocks buried on it scattered, this corpse was also exposito the black-red light. These rays of light are like mist spreading around. When this corpse appeared, it slowly gathered over. Call. Call. Perhaps under the nourishment of these mist, this corpse slowly began to have a little life. On the pale body, those terrible scars are also gradually healing. Such a strange picture looks quite unbelievable. And then, when these scars disappeared, a thick layer of bone armor appeared in the corpse, looking mighty and frightening. Until, those closed eyes suddenly opened. O.M. The crimson light, like a sharp sword, cut through the fog in front of him. All of a sudden, the surrounding space trembled unstoppably, as if he was afraid of something. Shunjiu, I'm back. Human King, you still failed to kill me after all. Now, I've come back to life again, Divine Realm, who else can stop me? The corpse suddenly sat up, and the black and red mist around him immediately dissipated, making it look rather weird. This is the ferocious power condensed from the fall of countless main gods and demon gods. In front of this guy who came back from the dead, he was so worthless. Extreme heaven. I saw it, the future will not change. A hoarse voice sounded intermittently, and the revived corpse also lay down again. Wait a little longer, let you settle down for a while. Now, it's not the time. No one knows about the things that happened at the very edge of the god realm. The virtual duel contest in Qi Li's store is also in full swing. According to Qi Li's initial calculations, it will take about 2 months to complete the first round of official competitions. But in fact, Qi Lu underestimated them for 2 months. The time taken for the first round of the official competition was not much different from Qi Li's estimate. But the problem lies in the next round of duel. After the first 5 duels, the participating teams in the same arena have a preliminary understanding of other participating teams, so they will naturally study their command style. Then think about the coping strategy, and what kind of strategy you should use in the new round of confrontation. As a result, the subsequent round of confrontation became even more stalemate. The matchup between the participating teams was done quite well. Timely stop-loss, proper attack and withdrawal, and interlocking calculations and arrangements. Even in the process of these duels, the rhythm is still as tight as ever, and the available time has become longer. Even though the collisions of these participating teams have become more frequent, most of the time, they are just testing and collecting information for future decisions, and then decide whether to attack or defend. Either stay here, or evacuate in time. The audience watched it wonderfully. But in terms of the length of the game, there are indeed some headaches. Anyway, judging from Qi Li's second calculation, the previous 2 months were definitely not enough. Now, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 months to complete the first round of the official competition. Always those chambers of commerce are happy. Because the longer the game, the longer the advertisement of their chamber of commerce will be hung. It's thanks to the chambers of commerce that advertised in the previous round-off confrontation. The same amount of faith stones was spent, but the advertising time enjoyed was almost 1/3 shorter. Fortunately, those chambers of commerce can also figure it out. These are unpredictable things. After all, advertise early and enjoy early. The chambers of commerce that advertised first have already begun to recover their blood. Those chambers of commerce in the back are still watching eagerly. But Qi Lu didn't care too much about these things. Instead, it was the situation after the launch of the virtual shopping platform that attracted Qi Lu's attention. You know, the first round of the official competition is so long, of course it's impossible to spend doing nothing. So Qi Lu simply took advantage of this period of time and directly pulled out the virtual shopping platform. After merging the account information of the virtual duel platform, the announcement was sent to each virtual duel crystal on the spot. The main purpose is to remind players or customers to remember to load new features in time. Because the virtual shopping platform and the virtual duel platform are separate in function. So of course the interface to enter is also different. And there is another point, which is the problem of signal fees. As I said before, the signal fee for the virtual duel platform is 1 faith stone for 1 hour of login. But the virtual shopping platform is different. The signal fee here is cheaper, and there are 2 calculation methods. The first one is that if you have logged into the virtual duel platform that day, then the virtual shopping platform will not charge a signal fee. The second type is that if you have not logged into the virtual duel platform that day, then the virtual shopping platform will charge a faith stone as a signal fee for the whole day. In comparison, it is quite cheap. And on the virtual shopping platform, Qi Lu also registered a store. The name of the store is called Signal Fee Monthly Service. There are 2 items inside. Monthly subscription for the virtual duel platform signal fee, 200 faith stones. Monthly subscription for virtual shopping platform signal fee, 20 faith stones. It has only been open for a few days, and the store has received rave reviews, and its sales have reached the top. Just kidding, there is no need to go out of your way to support this thing, as long as you have a virtual duel crystal in your hand. Who doesn't need it? Although Qi Lu's business acumen is not as good as Baiyuyan's, but he still has a little bit of it. A monthly subscription is a good business. Moreover, Qi Lu can be sure that there will definitely be more and more products in this shop in the future. Of course, the premise is that Qi Lu can come up with more ideas. But it doesn't matter if you can't think of it, the big deal is to open the suggestion column and let those customers think for themselves. After all, only the customers themselves know best what they need. Let these customers come up with their own ideas, and then come back to harvest their faith stones. Qi Lu is probably the first one. But what did it matter? Those customers seemed happy anyway. I'm worried about where to find cultivation resources. Now it's very convenient. In the past, you had to ask people everywhere to forge an artifact, but now, with the virtual shopping platform, you can just buy it directly. That's not true, there are too few forging gods here, and the price is of course high. Now you can place an order on the virtual shopping platform, and you can also customize it directly. Hey! Am I the only one who uses the virtual shopping platform to buy all kinds of delicacies? Above, you are not alone. Who are you scolding? You are not human. Occasionally, if you go to those registered stores, you can see many interesting comments. Then looking at the shipment volume, Qi Lu also had to sigh, there are really many potential customers in the Vault of God realm. The shops at the top of the list, in just a few days, sold millions or even tens of millions of products, which seemed a bit scary. And this is when many customers are not familiar with the virtual shopping platform. If only a few days later. The daily transaction volume on the virtual shopping platform is unbelievable. Anyway, in Qi Li's memory so far, this is the first time he has seen such a high-selling product. No, maybe it shouldn't be said that way, because the causal relationship is wrong. To be more precise, it should be that the sales of products can reach such a high level, which can be seen in the vault of heaven God realm. Switching to those lower planes, it is simply a dream to reach tens of millions of sales in a few days. It's not just that the number of customers can't keep up. Without preparation in advance, the supply volume may not be able to keep up. After all, the vastness of the vault of heaven God realm is not comparable to Tothos of the lower planes. Looking at it this way, the virtual shopping platform is still very successful. Qi Li looked at the situation of various businesses while talking to himself in his heart. As long as the quality and quantity of these products can be guaranteed, there is absolutely no need to worry about selling them, even if they cannot be supplied. You know, when they could only be in the same kingdom of God, these chambers of commerce could live very well, and they could still accumulate such a huge amount of wealth, tens of millions of faith stones, you can take it out if you say it. So now, with the help of the virtual shopping platform, the market has been expanded to a farther place. Can there still be no sales? If you want to become bigger and stronger, that is to see if you can seize the opportunity. Obviously, these chambers of commerce have no other skills, and they are all first-class experts in doing business. Think about it too, can the leader of such a large chamber of commerce be shrewd? If he didn't have any skills, he might have been eaten by his peers long ago, and there would be no bones left. So, to be honest, these chambers of commerce were taken aback by Baiyuyan because of store manager Qi. In order to take advantage of the situation and also for an opportunity, I willingly donated these stones of faith. If it weren't for the lack of liquidity in hand, maybe I could get more out. But this kind of thing is tacit. The leaders of the various chambers of commerce are actually very clear in their hearts, but there are some things that cannot be said. And besides that, in the eyes of these chambers of commerce, store manager Qi has another kindness towards them. That's the sponsor thing. However, to be honest, if Qi Li found out about this, he would probably scratch his head and ask a question. What, there is such a thing? Why is the matter of the sponsor counted as kindness? This is true, because Qi Li never thought about it. It was only for the sake of the handling fee that the issue of sponsors was brought up. Perhaps it was because Qi Li had never experienced the powerlessness of these chambers of commerce in the face of gods, so he couldn't empathize with them. It has also been said before that in the vault of heaven God realm, things like the chamber of commerce are things that ordinary people would do. As their highest god, besides the main god, they would not condescend to do these things. So this situation was created. No matter how big a chamber of commerce is, as long as there is no powerful god to back it up, it is nothing in front of the god. However, the choice of becoming a sponsor given by store manager inadvertently solved this problem. If nothing else, just look at these contestants participating in the virtual duel competition. Who are they? Among them, there are still quite a few gods from various kingdoms of God. Then after these chambers of commerce become the sponsors of these participating teams, it is equivalent to borrowing the names of these gods. In this way, if other gods want to trouble these chambers of commerce, shouldn't they weigh it first? The answer is yes. The issue of face is very important to most gods. Since he had released his name, but it didn't have any effect, wouldn't he be slapped in the face? If the strength of the invading enemy is mediocre, there is no doubt that they must take action to regain the ground. And this is what those chambers of commerce said, another kindness from store manager Qi. Not only gave them the opportunity to become bigger and stronger, but also gave them the way to find the gods who sheltered the chamber of commerce. You must know that for the participating teams that can pass the test and enter the official competition of the virtual duel competition, even if the current strength of the contestants is not very good, there is absolutely no problem in terms of potential and qualifications. What's more, after winning the championship, there is also a big gift package prepared by store manager Qi for comprehension of laws. If the investment is right, wouldn't the return be the protection of a total of 50 gods? What a gift! So at the beginning, after the teams for the official competition were determined, it was time to start looking for sponsors. These chambers of commerce were as crazy as they were, without saying a word, rushing over to be the sponsors of these participating teams. Qi Lu was taken aback by the scene at that time. I thought to myself, do these chambers of commerce have too many faith stones in their hands, and they burn too much in their hands? I never thought about it, there is such a reason. After all, Qi Lu came to the sky god realm as a god, and he was also an extremely powerful god. It is understandable not to understand these things. Opposite. Just as long as the end result is good. Qi Lu didn't particularly care about these issues, because there was no need for them, so he didn't bother to think about them. No way, a human king and a dragon sage king. Everything they have done has made Qi Li's head hurt. Therefore, Qi Lu didn't want to think about these trivial issues at all, and handed them over to Bu Yuyan. All I have to do is sit in the shop and be lazy, and then wait for Bu Yuyan to bring the account. Every time he thinks of this, Qi Lu will feel that it is a great blessing that Bu Yuyan can come to the sky god realm. But she didn't think about it, Bu Yuyan herself thought so too. I felt that I was able to come to the vault of heaven god realm, and I really did the right thing. Time, in the midst of this raging competition, passed by little by little. The first round of the official competition may indeed take a little longer, but after all, there will be a result. Until the end, the 8 arenas finally decided their final winners. The 8 championship teams are finally here. When Qi Lu looked through the championship list, he could only say that they were all old acquaintances. The team led by Sirkaya is on the list again. It has to be said that each of these fellows who had followed the human king did have some skills. To be able to really stand out from the crowd in the official competition of this virtual duel contest and successfully break into the championship. At first, Qi Lu thought that Sirkaya was signing up for the competition just for fun. That is to say, the emphasis is on participation. However, who would have thought that Sirkaya was not focused on participation? Looking at this momentum, I'm afraid they are aiming for the championship. Didn't Sirkaya say that they don't need a law comprehension gift package? What is the reason for winning the championship? When Qi Lu saw this, he couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Although the human king passed away, the followers he left behind were not weak at all. Looking at it this way, maybe Sirkaya deserves to send a golden body core of law. If there is no accident, with Sirkaya's current background, as long as he has the golden core of the law to help him, he will definitely be able to achieve the position of the main god and gain a place among the newly promoted main gods. However, Qi Lu didn't know if the king of people who died in the battle had left anything behind. Or, really let it go. Let's observe again. It's just a core of the golden body of law. It shouldn't destroy the king's arrangement. If there is one. After thinking for a while, Qi Lu made a decision in his heart. I even took out the puppets of the main god level to sell. Do I still care about this golden body core of law? Furthermore, even if the core of the golden body of law is sent out, the system can still take it back, so there is no big problem. Then continue to look down at the list of teams participating in the championship game. Qi Lu also saw that the gods in the chaotic area seemed to have formed a team, and they also came to the championship. As it turns out, the Chaos Zone is just as much in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. After all, those powerful gods who don't obey discipline are their favorite chaotic areas, and it's normal to have some geniuses. Qi Lu hadn't noticed this before, until now, when there were fewer participating teams, he suddenly noticed it. And among the participating teams in the chaotic area, Jianni, Sirkaya's old opponent, was impressively listed. It is estimated that when it comes to the dual field of the championship game, there will be a battle between dragons and tigers. The law of the sword, maybe, it's a good seed. As soon as Jiani was mentioned, Qilu remembered again. The law of the sword is indeed rare. Only those who are obsessed with the way of swords can enter the way with the sword and turn it into a law. Besides, Jiani is also a person with a pure mind. He only focuses on understanding the sword, and basically has no extraneous thoughts. Perhaps in the future, when the seal of the central divine mountain is broken, he can also become one of the main forces. What's more, there is really no other god that can use the golden body core of the law of the sword. Interesting, the virtual duel contest has been going on until now, and it's finally working. Of course, what Qilu was referring to was the role of screening talents. As far as earning faith stones is concerned, the virtual duel competition has long been reflected. Looking back, the remaining participating teams are not as familiar as the previous two teams. However, Qilu had an impression of most of the contestants. Basically, they belong to the gods of the main gods. Even the subordinate gods under the dragon god came over to join in the fun. It's just a pity for the goddess of life, because the nether god declared war, and all the subordinate gods under his command died. Now the newly cultivated godliness really can't compare with the godliness under the command of other main gods. And on Taliana's side, there are really not many powerful gods. After all, the title of Queen of Devouring God is indeed too deterrent. This is the sequelae left by the fierce reputation at the beginning. But then again, if you can join in such excitement, you can join in, and it doesn't matter if you can't. After roughly reading the list of participating teams, Qilu lay down on the sofa again. Before the start of the championship game, there will be a third round of bidding. Although it was Bu Yuyan's work, Qilu would still go and have a look if he had time. At any rate, it is for myself to earn faith stones, so I still need to care about it. And Qilu deliberately put the online time of the virtual shopping platform before the third round of auctions, in order to allow these chambers of commerce to replenish the faith stones that were consumed in the second round of auctions. Otherwise, how would they bid in the third round of auction? You know, the previous tens of millions of faith stones are the limit of what these chambers of commerce can produce. So, to pluck the wool, you have to let the sheep grow the wool, before you can continue to pluck it. Presumably, these days, their blood recovery is almost back. As for the sponsor's activities, Qilu didn't need to remind him. Those chambers of commerce themselves can't wait. In order to gain the power to protect your chamber of commerce, what's the matter with spending some money? If it were in normal times, those proud gods would not look down on the sponsorship of these chambers of commerce. That is to say, store manager Qi has a lot of faith and is willing to engage in these activities, so he gave them the opportunity. If you can't take care of this, then you deserve it if something happens. Holy Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Palace. After the first round of the virtual duel contest ended, Dragon God also entered a period of doing nothing again. Speaking of which, the Dragon God might be more powerful than Qilu as far as the degree of idleness is concerned. After all, after waking up again after the ancient catastrophe, he has been in the position of observer, so it can be said that he has nothing to do. And after reaching the realm of Dragon God, it is not so easy to become stronger. So really speaking, Dragon God is really idle. However, today, it was the Dragon God who was idle and didn't know what to do, and suddenly opened his eyes that were originally closed and rested. The vertical pupils that suddenly appeared burst out with golden flames. What's going on? This sudden ominous premonition, is something wrong? Or, which ancient god has awakened and wants to disturb the peace of Thiskid's realm? Dragon God could clearly feel the ominous feeling in his heart. Like something big is about to happen. In fact, this kind of ominous feeling has also appeared in Dragon God's heart before. Especially before the ancient catastrophe came, this feeling was particularly serious. No way, could it be that something happened to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory? Apart from the awakened ancient gods, the only thing Dragon God can think of is this possibility. Dragon God saw the fall of the human king. In order to seal off the sacred mountain in the central region, he did not hesitate to use himself as a bait to attract the battlefield of the main god to the sacred mountain in the central region. The demon gods who came smelling blood were also suppressed by the human king, and together they turned into the power to seal off the god mountain in the central region. It can be said that in the eyes of the dragon god, the human king is definitely one of the most amazing and brilliant main gods. Even if counted from the ancient times, there are only a handful of people who can be compared with the King of Kings. So at that time, what the human king did could be said to be the most shocking thing to the dragon god. It clearly has the opportunity and ability to overthrow the entire god realm. But the king gave up. Just because the threat from the Tianji territory is still there, and because those demon gods have not given up. It was because the extreme god territory at that time, and the surviving demon gods, had not been cleaned up. Therefore, King Ren gave up his ideals and chose to sacrifice himself. Ask yourself, Dragon God feels that he should not be able to do this. Afterwards, the sacred mountain of the central territory was sealed, and the passage between the Tianji realm and the Shinji realm was blocked. After that, the Dragon God deliberately tested whether the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory was strong and effective. The conclusion reached is, King Ren's sacrifice was not in vain. The central divine mountain was indeed sealed. The many main gods and demon gods who died on the mountain of the central territory also stayed there forever. So at this moment, the ominous premonition that appeared in the Dragon God shared, the place where the accident is most likely to happen is probably the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. Based on the strength of the seal left by the human king, it is definitely not that easy to destroy it. What the hell is going on then? No, you have to go and have a look. Nothing can happen to the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory. At least not now. With today's extreme god realm, trying to resist the invasion of those demon gods is simply a dream. Thinking of this, the dragon god got up and left the palace, and headed towards the direction of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory, cutting through the void and advancing rapidly. Using the law of force to tear apart the space, the distance of hundreds of millions of miles can be crossed in just a moment under the wind and lightning. The divine mountain in the central territory is quite a familiar place to Dragon God. Not only in the ancient times, but also came to the sacred mountain of the central territory. During the great calamity of the ancient times, the sacred mountain in the central region was the main battlefield, and many demon gods were killed. Even in the era of King Ren, he came to the central divine mountain many times. Even in the battle that sealed off the central territory divine mountain, the dragon god was not absent, and followed him to the central territory divine mountain. It's just that he didn't participate in the battle and didn't show up. So when I came to this place again today, Dragon God still sighed more in his heart. The black-red light, like mist, shrouded the endless mountains, spread to every mountain, every corner, so thick that it couldn't be melted away. The smell of blood was wrapped in a ferocious force, wafting around him, bringing out waves of screams of resentment. Here, it's still the same, it hasn't changed at all. Dragon God looked at this endless mountain range, and the memories in his mind can't help but surge out. Whether it is the great calamity of the ancient times or the death of the Qingjin battle, it is not a good memory for Dragon God. It would be better to say that there are no good memories at all on this mountain in the central territory. No matter which main god it is for, it is the same. If the battlefield is placed on the sacred mountain of the central territory, there is only one situation. Fight against the devil. Even if it is the final battle of the King of Kings, it is no exception. It's just that in that great battle, cleaning up the demon gods left behind in the extreme god realm was only one of the purposes. The dragon god is aware of this matter, and it can also be said that he watched the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory become what it is now. Now I see it again, and compare it with the sacred mountain in the Central Territory in my memory. It seems that nothing has changed. Is it my illusion, or is the source of the ominous feeling not here? If it has nothing to do with Zhongyu Shinshan, it is impossible for me to have this feeling in my heart. Dragon God's eyes swept across the mountains. The golden flame burning in the eyes became more and more vigorous. The most important thing to come here this time is to check whether the seal of the Shinshan mountain in the Central Territory is damaged. In the original battle of the Peerless World, Dragon God witnessed with his own eyes that all the participants in the battle, it can be said that none of them were left behind, and all of them fell. Then, under the preparation of the King of People, it became the power of the seal. Otherwise, even if the king himself was ready to sacrifice, it would be impossible to seal the sacred mountain of the central region. You know, this is the only junction between the God realm and the heaven realm. It is the only passage between the two heavens and the earth in the vault of heaven God realm. Relying on only one main God is like completely blocking? How is this possible? Therefore, as long as the seal is not damaged, the demon gods from the heavenly extreme realm will have no chance to come to the divine extreme realm. As for the extreme god territory, to be honest, there are not many main gods who can get close to the divine mountain of the Central Territory. Don't look at the fog that shrouds this mountain range and has little effect in Dragon God. However, you also have to think about how powerful the Dragon God is. These fogs with a strong smell of blood can erode even the power of laws. Besides, even if there is a main god on the side of Shinjiu who can get Clasito the sacred mountain in the middle domain, so what? Is the seal of the human king so easily broken? If this is the case, the dragon god would not say that the human king is one of the most amazingly talented main gods he has ever seen. The seal, there is no damage. Dragon god's eyes moved slowly. In the eyes, where the golden flame burns, those black and red mist can't be voided. The seal of the Shinshan mountain in the Central Territory is a large seal formed based on the entire mountain range. If you want to destroy it, it is absolutely impossible for the Central Territory Divine Mountain to continue to maintain such an intact appearance. Dragon God's investigation this time is just to confirm again, to see if there is any damage in the subtleties. After all, the 1,000-mile embankment collapsed in an ant's nest. Don't look at those small damages that are inconspicuous at first. But in many cases, it is because of these insignificant damages that they become the source of the seal's decay. Once there is damage, it means that the seal is no longer perfect. That also shows that the direction to destroy this seal has appeared. So Dragon God must check carefully. However, the final result, although it was good, the seal did not show any damage. But the doubts in Dragon God's heart became heavier. Since the seal is not damaged, where does my anxiety come from? Dragon God couldn't help frowning, and asked himself in his heart. Am I really overthinking? The answer to this question is unknown to Dragon God. However, after confirming that the seal of the Shinshan mountain in the Central Territory is stable and correct, the Dragon God does not intend to stay here any longer. Here, after all, is not a good place. In the most mean and evil place, it is not good to stay for a long time. Dragon God might never have thought of coming to this place if it wasn't necessary. It's just that after the Dragon God left, a pair of eyes shining with scarlet light suddenly emerged from the mountain. With a look of sternness and resentment, he looked at the direction where the Dragon God left. A hoarse voice followed. Dragon God, I didn't expect that you are still alive. Your feelings are really as keen as ever, and you even noticed this kind of thing. It's just a pity, Dragon God, it's still me. Highly skilled. Sheila didn't know anything about what happened at the Shinshan mountain in the Central Territory. Sheila didn't even know where the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory was. The only thing that made Sheila feel a little strange was that the whereabouts of the Dragon God became more elusive than before. The previous dragon god liked to stay in his own palace when he had nothing to do, and occasionally disappeared for a while, but would come back soon. But now, in the dragon god's palace, there is basically no shadow of the dragon god. I don't know where I went. But Qi Lu didn't pay much attention to it. After all, I can't control what the dragon god wants to do, and it's more practical to be optimistic about my own 1-acre 3-point land. For example, the third round of auction will be held soon. Although Bu Yuyan is still the host, but at least it's the prelude to the championship match, so Qi Lu still has to make an appearance. First, we can show the importance we attach to this virtual duel championship. Secondly, it is also to tell these chambers of commerce that I can see what they do. To put it bluntly, just Qi Li's appearance can at least raise the average transaction price of this auction to a higher level, which can be counted as the appearance fee of store manager Qi. A majestic main god, even if he doesn't speak, the appearance fee will not be low. What's more, store manager Qi also specially set up a virtual shopping platform for these chambers of commerce, which is simply a great kindness. In terms of emotion and reason, these chambers of commerce should be rewarded. So it was the day of the auction. After the opening process was over, Bu Yuyan walked to the auction stage and announced the starting bid for the championship advertising space. Adding up the two modes of competition, there are a total of 20 duels and 20 advertising slots. For each advertising space, the starting price is 5 million faith stones. This price is not much higher than before. But the representatives of many chambers of commerce present knew that the starting price was just to say something nice, and a little meaning was enough. The final transaction price is absolutely impossible to be low. 10 million faith stones. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, the representatives of these chambers of commerce doubled the starting price as soon as they opened their mouths. Store manager Qi is willing to come to the auction site in person, which has a different meaning. It's too disrespectful to store manager Qi to still shout the price as petty as before. 15 million faith stones. 18 million faith stones. 22 million faith stones. The voices of bidding came one after another, and the price of advertising space was getting higher and higher. These days, with the emergence of virtual shopping platforms, these chambers of commerce that have advertised before have long been known to many customers of the kingdom of God, and they have returned a lot of blood because of this. Even the liquidity of some chambers of commerce has recovered to a level higher than before participating in the auction. Therefore, in this auction, the confidence of the representatives of these chambers of commerce to bid has become particularly strong. As a result, the price of the advertising space soared all the way, and soon reached more than 50 million faith stones. Compared with the first round of the official competition, the number of advertising spots sold was more than doubled. But Bu Yuyan knew that this was not the limit. The auction price can go up even more, even a lot. Because the meaning of the championship game is different from the meaning of the first round of official competition. This is a competition that has attracted much attention, and it is also the most popular moment of the first virtual duel competition. So there is no doubt about how much potential benefits can be gained by advertising in the championship game. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to pay less than what you are paying now. Knowing this well, Bu Yuyan stood quietly behind the auction stage, watching the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce bidding below. As before, there is no need for guidance at all, and there is no need to deliberately delay the rhythm. Just have to wait. When the bidding price reached 80 million faith stones, the rate of increase suddenly slowed down. It's almost there. If we wait any longer, there shouldn't be much upward momentum. Bu Yuyan still knew what such a signal meant. That being the case, there is no need to wait any longer. Rather than caring about the little petty gains, it is better to be direct and have a generous image. 81 million faith stones once. Bu Yuyan looked around the scene of the auction, and then shouted. 81 million faith stones twice. 81 million faith stones 3 times, deal. It's all at this price, and there's nothing to worry about, just drop the hammer, quickly. After all, this is only the first advertising space, and the price will go up a bit later, which is already very good. The 20 advertising spots in the championship match can be auctioned for nearly 2 billion yuan, isn't it enough? This was many times more than Qi Li's previous expectation. Afterwards, Qi Li didn't care about it. It is enough to get the faith stone, and Bu Yuyan can only work hard for the rest. As for the outcome of the rest of the championship, to be honest, in Qi Li's opinion, what will happen? Come on, it doesn't matter anymore. The participating teams are basically acquaintances, no matter how they fight, the result will be the same. In the final analysis, because there is no division of competition areas, it seems that there is no sense of competition. But then again, the ownership of the championship may not really be importante Qi Li, the organizer. Because no matter who wins the championship, Qi Li will have something to show. However, for the players of the virtual duel platforms in various kingdoms of God, it is completely different. As the organizer, Qi Li is interested in how much benefit he can get during the competition, including those chambers of commerce as well. But for players on the virtual duel platform, the ownership of the champion team is absolutely very important. Whether it is out of a sense of honor, a need for confidence, or support for your favorite participating teams. The final championship game is the top priority. Speaking of which, Qi Li did not expect that the fan groups of these participating teams could be established so quickly. This is only the first virtual duel competition, and it has only gone through the first round of official competition, and even the first champion has not yet been officially produced. Why did so many fans pop up all of a sudden? Speaking of this, Qi Li probably overlooked how popular the virtual duel platform is in the Sky God realm. One must know how huge the number of players who like and are addicted to the virtual duel platform is. And this time the virtual duel competition is aimed at all players on the virtual duel platform. In other words, all high-end players on the virtual duel platform. Then, the participating teams that can stand out and enter the official competition. There is no doubt that among all the players on the virtual duel platform, the most powerful players, the mentality of worshipping the strong naturally became the key to building a fan base. Even if there is no champion, it does not prevent these players from worshipping these contestants. Fans group. Qi Li sat behind the counter, propped his chin, wondering what he was thinking. Actually, Qi Li just felt that the appearance of a fan group always had a strong sense of déjà vu. Because Qi Li had never chased stars in his previous life, he couldn't understand the feelings of these players. But Qi Li has seen this kind of phenomenon, and he has seen it a lot. Since when did the god-making plan become a star-making plan? All in all, Qi Li's mood is a bit complicated now. This kind of wonderful development was completely unthinkable before the virtual showdown contest was held. But now it happened. It actually brought the attention of the final championship match to a higher level. Because the fans of each participating team are paying close attention to the progress of the championship game. In this way, the strong attention may be transformed into the power of faith. Wait, power of faith? Thinking of this, Qi Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of it before? Fan groups can also contribute the power of faith. As mentioned just now, the reason why the fan groups of these participating teams can be established so quickly. In fact, it still comes from the mentality of worshipping the strong. How similar this situation is to believers. If the guess can be confirmed, doesn't it mean that the stronger the participating team, the more fans it can attract, and the more it can gather the power of faith, and it is also a high-quality power of faith. Coupled with the law comprehension gift bag that Qi Li rewarded the champion. Simply perfect. In this way, the appearance of the fan club is still a good thing. The god-making plan set sail again, and it is even more perfect than the process I imagined before. Qi Lu, who had cleared his mind, clenched his fist with his right hand and hammered it on the palm of his left hand, with a sudden realization expression in his face. Yes, that's it. Since there is no problem, let nature take its course. But at this moment, Bu Yuyan, who had taken care of the matter, came over, knocked on the counter, and attracted Qi Li's attention. Qi Lu, outside, those guides are here again, do you want to take a look? The usher? Qi Lu was still thinking about the fan club just now, so he didn't notice these little things at all. It's not here to make trouble. If Qi Lu really wants to completely cover up his perception, he may be exhausted to death. Oh, you mean them. Qi Lu, who was stunned for a moment, reacted when Bu Yuyan reminded her. If you can run to the store when you have nothing to do, who else can be the guide who needs Bu Yuyan to come here to remind you? Isn't it just the group of guys who sent Lan Zier and Lan Qing'er to the store one after another? This time they came again, did they receive newcomers again? Then I'll go out and have a look. Thinking of this, Qi Lu stood up. There are 3 teachings and 9 streams, each with its own use. Even if it is the guide of the lower-level gods, it is not useless. At least Qi Lu can't pay attention to those guide points every day, and it really saves a lot of worry to have these guides watching. However, when Qi Lu came to the door, he realized that these ushers seemed to have been beaten up. All of them were covered with injuries of varying severity, making them look quite miserable. You guys are. Qi Lu was a little stunned and said a few words. Then a familiar voice was heard. Store manager Qi, it's really you. I thought they were lying to me. As soon as Qi Lu heard the voice, he knew who it was this time. It is the orchid leaf. Lan Yi, welcome to the Sky God realm. But I'm still very curious about what happened between you and why it became like this. Looking at the orchid leaves that came out from behind a group of ushers, that look was intact and did not look like they had experienced a battle at all. Qi Lu still couldn't help asking. With this ability, she is much better than Lan Zier. But the problem is, this group of guides should not take the initiative touchable Lan Yi after the previous lessons. Why are things still the way they are now? Shop manager Qi, we don't know what's going on. When I saw this eldest sister, I only said the names of Miss Lan Zier and Miss Lan Qing'er, and my actions were blocked. And then by the time we could talk, it would have become what it is now. The leader orc said with a look of grievance. They really went over to ask in good faith, but they were beaten like this, who can they ask for reasoning? Sorry, I thought you. They arrested Qing'er and Zier. Lan Yi scratched her head in embarrassment, and said with a smile. How dare we? A group of guides are really suffering. The scene was silent for a while, and Qi Lu couldn't help touching his nose. Okay, you guys don't know each other, Lan Yi. In fact, Qing'er and Zier were also taken over by them. In the end, Qi Lu could only speak to break the silent atmosphere. It's really good to say that you don't know each other. When this group of guides met Lan Zier, they seemed to have fought hand-to-hand. In the end, she was almost educated by Lan Zier. Now when I meet Lanya, it's not that bad, it's a solid education. Feel sorry. Lan Yi apologized again. It's all right, it's our fault that we didn't make it clear at the first time. A group of guides waved their hands again and again, forgiving Lan Yi's recklessness, or if they cared, they would be chaotic. Because Lan Yi really didn't look like a rash person. I'm still too worried about the situation of my sisters. But it's a pity that neither Lan Qing'er nor Lan Zier is in the store now. Okay, come in first, don't stand at the door, just right, Lan Yi, you can also learn about the situation in the store. Yu Yan, this time I will trouble you too. Qi Lu walked in front and opened the store door, then greeted Bu Yuyan. Bu Yuyan is quite familiar with this job. In addition, Bai Yuyan, Lan Qing'er, and Lan Zier are very familiar, so getting along with Lan Yi doesn't feel much strange. In the process of introducing the store, the two have already become familiar with each other. Lan Yi felt relieved when she learned that Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er had Ganito another kingdom of God and were under the care of the Lord God. Not only can Lan Qing'er and Lan Zi'er be sent to other kingdoms of God, but even the main god in charge of the kingdom of God can take care of them himself. From this point of view, Manager Qi's status in the Vault of Heaven God realm seems to be a bit high. No, it should be said that it is really high. Although Lan Yi has just arrived in the Sky God realm, it hasn't been long, but the status of the main god is still very clear. But, looking at it this way, is this really the store manager Qi I knew before? Is it so easy to advance to the realm of the Lord God? Don't think so much, there are some things, you will know later. Qi saw what was going on in Lan Yi's mind. Unlike Lan Zi'er's simple mind and Lan Qing'er's knowledgeable personality, Lan Yi's sense is very keen. Almost immediately, something was wrong. That is the speed at which store manager Qi became stronger, it was too fast. Will I know in the future? Lan Yi looked into Qi Li's eyes, shook her head after a while, and changed the subject. Store manager Qi, where are those people? Perhaps this question is manager Qi's biggest secret. But store manager Qi didn't want to say, and he shouldn't ask. As long as you know that store manager Qi won't harm you, isn't that alright? Why bother to ask the bottom line? Those guys, don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Qi knew that Lan Yi was asking about those guides. After all, it's my own fault, so I'm always a little embarrassed. But Qi didn't say much, just let Lan Yi know there's nothing wrong. The needs of the guides are actually just that, and Qi still has a lot of redundant believers. So instead of Lan Yi giving some compensation, the problem will be completely solved. It made those guides feel grateful. The majestic Lord God can still reason with such little people like them calmly. What kind of heart he is. If they didn't know that store manager Qi doesn't need to be a god, they really want to devote themselves to store manager Qi and die. Lan Yi heard the words and said, "Thank you, Manager Qi." "You're welcome, but if you disagree with each other, you will fight. Why didn't you see that you were so irritable before?" Qi waved his hand, signaling Lan Yi not to care about such trivial matters, and then asked, "Why didn't I realize that Lan Yi was so unsteady before? I heard that the Vault of Heaven God realm is in danger, so I'm a little too worried about Qing'er and Zi'er." Lan Yi scratched her cheek in embarrassment and explained. "The Vault of Heaven God realm is indeed dangerous, so it's better to be more vigilant." "Yes, I can understand." Qi nodded. After thinking for a while, he said again, "According to what they said, you seem to have no time to explain to them. It's hard to imagine that you have such strength just after arriving in the Vault of Heaven God realm. This is the truth. Although those guides are the gods at the bottom among the many gods, the battle is only at the bottom. But no matter what, they have all stayed in the Vault of Heaven God realm for so long, even if it is time, their strength is not comparable to that of newcomers. What's more, there is still such a large group of guides guarding the receiving point. For a newly promoted god who just came to the Vault of Heaven God realm, being able to deal with one or two guides is not bad. Do you really think everyone is Qi? But according to what the guides said before, Lan Yi could not only defeat them, but even beat them so that they could not fight back. This kind of strength is not at all what a new god can possess. So when Qi said this, he was also a little curious. Because Qi knew a long time ago that Lan Yi must not be simple. Even the once great power of the human race, the overlord who followed the Dragon King, admitted that he was not as good as Lan Yi. Then one can imagine how terrifying talent and potential Lan Yi possesses. One must know that the Overlord can stand side by side with the great Dragon Sacred King. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is by no means as simple as Qi sees it. Can the Overlord die just by destroying the road to the sky in the four directions? Obviously, this is impossible. So when it comes to this, I have to mention another thing. What exactly did the Dragon King do in the Sifangji? After all, the strength of the Dragon Sage King is recognized by even the Dragon God, so how could his reputation not be obvious? Based on such circumstances, the Overlord's strength, not to mention destroying a road to the sky, even destroying the entire Sifangji, is probably not a problem, and it can even be said to be a piece of cake. Then, before the broken road to the sky, there should be a lot of things happened. It's just that Qi Lu still doesn't know where to investigate these past events. The current Dragon Sage King is just a small piece of remnant soul, and heck knows very limited things, so he can't ask anything at all. So this matter can only be put aside for the time being. But that's not what's being discussed now. But the strength of the Overlord. Comparing them one by one, when it comes to Lanya, it is an underestimation totally that she is talented. That's why Qi Lu felt quite curious. Store manager Qi praised me a lot. I just performed a little supernatural in a hurry. Lan Yi seemed very humble. Perhaps in Lanya's view, this is the truth. But in Qi Li's eyes, it was not like that. In reality, it seems like Lan Yi doesn't know her own potential at all. Because Qi Lu, as a body of law, is absolutely unparalleled in his sensitive Taito the power of law. So the first time I saw Lan Yi, I noticed the power of law in her body that could not be completely restrained. Qi Lu was a little surprised by the results he saw. Because what Lan Yi mastered was a power of law that Qi Lu had never seen in the Vault of Heaven God realm so far. The law of time. One of the laws of the highest level, the law of time. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of the law of time is quite terrifying. If one can perfect the law of time pattern to a high enough level, one can even travel through the long river of time to change the past. This already touches on the issue of cause and effect. Anyway, with Qi Li's current ability, he still can't understand the problem of time. So Qi Lu was quite surprised when he saw that Lan Yi had mastered the law of time. Are the laws of the highest order so easy to grasp? You know, the higher the level of the law, the more difficult it is to control. At the level of the law of time, it can even affect cause and effect, which is definitely one of the most difficult laws to control. That's why Qi Lu was even more curious about Lanya's potential and aptitude. And the previous question was not raised entirely out of surprise at Lan Yi's strength. After all, being able to master the law of time and defeat some ushers is not a big deal, or it is very simple. What Qi Lu really wanted to ask was how much Lan Yi knew about her own potential. After all, the aptitude to be able to master the law of time is definitely called a heavenly genius, which is rare in the world. As long as there are no accidents, he will definitely be a main god in the future. But judging from Lanya's reaction, she didn't seem to know what amazing talent she possessed. Could it be? Qi Lu frowned, thinking that things might not be that simple. Then he said aloud, Lan Yi, if you don't mind, can you show me the power of the law you have mastered? Sure. Lan Yi would not refuse such a small request. So while speaking, a cloud of obscure law power also appeared in Lan Yi's palm. Just a little bit, the surrounding space became distorted. Moreover, Qi Lu could see that this kind of distortion was not caused by a powerful force, which caused the space to be hard to bear, resulting in damage and distortion. It's where the power of law appears, and the flow rate of time is changed, making this small piece of space disconnected from the surrounding space, resulting in space distortion. The power of the law of time is indeed terrifying. However, just this one glance made Qi Lu see something unusual. I couldn't help but secretly said in my heart, sure enough. Put it away. Qi Lu said without changing his expression. Lan Yi also dissipated the power of law above her palm as she said. Seeing Lanya's confused expression, Qi Lu was almost sure about it. The law of time is indeed unparalleled, even among the highest-ranking laws. It can be ranked among the best. It's just a pity that the law of time possessed by Lan Yi is incomplete. Thinking of this, Qi Lu sighed secretly again, feeling a pity. If the law of time is complete, Lanya's future must be limitless, and the achievement of the realm of the main god is also a certainty. But this incomplete law of time is not necessarily the case. Although still tyrannical, but after all, something is missing. For example, the power of cause and effect in the law of time. It is also the most important and indispensable force when crossing the long river of time. The law of time can touch cause and effect and change the past, relying on this power of cause and effect. Even though there are many restrictions, there are some effects after all. But when it comes to Lanya, the power to touch cause and effect is probably gone. And the most important point is that the law of time mastered by Lanya is incomplete in essence. But in Lanya's view, this is the complete law of time. Because of the real law of time, Lanya has never touched it. That's why Lanya didn't realize what kind of potential and qualifications she had. It is estimated that I don't know what kind of secrets are hidden behind my back. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can think of it. If you really know your secret, how can you make the law of time incomplete? You must know that any kind of law power, no matter how high or low it is most taboo to be incomplete. Once it is incomplete, it means that the law pattern will never be complete. From this point of view, Lanya's matter is still troublesome. Shop manager Qi, what's the matter with you? Is something wrong? Lanya noticed that Qi Lu had suddenly fallen into silence, so she couldn't help asking. It's nothing, of course nothing happened, I'm just a little surprised at the power of the law you have mastered. Hearing the sound, Qi Lu shook his head subconsciously. For the time being, don't tell Lanya. Because it's useless to say it, but it will only increase troubles, which is really unnecessary. At the same time, Qi Lu also called out the system in his mind, and asked, System, tell me, can this golden body core of the law of time repair the incomplete law of time? Although Qi Lu has the body of law, he can easily condense the complete law of time. But that was limited to Qi Lu himself. If you want to fix Lanya's time law, it depends on whether the system has this ability. System, host, this system can answer your question, and the answer is, it's very difficult. System, whether the power of the law is complete is caused by innate factors. The core of the golden body of law can restore the damaged power of law to its original level, but the core of the golden body of law cannot make up for the incomplete power of law. This principle is easy to understand. To put it simply, the golden core of the law is like a doctor with excellent medical skills. And the power of law is like a patient who is seriously ill and comes to ask for help. The damage to the original complete law power is equivalent to a serious injury to the patient. Even if a limb is broken, there is still a way to reconnect it. But the incomplete power of law is like a congenital lack of a certain organ. Apart from pretending to be a fake, it is basically impossible to grow it again. Of course, this is just a metaphor. It is not to say that the incomplete power of law cannot be made up absolutely. It's just that Qi Lu hasn't found a useful solution yet. Is there no way to complete it? It really is very troublesome. Although Qi Lu had expected this answer, but after getting the affirmation from the system, he still couldn't avoid a headache. After a while of silence, Qi Lu also knew that he should not continue to dwell in this issue. There's always a solution to any problem. There are some things that can't be helped by being in a hurry. All in all, I welcome you again to the Vault of Heaven God Realm. Lanya, do you have any plans for the future itinerary? Qi Lu sank the question to the bottom of his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. If you think too much about troublesome things, it is still very nerve-wracking, so let's think about something easy. There is no arrangement for the time being. If store manager Qi doesn't mind, let me stay in the store for a few more days. Lan Yu was not polite to Qi Lu either, because there was really nowhere to go. The Sky God realm is Lanya's newcomer, and she doesn't understand many things, so it's too dangerous to wander around indiscriminately. It's better to stay in the store, understand the surrounding situation, and then make plans. Of course not. In fact, Qing'er and Zi'er also stayed in the store for a long time. Qile nodded, not surprised by Lan Ye's answer. For these old friends, Manager Qi's store can probably be regarded as a stronghold. Then bother the store manager. Do not disturb. The two of them were being polite, when suddenly, there were noisy voices outside the shop. It felt like when a certain important person appeared on the stage, the atmosphere of shouting and hugging seemed a little noisy for a while. What's going on here? Has any main god come to the shop? Listening to the movement, Lan Yi had a puzzled expression on his face. Lan Yi, who had just arrived in the sky god realm, didn't know many things, and naturally she didn't know anything about the virtual duel competition. That's why when I saw such a scene, I subconsciously felt that a certain main god had come to the store. If it is really a certain main god, the scene will be quiet instead. Qile shook his head and said aloud. Just kidding, if a certain main god comes to the store, it means that the customers in the store are familiar with it, and they will not be so afraid. Otherwise, put it back to the past, that scene is called a complete silence, that is called a needle drop, can be heard. How dare you hug like this? It's a good thing not to rush away in fright. Then what's going on? Lancy asked, curiously. Since it is not the main god, who else's appearance can cause such a big sensation? Maybe it's a contestant in a virtual duel contest. Those noisy guys are their fans. Qile smiled and said it out of nowhere. This kind of scene may be the first time it has appeared in the Vault of Heaven God realm. But in Qile's memory, when this kind of fan group chased stars, they heard a lot of shouts and screams. And this is also the biggest difference between the contestants in the virtual duel contest and the main god. It's just that the strength gap between the contestants and the fans is not that huge. In front of the main god, the god who dared not make loud noises, even diretto make a sound, did not have so many scruples in front of these contestants. Just like now, they use their voices to express their support for their idols. We must work hard during the championship game. We are all optimistic about you, you must win in the championship match. Your tactics and strategies are really great. I believe that you will definitely win the championship. Captain Sirkaya, come on. You are the best. Come on, let's go. The noisy noise outside the store gradually approached and gradually became smaller. Although the fan group will express their support for their idols, they will also abide by the rules of the store. After all, the prestige of store manager Qi is not small at all. As the store door was pushed open, Sirkaya and his party walked into the store surrounded by fans. Then he said goodbye to his fans politely, and then came to the counter. Shop manager Qi, long time no see. And this one? Sirkaya greeted Qilu first, and then turned her attention to Lan Yi beside the counter. Hello, my name is Lan Yi, and I just arrived in the Sky God realm today. Lan Yi didn't use Qilu to introduce, she spoke first, and then stretched out her right hand. Hi, my name is Sirkaya. Sirkaya said with a smile, and then stretched out his right hand, put it on Lan Yi's fingertips, and shook it politely. But just as Sirkaya's finger touched Lan Yi's fingertips, a look of shock and astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Then, eyes full of incredible light looked at Lan Yi. You. Qilu frowned, feeling something was wrong, and immediately opened the shielding barrier. Sirkaya, what's wrong? To be honest, there were not many times when Sirkaya showed such an expression. Hearing Qilu's voice, Sirkaya also came back to his senses, glanced at Lan Yi with some hesitation, but didn't speak. Knowing that Sirkaya had concerns, Qilu said, if you have anything to say, Lan Yi can believe it. Including things you feel you can't say. For example, the matter of the king of people. For Lan Yi, king of man is just an unfamiliar title. And Qilu also believes that Lan Yi is not a big-mouthed person, so she won't spread the news around. Store manager Qi, if it's something I don't know, let me go. Although Lan Yi was curious about Sir Kaya's reaction, she was not an uninterested person. Seeing Sir Kaya's embarrassed expression, he opened his mouth to make a rescue. Forget it, you should have the right to know about this matter. Actually, I'm not so sure. Sir Kaya hesitated for a while, then spoke out. He waved his hand, signaling Lan Yi not to leave. It doesn't matter to stay here and listen together. Store manager Qi, maybe you can't feel it, but when I shook hands with her just now, I could clearly sense that there was a breath of familiarity on her body, even if it was only for a moment. Sir Kaya was talking, her eyes still fixed on Lan Yi. Perhaps she used to be a follower of King Mianxia, but died in battle while following Mianxia human. That's why I was sent into reincarnation by Wang Mianxia, and I didn't treat her into the vault of Heaven God realm until today. Following Sir Kaya's speculation, Qi Li's brows became tighter and tighter. However, I feel that Sir Kaya's guess is not unreasonable. The power of law mastered by the king is the law of reincarnation. Then, to Qi Lu, it was not a secret. If the souls of the subordinates who died in battle are intact, they can be sent directly to reincarnation, wash away their memories, and reincarnation isn't impossible. However, for the gods, as long as the soul is intact and there are still fragments of the supreme throne, there is hope for direct resurrection. It is completely unreasonable to send directly into reincarnation. This is also the doubt that Qi Lu thought of. But in the same way, Sir Kaya's guess also answered Qi Li's previous doubts. That's why Lan Yi can master the law of time. And why is the law of time mastered incomplete? You must know what a genius the King of Man is. And it is normal for the followers who follow the King of People to have a few more talented and brilliant people. Therefore, if Lan Yi was really a follower of the human king in his previous life, then it is completely reasonable to have such aptitude in this life. But the next idea is that when Lan Yi was sent into reincarnation by the King of People in her previous life, an accident happened. In other words, it was because of some unforeseen events that Lan Yi's previous life was directly sent into reincarnation by the human king. Then it became what it is now. That is to say, the reason why the King of People did not allow Lan Yi's previous life to be resurrected directly. I'm afraid it's because of the law of time that she has mastered that something has gone wrong. That's why the King of Men tried to let Lan Yi's previous life enter reincarnation, to see if he could use reincarnation to repair the incompleteness of the law of time and reshape Lan Yi's aptitude. But unfortunately, it seems that this method should have failed. Thinking about it this way, all the previous doubts were solved. Then, going back to the farther memories, what Bawang Shuiying said can be understood. Why would Overlord Shuiying say that Lan Yi's potential is stronger than his? As one of the laws of the highest rank, the law of time does have this qualification and capital. Then it all makes sense. Lan Yi's identity, perhaps just like Sir Kaya's guess, is the reincarnation of a follower of the King of Kings. It's just that in the process of reincarnation and rebirth, all memory and power were washed away, leaving only a strong potential. Thinking about it this way, this identity is indeed very powerful. The God who controls the law of time. I see. No wonder you are so secretive. Qi Lu wanted to understand these things, and also understood Sir Kaya's mood. The reincarnation of a follower of a human king cannot be said in the vault of Heaven God realm. But at the same time, it also made Qi Lu see one thing clearly, that is, the former King of Kings did have a backup. Sending one's followers into reincarnation and reincarnation may be one of them. After all, the human king masters the law of reincarnation, which is very convenient for this kind of thing. And it is also one of the best ways to prevent the cleaning of the main god. A follower of the King of Man? Me? However, Lan Yi on the side was in a daze, completely unable to understand what was going on. Why did he suddenly start talking about his past life? Also, does such a thing as a previous life really exist? Another one, who is the king of people? What exactly are you talking about? It might have been before, but not now. Qi Lu glanced at Lan Yi, then answered her question solemnly. Sir Kaya, in front of the counter, also nodded and said, "Shop manager Qi is right, it is true." Sir Kaya also knows that if the memory is washed away during reincarnation, then the connection between this life and the previous life will be severed. Therefore, even if Lan Yi was really a follower of the human king in her previous life. But in this life, as long as the memory of the previous life is not restored, the orchid leaves are just orchid leaves. But Sir Kaya's words really solved Qi Li's doubts. Lan Ye's expression obviously became more bewildered. Don't think about it so much. If you feel confused, just pretend you haven't thought about what happened today. Qi Lu patted Lan Ye's shoulder. Now that Lan Yi has started a new life, let's abandon all the previous things. These are all things of the previous life, so why continue to worry about it in this life? After all, Qi Lu has lived 2 lifetimes. And Qi Lu still has memories of his previous life. So for these things, Qi Lu still thinks very clearly. For example, things like reincarnation should exist. But, who is the king you are talking about? Lan Yi frowned, uncharacteristically, stubbornly, asked aloud. Do you really want to know? Qi Lu propped his chin with one hand, and asked one last time. Sir Kaya next to him just looked at Lan Yi quietly and didn't speak. If it is said that Lan Yi is really the reincarnation of a follower of King Mian, then she is fully qualified to know about King Mian. Moreover, as far as Sir Kaya knows, although His Royal Highness can send souls into reincarnation. But the price to pay is definitely not small. Therefore, the followers who can be sent into reincarnation by Wang Miangxia must be famous people even in that era. At least it is completely different from an unknown person like Sir Kaya. At least, it must be the main god. At the beginning, there were not many main gods who followed the human King Mianxia. Otherwise, how could His Majesty King Mian fight against the main god of the entire vault of heaven god realm? Just relying on the king to crown himself a main god? How is this possible? Another one, judging by Lan Ye's current performance, it is obvious that she's interested in the affairs of the king. If the memory of the previous life can be restored, wouldn't there be another peerless power on my side? I would like to know. Lan Yi also answered firmly. If you don't know your past life clearly, then what's the matter? Okay, since you want to know, let me tell you. Qi Lu nodded. Regarding the matter of King Ren, Qi Lu really knows quite a lot after collecting so much information. Although I don't know what the king of people experienced when he was in the lower plane. But after coming to the vault of heaven god realm, it was still clear. Leaving aside the matter of the great catastrophe in ancient times. It also didn't mention that when the king of humans came to the vault of heaven god realm, it was the moment when the vault of heaven god realm and the extreme god realm were at their weakest. Because of this, there is always a feeling that the king is picking up the leak. But Qi Lu knew very well that the king of men was definitely not picking on leaks. This can be proved by the great deeds of King Renwang's choice in the end, sealing up the sacred mountain in the central territory. Even if the vault of heaven god realm and extreme god territory did not fall into a weakened state, it was impossible for the human king to do nothing. It just happened to be the right time, place, and people. However, even so, the human king did not choose to fulfill his ideals, but chose the guardian god of Jiu. In other words, he guarded his own race and the hope of the future. Of course, Qi Lu didn't elaborate on this matter. There is no mention of the issue of Tianjiu and Shenjiu. Because the demon god was involved in the great calamity of the ancient times, but the current god realm is completely unqualified to face the heavenly realm. Even if this kind of secret is revealed, it will only increase panic. Since Qi Lu has chosen to continue the path of being king, he should take this into consideration. Instead of throwing out the question carelessly, causing turmoil in the entire God realm, and then staying out of it. So when Qi Lu talked about King Ren's deeds, he only talked about King Ren's life and his final death in battle. Can't say, not mentioned at all. But even so, Lan Yi found a resonance with the idea of the king of man. It turns out that this is the human king. You said that in my last life, I was a follower of the king of humans. Is this true? Lan Yi's eyes flickered with yearning for the king of men, then she took a deep breath and asked aloud. All I can say is, maybe. Qi Lu spread his hands. Although Qi Lu can use the law of reincarnation to explore Lan Yi's past life. But doing that would not only consume a lot of energy, but also Qi Lu didn't believe that the human king wouldn't be on guard against such a thing. As the main god who has mastered the law of reincarnation, and is also the main god who specializes in the law of reincarnation. In terms of the law of reincarnation, the human king was much stronger than Qi Lu. Even if Qi Lu relies on the body of law, he can grasp all the power of law. But to be compared with the main god of this specialization level, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. So Qi Lu didn't have to try at all, and he could guess the result. Even if it proves that Lan Yi's previous life is really related to the king, what's the point? Because Lan Yi is just Lan Yi in this life. Well, I finally understood what you said. But unfortunately, I have no impression of these things at all, and I don't have any memories. Lan Yi shook her head when she heard the words, and said seriously. The me now is just an orchid leaf. Hearing these words, Qi Lu couldn't help but nodded, and said, it's great that you think so. In fact, the main reason why Qi Lu didn't want to talk about the King of Kings with Lan Yi was because he was afraid that Lan Yi would lose his way due to problems in his past and present lives. I feel that I should inherit the will of the king or something. But the human king died in battle, in essence, the human king voluntarily. Although Qi Lu didn't mention it, Sir Kaya probably knew something about it. It's just that the matter of sealing the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is a top secret. Back then, in the last battle of the human king, the only participants in the battle were the main god of the extreme god realm, the demon god left behind in the extreme god realm, and the demon god who came from the extreme heaven realm after hearing the news. Ordinary gods are not even qualified to approach the sacred mountain in the central region. So there are not many main gods who know about this matter, let alone ordinary gods. Of course, Qi Lu would not speak out at this time. To be honest, if we really want to make the matter of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory public, it must be at least when the extreme god realm counterattacks the extreme heaven realm. I just don't know if that time will come. Anyway, for Qi Lu to say, it is, instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to turn the guest into the main. If there is such a day, it is not impossible for Xinji realm to take the initiative to attack Tianji realm. At least the first attacker can take the initiative and catch the opponent by surprise. It's just a pity that even Qi Lu couldn't imagine when such a scene would appear. And when Qi Lu felt emotional, Lan Yi next to the counter said again, Shop manager Qi, from what you said, I used to be a follower of the King of Man. When I died, the human king paid a high price and sent me into reincarnation. It sounded like an inquiry, or confirmation. Qi Lu nodded naturally, and said, from the current point of view, there should be nothing wrong. As long as the identity of Lan Yi's previous life can be confirmed, the next development will basically not be wrong. Unless Lan Yi's previous life was not a follower of the King of Man. Being able to have such a gift in this life is only due to her great luck. That's another story. However, Qi Lu was too embarrassed to continue to be ambiguous when he heard Lan Yi asking for confirmation again. Although Qi Lu himself didn't want to use the law of reincarnation to investigate these things. But Lan Yi couldn't help asking. So after answering Lan Yi's question, Qi Lu concentrated the power of the law of reincarnation on his eyes, and then looked at Lan Yi. The journey of reincarnation is the supreme power of law between heaven and earth, which is so easy to see through. Even for Qi Lu, using this level of power requires a lot of consumption. Not to mention the king of people who directly intervened in the matter of reincarnation. All of a sudden, there was only a humming in the air. In Qi Li's eyes, a divine light flashed immediately, as if it could penetrate the void. Sweeping over Lan Yi's body, the past and present lives should all appear in front of Qi Li's eyes. However, under the power of the law of reincarnation, Lan Yi's past still seemed to be covered with an impenetrable mist. Hazy and obscure. No matter how hard Qi Lu tried, he couldn't see through that layer of fog. Sure enough, the King of Man has left a restriction to stop all those who want to investigate. After seeing this scene, Qi Lu did not hesitate, and directly withdrew his gaze. In fact, as long as the realm of cultivation reaches the realm of the main god, the figure in the reincarnation will become blurred. Even if you die, it will not change. But after the reincarnation, what is covered in the reincarnation will only beta information of the previous life. Unless he returns to the realm of the Lord God again in this life, the situation that Qi Lu sees now will appear everything is blurred. But the current situation is very obvious. Lan Yi's state at this moment cannot be the state of the main god. Then there will be such a phenomenon needless to say. It must be the method arranged by the King of Kings. In this way, the identity of Lan Yi's previous life can be confirmed. So before Lan Yi could speak, Qi Lu went on to say, "It's true, there's none to doubt it." This time, it was Sir Kaya next to him who looked at Qi Lu with a look of surprise. Manager Qi, you were just. The power of the law of reincarnation. Sir Kaya is too familiar. Store manager, Qi suddenly came to such a move. If Sir Kaya was not surprised, shocked, that would be a strange thing. Don't say it. At this time, Qi Lu stretched out a finger and shook it at Sir Kaya. You know, the law of reincarnation has almost become the symbol of a human king, and Qi Lu doesn't intend to use this kind of power. To be honest, there are too many law powers that can be used in battle. Qi Lu really does not lack this kind of law. Seeing this, Sir Kaya also seemed to understand something, nodded violently as if waking up from a dream, and then closed her mouth. That's right, Manager Qi can use the law of reincarnation, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Sir Kaya also remembered the scene when he met Store Manager Qi. It is clear that Manager Qi is the successor of the human king, so it is reasonable for the human king to give his power to Manager Qi. Moreover, such a situation, on the contrary, confirms the identity of Store Manager Qi, who must be the descendant of the King of Kings. In this way, maybe the followers of the king like myself can also have new followers. Very good. Seeing that Sir Kaya understood what he meant, Qi Lu also nodded secretly in his heart. Then he looked at Lan Yi again and said, "Lan Yi, do you have any questions now?" "Gone." Lan Yi shook her head and said, "If what Manager Qi said is true, then, based on emotion and reason, even if I don't have this memory, I still owe the king a favor, and I shouldn't run away. So, if there is a need for me to repay this favor in the future, Store Manager Qi will tell me directly." Having said so far, it should be loud and loud. Lan Yi's character is like this: kindness is kindness, hatred is hatred. Okay, I get it, but in a short time, there shouldn't be a time for you to repay this kindness. Qi Lu agreed without saying anything. Because from the very beginning, Qi Lu would go to find out the secrets of Lan Yi, not for the purpose of repaying favors. So Qi Lu didn't pay much attention to Lan Yi's words. What's more, now that the human king has died in battle, who can Lan Yi return this love to? In the end, it is not about inheriting the will of the king. But the problem is, human king chose to sacrifice himself in order to protect the god Jiu. So what should Lanya do if she wants to inherit the will of the king? Should we continue to subvert the divine realm or counterattack the celestial realm? So, this matter is still troublesome, so I can only put it aside for now, and talk about it later. What's more, there are more important things now, that is, Lan Yi's cultivation level, which can't be compared with the previous life. Even if there is no gap between talent and potential, Lanya's previous life was definitely a main god. And what about Lanya now? He has just been promoted to the king-level realm, so he can only be regarded as the weakest among the gods. Perhaps Lanyi, who has mastered the law of time, has good combat effectiveness. However, the higher the power of law, the greater the consumption of using it. Judging from Lanya's current cultivation level, if he wanted to use the law of time to fight, he would probably fall to the ground soon from exhaustion. One of the reasons for being able to easily defeat the guides before was because the guides themselves were not hostile. And the other is because Lanyi was in a hurry at the time and didn't think Samik. If it is now, it may be difficult to reproduce the situation at that time. So from the current point of view, the first thing Lanyi has to do is to improve her own strength, not to repay her kindness. At least Qilu has now discovered the potential of Lanyi. The realm of the main god is definitely a certainty. And it is also a main god who has mastered the law of time. Even if this time law is incomplete. But the power it possesses is by no means comparable to the power of ordinary laws. If Lanyi can be promoted to the realm of the main god in a short time, the combat power displayed must be a steady victory over all the new main gods. This is the suppression at the level of law. Thinking of this, Qilu also had an idea in his heart. There is one thing to say, the relationship between Lanyi and Qilu is not shallow, they can be regarded as veteran customers and old friends. To be honest, the relationship between Qilu and Lanyi is much closer than the goddess of life. Therefore, in order to help Lanya to improve quickly, it is still necessary to be willing. Lanyi, in order to welcome you to the Sky God realm, I have prepared a gift for you, and I will give it to you now. The gift Qilu prepared was the core of the golden body of the law of time. Before, I was thinking about whether the core of the golden body of the law of time could repair Lanya's incomplete law of time. The result was a negative answer. Then Qilu put this idea behind him. But now that he has learned of Lanya's life experience, Qilu suddenly feels that it is better to give her the golden body core of the law of time. They are all their own people, the stronger the strength, the better. Such high talent and potential would be wasted if not utilized. How embarrassing, store manager Qi, you are too polite. When Lanyi heard this, she immediately declined. You don't get paid for nothing. Even if you have a good relationship with store manager Qi, there is no reason to accept gifts indiscriminately. And looking at the things that store manager Qi took out, Lanyi keenly felt that the power of law in her body was about to move. It seems to be longing for the golden bead in the hand of store manager Qi. This sudden feeling immediately made Lanyi understand the preciousness of this gift. But it was precisely because this gift was too precious that Lanyi dared not accept it, and there was no reason to accept it. However, Qilu didn't care so much, he took out the core of the golden body of the law of time, so there was no reason to take it back. So he rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, don't be embarrassed with me. If you think you have no reason to accept this gift, I will ask you for something in the future, so just don't refuse." This can be regarded as a reason for Lanyi. Since store manager Qi has said so, if I refuse again, it is because I am not sensible. In the future, if store manager Qi comes to me for anything, no matter what, I, Lanyi, will never refuse. After Lanyi solemnly said this, she reached out to take the golden bead that Qilu handed over. As soon as the golden body core of the law of time fell into Lanya's palm, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted. Immediately afterwards, it quickly merged into Lanya's body. At this moment, Lanyi could clearly feel that she had a deeper understanding of the law of time. It was also at this moment that Lan Yi deeply realized how precious the gift that store manager Qi gave her was. Only Sir Kaya, who was on the side, felt sore in his heart watching this scene. I'm jealous. He is also a follower of the king of human beings, but the one in front of him has experienced reincarnation, so why is there such a difference in treatment? This one, store manager Qi, was a big gift as soon as he came up. But what about myself? After working so hard in the Sky God realm for so long, I have nothing. Alas, I don't want to talk anymore, and I don't want to. Because I said too much and thought too much, my eyes were full of bitter tears. But Sir Kaya also wanted to understand, what was the status of the person in front of him in his previous life. Although it is not stated explicitly, it is worth the effort of the king of human beings, and the person who puts himself into reincarnation is at least the honor of the Lord God. And what about myself? Hard work. After such a long time, the distance from the realm of the main god is still a natural barrier. So, there are some things that you really can't envy. And when it comes to this, it is almost over. What should be said is clear, and what should be given is also given. Lan Ye's side is fine, and then it's Sir Kaya's turn. Do you have confidence in the championship game? Qila ended the previous topic, and then asked, casually. Half and half, the big guys can stand together and fight side by side, it's already very good, don't expect so much. Sir Kaya is very free and easy, especially now that he has learned of the return of a follower of the king. And it is the return of a former main god. With such a good thing, what championship do you want? If your fans heard what you said, it would probably blow you to death. Qila leaned on the counter and slowly reminded him. Although I don't know the combat power of these fans in the Vault of Gods, but in Qi Li's memory, the combat power of some fans is indeed too strong. Store manager Qi, your shielding barrier hasn't been removed yet, right? Sir Kaya glanced around cautiously, and then asked aloud. Not yet, Qilu said, paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said, it's lifted now. Okay, store manager Qi, then ask again. Sir Kaya nodded sharply and said. Qilu was silent. What kind of tricks does this Sir Kaya want to play? To be honest, at this moment, Qilu already had a premonition in his heart. So after a while, Qilu finally opened his mouth and said, Sir Kaya, do you have any confidence in the upcoming championship? Yes. Manager Qi, we will definitely do our best to win the championship and not let our fans down. Sir Kaya replied loudly as if she had been waiting for this moment. The sound is loud and loud, and there is a sound on the ground. Before the words were finished, there was a commotion in the shop. Well done, Sir Kaya, we knew you wouldn't let us down. Come on, we believe in you, you will definitely win the championship. Don't let the participating teams from the Kingdom of God look down on us, our chaotic area is not easy to mess with. Sir Kaya, go. For the glory of the chaotic area, win the championship. We are the champion. Sheila stared at Sir Kaya, what the hell are you? Central Divine Mountain. The black-red mist that shrouded the mountains seemed to never change. The strong bloody smell and fierce aura, as if they existed in ancient times, exude an aura that strangers should not enter. In the mountain, the owner of those scarlet eyes appeared from the ground again, looking around at the surrounding scenery. This time, his pale body was completely covered by bone armor. The aura emanating from his body has become even more terrifying. What a fierce breath, what a violent power. As he stood up from this simple tomb, the entire mountain range trembled slightly. The surrounding black and red mist was even more dispelled, as if fearing his existence. Human King, Dragon God. You are all still alive. This deity really didn't expect that you were all still alive. He made a hoarse voice, and his tone was particularly fierce and terrifying, with strong resentment. Boom. Immediately afterwards, he stepped out of the grave in one step. This loud noise seemed to announce his return, and even the heavens and the earth wailed. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Rendered by the black-red mist, the dark clouds that should have been as black as ink turned out to be as scarlet as blood at this moment. And within this blood-red dark cloud, thunder rolled even more, and the blood-colored thunder dragon let out a deafening roar. You guys, don't you welcome the return of the deity? I have also prepared such a generous gift, to clean up the dust for this deity. Looking at the bloody dark clouds gathering in the sky, he frowned and questioned wildly. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out, soaring into the sky, like a huge wave rolling upside down. Boom! Maybe it was his behavior that angered the blood-colored black cloud, and the billowing thunder within it fell suddenly. The blood-colored thunder dragon rushed out with a roar, and the terrifying momentum disturbed the whole world. The scarlet blood light made this sacred mountain in the central region even more sinister. It really made you think hard. Then come and see if you can stop this deity. He stared at the roaring thunder dragon, and he did not dodge or dodge, and the coercion rising from the sky directly greeted him. In an instant, the two collided together. Boom! In an instant, a boom sounded. The two terrifying forces collided together, stirring up a circle of extremely violent air waves. While spreading towards the surroundings, it also dispersed together with the surrounding black and red mist. At this moment, the blood-red light became even stronger. Shine this dark world as bright as day. Likewise, the tomb behind him was illuminated. I could only see that there were 4 large characters engraved on the bottom of this simple tomb. Tomb of the Demon Emperor. He is the Demon Emperor. Chaotic Area, Store Manager, Cheese Shop. The championship match of the virtual duel competition can be regarded as coming as promised. During this period, Bai Yuyan held the 3rd round of auction, which was also the last auction of this virtual duel competition. Then there is the organization of the sponsors event. Although it is an event, the original intention is to let the heads of those chambers of commerce and these participating teams get acquainted. In case these participating teams, these contestants, obviously have sponsors, they don't even know each other. For the heads of those chambers of commerce, this is naturally a dream. You know, before this, it was absolutely difficult for these chambers of commerce to find the protection of the gods. After all, for those gods, how can these ordinary people's chambers of commerce be worthy of their own protection? What's good? Isn't it just a cash machine? So in the past, the life of these chambers of commerce was a little more difficult than imagined. But now, with Store Manager Cheese Face, and Store Manager Cheese Shop really needs to consume faith stones. Then the sponsors, these contestants also accepted it as a matter of course. From the perspective of the Chamber of Commerce, this is an investment. Only need to pay. If you get some faith stones, you can seek the protection of the gods, which is a great thing for a lot of money. There is no way, if you run a Chamber of Commerce in the Vault of Heaven God Realm, if you don't have any background, you don't have any background, and you don't know how you died. So this time the sponsors event was held in a lively manner. It can be regarded as a feast for the guests and the host. After that, not much happened. As calm as ever, as peaceful as ever. But when it comes to this, I still want to mention something about Lanya. Ever since she obtained the core of the golden body of the law of time, her strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The understanding of the law of time is also rising steadily. Speaking of which, Sheila didn't think that this was simply due to the core of the golden body of the law of time. Because the role of the core of the golden body is only an auxiliary, which is to improve the understanding of the owner. If the potential and aptitude of the owner itself is not high, then even if golden body core is obtained, the effect will be limited. The reason is very simple. Multiplying 0 by any number yields 0. So this also made Sheila confirm once again that Lanya's potential and talent are really strong. But why hasn't it been shown before? Maybe it was sealed. Qi didn't really want to study this matter. Because in Lanya's previous life, if Qi guessed correctly, it should be a main god who mastered the law of time. Then the potential of Lanya itself, it is estimated that most of it will be reflected in the law of time. It's just a pity, the king's idea is good. But how can it be so simple to restore the incomplete law of time? But it doesn't matter, at most it's just going back to the original point. Lanyi, who used to be the main god, with the help of the golden body core of the law of time, can also return to the realm of the main god at the fastest speed, but it is only a matter of time. However, when the perception of the law of time is rising, another new problem has emerged. The source of the power of faith. Although Lanyi inherited the aptitude of her previous life, she has no way to toss the faith stone directly like Qi Lu. Therefore, even if Lanya's comprehension of the law of time is fast, but without enough power of faith, there is no way to perfect the law of time pattern. In this way, even if Lanyi has an extremely powerful talent on the way of the law of time, it will not help. Because of the serious shortage of resources, the perfection of the law of time Dao Rune cannot keep up, so everything else is useless. So in order to solve this problem, Qi Lu had to contribute part of the lower plane coordinates in his hand. Fortunately, they were all picked up for nothing on the battlefield, and Qi Lu didn't feel any distress. Not to mention the god of the underworld back then, how many disciples does a majestic ancient god have in his hands? Afterwards, the god of destruction and the puppet lord all passed through Qi Lu's hands, and Qi Lu knew the whereabouts of the believers. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't need believers, so that's why he has been ignoring him. But now, it is just right to borrow flowers to present Buddha and give them to Lanya. It can be regarded as making the best use of everything. So in the recent period of time, Lanyi has been busy with these things. The main thing is to choose your own apostles, then arrange tasks, and then send them to those lower planes. It is more about developing believers than receiving believers in the past. After all, the ancient gods have not cared about the world for a long time, and in those lower planes, they don't know how many eras they have passed. You must know that even the vault of heaven god realm has experienced the era of human kings and the era of the unrecorded giant dragon sage king successively since the ancient catastrophe. Then it is now, the era of the newly promoted Lord God. Then in those lower planes, the alternation of old and new dynasties became more frequent. Perhaps the beliefs of believers will not change, but this does not mean that there will be no disputes. And the apostles will not care about the disputes among these believers, as long as the beliefs do not change, the rest will follow the flow. So when the main god who stood at the top of the faith died, the gods were completely wiped out. The apostles below were naturally also in chaos. At this time, it will be much easier for Lanyi to send apostles to receive believers. However, no matter how easy the process is, it is inevitable that there will be a lot of gunpowder and war. This is the pain of belief replacement. It's just that Lanyi doesn't need to do it himself. In this regard, the apostles can still solve many troublesome things. To be honest, if Qi Lu didn't need believers, there would definitely be many gods and apostles under his command. So when I came to Lanya, I was busy with selecting and training apostles these days. Because the number of apostles needed is too much. And in many cases, it is not enough for a lower plane to send only one apostle. In addition to the need to deal with the apostles left by the previous gods, if you want to receive believers on a large scale, you must not be stingy in terms of manpower, at least you must be able to suppress these believers. Then, a large number of lucky ones appeared. Such a large-scale recruitment of apostles has not happened in the vault of heaven god realm for a long time. Those gods in the past, even if they got new low-level plane coordinates, there were not many of them. When recruiting apostles, there is also a feeling of picking and searching. How could it be possible for someone like Lanyi, who looks like a group of nouveau riche, to have hundreds of thousands of apostles at every turn? But to be honest, Lan Yi is really an upstart like this now. The coordinates of the lower planes that Qi Lu gave her were tens of thousands with a wave of hands. And there are many more to follow. Just wait for Lan Yi to finish accepting the early believers first, and then look at the latter. Therefore, Lan Yi's demand for apostles is indeed not small, and the recruitment will continue for a long time. All of a sudden, it has become another popular event besides the virtual duel competition. If we talk about the virtual duel competition, it has become extremely popular because of the love of many players. Then Lan Yi's recruitment of apostles is a vital interest. As far as the gods are concerned, naturally they don't need to care. Unless you are doing it to belong to God, you really don't qualify as an apostle or something. But for the natives of the Vault of Heaven God realm, this is no less than a good opportunity to reach the sky in one step. There is no other reason, just ask, who is Lan Yi? If you have such a good relationship with store manager Qi, where will your future achievements be? Not to mention the improvement of Lan Yi, which is visible to the naked eye, and all the gods are amazed by it. Such talent, such qualifications, such potential. Coupled with the care of store manager Qi, even accidents are impossible. How far the orchid leaf can grow in the future is completely conceivable. So at this time, to be able to become the apostle under the crown of Lan Yi, what is it if it is not one step to the sky? Maybe, one day in the future, when Lan Yi becomes the main god under the crown, they will also be lucky enough to become gods. And then Qi Lu saw it, on the opening day of the Virtual Duel Tournament Championship. The apostle recruitment site on Lan Yi's side was equally popular. Even the level of liveliness was no lower than that of the competition scene. The only difference is probably that the people who gathered at the apostle recruitment point were all aborigines from the Vault of Heaven God realm. As for those at Qi Li's shop, there were all of them, from gods, to apostles, to the aborigines of the Vault of Heaven God realm. There are even quite a few main gods who came here to join in the show. At any rate, it was also the first virtual duel contest held by store manager Qi, and it was also a championship match. For such a grand event, we still have to come and join us. Qi Lu was not surprised either. Even in the world of the Lord God, there are sophisticated looks. Then, the first virtual duel competition, the final championship match, officially begins. The main store in the chaotic area is the venue for the championship game. The last 8 teams have all arrived long ago. At this moment, they only waited for the signal to start the game, and then entered the room dedicated to the game together. There is no owner of the game-only room, and after entering, the allocation of team members is fixed. After confirming that the participating teams are correct, the duel will begin. The cheers from the fans at the scene made the atmosphere of the arena even more exciting. The championship game has officially begun. The final 10 duels will determine the final winner. The 50 members of the champion team will receive this great honor, as well as their long-awaited law comprehension spree. Most of the contestants came here for this championship. So, the showdown is imminent. And unlike the previous games, the championship matchup will be even more difficult. Because after experiencing the baptism of the first round of the official competition, none of the teams that stand out and can come to the championship scene is simple, and all of them are the best of the best. In addition, after the first round of official competition, the rest time before the championship game. These participating teams have recorded the games of other teams and carefully replayed them several times. As for the team that entered the championship together with me, it can be said that they are very familiar with each other. Combat style, tactical mode, strategic direction. After many review and research, it has become transparent. Therefore, the 8 teams that came to the final duel are almost as familiar with their opponents as they are with themselves, maybe even more. After all, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. In this case, the psychological quality requirements for the contestants are very high. After 10 duels of knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, it was as if they were fighting with themselves. If you don't have enough stamina and willpower, you might be in a trance after the fight. Let alone a normal duel, whether they can stabilize and not hold back their teammates is a question. Having said that, one thing must be mentioned. Although at the beginning, in the schedule that Qi Lu thought of, the championship match should be divided into 2 rounds like the first official round, and each round would consist of 5 duels. During the break in the middle, you can discuss tactics with the 8 teams and study the opponents again. However, when Qi Lu decided to sell tickets before the championship game, the schedule was changed. 10 duels, completed in one go. In order to avoid selling tickets for a championship game twice, isn't that askum? Even if those customers and players don't mind, Qi Lu is also embarrassed. There are 2 rounds of tickets to be sold for just one championship match. Soho is going to succeed? The biggest profiteer in history? Therefore, for this matter, Qi Lu can only modify the schedule. But that's good too, 10 duels will be resolved in one round, and it will test the resilience of the contestants even more. If you can't persevere, it can only mean that your skills are not as good as others, and you have nothing to say when you lose. Because everyone has the same conditions. In terms of physical strength, there must be no problem. You know, this is the vault of heaven God realm. Even a so-called ordinary person on a lower plane would be a powerful cultivator. He just doesn't rest for a few days, and has no physical pressure. The only problem lies in the aspects of mental strength and willpower. The competition of 10 duels, from the first duel, has officially entered the battle. In the duel field, once a disadvantage starts to appear, the psychological pressure on the contestants will definitely double. Under such circumstances, it is even more difficult to regain the advantage. If the momentum is suppressed, it is almost impossible to turn over. So the importance of mental strength and willpower is reflected. Without strong mental strength and perseverance, how could it be possible to withstand this pressure? In addition, every duel is a new battle, and the situation in the duel field is ever-changing. Every matchup has the possibility of unexpected situations. At this time, what should we do? If the mental strength can't hold on anymore, the more you fight, the more confused you will be. The more you fight, the worse your stats will be. At the end of the fight, before the duel was over, my psychology collapsed first. The huge point gap is a mountain in my heart. If you don't find a way to bring down this mountain, you'll never win. After all, in the final championship game, the difference in hard power between the 8 teams is not that big. In the arrangement of tactics and strategies, there is nuclear style restraint, and they are all in a balanced state. Extreme teams will not be able to reach the final championship arena. So in this duel, the competition is who makes fewer mistakes. What a wonderful showdown. Even Qi Lu couldn't help but praise him. It is indeed the strongest team selected from the countless players on the virtual duel platform. In the use of tactics, not only is it brilliant, but it is also evenly matched. Between offense and defense, it reflects the commander's experience and resourcefulness. Under the mutual testing and collision of combat power, they can always exchange enough things to make up for the loss. This made the battle on the duel field look extremely fierce, and the rhythm of the attack was extremely tight and fast, but the strength of the 8 teams was always able to maintain a relatively balanced state. If it weren't for any mode of the virtual duel platform, the eliminated players could not be resurrected. Qi Lu estimated that the championship matchup would last at least a few months, and it might not end in a year or 2. There is no way, they are all the top participating teams, and they are all the strongest contestants. In the duel field again, this kind of forced balance of combat power can only compete with strategies. If it really happened that a certain participating team was crushed, then it was a major mistake when selecting the participating teams. This was also the first time Qi Lu felt that the setting of being unable to be resurrected was extremely reasonable. If there is a resurrection point like the New World mode, then the tickets for this championship game are really worth it. Fortunately, in the duel field, the eliminated players cannot be resurrected. Therefore, even if the commanders of the 8 teams have excellent strategies, in the end, they still have to decide the winner. Because in the process of exchange, no matter how worthwhile the reward is. But in every exchange, the losses of both parties are certain. To put it simply, the combat power of the 8 teams will be continuously weakened in a balanced state. In the end, they will be forced to fight a decisive battle. This is the decision that must be made at the last moment of the exchange. It was this moment that Qi Lu was looking forward to. Because the final decisive battle is the time to truly reflect the commander's ability. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. Who can say that he is the winner until the last moment? The championship game can be said to be hardy. It also made the audience watching the game on the spot hooked. Tickets are really worth buying. The only thing that makes Qi Lu feel a little regretful is that Sirkaya's team is, indeed, slowly declining in terms of points. This is not because Sirkaya's team is weak, but it seems to be controlling points. Followers of the Human King. Other viewers might not be able to see it, but Qi Lu could. Sirkaya and the others really didn't want this championship. The law comprehension gift pack is not very useful for followers of the king like them. Most of these guys are stuck on the threshold of the realm of the main god, and they have never been able to take that step. Because that step is a natural moat. Only when you realize it yourself can you really cross over. Otherwise, for the rest of his life, he might just stay in this place, unable advance an inch. This is also limited by aptitude and potential. At this point, there are very few foreign objects that can help. So they really don't need to show off for this championship. Instead, they used point control methods that outsiders could not discover to show their strength. Interesting, even though the king has fallen, the followers he left behind are still so tyrannical. It's really hard to imagine what kind of demeanor the former King of Kings was. When Qi Lu saw this, he already knew it. In this championship match, Sirkaya's team can be regarded as the uncrowned king. Perhaps for followers of the king like them, the excitement of fighting side by side again is more important. In this way, Qi Lu didn't care who the final champion was. Anyway, Qi Lu's goal of holding a virtual duel competition has already been achieved. The Stone of Faith, here we come. Capable newcomers were also discovered. The chambers of commerce in various divine kingdoms have also begun to flourish and flourish. Presumably, he will be able to provide himself with more faith stones in the future. So who is the champion, does it matter? No bragging, Qi Lu is the organizer of the competition, not a contestant, so does it matter to him who is the champion? No matter who wins the championship, Qi Lu will present the award, it doesn't matter at all. So, whatever. However, being able to witness the resourcefulness displayed by the followers of the King of Kings in the virtual duel competition, then presumably their combat effectiveness is definitely not weak. This also made Qi Lu vigilant again. The King of Man must have left behind in the vault of Heaven God realm. When I went to look for the Goddess of Life, she said that the final battlefield of the Human King was at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. It even said that the Human King's corpse was also left on the sacred mountain in the central region, and was used to seal the passage. Before that, Qi Lu had the respect for the King of Men, so he didn't choose to disturb him. But now it seems that it is better to go to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory to have a look. The heroic appearance of the King of Men. I really want to see it with my own eyes. Qi Lu couldn't help sighing in his heart. The King of Humans, the King of the human race, is also the ancestor of the human race. If you really want to count it, you should also be regarded as Qi Lu's ancestor. After all, Qi Lu is also a member of the human race. Thinking about it this way, it seems reasonable to go to see the Human King's remains with his own eyes. But, where is the sacred mountain in the Central Territory? It seems that I forgot to ask this question. After thinking about it for a while, Qi Lu remembered this incident again. Qi Lu didn't ask about the goddess of life, because he never thought about going to the divine mountain in the central territory. Thinking about it now, if I asked at the beginning, I don't need to make this extra trip now. But it's not a big problem. But Qi Lu thinks so, but to implement his own ideas, he still has to wait until all the virtual duel competitions are over. Because in the end, to present the award to the champion, I still need myself as the organizer to come on stage. By the way, I would like to announce the rules for the next virtual duel competition. Starting from the second virtual duel competition, participating teams need to divide the competition area. The first round of selection will be conducted from the 4 competition areas, and the winning team will be selected, and then the following competitions will be carried out. Of course, with the revision of the rules of the virtual duel contest, the reward content will naturally also be revised accordingly. Even if it is the sub-champion of the 4 major divisions, it is still the champion. Is it only the championship that deserves to be called the champion? Therefore, when the virtual duel contest was divided into 4 divisions, then for each virtual duel competition, according to the current 2 competition modes, until the final championship is determined, after the entire competition process, there will be a total of 10 champions. In order to deal with this situation, Qi Lu also decided to divide the Law Comprehension Gift Pack into 2 versions. What the champion of the competition division gets is the current standard version of the Law Comprehension Spree. And the winner of the virtual duel competition will be developed by Qi Lelator, the high-end version of the Law Comprehension Gift Pack. If you meet someone of your own, maybe you will secretly stuff a copy of the core of the golden body of law in the past. After all, fat and water don't flow into outsiders' fields. Of course, Qi Lu would definitely not say these words. Although it is done in this way, but if it is said, it is not good. Then, after the final awards ceremony of the virtual duel competition, Qi Lu also announced the news. The result, of course, was that the audience cheered. Even the fans of those losing teams cheered at this moment. Because of the next virtual showdown contest, I can't help but participate. The number of places has increased, and even the number of champions has increased. Moreover, the rewards provided by store manager Qi have not only not decreased, but have become more generous. This move made the players on the virtual duel platform look at manager Qi with even more reverence and fanaticism. Such a benevolent and righteous Lord God is hard to find in the entire history of the Vault of Heaven God realm. But they were so lucky to meet. What a blessing! It's a pity that Qi Lu couldn't hear these words. Or, if you hear it, you won't care too much. Holding a virtual duel competition is just one of Qi Lu's business methods, similar to opening a store. It's just that Qi Lu felt a little bored with the previous way of doing business, so he chose this way. After the awards ceremony, Qi Lu will also let the team that won the championship sign their names with their own hands, and then design it as a badge in the mall of the virtual duel platform. It is used to commemorate the team that won the championship in the first virtual duel competition. On the front of this badge, there will be the name of the champion team. And on the back of the badge are the names of 50 team members. It may look a bit crowded, but when the badge is enlarged, each name is clear enough. This is also an honor. As long as the virtual duel platform is still there, this glory will continue forever. Of course, this is a later story. Because after the awards were presented, Qi Lu was planning to go to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Central Domain Divine Mountain? Is it the place where the human king you mentioned died in battle? Lan Yi didn't know where she learned about it, so she immediately went to Qi Lu and asked. That's right, that's the place. Qi Lu had just returned from the Goddess of Life when he was stopped by Lan Yi. Originally, he was going to explain something to Bai Yuyan, and then went to the sacred mountain in the central region, but now he was fine and was stopped directly. Shop manager Qi, can you take me there with you? Sure enough, Lan Yi asked again. because in his previous life, he was a follower of the human king. So Lan Yi felt that it didn't matter whether she got this memory or not. Now that I have accepted this matter, I should go to see the heroic appearance of the king of men. What's more, Lan Yi herself is quite curious about what kind of person she is, so that she is worth following in her previous life. I knew it was going to happen. Qi Lu was not surprised at all. With Lan Yi's character, it's strange that she didn't want to follow after she learned about this matter. But even if Qi Lu had never been to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, he could guess that it was definitely not safe. What's more, when I went to the palace of the Goddess of Life, the Goddess of Life also mentioned, the divine mountain in the Central Territory is extremely dangerous. After all, it was the main battlefield of the ancient gods and demon gods. Even if it's just the remaining killing power, it's enough for an ordinary god to drink a pot. Qi Lu, who has been to the battlefield of immortals and demons, has a deep understanding of this point. In the case of weak strength, the battlefields where these great powers have fought, even after thousands of years, cannot be approached. Although the Goddess of Life said this sentence, she just said it in passing, without any other meaning. Because of Manager Qi's strength, she doesn't need to worry about it. The Goddess of Life is still clear about this matter. However, when it comes to Qi Lu, Lan Yi's current strength is far behind. In case of any accidents at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, it will be very troublesome, and it can even be said that there is no time for regret. But then again, Lan Yi's request is actually reasonable. Anyway, it is about her past life, Lan Yi is indeed qualified to know. That's why Qi Lu thought about avoiding Lan Yi altogether. However, who would have thought that before he even returned to the store, he will be blocked by Lan Yi on the way? It's really strange, who will tell Lan Yi about this? But it doesn't matter at all. Because even if there is no such thing, Lan Yi will think of this sooner or later, and will still go to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Explore your past life, and pay homage to the former king. So the result is the same. The difference is that if Lan Yi knew about it later, she would be stronger. At that time it would be safer to go to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. But obviously, that time cannot be waited for. Regarding this, Qi Lu could only touch his nose and said, Lan Yi, the sacred mountain in the Central Territory is very dangerous, and it is not suitable for you to go there now. It means that when you become stronger in the future and want to go to the divine mountain in the Central Territory, you can go there at any time. However, Lan Yi shook her head and said, Shop Manager Qi, let me be willful this time. I always feel that I should go to see the human king's remains. There seems to be something guiding me. What he said didn't sound like he was lying or making excuses. When Qi Lu heard this, he also narrowed his eyes slightly. Intuition? It is true that the king-level power has a whim. The former human king mastered the law of reincarnation, involving cause and effect, which is extremely mysterious. Even though he is dead now, it is not impossible to leave a guide in the vault of Heaven God realm. Maybe it was left behind for reincarnated people like Lan Yi. Since you said so, let's go together. But what I said just now was not a joke. The Central Divine Mountain is really dangerous, so absolutely don't act privately. Qi Lu finally nodded, but added a few more words of advice. Perhaps the danger level of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is true, but the former main god and demon god have passed away after all. No matter how strong the remaining fierce aura and killing power were, Qi didn't think it could threaten him. In this case, it should be enough to protect Lan Yi by himself. As long as you are careful, nothing serious will happen. I understand, I won't cause trouble to Manager Qi. Lan Yi nodded. In the end, the number of people who went to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory became 2. Qi Lu took Lan Yi and directly opened the door of space, crossing the space in the direction that the Goddess of Life said. Anyway, the divine mountain of the Central Territory is on the edge of the extreme god realm, so there is no need to worry about missing it halfway. Just cross the space all the way and go straight to the terminal. Although the goddess of life did not specify the exact location of the central divine mountain, she made a meaningful statement. The breath of the sacred mountain in the central region can be felt even if it is thousands of miles away, and there is no need to lead the way. Qi Lu was a little skeptical before. But when he really got close to the sacred mountain in the central region, Qi Lu realized that the goddess of life was indeed right. Even with Qi Li's perception, he didn't know how far away he was from the divine mountain in the central territory. He could clearly perceive that very uncomfortable ferocious aura. It is completely different from the strong dead air that pervades the battlefield of immortals and demons. The aura emanating from the divine mountain in the central territory is more ferocious and aggressive. Maybe it's because the divine realm and the heavenly realm haven't turned into a dead zone yet, that's why it's like this. If it is really the same as the battlefield of immortals and demons, then there may be no living creatures in the entire vault of heaven god realm. Ahead, is the sacred mountain of the central territory? This is completely different from what I imagined. Coming out of the space gate again, Qi Lu raised his eyes and looked ahead. A mountain range with no end in sight stretched in front of him, toweringly, soaring into the clouds. However, what should have been a rather magnificent scenery, against the backdrop of the black and red mist, looked even more frightening. The fierce aura covering the mountains is like a bloody mouth from the abyss, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Even Qi Lu couldn't help frowning after seeing such a scene. Is this the central divine mountain? Lan Yi, who followed closely behind, also widened her eyes. Is this the battlefield chosen by the human king? Is it the place where the king of men died in battle? On the battlefield of the Lord God, even after the great battle, is the remaining aura so terrifying? Be careful, the evil spirit and resentment here are very corrosive to you. Qi Lu waved his hand to disperse the black and red mist around Lan Yi. With Lan Yi's current strength, even if she mastered the law of time, it would be difficult to resist the erosion of these mist. It's no wonder that the sacred mountain in the central region is facing outwards, and there are desolate places within a radius of 10,000 miles. The main gods are unwilling to establish a kingdom of God here, and it is impossible for the chaotic area to spread here. The entire central divine mountain is in the extreme divine realm, as if it has been forgotten. Except for the surviving ancient gods and people like Qi Lu who wanted to explore, there are very few people who can still think of this place. The biggest reason for this is because the divine mountain in the central territory is the most terrifying and ominous place in the absolute God territory. Thank you very much. Lan Yi glanced at Qi Lu. You're welcome, let's go forward and have a look inside the mountains. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, then took the lead and walked towards the divine mountain in the central territory. This position, before entering the main range of the mountains, is already so pressing. When you really enter the coverage of the central divine mountain, the pressure you have to bear will definitely be raised to another level. This place can already be called a forbidden place. Qi Lu couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion at the smell of blood and fierceness that came over his face. Walking on the sacred mountain in the central region, the undulating mountain road under your feet. If there is no such oppressive feeling, it should be a good scenic spot. It's a pity that countless wars have left the central territory mountain without a single blade of grass, leaving only a bare mountain. The soil under his feet was stained scarlet by countless blood. Over the years. Even now, after tens of thousands of years, or even longer, this scarlet color cannot fade away. It was as if the entire mountain range was stained red with blood. God's blood, God's bone. How many corpses are buried under the ground of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory? Qi Lu didn't know about this question. The remains of the main god, logically speaking, time cannot leave traces on it. If you are born, you will not be old. If you die, you will be immortal. However, in the Xuanhuan mountain of the central territory, the corpses of countless main gods and demon gods were completely wiped out by battles. The number of corpses left was far lower than Qi Li's imagination. According to the goddess of life, the battle where the human king fell was the last battle that took place on the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. If you want to find the remains of the human king, then you only need to find the place where the corpse of the main god still remains on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Where is the battlefield between the main god and the demon god, and the remains of the human king are not far away. Along the way, Qi Li's expression also became serious. Lan Yi, who was closely behind, also had a solemn expression. The scene of the sacred mountain in the central region is a good interpretation of the fierceness and cruelty of the original war. The power that fell here is completely capable of destroying the entire god realm. I see, the first corpse. It seems that the remains of the human king are not far away. He didn't know how far he had traveled, but when Qi Li looked into the distance again, he finally saw a corpse covered in scars. If you look further ahead, you will know that this is already the edge of the place where the war was fought. The further forward, the more corpses there are, and the more broken they are. Most of the corpses are incomplete, and the missing parts are all over the place. There are not even a third of the remains of some corpses. In this battle, not only the main gods of the human race, but also the main gods of all races in the extreme god realm participated in the battle. With just a quick glance, Qi Li could find the remains of dozens of main gods of different races. In the ancient times, even when the kings existed, the divine realm still had so much combat power. But today, Qi Li felt more and more that Shenjiu was weak. If we say that after the great calamity of the ancient times, when the king of humans came to the vault of heaven god realm, it was only a period of weakness in the god realm. So now, it can be said that it is the period of decline of the god realm. Ugh. Regarding this, Qi Li could only sigh silently. Then move on. Even Qi Li was a little surprised by the wide range of this battlefield. To be honest, with so many corpses scattered all over the battlefield, Qi Li was a little suspicious. Can he really find the remains of the king of humans? But when I asked the goddess of life earlier, she said, as long as you go to the sacred mountain in the central region and find this battlefield, you will definitely be able to recognize the remains of the king of men. Really? Qi Li questioned this. But it's all here, and I can only believe in the goddess of life once. Lan Yi didn't know about this, and thought Qi Li knew everything, so she kept silent. Until, Qi Li suddenly stopped. Shop manager Qi, what's the matter? Lan Yi almost bumped into Qi Li's body. I think, I found the remains of the human king. It's just this scene that surprised me. Qi Li, who stopped suddenly, said in a rather surprised tone. Lan Yi, who was a little surprised, heard the words and hurried forward, wanting to pay his respects to the remains of the king of man. Immediately afterwards, I saw an extremely majestic throne standing on the top of the mountain. A figure was sitting on that throne. No wonder the goddess of life said that as long as I come here, I will be able to recognize the remains of the king. It's simply that even the style of painting has changed. Qi Li stared at the throne and couldn't help but speak. This is the battlefield between the main god and the demon god. What does it mean that a throne popped up in the middle? Wait, throne. Could it be the eye of the formation that sealed the entire divine mountain in the Central Territory? Qi Li, who was still a little stunned, suddenly thought of this possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt. Because the human king himself used himself as the eye of the formation, and used the fallen corpses of many main gods and demon gods as the power to activate the formation, opened the sealing formation, and sealed the entire mountain in the central region. The place where the human king is at the moment is not the eye of the entire sealing formation. In this way, it is understandable that the style of painting changes suddenly. After thinking about the key point, Qi Li didn't feel so strange anymore. Let's go and have a look. There is still a long distance from the mountain top to the mountainside. Moreover, there is a thick black and red mist in the middle, so it is impossible to see the appearance of the king at all. Go straight all the way to the top of the mountain. The throne that first appeared in front of my eyes has become extremely clear at this moment. Majesty and dignity are the first impressions when seeing this throne. It's just that the blood stains on it blurred the original color of the throne. But on the throne, the traces left by the war made this throne look even more mighty and extraordinary. Even the surrounding atmosphere became chilling. Then there was the figure sitting on the throne. The armor on his body was dilapidated, and the exposed parts of his body were also covered with scars. The long-dried blood covered up the original color of the armor, turning it tinto a dark red. The same is true of the scarred body. However, such a situation made this figure even more imposing. Just sitting there, there is a sense of oppression that makes people breathless. Even Qi Lu is not immune, let alone Lan Yi. If it wasn't for Qi Li's protection, Lan Yi wouldn't have come here at all. Look again. Those countless scars could not make this figure bend down. Sitting quietly on the throne with a straight body, how domineering and incomparable. It wasn't until Qi Lu continued to look upwards and saw the face of this figure that he was truly shocked. There was no scar on this blood-stained face. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he had fallen asleep. Even without the slightest expression, there was an aura of calmness and prestige. But what really shocked Qi Lu was not these, but because this face, although heroic and extraordinary, was definitely a feminine face. In other words, the king of people is actually a woman? Although no one has ever told Qi Lu whether the king of kings is a man or a woman. But Qi Lu always subconsciously believed that the king of men should be a man. But now, the picture that appeared in front of him broke Qi Li's thoughts all along. The king of men is indeed a woman. That heroic face, and the body shape that can be seen from a closer look, also proved this point. No wonder Sheer can inherit the power of the king. Qi Lu sighed in his heart. After the shock in my heart passed, there was actually no other feeling. Because the human king is a man or a woman, it doesn't affect her being a great main god, and she has guarded the realm of the gods with her life. Qi Lu never felt that problems in this aspect would have any bad effects. Respectable, always worthy of respect. Just like the orchid leaf next to her, there was no abnormality on her face at all. After all, Lan Yi didn't imagine what the image of the king of human beings would be like Qi Lu did. Seeing the human king's remains at this moment is just to perfect the image of the human king in the bottom of my heart. This is the king of men. Qi Lu said silently in his heart. I also suddenly thought of one thing, that is, why the dragon god didn't contact the human king, but the goddess of life had contact with the human king. Feelings are because of this. Lan Yi, how are you doing? How do you feel? Or do you remember anything? After sighing with emotion, Qi Lu turned around and looked at Lan Yi beside him. This time when he came here, Qi Lu originally planned to see how heroic the former king of kings really was. Speaking of which, except for being a little surprised by the gender, everything else is better than Qi Lu imagined. Even after tens of thousands of years of death, the remains sitting on the throne are still unparalleled and domineering, suppressing the sacred mountain in the central region. But now that Lan Yi has also followed, Qi Lu has added another goal. Lan Yi was a follower of the King of Man in his previous life. Now that he saw the remains of the King of Man, don't you feel anything else? Maybe I can recall the memories of my previous life. I still don't remember anything. Lan Yi shook her head first, but soon changed the subject and said, however, when I saw the human king's remains, I did have a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere. This one feels very clear, I can be sure, it is definitely not an illusion. This sentence, Lan Yi said very firmly. It also made Qi Lu frown. Where have you seen it before? Qila touched his chin and said, "Don't you feel anything else?" This kind of déjà vu feeling is the most unreliable, saying it is the same as not saying it. Anyway, Qila didn't think this strange feeling could prove anything. Other feelings? Lan Yi gave Qilu a strange look. Then after thinking for a while, he said aloud, "Shop manager Qi, don't you think that after seeing the remains of the king of humans, I can awaken something? Is it the memory of the previous life? Or the power of the previous life?" These words spoke Qi Li's heart. Qi Li really thought that after Lan Yi came to the sacred mountain in the Central Territory and saw the remains of the human king, he could suddenly wake up. But now it seems that things in the imagination are not very reliable. Well, since there are none, forget it. Fortunately, Qi Lu will not force this kind of thing. Chance is something that doesn't mean that something is available, it depends on fate. Now it seems that Lan Yi's chance should not be in the Central Territory Xuanhuan. Where would that be? Something's wrong, on this Central Territory, God Mountain, besides us, how could there be any breath of life? But at this moment, Qi Lu was thinking about the chance, when a strange force suddenly appeared on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. And it's not far from where they are. Even getting closer. It's coming for us. Qi Lu suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction outside the ancient battlefield. Shop manager Qi, what happened? Seeing that Qi Li's expression suddenly became serious, Lan Yi couldn't help asking. In the middle of the sacred mountain, with Lan Yi's current strength, it is impossible to withstand the erosion of the fierce force here. So let alone unleash sentience. Lan Yi knew nothing about the movements that Qi Lu could perceive. If my perception is not wrong, there should be an enemy rushing towards us. This undisguised killing intent really didn't take us seriously. Faced with Lan Yi's question, Qi Lu of course would not hide it, but solemnly exhorted him a few words. Lan Yi, when the battle starts, I will protect you as well, so don't panic. You still can't resist the fierce power of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. Anyway, with Qi Li's current strength, even if he couldn't beat him, wouldn't they still be able to escape? The purpose of coming to the divine mountain in the Central Territory has been completed. Even if Lan Yi saw the remains of the king, he didn't have any reaction. It shows that this path is wrong, and we should think of other ways. That being said, the trip was not in vain. At least one wrong solution was ruled out, and by the way, some useless secrets were learned. For example, the king of people is actually a girl? I see. I'm really sorry, Manager Qi, I'm the one who caused you trouble. Lan Yi nodded, bit her lower lip, and said aloud. What kind of trouble is this? You don't need to apologize for such a trivial matter, otherwise, there will be more troublesome things in the future. Qi Lu shook his head, then stood in front of Lan Yi. That evil breath, until now, still shows no signs of turning, it seems to be right. It was indeed aimed at himself or Lan Yi. But, what could be under this breath? Qi Lu couldn't imagine what kind of creatures would exist on this sacred mountain in the Central Territory. There is one thing to say, just this terrible evil spirit, I am afraid that the general main gods will be under pressure after living in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory for a long time. This terrifying pressure is not just for fun. So, could it be a creature outside of the sacred mountain in the Central Territory? Qi Lu guessed. But there is also a problem. Because Qi Li's perception was fully open during the process of arriving at Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. After all, the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is really dangerous. It's not good if you don't fully use your perception when you come here for the first time. However, Qi Lu didn't sense any threatening aura on the way to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. In other words, he didn't even feel the breath of a living being. Here, it is simply a dead zone. So, what is this sudden evil aura? Qi Lu didn't know. The only thing that is certain is that you can avoid your own perception, and you can also enter the sacred mountain of the central region, or in other words, the enemy who ambushed directly in the sacred mountain of the central region must not be weak. The undisguised hostility and killing intent simply put the word enemy on his head. Let me see, what kind of enemies exist on this mountain in the central territory? Qi Lu just stood where he was, with no intention of leaving. In fact, even if you want to go now, you won't be able to go very far. After all, with Lan Yu behind, it was impossible for Qi Lu to leave here alone. Coupled with the speed of that evil breath, it is completely at the level of the main god. Now it only takes a few breaths, and the distance has been shortened by a long distance. From here, it can be seen that the oppressive force of the sacred mountain in the central region has little effect on this guy. Human King, offended. If possible, I really don't want to put the battle site in front of your remains. Sensing the approaching evil aura, Qi Lu suddenly apologized to the Human King's remains. I came here by myself, to the divine mountain of the central territory, and did nothing to disturb the peace of the King of Kings. I'm really sorry when I think about it. But isn't this something that can't be helped? You can't leave Lan Yi alone. Presumably the king is alive, and he doesn't want to see his followers, so he'll just be left behind. Coming. Suddenly, a bloody figure appeared in Qi Li's line of sight. In the past, in the perception, I could only feel the evilness of this breath, but now after getting closer, I realized that there is also extreme ferocity and bloodthirsty in this evilness. It gave Qi Lu the feeling that he was not a living being with intelligence, but a killing machine instead. Shoo! The speed of the bloody figure was extremely fast. The last moment it appeared in Qi Li's line of sight, the next moment, the attack was already in front of Qi Li's eyes. Extreme speed, do you want to play fast break? However, in terms of fighting skills, Qi Lu has absolute confidence. Even though the bloody figure's attack speed had reached its peak, it was still a bit short of surpassing Qi Li's reaction speed. Boom! Qi Lu suddenly raised his hand, grabbing at the weakness exposed when the bloody figure attacked. This flaw, which was only revealed in a split second, could not escape Qi Lu's reaction even if it was fleeting. If he got it right, Qi Lu can guarantee that he can directly shatter half of the bloody figure's body. Even this guy is the body of the Lord God. However, it was clear that the scarlet figure's fighting skills were not weak. Facing Qi Li's attack that pointed at the flaws, he almost didn't need reaction time, so he followed suit. In just this short moment, the two have already fought thousands of times. Don't think that the battle between the main gods is all about the power of law. Concentrating the power of the law that one has mastered on the body, and then fighting in close quarters is also a fighting method that the main god is good at. Especially those demon gods in the Tianji territory, their physical abilities are so powerful that they are so frightening. Some powerful demon gods can even crush the supreme throne of the main god with their bare hands. Instead, it made Qi Lu think of a vocabulary in his memory: sanctification of the flesh. The so-called avenues are thousands of ways, but different routes lead to the same goal. No one can stipulate that the way of fighting must be a certain form. So for the main gods, especially those who have gone through a long time, even if they are not proficient in various fighting methods, they will definitely not be unfamiliar. Qi Lu is one of the best. When faced with the frenzied attack of this scarlet figure, he showed no flaws and did not mess up the rhythm. It's just that this bloody figure is indeed a guy that Qi Lu thinks is like a killing machine. In this kind of extreme speed battle, he is not at a disadvantage. It's even more easy for Qi Lu to dismantle tricks when they see each other. Even if Qi Lu condensed the power of law into every attack, they were all resolved one by one. Such an enemy, even Qi Lu, couldn't help frowning slightly. It's interesting, no wonder you dare to ambush here. Boom. Thinking of this, the power of law condensed on Qi Li's palm suddenly increased, and directly knocked the bloody figure back. Qilu also saw that it was basically impossible to win or lose this battle in a short time. The bloody mist that shrouded the sacred mountain in the central region had an oppressive force that could not be ignored for Qilu. This kind of suppression will reduce his combat effectiveness. And with Lan Yi behind him, Qilu couldn't completely let go of his hands and feet to fight. As a result, Qi Li's combat effectiveness will drop further. This is the suppression of the environment. Also includes debuffs from teammates. If the fight continues, there is no doubt that it will be a difficult battle. Call. At this time, the bloody figure who was retreated by Qi Lizhen also stabilized his figure. Until now, Qi Lu and Lan Yi had the chance to see the bloody figure clearly. This guy's face was covered by a ferocious bone mask, only revealing a pair of scarlet eyes and a mouth with protruding fangs. It looked like an evil ghost crawling out of an abyss. The sturdy body is also covered with a layer of bone armor full of sharp bone spurs. On the exposed skin, there are countless complicated blood-colored lines, which are shining with dazzling light at this moment. Using the human king's remains as bait, I really waited for you. However, just as Qi Lu and Lan Yi were sizing up the bloody figure, a deep voice suddenly came out. Is that you talking? Qi Lu raised his head suddenly, staring fixedly at the bloody figure in front of him. He thought the guy couldn't talk. Of course the deity is speaking. The bloody figure also looked directly at Qi Lu. But in Qi Li's eyes, this guy didn't open his mouth at all, and his voice seemed to have been left in advance. Just as this idea popped into Qi Li's mind, the deep voice rang out again. However, the one left in front of you is not the real body of the deity. To deal with you, there is no need for the deity to do it himself. Sure enough. Qi Li knew that he guessed right. However, I still don't know who the guy who spoke is. Moreover, according to this guy, he seemed to have expected that he would come. This ability to pinch and count is not easy. Use King Ren's remains as bait? Are you so sure we'll come? Hearing this, Qi Lu immediately sneered, and asked the question deliberately. I feel that these villains always have a heart that loves to show off, and they like to tell their plans in order to show their wisdom. So Qi Lu also wanted to give it a try to see if it was true. Why? Boy, the little girl behind you has such an obvious aura of a human king. I'm afraid she is the inheritor left behind by the human king. As an inheritor, I will definitely come here to find the remains of the king of human beings and the power left behind by the king of human beings. It's a pity that you came at a bad time. The blood-colored figure said in a gloomy tone. However, what he said made Qi Lu look back at Lan Yi in surprise. Lan Yi's body exuded the aura of a king? Regarding this point, Qi Lu was unable to verify it, because he himself did not perceive it. But Qi Lu didn't feel that the guy in front of him was lying, because it was unnecessary. That is to say, the guy who plotted against them here should be an old acquaintance of King Ren, or an old enemy. Otherwise, ordinary enemies don't have so much patience to wait here. Is it the main god that has survived since the time of the King of Men? And there is another thing, which is what this guy said, looking for the remains of the King of People, the power left by the King of Successors. It turns out that the human king really passed on his own power. And still stay in this kind of place? Qi Lu thought that what Yushir got was all the power left by the King of Men. Now it seems that there is more than one inheritance left by the human king. But in this way, Lan Yi has come to this place, and has not received any legendary inheritance from the King of Kings. Another point is that Lan Yi's identity is not the successor of the king. To say that Lan Yi has the aura of a king is actually quite understandable. After all, in Lan Yi's previous life, he was sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the king himself, and perhaps he still has the aura of the law of reincarnation. This is quite normal. That is to say, when he and Lan Yi were attacked, they were actually being hit in the wrong direction? Damn it. Qi Lu felt that his luck was terrible. This guy was sitting on the sidelines at the human king's remains, but he and Lan Yi ran into each other. The power left behind by the king of man. Qi Lu once again took a look at the upright figure of the human king sitting in the throne. I thought to myself, maybe this guy misunderstood. Logically speaking, as an old enemy, you don't crush the human king's remains to vent your anger, but keep them as bait. I'm afraid it's not a psychological problem? But after thinking about it, it seems that there is no problem. On the contrary, it made Qi Lu figure it out. No wonder he didn't sense any danger when he came to the divine mountain in the central territory. Because this bloody figure is not a living thing, but a dead thing, a puppet left here. It will only be activated when people who come to the sacred mountain in the central region come to the remains of the human king. In this way, it is also possible to determine to kill the successor of the king. What a great way. It seems that the explanation is not clear, so let's call again. Thinking of this, Qi Lu also thought it through. It's useless to just talk about this matter. Since I have been plotted against by others, then explain a hammer. Furthermore, since Yu Shi'er obtained part of the power of the human king, isn't she equivalent to the successor of the human king? Even if this guy is not targeting himself and Lan Yi, he will target Yu Shi'er in the future. No matter what, Qi Lu couldn't stay out of it. Then just settle the matter now. What a refreshing young man. It's a pity that you will all be buried here today. The blood-colored figure laughed wildly, and his tone was even more arrogant. Do you know that all those who have fallen on this mountain in the middle of the middle are all the great powers of the realm of the main god? Now you can be buried in the same place as them, it is your luck. Hearing this, Qi Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, then I'm really honored. However, I think it would be better if you reserved a tomb here yourself. Qi Lu is right to speak harshly. Anyway, they are already certain enemies, so what can they do if they take advantage of a few words? Humph, you are quite courageous. Then come and try it out. Before the words fell, the bloody figure had attacked and killed him again. This time, Qi Lu could clearly feel that the power of the bloody figure was stronger. It seems that the guy who spoke just now made a move secretly, determined to keep himself and Lan Yi here. It's hard to imagine that just this puppet for killing is already so powerful. What a terrifying strength the Lord God standing behind must have been. Although Qi Lu has long known that there is a huge disparity in the fighting power between the main gods. It can be said that the main gods in the top ranks, when facing the new main gods, they are basically crushing, without exaggeration. But Qi Lu never imagined that just such a killing puppet could be equal to him. There is even a slight tendency to gain the upper hand. Among them, there may be reasons why the Central Territory Divine Mountain has its own suppression, and there are also reasons why Lan Yi needs to be taken into account. But it is undeniable that this bloody figure in front of him, this killing puppet, has absolutely terrifying fighting power. Damn it, if it wasn't in the Central Divine Mountain, it wouldn't be so comfortable. Qi Lu was promoted to the realm of the main god. After all, the time was still short. Compared with the top gods who can be compared with the kings in this kind of human king period, they are still a lot worse. You know, the king of man has suppressed the peerless power of an era with his own strength. Where can a powerful main god who can be compared with a human king be so bad? Under all these factors, Qi Lu finally fell into a disadvantage. This was the first time that Qi Lu had come to the vault of Heaven God realm. Shop manager Qi, leave me alone, let go and fight. I can hold on by myself. Lan Yi naturally saw that Qi Lu was at a disadvantage at the moment. And I also know that the reason why Qi Lu has this situation is because he needs to take care of himself. Yes, if Qi Lu was allowed to fight freely on the sacred mountain in the central region, even if there were factors of environmental suppression, he would not have ended up in such a mess. More importantly, due to consideration of Lanya, many moves cannot be used. Even some of the attacks of the scarlet figure cannot be dodged. That's why Lanya felt guilty. She also knew that it was because of her willfulness that she had to follow her to become what she is now. It's no wonder you can hold on. With your current strength, don't even think about such a thing. Qi took the time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his tone was as relaxed as possible. Qi doesn't need this kind of unnecessary guilt. Instead of blaming others, it is better to think about whether your own strength is not enough. Because it was not Lanya's reason to meet this bloody figure. As long as you come to the human king's remains, you will be attacked and killed. That being the case, even if Qi came here alone, the situation would be a little easier than it is now. Anyway, fighting is inevitable. System, is there a way for me to improve my cultivation in a short period of time? So, Qi thought of the system again. There is no way, in this situation, I can only find a way to borrow some strength. System, host, you are now in the realm of the main god, how do you want to improve your cultivation? Facing Qi question, the system gave an answer without mercy. After all, Qi is not yet at the critical moment. Even if he lost the wind in the battle, it was far from life-threatening. As long as he gave up Lan Yi, Qi could leave at any time. But, can Qi do this? It's such a headache. I thought I wouldn't encounter enemies in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. In desperation, Qi could only continue to fight. However, Qi who was at a disadvantage, was finally found an opportunity by the bloody figure and broke through the defense. With one punch, Qi was sent flying. Boom! What Qi didn't expect was that he bumped directly into the throne of the King of Men. With a muffled sound, Qi was even more surprised that the king's throne was completely motionless. And it didn't leave any traces. One must know that in the battle between Qi and the blood-colored figure, even the sacred mountain of the Central Territory under his feet would be destroyed. Here, it was the most important battlefield between the former main god and the demon god. With the impact of Qi being blasted away by the bloody figure, even if it hit the sacred mountain in the central region, it would have made a big hole, let alone such a throne that didn't focus on it. But now, this unbelievable scene actually appeared before his eyes. Qi immediately understood one thing. The human king's remains are probably not so easy to destroy. It's a pity, kid, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, but it's still a little weaker. This battle, you lost. The blood-colored figure smiled coldly at this time, and then waved suddenly. The scarlet lines on its skin suddenly shone brightly, condensing into a bloody sharp sword. Blood judgment. Following the bloody figure's fingers across the air. The bloody sword turned into a streak, traversed the sky, and charged towards Qi. Don't want. An exclamation sounded. Not far away, Lanya didn't know where her strength and speed came from, but at this moment, she actually stood in front of Qi. The sudden scene even startled Qi. Not only was Lanya's heart moved, but also her courage. I've said it a long time ago, this matter has nothing to do with you, and you are not a drag. Suddenly appearing in front of me, I will be very troubled. But who is Qi? Can he let Lan Yi block the knife for him? Almost at the moment when the bloody sword came before Lanya's eyes, Qi leveled Lan Yi back. Then it burst out with all its strength, condensing the power of Law's shield. It's too early for you to kill me. Boom! The bloody sword collided with the power of Law's shield, and a circle of airwaves erupted, spreading in all directions. Even the surrounding black and red mist was washed away. Although Qi blocked the attack, it was in a hurry. The shield condensed by the power of Law was shattered, and the remaining power of the bloody sword still fell on Qi. Even Lan Yi, who was thrown behind by Qi in time, had many scars on her body. Blood even spilled on the remains of the king in the rear and on the throne. Store manager Qi. An uncontrollable emotion surged in Lanya's heart. But Qi Lu just waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't talk now, let me finish this battle." After speaking, Qi Lu stood up abruptly. Ahem. Unexpectedly, he couldn't help coughing a few times, but still coughed up some blood. What an amazing camaraderie. But why do you need to worry? You are all going to be buried here anyway. What's the difference between who comes first? The blood-colored figure let out a mocking laugh and said in a sullen tone. Yes. Qi Lu took a deep breath and reached out to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Really, the more disadvantaged, the harder it is to fight. I have to say, it was an uphill battle. But Qi Lu will not give up the courage to continue fighting because of this kind of thing. You know, the situation I encountered in the trial space was even more dangerous. What a naughty boy. I'm tired of playing this kind of game, so I'll send you guys to meet Kingren soon. The blood-colored figure let out a wild laugh, and the blood-colored lines on his body became more intense. In an instant, a majestic and unparalleled force gathered in front of the bloody figure. Even the black and red mist around it was attracted. A scarlet light ball gradually took shape, and then began to continuously devour the gathered, black-red mist. This scene made Qi Li's face suddenly become extremely solemn. How can you use the fierce spirit of the divine mountain in the Central Territory like this? Qi Lu couldn't help being astonished by this. He never expected that for him, the fierce power with terrifying oppressive power could be used by this bloody figure. This is no longer simply environmental suppression. It turns out that the unequal points in this battle are not limited to those previously thought of. For myself, the middle-level sacred mountain will only have a debuff effect, but for the enemy, there is even a buff effect. Under this increase and decrease, how to make up for the gap in combat power that has emerged? Damn it. Qi Lu is now more and more sure. This bloody figure is definitely waiting to ambush them here in the Xuanhuan mountain of the Central Territory. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so familiar with the environment of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and even be able to use it. Goodbye, boy. I hope that in your next life, you will no longer stand on the side of thinking. The blood-colored figure smiled wildly and spoke arrogantly. It can be heard that he has absolute resentment towards the King of Men, and he has murderous intentions. However, at this moment, a voice that had never appeared before slowly sounded. Domineering, yet heroic. Who allowed you to say such a thing? And who is it that allowed you to come here and attack my people? The two questioning voices suddenly appeared between the heaven and the earth-like mighty heavenly power. The seemingly calm tone was like a volcano before it erupted, suppressing the terrifying anger. At this moment, the whole world fell silent, only these two questions remained. And that majestic coercion, like the sea. Qi Lu, who was about to communicate with the system and then kill the bloody figure who spoke wild words, was stunned at this moment. Here, what's the situation? What happened? The sudden majestic power made Qi Lu feel an unstoppable palpitation. This uncomfortable feeling had not appeared in Qi Li's heart for a long time. Even just now, when he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the bloody figure, Qi Lu didn't show a trace of fear or flinch. But now, facing this sudden coercion, Qi Lu felt palpitations and depression. This shows that the strength of the Comer is far beyond imagination. Qi Lu had to be vigilant. However, compared to Qi Li's performance, the bloody figure's reaction was obviously more intense. This deity knows that you are still alive. But I didn't expect that what you stayed in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory was not only your strength. Human king. The last two words were almost uttered by the blood-colored figure through gritted teeth. But it also let Qi Li hear it clearly. Human king? Qi Li's eyes widened on the spot. I was still guessing just now, which peerless power this sudden coercion will be. As a result, the answer was revealed directly in the next second. It turned out to be the king of people. Without further ado, Qi Lu turned his head and looked behind him. At first glance, what I saw was the scarred Lanya, leaning against the side of the king's throne. Looking back, I was shocked to find that the originally closed eyes of the human king's remains were opened at this moment. Those eyes were as black as ink, like a bottomless abyss. I just took one more look, as if I was going to swallow a person's soul in toit. The human king's remains, resurrected? The situation before him was definitely something that Qi Lu had never thought about. The remains of the human king who sat firmly on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory for an unknown number of years can still be resurrected. This is too fantasy. No, this world is very fantasy. That's fine. Qi Lu became calmer at this time. Even if the human king is resurrected, he is still the ancestor of the human race, and he is also on the same front as himself. Then what else do you have to worry about? The one who should be worried should be the guy opposite. And the current situation is indeed the case. After scanning the lawn Yi beside him and Qi Lu, who was not far away with his deep eyes, the king of humans looked at the bloody figure. The majestic voice also followed. Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to come back to life. Still, you're not dead at all. As soon as these words came out, Qi Lu also knew who the enemy he was facing now was. The Demon Emperor is the Black Hand standing behind this killing puppet. It's just that the name Devil Emperor is just a name after all. As for the life story of the Demon Emperor and his level of cultivation, Qi Lu didn't know anything about it. But it doesn't matter, as long as you know the name, deal with the matter in front of you first, and then ask. Whether you are looking for the dragon god or the goddess of life, you should be able to ask about the Demon Emperor. Even, it is not impossible to directly ask the king here. It's just that Qi Lu has no way of determining what state the human king is in, and whether he's really resurrected. So these things can only be discussed later. On the contrary, the Demon Emperor, whom the king called out his name, let out a sinister laugh. Through the mouth of the blood-colored figure, he said in a low voice, Human king, even you are not dead, how can this deity die? Back then you ruined the deity's affairs, and now you want to hinder the deity. Is it true that the deity has nothing to do with you? The last question, angry and ferocious, seemed to recall the past, making the Demon Emperor's tone resentful. It also made Qi Lu quite curious, what happened in the past that could make the Demon Emperor bear his grudge for so long. Selfish people, it will always be others who bear grudges. Short-sighted people never see hope. Demon Emperor, I don't bother to refute what you said. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Facing the Demon Emperor's questioning, the human king just sneered, and then said in a deep voice. What I do is as good as my heart. What does the enemy's questioning have to do with me? This is the attitude of a human king, looking down upon the world with unparalleled domineering arrogance. Joke, you're just a resuscitated widow. It's crazy to dare to say such things to the deity when you are just a corpse. Even if the real body of the deity is not here, it is easy to get rid of you. Hearing the words, the Demon Emperor was instantly furious. The scarlet light ball that devoured the fierce spirit of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory also erupted with terrifying power fluctuations. There are circles of ripples in the surrounding space, as if the calm water surface has been broken. This is the power of law between heaven and earth, reunited after being shattered. It shows how terrifying power is contained in that scarlet light ball. Breaking the law is also easy. I just wanted to get rid of your inheritors. Now that you are here, let's die together. In the deep voice of the Demon Emperor, there was anger and killing intent. Following these words, the bloody figure also pushed out the scarlet light ball that was condensed to the extreme. The target of the attack also changed from Qi Lu to the king sitting on the throne. Boom! The violent energy fluctuations crushed the surrounding space. Even the tyrannical power of law cannot be approached at this time. The destructive power condensed to the extreme. If it hits the sacred mountain off the central territory, it may wipe out a mountain in an instant. You know, this is the place where the main gods fight. Even Qi Lu, who was no longer the main target at the moment, changed his expression slightly after sensing this terrifying force, becoming solemn and complicated. Is this the strength of the Demon Emperor? He really deserves to be the powerful Lord God of the era of the human king. His strength is really terrifying. However, how can someone who can be compared with a human king be simple? However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, there was no wave in the eyes of the human king. The expression on his face was as calm as ever. If this is your method, then, Demon Emperor, I can only say that you have let me down. His tone was flat, as if he was stating a fact. And following the words of the human king, the crimson ball of light that was crushed over was slowly dissipating. It was as if it had been transformed into pure energy and returned to this world, shrinking continuously until it disappeared completely. Until the end, I didn't meet even the slightest bit of a human king. Just a thought. Hiss. Seeing this, Qi Lu really couldn't help it, so he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Such a terrible attack, in front of the human king, is just a thought, and it can be eliminated invisible. How strong is this strength? To be honest, Qi Lu had also imagined how powerful the human king was before. But at this moment, when he really saw the methods of the king of humans, Qi Lu realized that he still underestimated the king of humans too much. Is such a terrifying combat power really at the same cultivation level as the current main god? The same as the main god, the gap in strength is simply a world of difference. Compared with the human king, the current newly promoted Lord God is like that little firefly competing for glory with the bright moon in the sky. At this time, Lan Yi, who was still leaning on the king's throne, became even more sluggish. Is this the king of people? Is this his previous life, the king of people he followed? This level of strength, this level of courage, should be unparalleled in the world. Lan Yi suddenly understood why she followed the king in her previous life, because it was worth it. But at this moment, the voice of the king of humans sounded again. Demon Emperor, since you are not here, it is a joke to fight against me. It's better to just disappear if you hide your head and show your tail. After saying that, the right hand of the King of Kings, which was placed on the armrest of the throne, slowly lifted up, aiming at the blood-colored figure and lightly grasping it. All of a sudden, I felt that the whole world trembled. At this moment, the black-red mist on the sacred mountain in the central region also seemed to freeze, stagnating for a moment. Then in the next second, it can be seen that the bloody figure seemed to be petrified, and all movement stopped. Immediately afterwards, starting from the head, it gradually collapsed. Not long after, they all turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. He didn't even have time to say a word to the Demon Emperor. The shocking scene made Qi Lu swallow another mouthful of saliva, and then gave Ren Wang a complicated look. I was evenly matched against this thing just now, and I was even slightly disadvantaged. As a result, when he arrived at the King of Men, it was just a matter of waving his hand? Really easy as pie? Sure enough, there are people beyond people, and gods beyond gods. The strength of a human king is really the only one Qi Lu has ever seen in his life, and even the dragon god is far inferior. It was also because of this that Qi Lu didn't know what to say even if the bloody figure dissipated and there was no threat. After all, I am not familiar with the king of people, and I am still my ancestor. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you said the wrong thing? If it was the dragon god, or the goddess of life, maybe he could have something to say with the human king. However, the king of people didn't wait for Qi Lu to speak, but spoke first himself. What's your name? Facing his own clansmen, the human king's attitude was much kinder. Although it is still majestic, it is only due to its status, not because of other reasons. This also made Qi Lu breathe a sigh of relief. For King Huiran, my name is Qi Lu, and she is Lan Yi. Qi Lu replied respectfully, and introduced Lan Yi, by the way. No matter from the perspective of the descendants of the human race, or the perspective of the realm of cultivation, a little respect is a matter of course. What's more, what the king has done is indeed worthy of respect. Qi Lu, and Lan Yi. The king of people nodded slightly, and then said aloud, you don't need to be so cautious when you see me. Thinking about it, today's human race, I am afraid that the talents are withered. You can compete with the demon emperor's killing puppet, which is a sigh of relief for the human race. When the king of people said this, he also sighed. When facing his own clansmen, the human king even changed his title. Hearing this, Qi Lu also sighed. Because what the king was worried about was indeed true. Today's human race is indeed withered talents, far from the grand occasion of the past. Not to mention the comparison with the era of the human king, even compared with the era of the great dragon's sacred king, it is much worse. You must know that in the era of the great dragon's sacred king, among the human race, there were at least the overlord, and the ice spirit sacred king and other king-level powers. But in the era that Qi Lu lived in, even the powerhouse-level powers could not be found. Isn't that enough decay? Human king, this question may be presumptuous, but I still want to ask. After sighing, Qi Lu suddenly raised his head and said aloud. But it doesn't matter. The human king sat on the throne and replied quietly. Since the removal of the demon emperor's killing puppet, the human king seems to have had no other actions. This also made Qi Lu a little puzzled, which is why he asked this question. King, your current state is considered resurrected from the dead, or awakened from a previous dormant state? This is indeed a presumptuous question, even a little offensive. But the king who heard the question was silent. After a long while, he smiled freely and said, it seems that you have noticed something. I am now only temporarily awakened by the power of the spirit of time. The human king didn't hide anything, and he didn't need to hide it. Because of the current state of the human king, he couldn't even leave the throne beneath him. Although the previous battle was understated, it was actually the limit. If not, the human king can rely on the demon emperor's killing puppet and directly follow the clues to find out the demon emperor's location. Instead of annihilating that killing puppet like just now. There is indeed speculation, but it is not certain. Qi Lu nodded, then glanced at Lan Yi. The spirit of time mentioned by the king of man should be referring to the orchid leaf. At this time, the human king's gaze also fell on Lan Yi, and said slowly, I never thought that the spirit of time has been reincarnated many times, and it has not wiped out the power it once had, but returned here again. After saying that, a look of reminiscence appeared in the king's eyes. Each reincarnation, the power of the past will be hidden deeper. I thought that the spirit of time might never come back, but who would have thought that we would meet again under such circumstances? A few sighs of emotion also answered Qi Li's previous doubts. So, the spirit of time is not Lanya's previous life, but the previous life of the previous life. Well, Renwang didn't elaborate, and Qi Li didn't know either. Who knows how many past lives? But what is certain is that the restriction that the king of man left on the spirit of time must always be there. Otherwise, when Qi Li used the law of reincarnation to investigate, how could he not see any of Lanya's past clearly? And another point of doubt is why Lanya's tyrannical aptitude was not shown when he was in Donghuang. It turned out that it was sealed because of too many reincarnations. No wonder. But speaking of this, how did the human king wake up? Blood. The power of the spirit of time has already been activated when Lanya mastered the law of time. It's just been hidden in the blood and hasn't been fully stimulated. The king of men probably saw Qi Li's doubts, so he answered aloud. By the way, it also pointed out a bright way for Lan Yi. I see. Lan Yi finally woke up, looking at the scars on her body, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This must be a coincidence. After being injured, blood was sprinkled on the remains of the human king, which awakened the human king. Otherwise, Qi Lu and Lan Yi would have no chance to chat now. However, although the king of people answered Qi Li's doubts, it also made Qi Lu think of another question. Can the power of the spirit of time be used for resurrection? Logically speaking, this is not the domain of the law of time. In other words, the king of humans has not actually fallen. Qi Lu, there should be many more questions you want to ask. Being able to bring the reincarnation of the spirit of time here proves that you have been involved in this karma. In that case, I'll tell you what I can say. What kind of person is the king of people? Just by scanning the expression changes on Qi Li's face, one can guess what he is thinking. So without waiting for Qi Lu to ask questions, he spoke directly. This is also due to the character of the King of Kings. If you can say it, you can say it. If you can't say it, don't ask too much. The me back, then, has indeed fallen. It is indeed my corpse that stayed in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. When talking about this matter, Human King's expression and tone didn't change a bit, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Qi Lu really admires the ease and open-mindedness of seeing through life and death. But he didn't interrupt the Human King's words. However, it is not only my corpse that remains here, but also my remnant soul. A wisp of remnant soul, that was supposed to die, but was rescued, was justo, wait for the latecomers. Speaking of this, the meaning of King Ren is very clear. Today's waking up may be said to be a coincidence, but it is better to say that it was waiting for their arrival. Otherwise, there are only remains, but no soul. Even with the power of the spirit of time, it is impossible for the king to wake up. It's just what the king of man said, the remnant souls who were rescued. Who was rescued? Thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly raised his head and said, the king Offman. This is an unavoidable question. Because the king of man had already prepared himself for death when he first came to the divine mountain of the Central Territory. Then leave the remains, and seal the town of Xuanhuan in the Central Territory to prevent the demon gods from the Tianji territory from invading the Xinji territory. So leaving this ray of remnant soul behind doesn't seem to be Human King's original intention. The king's words were interrupted by Qi Lu, but he paused for a while. Then, he opened his mouth and said a name that Qi Lu didn't expect, but it made sense. It's the Dragon King. What? The astonishment in Qi Li's tone expressed his feelings. Unexpectedly, in the mouth of the Human King, I heard the name of the Dragon Sacred King. In other words, the top powers of these two eras have actually met each other. Doesn't the Dragon Sacred King have a good reputation in the Vault of Heaven God realm? To be honest, when Qi Lu heard this sentence now, he just felt a little funny. Could this be the lack of strength of the Dragon Sage King? Could it be possible that a top-notch power who can be considered equal to the King of human beings, and even save the remnant soul of the King of human beings, might be weak? Sure enough, what the Dragon Sage King masters is definitely the law of the soul. Qi Lu also confirmed his previous guess even more. If it weren't for the law of the soul, no matter how strong the Dragon King is, it would be impossible to reunite the remnant soul of the Human King. Sorry, Human King, I was the one who was abrupt, please continue. Qi Lu forced himself to calm down before speaking out loud. Unexpectedly, Ren Wang shook his head slightly, and said meaningfully, no, I have finished what I have to say. Say, are you done? Qi Li's face was full of astonishment. How many things have been said, and it's over? But when I think back, enough information has been revealed about the Dragon Sacred King. In other words, although the Dragon Sage King met the Human King, the human king did not participate in what he did afterwards. In other words, the dragon sacred king only reunited a strand of remnant soul of the human king. Then he stayed in the sacred mountain of the central territory, among the remains of the king of men. And before that, what the king of man did, it seems needless to say. From King Ren's point of view, Qi Lidu brought the reincarnation of the spirit of time to the central divine mountain, which proved that he already knew those things, so there was no need to say any more. Of course, there are. Maybe it was intentional. However, even if King Ren did it on purpose, Qi Li couldn't ask more questions. Perhaps, what is left is indeed some things that I can't know yet. This kind of thought came to Qi Li only after he had seen the strength of the human king. Only from the strength of the human king, one can know how terrible the ancient catastrophe was. It's not a good thing to know too much, before you don't have the strength to participate in it. All right. Qi Li shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At least it can be determined that this trip is not for nothing, so it will be fine. But Ren Wang, who had finished answering Qi Li's question, looked at Lan Yi again and waved at her. Find me? Lan Yi was a little confused. The king of people nodded and said, I can't help Qi Lu with what he needs. But what you need, I can give you. As soon as these words were said, Qi Lu was shocked at the time. It turns out that the king of humans didn't leave anything in the divine mountain of the central territory, but he didn't leave anything for himself? So, the king of people said, before that waiting for the latecomers, here is the Lanya? Qi Lu was silent. The difference in treatment is too big. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. Lan Ye's past life, well, it was the past life of the past life. Once a follower of the human king, the spirit of time, the main god who holds the law of time upright. It even has the power to awaken the remnant soul of the king, contained in the blood. In this way, it is reasonable for the human king to leave something good for the spirit of time. After clarifying the logic, Qi Lu felt that he had nothing to complain about. We have no relationship or reason with the king, what more can we ask for? At least the information I want to ask, the king of people also said, didn't the, what kind of bicycle do I need? While Qi Lu was feeling emotional, Lan Yi also came in front of the king. Then I saw King Ren raised his right hand and pointed his index finger on Lanya's forehead. A circle of ripples, centered on the index finger, that King Ren placed on Lanya's forehead, suddenly appeared beside Lan Yi. Originally, Lan Yi wanted to ask what she needed. It's all right now. Before I could ask, I realized that my consciousness was plunged into darkness. The feeling of nothingness and uncertainty enveloped Lanya's soul and blocked all her perceptions. It's like being locked in a small black box. Feel nothing and feel nothing. Immediately afterwards, a faint beam of light entered the black box, as if guiding the orchid leaf, illuminating the way for her. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lanya's eyes was a long rolling river, covered with thick fog. Can't see the source, can't see the end. Whether you are going forward or backward, you will encounter countless branches and forks. Extending in all directions, like a huge network of water flow, each branch leads to an invisible future. Here, is it a long river of time? Lan Yi was a little surprised. The feeling in the heart also blurted out. The power of the law of time flows in the soul, giving Lan Yi an inexplicably familiar feeling. If the latent power of the spirit of time does not reside in the soul, where does it reside? Only the soul can enter reincarnation and be reincarnated with this power. The king of men sent the orchid leaf into the long river of time. Even if it is just as a bystander, watching the endless flow of time is of great benefit. Here is the origin of the law of time. As long as you stand where you are, there is no concept of time. All of a sudden, Lan Yi seemed to understand what the king meant, and what Shend. Looking at the bottom of the long river of time, it seems that there are still looming veins pulling the flow of the river. That is the cause and effect hidden in the deepest part of the long river of time, and it is one of the most mysterious forces. But this power is not immutable. It's just that a person with great ability has his own fate covered up, and can't even see the cause and effect, so how can he change it? So any kind of law, no matter how high or low it is, no matter how powerful it is. If the perfection of the law pattern is not enough, then everything is empty talk. After all, the stronger the power, the higher the level of cultivation needed to master and drive it. Time. Lan Yi seemed to have realized something, and slowly closed her eyes. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he saw the human king appearing in front of him again. I understand, Your Majesty the King. After Lan Yi woke up, without hesitation, she landed on one knee and bowed her head to the king. It's an expression of gratitude and an acknowledgement of who you are. The memories of the past may have dissipated, but as long as Lan Yi thinks, she can fish them out of the long river of time at any time. With the power of the law of time, it is easy to do this. It's just that Lan Yi doesn't want to do this. Everything in the past has passed, no matter what happens, it can't affect the self in this life. So what is the use of past memory? The power of the spirit of time has been sealed deeper and deeper in reincarnations. If it wasn't for Qi Li's help in this life, whether Lan Yi would be able to return to the Sky God realm is still unknown. Anyway, before this, Lan Yi can be sure that the power of the spirit of time must not have been awakened. Otherwise, how could it be her turn to come before the human king? So those memories from the past are really useless. Except the memory possessed by the spirit of time. But in order to get back the memory of the spirit of time, there are a few things that must be considered. The first one, and the most important one. That is Lan Yi's own ability, whether she can retrieve this oldest memory. Don't think that the fog above the long river of time is for looking good, viewed it as a real blocking force. The more fog of time you pass through, the stronger the suppression and resistance you receive. If you really want to retrieve the memory of the spirit of time, you can't do it just by talking about it. Lan Yi didn't even have the strength to step into the realm of the main god, so it must be far from enough. But, when Lan Yi really stepped into the realm of the main god, the memory of the spirit of time would be of little use. If you go to get it again, it will be a bit unnecessary. In addition to this problem, there is another thing that needs attention. It is whether after retrieving the memory, it will have an impact on one's consciousness, so that one loses one's self. So to sum up, there is really no need to retrieve the memories of the past. Get up, Lan Yi. My time is running out, and everything that can help you has been given to you. There was also a hint of relief in the eyes of the human king looking at Lan Yi. It's like a parent who sees their children succeed in learning, with a touch of joy. If in the future, you really fully grasp the power left by the spirit of time, then go to the long river of time and take back all the power that belongs to you and the power that I left there. As soon as this sentence was said, not only Lan Yi was stunned, but even Qi Luo was beside him was stunned. In the long river of time, there are so many good things hidden. There is one thing to say. This is to say, even Qi Lu wants to use the law of time to go around in the long river of time. But this kind of thought is just thinking about it. If you really have to go through the long river of time, you may not be able to find it. For the human king to say such things, it must be the spirit of time that left behind guidance. Otherwise, wandering around in the long river of time, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it for a lifetime. Because time has no source and nowhere to go. There is no head before, no end after, endless, how to search for all. But this sentence also made Qi Lu hear a message, that is, the human king did leave behind another power. It's just that the position of this power is not in any place outside, but in the long river of time. No wonder the power of the spirit of time can awaken the remains of the human king. I'm afraid it's precisely because of the power that the king of humans has stored in the long river of time. In this way, all doubts can be explained. The human king sent the spirit of time into reincarnation at the beginning, not aimlessly, but really had this layout. The power that remains in the long river of time is the most powerful proof. And not just one, but two. The spirit of time itself has one, and the human king has another. And many more. In this way, the law of time mastered by Lan Yi is flawed. Could it be that the power of the spirit of time is missing? The possibility is not impossible, but very large. Qi Lu felt like he wanted to understand something again. Maybe the previous guess was wrong. The reason why the king of humans sent the spirit of time into reincarnation was not to complement the law of time. It was because the human king already had the idea of sacrificing himself and sealing off the sacred mountain in the central region, so he did so. The purpose is to preserve the power of the spirit of time. Then use the power of the spirit of time, stored in the long river of time as the coordinates, to leave your own inheritance. That's why there is this scene now. Really foresight. If the king of man hadn't said it himself, no one would have guessed where the king of man's inheritance is. I remember, Your Majesty the king. Lan Yi nodded and agreed. Instead, it reminded Qi Lu that before Lan Yi came to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, she said that she had a vague feeling that there was something guiding her here. Now it seems that this feeling is not wrong. There really is a force guiding her forward in the dark. Qi Lu estimated that it should be the power of the spirit of time. This is probably a chance. Speaking of this step, what the king should explain is almost finished. This ray of remnant soul is waiting for the reincarnation of the spirit of time, and then tells her the news of the inheritance. In other words, the human king himself did not leave this ray of remnant soul behind. This is still the credit of the Dragon King. According to human king's thinking, after the reincarnation, if the spirit of time can awaken its power, it will naturally know about it. But who would have thought that the restrictions on reincarnation and rebirth would be so huge? After all, the king himself has never experienced such a thing, and it is estimated that mistakes are inevitable. Fortunately, there is God's will in the dark, and this opportunity, under various coincidences, finally continued. At this moment, the human king who had temporarily awakened was almost exhausted. The fallen body is not a real resurrection after all. What was suppressed in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory was only the remains of the human king. Human king, if possible, I would like to ask you one last question. Qi Lu seized the last chance and said aloud. The human king didn't answer, but just looked at Qi Lu quietly. It means, if you want to ask, just ask. If you can answer, then you will naturally answer. Qi Lu understood what he meant, and didn't hesitate any longer, and said, The Devil Emperor, who is it? What is his purpose? Qi Lu wanted to ask this question from the very beginning. It's just that I was interrupted by Ren Wang's words, so I dragged it until now to ask. In the final analysis, the most important issue is the king's current state, and it is also what Qi Lu wants to know the most. If the human king is really resurrected, then naturally, there is no need to worry about the rest. The sky fell and a tall man held it up. Qi Lu can still be a leisurely store manager, quietly eating and waiting, Todi. But human king's answer was the worst-case scenario. A temporary awakening would not solve anything. On the contrary, the demon emperor was truly resurrected. That is the old enemy of the king of humans. Putting it in the current god realm, who can stop it? So Qi Lu had to ask this question clearly before he could discuss the future countermeasures. Magic Emperor? It's just a betrayer from the god realm. When the human king mentioned the demon emperor, he had a disdainful look on his face. In order to become stronger, by all means, I learned the method of body training of the demon god, and then began to slaughter the creatures in the god realm. Even colluded with the demon god, plotted against the main god, and handed over the hard-won victory of the god realm to the enemy. Thief, be punished. In the last sentence, the king's tone was even colder. After Qi Lu understood the inside story, he also frowned. So that's it, that guy is a traitor. Disputes between the main gods were quite common in previous eras. But no matter how the main gods fight, it is their own business. When it comes to the dispute between the heavenly realm and the divine realm, they should unite. But the demon emperor actually did this kind of thing, wanting to make himself stronger at the price of Shenjiu. In the end, he can only fall into the path of the demon god, and his mind eyes rotted by bloodthirsty and warlike. No wonder this guy's title is Devil Emperor. But you don't have to worry. Although the demon emperor is still alive, he must be extremely weak. Before I destroyed a killing puppet, which contained his original power, so it is impossible for the demon emperor to recover in a short time. The king of people seemed to have seen the worry in Qi Li's heart, and continued. Although the demon king is strong, there is still a gap between him and the human king. If it really recovered to its heyday, then the human king's remains shouldn't be left behind. On the surface, it is said that it is used as a bait to attract the inheritors of the king of people, so that they can be killed here one by one. But the real situation is that it is not impossible to destroy the human king's remains and throne. Now another killing puppet with original power has been destroyed. It can be said that the current situation of the demon emperor is extremely bad. It also gave Qi Lu and the others some respite. Time. At least for a short time, there is no need to worry about this matter. In a short time. But in the future, the threat of the demon emperor will always be there. Don't worry, how can you not worry? Although Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief, the worries in his heart were not completely let go. Qi Lu has already seen how powerful the human king is. To be able to become the enemy of the human king, and even the demon emperor who has not completely fallen, if he really returns to his heyday, what terrible strength will it be? Anyway, Qi Lu knew that he could never be the opponent of the King of Kings now. The indomitable manner in which he raised his hands and uttered his words was simply shocking to the extreme. The killing puppet who fought with himself to the point of no distinction, couldn't even hold a face-to-face in front of the King of Kings. With just a slight wave of his hand, he turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, this level of combat effectiveness is not the full strength of the human king. After all, the human king is only temporarily awakened with the help of the power of the spirit of time at this moment, so how could it be in its heyday? Maybe even half of his true strength has not been brought into play. Then infer from this, what kind of strength was the demon emperor in his heyday? Now in the dark, with such an enemy hidden, it's no wonder Qi Lu can feel at ease. It's like a stick in the throat, like a light in the back, like sitting on pins and needles. Especially this guy still remembers his breath. Of course, Qi Lu wasn't worried about his own safety. Because when he was in the shop, as long as the demon emperor dared to call at door, Qi Lu would dare to clean him up. But the problem is that the main purpose of the demon emperor is not to take revenge on the human king, but to use the entire god realm to improve his own strength. At that time, the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the central territory may also be opened by the demon emperor. The battle between Jiu and Shenjiu that day was inevitable. As far as the current divine realm is concerned, if it is invaded by the celestial realm, how long it can last is a question. Troublesome, really troublesome. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows. And there is no way to avoid this trouble. Regardless of whether Qi Lu came to the central divine mountain this time, the resurrection of the demon emperor had already happened. The only change is that the demon emperor may still be eyeing Qi Lu and Lan Yeno, because he identified them as the successors of the human king. With the devil emperor's vengeful temperament, it is very possible to take revenge together. But now, Qi Lu still has an advantage, that is, the demon emperor doesn't know, and the human king is only temporarily awake. Therefore, in a short period of time, in order to avoid the human king and restore his strength, the demon emperor will not appear in the realm of the gods with great fanfare. Maybe it will hide somewhere, or it will do some small tricks. But at least for a short time, the entire god realm is safe. After all, the human king's remains are in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. Even if the demon emperor regained his strength, his first thought would probably not be to destroy the seal. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover it. After thinking for a long time, Qi Lu still shook his head. If the human king has not been resurrected, the combat power in this area cannot be considered. It's better to go to the dragon god to find a way, but I don't know if the dragon god can deal with the demon emperor. Speaking of which, in ancient times, although the dragon god was called unparalleled in combat power. However, in terms of combat power in its heyday, Dragon God was not number one in the list of main gods' combat power. There is still a main god who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the dragon god, or even overwhelm the dragon god. To be honest, Qi Lu also thought about who is stronger, the human king or the dragon god. From the looks of it now, the human king should be stronger. What about the demon emperor? I hope the dragon god can deal with the demon emperor. I see, thank you king for letting me know. Qi Lu cupped his hands towards the king and said. The king of men shook his head slightly, and said, why do you need to thank me for what is within my duty? However, Qi Lu, Lan Yi, the time for me to wake up this time should also come to an end. The rest will depend on you. Without giving Qi Lu a chance to continue speaking, the king of man's voice became lower and lower. Those deep eyes also slowly closed, concealing the majesty and sharpness in him. Human king. Your Majesty, the king. Qi Lu and Lan Yi spoke at the same time, but unfortunately, the aura of the king of man had completely disappeared. Just like when Qi Lu and Lan Yi saw it at the first sight when they came to Xuanhuan Mountain in the Central Territory, although they were extraordinary in martial arts and unparalleled in domineering aura, they were still just remains, without the slightest breath of life. The life force bestowed by the spirit of time is exhausted. She is indeed a respectable ancestor. Human race, once glorious. With respect, Qi Lu took one last look at King Ren, bowed, and then turned and went down the mountain. The question of the demon emperor has to be discussed with the dragon god. The dragon god who came from ancient times should know who the devil emperor is, but he doesn't know if there is any way to deal with it. Lan Yi also bowed deeply, and then followed Qi Lu down the mountain. On the way back, he didn't say a word. Probably thinking about something, or remembering King Ren. Even a short waking up can't cover up the fact that the human king has fallen. It is unknown when the inheritance left in the river of time will be found. The only thing that puzzled Qi Lu was, what was the purpose of the dragon sage king's reunion with the human king's remnant soul? Is it really just to let the king wait for the latecomers at the sacred mountain in the middle domain? Or is it to talk to the king of men? These are two eras, and the arrogance at the top is by no means as simple as imagined. And the king of people also said that what she can say has already been said. In other words, the rest should be known to the dragon king. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the human king to name the dragon sage king on purpose. However, the one thing that Qi Lu couldn't think of the most, and he didn't have the slightest clue, was where was the real body of the great dragon king? Little is known about the dragon body transformed from the remnant soul left by the dragon sacred king. Only the real body of the great dragon king knows the whole plan. Unfortunately, I can't find it. Headache. Qi Lu shook his head silently. Even the dragon god doesn't know where the real body of the dragon sage king is, so it's hidden too deeply. Shop manager Qi, are you looking for me? Although dragon god's whereabouts were uncertain during this time, he was not missing after all. If Qi Lu wanted to look for it, he could still find it. There is something important, let's talk about it. Qi Lu nodded, speaking concisely. So Dragon God soon came to the store to join Qi Lu. What's the big deal? In the shielding barrier, Dragon God asked, straight to the point. Qi Lu put his elbows on the counter, propped his chin with his hands, and said slowly, "I've been to the divine mountain of the central region." The dragon god frowned when he heard the words. Wrinkle. After a long time, he said out loud, What did you find?" If nothing was found, store manager Chi couldn't be so serious. The sacred mountain of the Central Territory is not a secret place to them, the ancient gods, and it is certainly not to Manager Chi. So Dragon God didn't find it strange. "I'm just a little curious as to why store manager Chi suddenly went to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory." Dragon God, do you know? Magic Emperor? Chila didn't intend to beat around the bush, so he asked, quite directly. "Just now when I said that I went to the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, it was just an explanation in advance for why I asked this kind of question." Magic Emperor. Store manager Chi, why do you know this name? Dragon God's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and then asked in a deep voice. "I learned by chance from the divine mountain in the Central Territory that the title of Demon Emperor should not be easy." Chila didn't say anything about King Ren, but just evaded it casually. Thinking about the word Demon Emperor, it was enough for the Dragon God to consider. Magic Emperor. On the sacred mountain in the Central Territory, there is the tomb of the Demon Emperor. If store manager Chi knows the name of the Demon Emperor, then he must have seen the Demon Emperor's tomb. But the inscription on the tomb of the Demon Emperor is engraved in the tomb. If store manager Chi really saw the tomb of the Demon Emperor, there is only one possibility. The Demon Emperor broke free from the tomb and left the sacred mountain in the Central Territory. The thoughts in Dragon God's mind are of course extremely complicated. Many things that Chila didn't know, Dragon God knew very clearly. Hearing the word Devil Emperor now, there are naturally many things that come to mind. So after a moment of silence, only then did Dragon God slowly raise his head, and said, "The Demon Emperor is nothing more than a betrayer from the God realm." Traitor. It is exactly the same as the evaluation given by the King of People. Chi Lu is clear at the moment. It seems that Dragon God is really clear about what happened back then. But Chi Lu is not asking this question now, to ask about the life and past of the Demon Emperor. Because of these things, the human king has already briefly mentioned them, and there is nothing surprising about them. In other words, Chi Lu was not interested in the Demon Emperor's past. They are all enemies anyway, so can they still be reconciled? Knowing those useless things, but wasting your time and memory. The purpose of Chi Lu asking this question now is to ask the Dragon God if there is any way to deal with the Demon Emperor. So after the Dragon God spoke, Chi Lu nodded slightly and said, "Then what if this traitor came back to life?" Alive? Dragon God's gaze instantly became sharper, like a sword light. Store manager Chi, you must have encountered something on the way to the Central Divine Mountain during your trip. These words were very firm, and Chi Lu couldn't continue to be perfunctory, so naturally nodded. Except for the matter of the recovery of the human king's remains that cannot be mentioned for the time being, other things will be said. I went to see the remains of the human king. As a human race, you really should go and see. Hearing this, Dragon God suddenly nodded and said for some reason. Chi Li's voice paused for a moment, but he didn't answer the Dragon God's words, but continued, "Over there, I found the traces of the Demon Emperor, and fought with the killing puppet left by the Demon Emperor. That evil aura made me a little worried, so I asked about it specifically." So that's how it is, Dragon God nodded, believing store manager Chi's statement. There is even a killing puppet left on the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory. As a main god who appeared longer than the human king, how could the Dragon God not know the existence of the Demon King? And it is more clear than what the King of People knows. The Devil Emperor is not the main god who only appeared in the era of the King of Men, but the ancient main god of the same era as the Dragon God. On the occasion of the ancient catastrophe, he also participated in the battle against the invasion of the demon god. All of this, logically speaking, should be correct. But the demon emperor lost a battle, and after the defeat, he thought that the path taken by the main god was wrong. So I chose to betray the camp of the god realm, and started to walk on the road of the demon god, using blood and killing to forge my own road to strength. He even took the initiative to unite with the demon god to assassinate the main god of the extreme god realm. You must know that no matter how powerful the power is, the most feared thing is the emergence of ghosts. Disintegrating one side's combat power from within is always the fastest and most effective method. And the demon emperor, in the ancient catastrophe, played such a role that was despised by both human beings and gods. Therefore, whether it is the human king or the dragon god, when they mention the devil emperor, they always have a disdainful tone. There is a kind of meaning, a traitor, what a good show means. But it is undeniable that the strength of the demon emperor should not be underestimated. He was a powerful main god in ancient times, and later he walked on the path of a demon god. Whether it is the power of the law or the physical body, they are all tyrannical. It can be said that the practice method of the demon god has made up for the weakness of the demon emperor to a certain extent, and indeed made him stronger. However, in the eyes of the dragon god and the other main gods, the demon emperor will always be a traitor. A betrayer who caused the god realm to be almost destroyed. And this killing puppet, dragon god naturally knows. Demon gods' practice rely on blood and killing, so they need to devour blood energy and temper their bodies. This is a completely different way of practice from Shinjiu's relying on the power of faith to perfect the law and Tao pattern. It also caused the creatures in the Tianji realm to be bloodthirsty and warlike. In order to become stronger, you can sacrifice everything. In order to gain more blood, the demon emperor created killing puppets, threw them into various places in the god realm, and started killing them wantonly. This move raised the hatred of all the main gods towards the demon emperor to the highest point. Because the demon gods do not need believers, so the flames of war are everywhere. But the main god can't do it. Without believers, where can the power of faith come from? The behavior of the demon emperor can be said to have violated the fundamental interests of many main gods. It is absolutely impossible to sacrifice the entire god realm to satisfy your desire to become stronger alone. And this battle, the betrayal of the demon emperor, is also one of the most important turning points in the ancient catastrophe. It was also the biggest culprit, the chief culprit, that led to the great war between the divine realm and the celestial realm during the great tribulation of ancient times. In the end, they could only win miserably, and they couldn't even drive out all the invading demon gods. So much so that after the human king came to the god realm, he learned about the great catastrophe from the goddess of life. After weighing it over and over again, you still need to make that choice. It turns out that there is such a past. After Qi finished listening to Dragon God's memories, the shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a long time. No wonder the human king would say that the demon emperor is a selfish person who defected from his camp just because of a defeat in one battle. The reason is simply because the demon god will be able to walk more easily. You don't need believers, and you don't need the power of faith, just let go and kill. This point made Qi think of the god of Netherworld and the lord of puppets that he had dealt with before. One is willing to sacrifice all the living beings in the two divine kingdoms in order to forge the Netherland, to form a piece of death for himself. Area. And the puppet master let his own puppets spread on their own, probably because he wanted to get his hands on the entire god realm. Have these main gods all fallen? He gave up the power of faith and turned to evil ways. Now there is another demon emperor, the nature is even worse, and he has no intention of restraining himself. At the very beginning, the god of Nether only dared to attack the aborigines of the vault of heaven god realm, as well as those ordinary gods. At most, it is to add an indispensable goddess of life, and it is not absolute. As long as there are fragments of the throne of the law of life, it will be fine. Then came the master of puppets, spreading the army of puppets raging everywhere, and the main targets were only those ordinary gods. Even with the idea of the main god, the first thing that comes to mind is the remains of the ancient main god. Speaking of which, the Lord of Puppets probably also visited the Divine Mountain in the Central Territory. It is estimated that he also had the idea of the human king's remains. It's just the human king's remains, even the Devil Emperor would feel a headache, so how could it be possible that the puppet master can move it? After waiting for the puppet master, and now, another demon emperor came. In ancient times, it was an existence that directly plotted against the main god and used the blood and power of the main god as the basis of practice. Even though the human king had said that the demon emperor had not long since woken up, he was still in a weak state. And because of the dissipation of the killing puppet, the original source was damaged. But after all, it is not the god of the netherworld, and the master of puppet can be compared. Dragon God, now that the demon emperor is resurrected, I don't think he's going to change his ways. Qi Lu expressed his thoughts. The implication is, if the demon emperor is not going to change his ways, what will he do? Naturally, he started killing again in the extreme god realm, paving the way for his own strengthening. Correct evil and return to righteousness? If the demon emperor had such thoughts, it would be impossible to do those things. What the dragon god has towards the demon emperor is absolutely contemptuous. In this resurrection, there is almost no main god in the god realm that can stop the demon emperor. Such a good opportunity. Do you want the demon emperor to give up the path of the demon god at this time, and go back to the previous path? Impossible. This statement, of course, was also Qi Li's idea. The demon emperor was able to hold grudges to such an extent that he directly ambushed the inheritors of the human king in the Divine Mountain of the Central Territory. That proves his character. In order to become stronger, what is the difference between the Lord Goditu and the demon Goditu? Anyway, it's all for oneself, and the lives of other creatures are not important at all. That being the case, it is necessary to get rid of the demon emperor. Qi Lu would never, and would not be able, to show mercy to an enemy who threatened his life. Fighting to the death is not a game of play, and there is no benevolence, justice, or morality to speak of. Now is the time when the demon emperor is weak, so of course we have to take advantage of his illness and kill him. Dragon God, since this is the case, I want to know how to find the demon emperor. Qi Lu asked directly. Needless to say, Dragon God also knows about the latter. You want to solve the mood of the demon emperor, I can understand, because I went to too. But if the demon emperor wants to hide himself wholeheartedly, he may not be able to find it even if he searched the absolute God realm. Speaking of this, Dragon God couldn't help shaking his head. A main god, or a main god who has survived since ancient times, died twice, and resurrected twice. If you really want to hide it, to be honest, there is really nothing you can do. Qi Lu thought about using the information network set up by the regional branch of the virtual duel platform to find the location of the demon emperor. But the facts have proved that for the main god, the current intelligence network is still too weak. You have to figure out a way to level up. But while Qi Lu was thinking, Dragon God spoke again. Judging from the tone, there seems to be a turning point. After the demon emperor is resurrected, he must be in a weak state. It is not that simple to recover. After all, resurrection is not waking up from a dormant state. It is extremely difficult to restore the previous strength. Even the demon emperor cannot be revived in his prime. If you want to recover, there will definitely be movement. The demon god used battle to support battle, and wanted to rely on rest to recover his strength. That was a dream. Therefore, even if the location of the demon emperor cannot be found now. But as long as there is any movement from the demon emperor, he will naturally find it if he follows the clues to find it. Qi Lu didn't think about this at first, because he didn't want to be so passive. If the enemy is in the dark and you are in the light, you will suffer in the end. But now it seems that it can only be so. Shop manager Qi doesn't have to worry so much. In fact, I have also been to the sacred mountain of the Central Territory before. After a while of silence, Dragon God spoke first again. At that time, I had an ominous premonition, as if something was about to happen in the divine realm. But when I went to the Central Territory Divine Mountain to inspect, I found nothing, and the seal was not damaged at all. So I thought it was my illusion. But thinking about it now, as early as that time, the Demon Emperor had already shown signs of resurrection. As soon as this matter was said, Dragon God was a little annoyed. If the Demon Emperor were blocked in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, at least he wouldn't have to worry about it like he is now. However, the annoyance was only for a moment, and the Dragon God quickly straightened his face, saying, as long as the seal of the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory is not broken, and only the Demon Emperor is resurrected, there is nothing to fear. When Qi Lu heard this, his face froze slightly. From this point of view, the strength of the Dragon God should not be weaker than that of the Demon Emperor. That was a little more reassuring, at least when the Demon Emperor was found, he could indeed be dealt with. Now, we have to wait for the Demon Emperor to make his move first. There are only so many things that can be discussed with Dragon God for the time being. After deciding on the countermeasures, there is nothing else to say. Anyway, keep the same to respond to all changes. Naturally, the Dragon God didn't stay any longer, he bowed his hands and left. The movement made by the Demon Emperor, isn't it? Regarding this matter, Qi Lu was still very confident. After all, it took so much effort before to open regional branches of the virtual dual platform in various divine kingdoms, which is not idle. The huge intelligence network that was finally formed can be considered useful now. Can't detect the movement of the Demon Emperor, can't you detect the abnormal situation? There is one thing to say, if the Demon Emperor deliberately hides, or hides in the chaotic area, Qi Lu is indeed powerless now. However, if the Demon Emperor wants to recover, he will definitely kill. And it was a mass killing. No matter what, such a big movement could not be hidden from Qi Lu's investigation. Unless the Demon Emperor has been hiding and not showing up, then Lu really had no good idea to think of. But then again, if the Demon Emperor is willing to hide all the time, there is no harm in fact, and Qi Lu has no reason to look for him. So the problem is pretty easy to solve. When you find the trace of the Demon Emperor, just call the Dragon God and God here together. Now that he understands the key, Qi Lu doesn't have to worry about it. Vault of Heaven God Realm, Extreme God Realm, somewhere. The Demon Emperor stared at the sky gloomily, and then slowly lowered his eyes for a long time. Human King, and Dragon God, you really are not dead yet. Stay in the God Realm, what are you planning? It's not enough to ruin the deity's major events many times in the past, but now, I still want to stop the deity. It's just that it's a pity. Dragon God, you are much weaker than before. Did time wear away your vigor, or did the war cut away your origin? Human King, you are nothing more than a corpse that is about to decay. Do you really think you can deceive yourself? This time, there will be no one who can hinder this deity in the God realm. After all, it is one of the most powerful main gods among the many ancient main gods. Has experienced the great catastrophe of the ancient times, and the Demon Emperor, who has also experienced the battle of human kings, is it as simply as imagined? When staying in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory before, the Demon Emperor saw the Dragon God who came to investigate. After that, the killing puppet specially placed on the sacred mountain in the central region also witnessed the awakening of the King of Kings. Don't look at how arrogant the Demon Emperor was when he saw the human king come back to life, it was all just pretending. In ancient times, the Dragon God was the main battle force among the many main gods, and his enmity with the Demon Emperor was even worse. In the period of the human king, after the fall of the Demon Emperor, he was even sealed in the tomb. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was not built out of respect. There is a tomb for sealing. It's a pity that the Demon Emperor had expected this situation a long time ago, so he left behind only to show up again after the fall of the human king. After confirming the status of the dragon god and the human king with his Xuanhuan, the demon emperor knew that his thoughts were correct. 1. The strength is greatly reduced. 1 only remains. In the entire god realm, who else can compete with the demon emperor? Now the deity's strength has not fully recovered, but it has given those juniors a little bit of confidence. I just don't know if they will feel hopeless in the future. Speaking of this, the demon emperor let out a foul breath. In an instant, a cloud of blood-colored mist appeared in front of the demon emperor, then slowly solidified, and finally turned into a puppet with blood-colored lines and blood-colored patterns all over its body. This is the power of the law of creation. The demon emperor is truly a top-notch power who has walked from the way of the main god to the way of the demon god. The power of the law can't stop him. Even after embarking on the path of the demon god, relying on devouring the power of other main gods to practice, the demon emperor has also mastered many different law powers, which turned into his own real combat power. This law of creation is one of them. Although the way of mastering the power of these laws is, to put it mildly, called crooked ways. The demon emperor simply cannot fully grasp the power of these laws. This is completely different from Qi Li's body of laws. However, for the demon emperor, the power of law is only used to assist in the battle. Whether you can fully grasp it is not important at all. Now that you have chosen to step into the way of the demon god, you must change your fighting style. Come on, let me see what you guys are capable of. The demon emperor looked at the killing puppet condensed in front of him, waved lightly, and sent it out. The bloody mist around him was still condensing, and killing puppets were taking shape one after another. Naturally, these killing puppets can't be compared with the one left in the sacred mountain of the Central Territory. But the demon emperor deliberately stayed there to investigate the situation of the human king. It has the original strength inside. And these killing puppets condensed by the law of creation are just a bunch of misproducts. But it is more than enough to deal with those ordinary gods. To restore strength with blood, it is natural to do so slowly. Although the demon emperor is proud, he is not stupid. Knowing that he is still in a weak state, it is impossible to directly target the main god. Then let's start with ordinary gods. As long as there is enough weight, the effect is the same. Otherwise, during the ancient catastrophe, the demon emperor would not have released the killing puppets. If you want to deal with the deity, if it's just like this, it's still far away. During the days of waiting for the demon emperor's move, Qi Lu could be regarded as bored. After all, Qi Lu is not like Lan Yi, who still needs to find a way for the power of faith, so he thinks about developing believers every day. Especially after being instructed by the king of people, Lan Yi's comprehension of the law of time was even faster. Therefore, the demand for the power of faith is even greater. In order to be able to play a role in the subsequent battle against the demon emperor, Lan Yi has not slept since returning from the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, and is busy with the believers every day. Of course, Qi Lu supported this matter, so he gave Lan Yi a lot of coordinates of the lower plains. Of course, what Qi Lu supported was Lan Yi's desire to become stronger. It's not the idea of dealing with the demon emperor. Just kidding, in ancient times, he was able to walk the way of the demon god, a powerful main god who was an enemy of the entire sky god world. Even in the period of the King of Kings, a guy who can be compared with the King of Kings. Can Lan Yi get involved in this level of battle? Unless Lan Yi can recover to the level of combat power of the former spirit of time, that's about the same. Otherwise, stay away honestly, so as not to be affected. As for Qi Lu himself, of course, he also thought about becoming stronger. It's just that Qi Li's way of becoming stronger is different from other main gods. This thing eats faith stones. To be honest, this method is much better than developing believers by yourself. It is no exaggeration to say that if Qi Lu is not a body of law, the current faith stone income would have already pushed Qi Li's cultivation level up, at least, not worse than the current dragon god. However, what was said just now is only a hypothesis. Because Qi Lu is now the body of law. The demand for the power of faith is many times higher than that of ordinary main gods. There is one thing to say, facing such a situation, Qi Lu wondered how many times in his mind, whether it is possible to withdraw the body of law. Unfortunately, the system does not support returns. This point is not only aimed at the customers in the store, but also at him, asked the host. System, is there any way for you to expand the power of the intelligence network? This is the second question that Qi Lu has been thinking about these days. At the beginning, the regional branches of the virtual dual platform were established in various kingdoms of God, and the intelligence network and signals were also spread all over the world. After entering various kingdoms of God, logically speaking, it should be very convenient to detect something. It's a pity that Qi Lu learned later that this thing has very little effect on the main god. Just kidding, the main god can even hide the causal context in the long river of time, so it's nothing to shield his own breath. It's just that Qi Lu has never disclosed the functions of the regional branches of the virtual dual platform. So those main gods did not guard against this. However, could the demon emperor be unprepared? System, host, if you want to increase the detection level of the intelligence network, it's not about this system, but about you. My business? Hearing the system's answer, Qi Lu cheered up a little. System, that's right, the higher the host's cultivation level, the higher the detection level of the intelligence network, and it has little to do with this system. Qi Lu. The system never mentioned this at all. This Irby system has only said before that the regional branches of the virtual dual platform have the function of expanding perception. To put it simply, it is like a branch-type perception booster, allowing Qi Li to spread his perception to any branch location without increasing any consumption. As a result, looking at it now, what was said at the beginning was really true. Really just a perception amplifier. Even the perception method and detection level used are linked to one's own perception. I'm sorry, I've made things difficult for you. Qi Lu could only touch his forehead. Because in a sense, the system is not lying, but very real. The significance of the existence of these branches, to a certain extent, is indeed to serve him as the host. Then you can only think about other things. These days, the dragon god has been wandering around in the realm of God for the sake of the demon emperor. Qi Lu can't be idle. Although many things may not be useful. But doing it is better than not doing it. For example, Qi Lu can find a way to organize some activities to earn more faith stones. In this way, before finding the demon emperor, he could improve his strength as much as possible to avoid accidents. But, what kind of activities should we engage in? Although Qi Lu has a lazy personality, it's just that he usually has nothing to do. If you really want to make a decision and do things, you should act vigorously and resolutely. It's not long since the virtual showdown contest ended, so we definitely can't make a fuss about it. Even if the players are enthusiastic, we should give them some time to slow down and not use up their enthusiasm. I can come up with a new mode to make the players happy. Then we can only think of solutions from other aspects. What kind of activities should we think about? Qi Lu looked through the products in the store, and felt that there were really not many activities that he could think of. When I was in distress, I heard a voice shouting outside the store door. Stepsister, there is your courier. Then Qi Lu remained silent, watching Bu Yuyan run out of the store and come in with a package. The speed of these chambers of commerce is indeed not slow, and the logistics routes throughout the entire Xinji domain have been planned so quickly. Moreover, a lot of gods were invested to help, and a lot of cargo transmissionaries were established in the logistics warehouses near the various kingdoms of the gods. After all, the logistics alliance can still earn faith stones, and the consumption of large quantities of goods will be much less when they are delivered at one time. Of course, the express delivery price of the living creature is calculated separately. Yuyan, what did you buy? Qila asked, curiously. Although the products in my store are good, they are not daily necessities. It's normal to go shopping. Just like when Lan Zier was still in the store before. If he had nothing to do, he ran out and ate and drank in the nearby spirit-devouring kingdom. It's a cosmetic given to me by a chamber of commerce. It says it's newly developed. Let me try it first. Bu Yuyan raised the package in Yang's hand, and answered honestly. When Bu Yuyan was an ordinary person, she often did makeup, and she was proficient in all kinds of makeup. But after arriving in the vault of Heaven God realm, I haven't touched these things. Many gods don't care much about their appearance, and think that the realm of cultivation speaks for itself. But to be honest, love of beauty is also a kind of nature, and there will always be a market for cosmetics. The people in charge of those chambers of commerce, one by one, are very shrewd, and they know how to use this method to advertise. Hey, wait, Express. When Qila said this, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. Now that I have opened up the virtual shopping platform, I have brought in so many merchants. Then why not make a shopping festival? You must know that the number of users of the current virtual shopping platform is definitely more than that of the virtual duel platform. Some customers who are not players on the virtual duel platform will also booyah virtual duel crystal on purpose, just to register an account on the virtual shopping platform to see if there are any products they need. Such a convenient shopping platform has solved the needs of countless customers. And Qi Lu was naturally among them, pretending to be full. The virtual shopping platform will take 2% of every sold product. The accumulation of a small amount is definitely an astronomical figure. Of course, this commission, when speaking to the outside world, would naturally not be called a commission, but an insurance premium. As for what kind of insurance is insured, it is up to buyers and sellers to think about it. Anyway, during the process of placing an order, shipping, and receiving, Qi Lu is only responsible for one delivery at most. And it's only responsible for one of the shipping methods on the spot delivery. Absolutely no issues other than the slightly higher price. This is naturally one of the ways to generate income, and even earn a lot of faith stones. Nowadays, virtual shopping platforms have been popularized in all the kingdoms of God, just waiting to continue to explore the market potential. Then, Qila simply came to add fuel to the flames, and create a shopping festival. That's right. The shopping festival is a great event. With a slap in the palm of his hand, Qila directly told the system what had hot in his mind. This is definitely not to discuss anything with the system. The Irby system knows how to make money, so I can think of any good suggestions. Telling the system about this is to let the system make an announcement to warm up the shopping festival first. You must know that such a major event as a festival is not something that can be done just by saying it. It must first spread the concept. Then let those chambers of commerce cooperate to stir up the atmosphere of the shopping festival. Anyway, customers usually want to shop, but now they just buy the products they usually want to buy in one go. Qi Lu, is there anything else? You look like you're thinking about something. Seeing that Qi Lu suddenly fell silent, Bu Yuyan couldn't help but ask after a long while. I did think of one thing, Yuyan, it's Xian's time again. It's time for you to suffer. Qi Lu put his hand on the counter and said in a serious tone. What? Oh, I see, please go ahead and order. Bu Yuyan was taken aback for a moment, then immediately came back to her senses, patted her chest and said. Seeing this, Qi Lu nodded slightly, and as soon as the shielding barrier was opened, she told Bai Yuyan about the shopping festival. Contacting those chambers of commerce is naturally Bu Yuyan's job, and Qi Lu doesn't have much free time. And if Qi Lu were to talk about these things, those chambers of commerce would feel uncomfortable instead. Just kidding, a main god came to talk to you about business, do you have room to refute? Do you dare to refute? Therefore, it is most appropriate to let Yuyan, an old acquaintance, talk about it. Shopping festival, Qi Lu, you are such a genius, you can think of such a good event. After Bu Yuyan listened to Qi Li's thoughts, her eyes became even brighter. The process of the shopping festival is not complicated, but thinking of this idea requires bold and pioneering thinking. During the holidays, it is common to go shopping and stock up. But the idea of directly turning shopping into a holiday isn't for everyone. Okay, don't praise me, it's just the experience of the predecessors. Qi Lu waved his hand, stopping Bu Yuyan from continuing to speak. To a certain extent, this sentence is indeed correct, but it is not a predecessor in this world. Bu Yuyan thought it was Qi Li's humility, and after accepting the task, Sharon, to contact those chambers of commerce. With such a good thing as a virtual dual crystal, it really saves a lot of time. However, it is obviously too troublesome to contact each chamber of commerce. And it's quite a waste of time, it's really unnecessary. So Bu Yuyan directly opened a room in the virtual dual platform as a conference room. A conference room big enough to hold 1,000 participants. However, this figure only sounds bluffing. There are at least hundreds of thousands of chambers of commerce that have entered the virtual shopping platform, and the number is still increasing. And for a chamber of commerce, there is no limit to the number of merchants and stores that can be registered. After all, some chambers of commerce are complex chambers of commerce, that is, the type that sells everything. This kind of chamber of commerce is obviously not good enough to register only one storefront. So even if it is a meeting room that can accommodate 1,000 participants, it is not enough to look at in front of so many chambers of commerce. However, in reality, Bu Yuyan didn't have to notify every chamber of commerce. As long as it is notified to each area, the leading chambers of commerce will do. Afterwards, let these leading chambers of commerce notify them by themselves, which saves time, effort, and convenience. So soon, Bu Yuyan's news was sent to those chambers of commerce that were eligible to participate. The content is very simple, just give the room number of a virtual dual platform. Then, after receiving the news from Bu Yuyan, the heads of those chambers of commerce thought they had done something wrong for the first time. How is this going? Why did Miss Step ask us to find her in the duel? Did we do something wrong? She wants to teach us a lesson? In the midst of a wave of trepidation, those in charge of the Chamber of Commerce who received the news logged into their virtual dual platform account that they hadn't logged in for a long time and entered the room with anxiety. Sister Step, we shouldn't have done anything wrong, have we? A person in charge of a Chamber of Commerce asked cautiously. No kidding, the lifeblood of these chambers of commerce is not in the hands of store manager, Qi. Because store manager Qi doesn't care about this aspect at all. Therefore, this stepsister is the ancestor that these chambers of commerce need to support. No, you did nothing wrong. Why do you ask that? Bu Yuyan looked at this sentence, and asked inexplicably. Isn't this, in the dual field? The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce who spoke before replied hesitantly. It made everyone else fall silent. Even Bu Yuyan remained silent for a while, and then said, No, you guys are overthinking, I just brought you over for a meeting, nothing else. Then I don't know what Miss Step wants to say this time? Upon hearing this, many heads of chambers of commerce breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you don't make mistakes, it's not easy for ordinary people in the Vault of Heaven God realm, so it's always right to be cautious. Store manager Qi is going to hold a shopping festival, and we need your cooperation. The rules are very simple, you just treat it as a pursuit of performance. Bu Yuyan talked about the shopping festival. Those in charge of the Chamber of Commerce immediately became excited. Shopping festival? Great idea. Really good idea. I really didn't expect that Manager Qi not only has unfathomable strength, but also his ideas are so amazing. Don't worry, stepsister, even if you don't tell me about such a good thing, we will definitely cooperate with all our strength. They are all old foxes who run chambers of commerce. Can't they see how creative the shopping festival is? Things like shopping have a lot to do with emotions. And in the big atmosphere of the shopping festival, the sales of each store must be rising steadily. Store manager Chi can have such a creative idea, which really amazes them. Okay, you should keep these words in private. I have another thing here. Bu Yuyan paused for a while, then interrupted the praise of the heads of these chambers of commerce, and continued. The circular advertising space for the shopping festival, every 8 hours, 1 million faith stones, do you need it? Speaking of this, Bai Yuyan's business talent emerged again. Isn't there an advertisement in the preheating of the shopping festival? How is this possible? The advertising space came out soon, and in order to make the best use of it, Bu Yuyan also specially set it as a circular advertisement. 1 million faith stones can only buy one advertising space for 8 hours. So this time, Bu Yuyan didn't need any auction mode, and fixed the price directly. But is this ad space worth it? Definitely worth it. As a shopping festival that has never been seen before, even if there is no precedent, but with the reputation of the store manager as a guarantee, do you still need to consider the unsuccessful result? Obviously not needed. With the reputation of store manager Chi, backed by the huge number of users of the virtual shopping platform, it is very difficult to think about the success of the shopping festival. The advertising space on the homepage of the virtual shopping platform is of great value. Even if 1 million faith stones can only be purchased for 8 hours, it is definitely worth the money. Of course I need it. 1 million belief stones and 1 circular advertising space, right? Buy 10 loops first. Petty, I'll buy 30. 50. 80. During the previous virtual duel competition, it was obvious to all how effective the advertisements were. So when they heard about the advertising space, the heads of these chambers of commerce immediately became excited. You must know that they can spend tens of millions of faith stones to buy an advertising space for a game when they have never advertised before and don't know the effect. So why hesitate now? The result was seeing this scene, Qi Lu was a little dumbfounded. Bu Yuyan, a girl, is really suitable for doing business. I really feel relieved to entrust these matters to her. Now that the advertising spaces are all sold out, of course, Qi Lu has to let the system find time to get out the advertising spaces. This is extra income, no money business, why not? So things settled down. The advertisement for the shopping festival was also released by the system. The promotional video produced is quite excellent, and it is nothing more than an interpretation of the meaning of the shopping festival from various angles. However, this is just a carnival of buyers and sellers on the virtual shopping platform. It has nothing to do with users who neither buy nor sell. For example, Qi Lu himself. Okay, the event is finalized, and then just wait for a large amount of incognito come in. Qi Lu stretched, then lazily lay down on the counter. It looks like he is closing his eyes and resting his mind, but in fact, his thoughts have spread to the major kingdoms of God along his perception. Even if he is engaged in activities on his side, the task of detecting the movement of the demon emperor cannot be slackened. This guy is a powerful enemy that he has never encountered before. It is no exaggeration to say that the devil emperor definitely has a part of the responsibility for Shinjiu to become so decayed, and it is not small. Nothing everywhere. Is the demon emperor scared out of his wits, or is he planning something in the dark? How come it's been so many days, and I haven't seen him make a move yet? After some detection, Qi Lu was also a little strange. The demon emperor, who was hiding somewhere, seemed a bit too quiet. In all fairness, such a tyrannical main god should not be so quiet when he is in a hurry to recover. Doesn't the demon emperor have his own arrogance? For example, you think you can deal with this deity, but this deity is not afraid of you. And so on, the arrogance that villains often have. Then Qi Lu could take advantage of the situation and find the dragon god Tokil the demon emperor. Keep waiting, one day you will be able to wait. System, don't forget, if there is an emergency, you must remember to notify him in time. After withdrawing his perception, Qi Lu did not forget to tell the system. Although passive detection is not as effective as active detection, it is at least better than inaction. System, this system understands. Host, don't worry. System, however, if the demon emperor is really killed, the host remembers to hand over the demon emperor's corpse to this system. What? Are you eyeing this guy again? Qi Lu was taken aback when he heard the sound. Why does this Erbi system want everything? System, this system just wants to study what the way of cultivating a demon god looks like. Regarding this, Qi Lu remained silent. I almost forgot the hobby of this Erbi system. To be honest, the system is indeed powerful, but it has a bad problem, that is, it wants to study everything. It doesn't matter whether it is useful or not, anyway, we have to get it in your hands. Okay, I see. After a while, Qi Lu nodded and said, if there is a chance, I will bring you a real demon back. But when it comes to this matter, Qi Lu is also a little puzzled. When I was at the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory, I didn't seem to see the corpse of the demon god. Otherwise, Qi Lu would really like to get one and see what's different. Because the demon god majors in physical fitness, and pays attention to using strength to break through the sky and sanctify the body, which is an out-and-out physical training. If something can be researched, maybe it can be used as a reference. The words went to the other side. As soon as the advertisement for the shopping festival appeared, the users who were shopping on the virtual shopping platform suddenly cheered. Just because they saw the word discount. Discounts are a good civilization and should continue. Discounts are also a good civilization and should be carried forward. The cultivation resources that I have been wanting to buy before, but I have not made up my mind because I think they are expensive, and now they are actually discounted. There are too many good things on the virtual shopping platform. I used to buy them all the time, so I felt it was a waste. Now that I have coupons, I must take advantage of this bargain. Of course, if you have a coupon and don't use it, wouldn't it be a loss? As you said, wouldn't it be more profitable not to buy? How did I make money? I didn't use my coupons. I lost money. That's right, you can earn money when you buy discounted products. The more you buy, the more you earn. If you buy one less item, you will lose one day, and if you buy one less car, you will lose a year. The strongest discount in history. All in all kinds of advertisements came out. Not only are the customers excited, but the stores are also making every effort to stock up for the shopping festival. The lively atmosphere made Qi Lu couldn't help feeling that this scene was much better than the shopping festival he remembered. So Qi Lu also appropriately extended the warm-up time for the shopping festival. It's worth mentioning that during this period, Qi Lu still monitored the Demon Emperor's movements every day. Unfortunately, so far, nothing has been achieved. On the contrary, two old friends came to the Sky God realm. Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao. According to Qi Li's prediction, these two guys should be the first to come to Sky God realm. After all, in Dong Huang, under such a harsh environment, he was able to stand in the subversive position, and his talent and aptitude must not be bad. But who would have thought that they would fall to fourth and fifth? But this is not something that is unreasonable. Thinking about it carefully, the talents and aptitudes of the three who come to the vault of Heaven God realm first did not seem to be weak at all. Needless to say, Lan Zier has the bonus of Xing Lian, which is simply double talent and double aptitude, and she is the number one of course. There are many reasons for Lan Qinger after that. One is that the law of the wind requires relatively little power of faith, and the other is her aptitude. It is not incomprehensible for the descendants of the goddess of life to have the qualifications to become gods. As for the third place, Lanya, need I say more? If it wasn't for before, the power of the spirit of time would have been sealed. Qi felt that Lan Yi would definitely be the first to come to the sky god realm, stronger than Lan Zier's double aptitude. So Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao's speed is not too slow. And in a virtual duel. After the branch stores in the platform area opened to the major kingdoms of God, the situation of those receiving points was almost shrouded in Qi's perception. This time, there was no trouble. Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao were quickly sent to the shop on the chaotic area. Shop manager Qi, long time no see. Although this sentence has the meaning of greeting, it is also a truth. It's been a long time indeed. It is indeed a kind of adjustment in life to see old friends at this time. It's the timing right now that doesn't seem right. The problem of the Demon Emperor has not been resolved yet. Qi didn't know whether it was their luck or bad luck. Good luck, because, at least they have come to the Sky God realm, which means that they have been promoted to the king-level realm. And the reason for the bad luck, well, I don't know it. But, the Demon Emperor is a matter and we can't let it go. To deal with this kind of powerful main god who is enough to stand at the apex of an era, let alone ordinary gods are useless, even those newly promoted main gods can only watch from the sidelines. Then what are you talking about? Increase panic? So after a while of pleasantries, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao also knew about it. It turned out that in front of them, someone had already come to the vault of Heaven God realm first. We all see the talents of Lan Yi and the others, and we are really envious. However, the two were not surprised, but rather emotional. It seems to be expected. Later, after learning that there was a shortage of manpower in Qi Lakai's branches in various divine kingdoms, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao also took the initiative to ask Ying, saying that they were going to work as shop assistants in the branches, and by the way learn about the customs of the Vault of Heaven God realm. After all, he has just arrived in the Vault of Heaven God realm, so it is impossible to start wandering around without knowing anything. Since store manager Qi is kind to him, and now he is short of manpower, staying to help store manager Qi is also an option. Of course, Qi Lu welcomed it. Because there are really few people looking at those branches, it is actually quite good to use them as a stronghold. If Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao are willing to go there, Qi Lu can expand the size of the branch. The problem of lack of manpower in the past can be slowly solved now. However, with so many branches, it is still impossible to take care of all of them. But it doesn't matter, things come slowly, don't rush for a while, just let nature take its course and develop slowly. Old friends are coming more and more, and I don't know when Shi'er will come up. After Qi Lu sent Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao away, he couldn't help but think about it. But then shook his head again. No, it's better for Shi'er not to come to the Vault of Heaven God realm during this time period. The hatred between the Demon Emperor and the Human King is absolutely irresolvable, otherwise they wouldn't have kept their hatred for so long. Before Lan Yi was only contaminated with the breath of the king, she had already been targeted. Now if Yu Shi'er came to the Sky God realm, she would be the one who had truly inherited the power of the Human King. Facing the Demon Emperor is really too dangerous. Let's take it easy. However, when Yu Shi'er will be able to condense the Supreme Throne is not something that Qi Lu can control. I can only pray that it is best not to condense the Supreme Throne in the recent period. Maybe Qi Li's fighting power on the bright side doesn't need to be afraid of the Demon Emperor. But it is easy to dodge an open gun, but it is difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Now that the Demon Emperor has not been found, how can Qi Lu feel at ease? The recent Sky God realm, apart from the lively atmosphere created by the appearance of the shopping festival, is quieter than before. Probably because the false peace has returned. The fighting spirit of these newly promoted Lord Gods was not high from beginning to end, but they were a little addicted to peace and happiness. It is often said that people are born in sorrow and die in peace, which is applicable in most cases. Qi Lu was quite surprised, Obviously a lot of things had happened before. Why didn't these main gods feel a little nervous? The main gods of ancient times appeared frequently, provoked the flames off war, and tried to use evil ways to improve themselves. This is the sense of crisis that emerged from the bottom of my heart under the tribulation of the ancient catastrophe. Only by becoming stronger can we survive any disaster. It's a pity that these new master gods have never experienced it, and they didn't know the horror of the ancient catastrophe. So be satisfied with the status quo. To be honest, before this, Qilu also thought the same way. I think that my strength is enough to cope with all situations, and I can stop and rest for a while. However, this trip to the sacred mountain in the central region gave Qilu a new understanding of his own strength. In ancient times, there was also the era of disputes caused by the human king. In the flames of war, the fighting power possessed by the master god who has been tempered is by no means comparable to these newly promoted master gods. Not to mention human kings, dragon gods, or demon emperors who stand at the top of the legendary main gods. Even those ordinary main gods in the past, now they are all first-class and powerful main gods. Especially after witnessing the tyrannical scene when the king of Ren made his move, Qilu also had a clear understanding in his heart. I obviously have such good conditions, and the system is helping to open it. Why not try harder? Perhaps those ancient gods did go the wrong way, causing their own hearts to degenerate. However, their thinking is right. Strong strength is the foundation of standing. System, tell me, is there a way for me to become stronger by myself? Qilu thought about it, and suddenly asked a question in his mind. In terms of cultivation and realm, it takes time to accumulate, as well as the accumulation of faith stones. There is really no way to think about it. However, to improve combat power, one does not necessarily have to improve one's cultivation level. System, host, do you want to visit the trial space? Facing Qilu's question, the system asked slowly. The trial space can only be used when one is promoted to the realm of cultivation. It can also be used in normal times. It's just that the trials inside are too terrifying, so Qilu has never thought about using it actively. However, now, Qilu suddenly realized that his strength was still far behind. That's why I thought of this. Of course, otherwise I would ask what this matter is for. Qilu took a few deep breaths, and then answered firmly in his mind. Even if it was a nightmare in the past, now you have to face it bravely. System, congratulations to the host, a good change has taken place in the mentality. This system will properly complete your idea of the host. What? Qilu didn't have time to finish his question when he realized his vision was dark. The steps to enter the trial space are always like this, and it has nothing to do with the realm of cultivation. Not long after, a white light appeared in front of his eyes, and then illuminated the entire trial space. A slender man with an ordinary face, dressed in a robe, appeared in front of Qilu with his hands behind his back. Forward. Just like that, she looked at him with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. No way. When Qilu saw this man, his pupils shrank suddenly. Although this man does not have a weapon in his hand, and his appearance is so ordinary that people can hardly remember it. However, for Qilu, this smiling man was the beginning of his nightmare. It was the man Qilu met when he entered the trial space for the first time. The land god who is skilled in martial arts. System, don't you want me to fight him? I admit that I did suffer a lot in his hands back then. But if I come back now, things have changed, and I won't suffer anymore. Qilu took a deep breath to calm himself down. The astonishment just now was just because of the bad memories from the past. Think about how innocent Qilu was when he entered the trial space for the first time. He felt that although the system was greedy for money, he was its host after all, so he shouldn't be embarrassed. As a result, the first nightmare that came to this world just appeared. That is simply a psychological shadow. But then again, the man who used to be a master of martial arts, after all, was honed by the young and naive Qi Lu. And now, Qi Lu has experienced so much, and he has become stronger by countless times. Is it really a trial to confront the former opponent again? System, host, try it first before saying something like this. However, the system just replied calmly. Instead, Qi Li's curiosity emerged. Interesting. System, if you want to say that, then I won't be sleepy. Try it and try it. Qi Li didn't intend to be polite either. Since it was my own nightmare, now, I have to crush the nightmare. Perhaps this is the meaning of the system. To shatter the nightmare of the past is to shatter one's own inner demons. Breaking through the shackles naturally improved one's own strength. This time, let you make the first move. Qi Lu reached out and gathered a long sword from the void. Qi Leke is too familiar with the trial space. I used to be ignorant and didn't know anything, but now I can be regarded as completely reborn. The man on the opposite side heard the words and didn't speak. He just smiled slightly, then reached out his hand, condensing a long sword exactly like Qi Li's. Clang! In the next instant, Qi Li didn't react at all, and heard a sword cry. When blood splashed past his eyes, Qi Li realized in astonishment that he had been instantly killed again. What was once a nightmare is now also a nightmare. How could this be? The degree of strength is too outrageous. With the familiar light of resurrection, it shone on Qi Lu. The feeling he hadn't experienced for a long time reappeared, and Qi Li realized that it wasn't just him who had become stronger. The land fairy in front of him is still a fairy now. You know, Qi Lu entered the trial space this time, but his strength was not suppressed at all. After all, it was Qi Lu who took the initiative to go to the trial space to hone himself and increase his strength. Naturally, the system will not suppress Qi Li's strength. But, it's useless. This ordinary man's pressure on Qi Lu was simply stronger than that of the dragon god. It is almost close to the level of the king of people, and it can even be said to be more than that. Because the human king's awakening was only temporary, with the help of the power of the spirit of time, even the throne could not leave. So even if the pressure is huge, for Qi Lu, there are ways to avoid it. But the man in front of him was different. Really, try it and die. The ridicule in the past has finally come true to me. However, that's fine. If the opponent is not strong enough, how can we become stronger? But this time, Qi Li's mentality recovered very quickly, and he adjusted immediately. This crime is self-inflicted, so of course you have to bear it well. You can't wait until the battle is approaching, and then cram for the moment. System, yo, host, stop talking big. The fighting spirit that Qi Lu had just mentioned was almost overwhelmed by System's words. You damn Irby System plotted against me, but now you're still running out to tease me. If it weren't for your lack of entity, we must give you a good meal. Shut up, or you'll make sarcastic remarks. When I ask you for help during the battle, you don't even help me. Qi Lu replied humbly, then stared straight at the man in front of him. It seems to have returned to the past, the innocent era when I didn't understand anything and didn't know anything. Still smiling, the ordinary man nodded slightly at Qi Lu, then raised the longsword in his hand. Shu. The power of law is mixed in body technique. Exquisite attacks are always more terrifying than imagined. It's not about overwhelming people with force, but being unable to dodge. There are many ways to fight. Crushing only occurs when there is a gap in the realm of cultivation. But now, what Qi Lu needs to learn is not how to crush opponents. Because of this kind of thing, there is no need to learn, Qi Lu knows what to do. Therefore, the benefits of fighting against such an evenly matched opponent are reflected. No, maybe it should not be said evenly matched. After all, Qi Lu is not an opponent. Clang. The sound of the sword is like the chant of a dragon. Picking up Qi Li's shoulders and neck, also stroking Qi Li's chest and abdomen. Blood splashed all over the air, bringing out a touch of coquettish color. Unable to dodge, every move is fatal. Every move of the man in front of him can go straight to the place where the defense is weakest, and he can also restrain all Qi Li's actions, forcing Qi Li to confront him. The power of law contained in the moves is always just right. Gather or disperse, appear where they are most needed. Law condensation needle. Puff. There was a muffled piercing sound. A thin needle formed by the power of law pierced through Qi Li's shoulder. The remaining power of law invaded Qi Li's body along the meridians. Another law power. You damn system, you actually gave this guy the body of law. Qi Li felt that his movements became stiff, and he knew that he was going Tolos again. The ordinary man in front of him not only has a good cultivation level, but also possesses superb fighting skills, and even possesses a body of law. In this kind of duel, Qi Li felt that the system just wanted to play him to death. Although it is said that the opponent is stronger, it will help to become stronger. But everything must be done step by step. How can there be a way to reach the sky in one step? This made Qi Li couldn't help but think of how many times he was resurrected when he fought this man for the first time. 10,000 times, or 20,000 times? Or more? Now it seems that what happened in the past is about to repeat itself now. Fortunately, Qi Li knew that the flow of time in the trial space was locked, so there was no need to worry about it. Speaking of this, Qi Li also suddenly noticed something. The ability to lock the flow of time, the power of the law of time, is not weak. I really didn't expect that when I got the system not long ago, the Herba system would have this ability. Looking at it now, I just feel that it is even more magical. Otherwise, how did you get the guy in front of you out? I will not admit defeat, no matter how long it takes to fight, no matter how many times it takes to start over, I will persevere. Until I win. Qi Li took a deep breath, then whispered as if to cheer himself up. The power you get by yourself is the most real. Even if the system provides shortcuts, the hardships that need to be endured will not be reduced. It's just eating all the hardships to become stronger at once. System, host, this system feels very gratified that you can have such an idea. Can you stop speaking in such an old-fashioned tone? Qi Li couldn't help but reply. Now I not only have to endure tempering, but also have to endure the ridicule of the system, which is really too difficult. Fortunately, there is no time in the trial space, and it will be thousands of years in the blink of an eye. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. In fact, Qi Li didn't know how long he had been through, all he knew was that he fell over and over again. Also revived again and again. Finally defeated his old opponent. Shattered my once nightmare. The power of the law that filled the sky seemed to be applauding for himself. The blood on his body is also a sign of his own struggle. Only the smile on the corner of that ordinary man's mouth never disappeared, until the end, it remained unchanged. This made Qi Li couldn't help bowing to express his gratitude. All right, system, send me out. Now that the challenge is successful, it's time to rest. Qi Li didn't want to continue the challenge, and his mood would change, which would be bad. System, no problem, host. System, in addition, there is one more thing that needs to be notified to the host. Not long after Qi Li came out of the trial space, he was about to close his eyes and rest for a while. The sound of the system sounded again. What's up? Qi Li woke up suddenly and asked aloud. System, host, you caused the abnormal situation detected by this system to appear. What? Where? Hearing this, Qi Li immediately stood up and asked, quickly. What kind of abnormal situation? Of course, it was a large-scale killing incident, or the evil aura of the demon emperor. The rebellious Lord Goditu turned to the demon emperor who took the demon god's way. The former gods, apostles, and believers have long been slaughtered or carved up. Therefore, the method of relying on the power of faith to restore one's own strength is absolutely unworkable for the demon emperor. Then killing is the only way. System: this has happened in many kingdoms of God, and it happened almost at the same time, so this system can't tell them all. Many kingdoms of God? Qi Lu frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. System: that's right, there are many maps of the kingdom of God, the host, and the location of the accident. This system has already passed it to you. Since the establishment of branches in the virtual dual platform area in various kingdoms of God, the system also has a map of the God realm in its hands. Qi Lu knew about it, but he had never seen it before. This is the first time I see it. Just in the mind, at a glance, you can see thousands of kingdoms of God, distributed in various places in the God realm. Spreading all the way to the distance, there are so many divine kingdoms that Qi Lu has never counted them in detail. Because the shorter the kingdom of God is established, the smaller the area it occupies. Compared with the territory of the large kingdom of God and the small kingdom of God, there is a world of difference. Therefore, Qi Lu didn't care about many small kingdoms of God, so he didn't bother to count them, they were not important anyway. One is because the location is too remote. The other is also because it can't threaten oneself, so there is no need to care about it. But looking at it now, those kingdoms of God where abnormal situations have occurred are all marked red by the system. At a glance, there are thousands of them. No wonder the system said that there is no way to tell them one by one, so they can only see it by themselves. If I read all of this, I don't know when it will be. With so many kingdoms of God, did mass killings occur almost at the same time? Qi Lu couldn't believe it. Where did the demon emperor have so many subordinates? System: this is the image data sent back from the scene, the host can take a look. Having said that, Qi Lu saw a short piece of new video data, which appeared in his mind. What is raging in the kingdoms of the gods is a monster covered in bone armor, with bloody lines on its exposed skin. It's the killing puppet of the demon emperor. Qi Lu recognized the true face of this thing at a glance. It looks almost exactly the same as the killing puppet I met on the sacred mountain of the Central Territory before. It's just that these killing puppets don't have such a terrifying aura, and the bloody lines are not so complicated and obscure. Should be an inferior version of killing golem. I just said, why hasn't the demon emperor made a move? I thought he was going to hide in a dark corner for the rest of his life. It turns out that the demon emperor has been preparing these things all these days, trying to make us unable to react in time? Qi Lu instantly understood the demon emperor's purpose. Thousands of kingdoms of God were attacked at the same time. And this number is still increasing with the passage of time. In this way, not only will the speed at which the demon emperor swallows blood greatly increased, but it will also make it difficult for Qi Lu and the others to track the location of the demon emperor. Killing puppets is not an important thing to the demon emperor. Unless it is an advanced version of the killing puppet injected with the power of the source, once it is destroyed, it will hurt the source of the demon emperor. But that level of killing puppet possesses the power of the main god level, and it is far beyond the power of a newly promoted main god. Using it at this time is simply killing chickens with a bull's knife. What's more, the demon emperor would not continue to consume his original power in such a place. Therefore, this mass-produced inferior version of the killing puppet is Thebius' choice. Even if it is destroyed, the demon emperor will not feel distressed at all. Moreover, wanting to rely on killing puppets to track down the position of the demon emperor setting is also unlikely. You must know that the killing puppet that I met in the Xuanhuan mountain in the Central Territory can be used because it contains the original power of the demon emperor, so it can be used to trace the source. But these inferior versions will not work. Damn it, the methods of the demon emperor are indeed not comparable to those of the ancient gods before. Qi Lu also suddenly realized that he still thought of the demon emperor too simply. Perhaps it is enough to deal with the top strength of the demon emperor. However, the biggest shortcoming of Shenjiu now is the lack of backbone power. The gods living in the various kingdoms of God are not the opponents who kill puppets at all. And even if the Lord God who is in charge of the kingdom of God took action, he eliminated those killing puppets. For the loss of the demon emperor, it is far from gaining much. From the point of view of the demon emperor, this kind of exchange is totally worthwhile, and the more the better. As long as panic is created in the divine realm, he can take the next step better. Don't do it in secret, but put the strategy on the bright side. It's a bet that we can't deal with it, right? Demon Emperor, you are really a simple and rude method, but it is very useful. Qi Li's eyebrows were almost twitched. Because the Demon Emperor's actions really hit Qi Li's weakness. Ordinary gods in the divine realm can't live up to it. What can Qi Lening think of? Shop manager Qi, you should know about those things. The Demon Emperor has made a move. At this time, on the virtual dual crystal, a message from Dragon God also came. With such a huge impact and such a bad incident, it is impossible for the Dragon God, who is already paying attention to various abnormal situations, to hide it. Compared with the time it took Qi Lu to learn about this through the system, it was just a matter of time.